Half an incense later, Lin Yun and Yu Weiwei saw Mu Shuling. She was playing the zither by the lakeside, and there was an ancient book on the table. "Senior sister, it's beautiful," Yu Weiwei praised. Lin Yun shared the same thoughts. The ancient song played by Mu Shuling was beautiful. Her attainment in music Dao reached a height that Lin Yun couldn't imagine, and he could also sense she could take a step anytime she wanted, comprehending the divine dragon tone. Mu Shuling wouldn't show any emotions most of the time, except for her doting on Yu Weiwei. So when she saw Yu Weiwei's arrival, she couldn't help smiling. Lin Yun could finally see her true appearance with the sword heart. Faint sunlight shone on her that made her look like a goddess. When Yu Weiwei spoke about the objective of their visit, Mu Shuling's face changed a little, and she looked at Lin Yun. "I can only ensure your safety. I can't ensure that you can obtain the Divine Azure Order." The Divine Azure Order was a combination of the Wind God Order and Thunder God Order. With the Divine Azure Order, one could open up many ancient inheritances of the Azure Dragon's lineage. This was the dream of everyone in the heavenly Nirvana Pavilion, so it was uncertain if they could acknowledge Lin Yun. 3,000 years could turn a legend into a myth. 100,000 years were even longer. So no one could guarantee that those left behind would oblige to the oath made by their ancestors. "I know. Thank you, Saint Elder." Lin Yun nodded. He had no interest in wielding the entire Azure Dragon's lineage. He only needed Saint Elder to ensure he could negotiate with the heavenly Nirvana Pavilion. "It's fine. I'm happy that you can be first on the Nirvana banquet," Mu Shuling said, looking at Lin Yun. "Is she happy?" Lin Yun smiled because he couldn't sense it at all. "Big brother Lin, you are already first on the Nirvana banquet. After leaving the heavenly Nirvana Pavilion, will you still play the zither and flute?" Yu Weiwei asked. Lin Yun was stunned when he heard that. He probably would, but not as fanatically as now. "Then, play well today," Yu Weiwei said. She knew what Lin Yun was thinking. Mu Shuling merely glanced at him before leaving the table with a book. "I'll not embarrass myself before Saint Elder." Lin Yun wasn't too willing. Mu Shuling's skills were 100 times better than his, and it was the same as Lu Yushi wanting to compete with him in swordsmanship. "It's fine. You play well and I like it. You have something on you that others don't. Although you restrained yourself, something is lacking in your music. You might as well fuse your heavenly dome sword intent into your music," Mu Shuling said, glancing at her. Lin Yun didn't know if what she said was true, but it was unavoidable for him to be happy upon receiving her praises. "I'll give it a try then." Lin Yun walked to the table and pondered for a long time. He ultimately didn't make a move. Although Mu Shuling said that he played well, he didn't want to be belittled by her when the time really came for him to play. "Big brother Lin, you can just play something casually. I believe senior sister won't laugh at you." Yu Weiwei smiled. "All right." Lin Yun placed his hands on the zither and played something from his previous life, 3 stanzas of Plum Blossoms. When the music resounded, Yu Weiwei and Mu Shuling felt that the music was beautiful and its artistic concept was noble, like a plum blossom standing in the snow. As Lin Yun continued to play, Yu Weiwei and Mu Shuling's faces gradually changed. Mu Shuling, reading her book, couldn't help turning over. There were ups and downs in the melody, rigidity and softness. It felt like a plum blossom before they showed different poses. When the music climaxed, Lin Yun's 10 fingers danced on the zither and repeated the melody. But it was different this time as the plum blossom was unyielding in the blizzard before blooming after 3 sways. As music lingered on the island, Mu Shuling and Yu Weiwei exchanged glances. They both had shock on their faces. "What's wrong? Why aren't you guys saying anything?" Lin Yun smiled. Yu Weiwei's face blushed at Lin Yun being so shameless. They naturally didn't say anything because Lin Yun played it well, and he was clearly asking to be praised. So she felt she couldn't praise him or he would be too complacent. "What's this song?" Mu Shuling asked. 3 stanzas of Plum Blossoms," Lin Yun said. "As expected." Mu Shuling nodded. She could already tell that the artistic concept in this music had something to do with plum blossoms, and she praised, "This is a fitting name. If you go to the Dual Moon Lake now, The 3 lives tree might give you a 3 lives fruit. There's no need. Lin Yun had a phobia of Dual Moon Lake and didn't want to go there. Furthermore, he wasn't sure he could obtain another 3 lives fruit, since it was only a possibility. Simultaneously, the Dual Moon Lake was filled with people. A towering ancient tree enveloped in Saint Radiance slowly appeared from the bottom of the Sapphire Lake. When the tree completely appeared, the pavilion master waved his hand, and 7 of the top 10 on the Nirvana banquet went over. Those in the top 100th followed behind them. As for the other guests, they could only watch on the lakeside. When the 3 lives tree appeared, it would no longer test a person's devotion to love. While they walked on the lake's surface, they enjoyed the surrounding scenery, and they didn't have to be so fearful like Lin Yun. This is the 3 lives tree? How beautiful! Yen Tianchen couldn't help praising as he looked at the 3 lives tree standing at the lake's heart. The 3 lives tree gave off a dreamy beauty. When they looked down at the Sapphire Lake, it felt as though the lake could cleanse their hearts. There are legends that the 3 lives tree can reflect the past and future of a person. This tree grasped the Tao of time and space. If the tree is satisfied with the music, it can allow someone to see their past, present, and future like a dream. The divine Phoenix Mountains Yichun smiled. But it's a pity that no one has accomplished it in the past few centuries. It's already good enough if someone can make it bloom a flower. Lu Ruochen of the Heavenly Tao sect continued. Yen Tianchen's gaze was blazing with flames because this was really spectacular. But it was a pity Lin Yun wasn't around. If Lin Yun was around, they could verify if it was true. Yen Tianchen, Lu Ruochen, and Yi Chun already knew each other long ago, and their relationship became closer through Lin Yun. Ha! Don't tell me you think you can make the 3 lives tree reflect your past, present, and future. Zhang Ying of the Divine Tao Pavilion snickered. Who knows? Perhaps that's what he really has in mind. Chun Jun of the Myriad Lightning sect smiled. They lost terribly to Lin Yun yesterday. Since Lin Yun wasn't around today, they naturally wouldn't be polite with Yen Tianchen. But the latter merely turned to glance at them with a smile. Amongst the top 10, Lin Yun and Yu Weiwei weren't around. As for Li Yuxi, he was thoroughly humiliated and left the Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion because of that. Thus, there were only 7 of the top 10 here. As for the Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion and the audience, they were seated on a ship. Just when he was about to speak, Jiang Yingtian flew over and whispered in his ears. Hearing what his son said, the pavilion master lowered his cup and commented, "They really came? This really isn't the right time." His words made everyone baffled. Just when everyone was confused, celestial music resounded, and a group of people floated over. There was a man and 9 women. The man was enveloped in an extraordinary temperament, while the women were dressed in white. The faces of those chatting before the 3 lives tree suddenly changed with shock in their eyes. The 9 women were holding onto a musical instrument each. There was a jade flute, a bamboo flute, a lute, and various other instruments. They were all playing an extraordinary ancient song. Their melody exploded in the air and scattered in the form of starlight. When the starlight scattered, it formed a bizarre phenomenon that shocked many people. Under this phenomenon, the blue-robed youth slowly descended from the sky. Someone from the 10 musical clans. That's the Saint Hands, Mei Zihua. Everyone here was a Holy Land genius. So they naturally heard about the 10 musical clans, and they could instantly recognize this person's origin from his clothes. This immediately placed everyone under tremendous pressure and wore grave expressions. This was because they never expected someone from the 10 musical clans to be here. From 10 miles away, Mei Zihua cupped his hands at the Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion's pavilion master before heading towards the 3 lives tree, with the 9 women following behind him. When they walked forth, everyone was pushed aside by an invisible energy that opened a path before them. Without any expression, Mei Zihua walked forth. But he fell into deep thoughts when his gaze fell onto the 3 lives tree. He only had the 3 lives tree in his eyes and no one else. After Jiang Yingtian flew down from the ship, he looked at Mei Zihua. "Young Master Mei, you're a little late." "I wasn't feeling comfortable." Mei Zihua turned to look at Jiang Yingtian and said in a somewhat apologetic tone. Why did I hear that young Master May already arrived in Heavenly Domain City 7 days ago? The Nirvana banquet has already ended. So according to the rules, young Master May has no qualification to play before the Three Lives tree. Zhang Yingtian raised his brow. His attitude represented the heavenly Nirvana pavilion. Everyone was inwardly alarmed when they heard Mei Zihua had long arrived. So what did he mean by arriving now? Mei Zihua smiled, but he didn't reply. One of his maids stepped forth and pridefully said, "Young Pavilion Master, there's no need to continue holding the Nirvana banquet since you've invited our young master. Can anyone in this world be more proficient in music Dao than the 10 musical clans? Wanting our young master to compete with others is no different from looking down on our young master. Even a maid is so arrogant." Zhang Ying, Chen Jun, Qin Hao, and Hua Hongyu's faces became ugly when they heard that. Even if Mei Zihua was from one of the 10 musical clans, was there a need for him to be so arrogant? Zhang Yingtian furrowed his brows before he snickered. "According to your words, doesn't that mean we can just let your young master become first on the Nirvana banquet without holding it?" The maid still wanted to say something, but Mei Zihua stopped her with a wave. Then Mei Zihua said, "The first of this Nirvana banquet is Li Yushi, right? I'll just have to defeat him, then. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed, but he's not first on the Nirvana banquet." Zhang Yingtian said indifferently. "Oh." Mei Zihua was stunned before saying, "I'm not interested in who's first. I only want his 3 lives fruit. As for the top 10, me and my 9 maids, there are 10 of us." His words immediately caused public outrage on the Dual Moon Lake because Mei Zihua was too arrogant, even more than Lin Xiao. "Mei Zihua, aren't you a little too arrogant? Not only do you want the 3 lives fruit, but you want the top 10 rankings." Zhang Ying said coldly. "Do you know even music?" Mei Zihua asked indifferently. Zhang Ying's face became red when he heard that. He was someone who grasped the saint tone. But Mei Zihua actually said he didn't understand any music. "Since you don't know music, what do you need the rankings for? It's a waste even if you can play before the 3 lives tree." Mei Zihua said, looking at the ancient tree. "Mei Zihua, don't push it." Zhang Ying flew into a rage. But Mei Zihua didn't bother about him and merely pointed with his finger. "Lu Qing, you teach him what music is." "Yes, young master." A white-dressed woman stepped forth with her flute. She looked at Zhang Ying and said, "Sorry about that." When the woman played her flute, sound waves spread out in the form of a majestic aura, and it was hard to imagine a woman actually played it. Everyone quickly retreated, and Zhang Ying's face also changed when he saw this scene and took out his flute to retaliate. As 2 flute melodies resounded, the 2 melodies manifested into various phenomena on the lake. The outcome also surpassed their expectations because it didn't take long for Zhang Ying to be defeated. When Zhang Ying's melody became a mess, he threw out a mouthful of blood before he was sent flying away. Chen Jun quickly stepped forth to support Zhang Ying. But Zhang Ying was shocked as he looked at the white-dressed lady. The divine snow plum touch, that was a finger technique of one of the 10 musical clans, and it had an ancient inheritance, containing the ancient rhythm of snow plums. This finger technique came from a musical powerhouse. This also caused an uproar on the Dual Moon Lake because Mei Zihua merely sent out a maid to defeat Zhang Ying. This made Yan Tianxin furrow his brows, and he felt Mei Zihua didn't come with good intentions. The Dual Moon Lake fell into a deadly silence because no one expected Zhang Ying to be defeated by a maid. Were the 10 musical clans so strong? When they looked at Mei Zihua again, their expressions became conflicted. His arrival wasn't only a slap on Zhang Ying's face but also made the top 100th unable to raise their heads. Mei Zihua's appearance made the entire Nirvana banquet seem like a laughingstock. On the ship, the face of the heavenly Nirvana pavilion's pavilion master became ugly. When he invited Mei Zihua, the latter was aloof. He thought Mei Zihua wasn't interested in the Nirvana banquet and wouldn't come. But he never expected Mei Zihua to suddenly arrive when the Nirvana banquet had just ended. Not to mention that he was here for the 3 lives fruit and 3 lives tree. Looking at it now, the heavenly Nirvana pavilion might have some relationship with 110 musical clans, but their relationship wasn't deep. After all, even a junior from one of the 10 musical clans dared to be so arrogant at the Nirvana banquet. The heavenly Nirvana Pavilion's pavilion master furrowed his brows. But he didn't have an excellent solution to deal with this matter. An elder asked, "Pavilion master, should we expel them from here?" The heavenly Nirvana Pavilion's pavilion master fell into a brief silence before shaking his head. There was no way they could expel them because it would be the same as offending the clan behind Mei Zihua. But he also couldn't just keep watching. "Qing'er, come back," Mei Zihua said. The maid, named Lu Qing, smiled before retreating. She had a soft figure and was a scenery on the lake itself. "Young pavilion master, do you have anything else you want to say? Is there any problem with me taking up the top 10 rankings?" Mei Zihua asked indifferently. Zhang Yingtian fell silent when he heard that. What Mei Zihua said was humiliating, but he could say nothing about it. "Shouldn't you tell that to us instead of him?" The divine Phoenix Mountain's Yichun spoke out beside Yen Tianchen. "That works. If you're not convinced, you can defeat my maids in music Dao." Mei Zihua smiled. A cold light flashed across Yichen's pupils because Mei Zihua was too arrogant. He didn't place them in his eyes at all. But right from the start to the end, Mei Zihua only glanced at Zhang Yingtian, before his gaze remained entirely on the Three Lives tree. Divine Phoenix Mountain's Yichun. Yichun stepped forth and cupped his hands together. "Hong come," Mei Zihua said. His gaze was still on the Three Lives tree. This time, a woman carried a lute and stepped forth with a smile. "Come on." The two fought swiftly, with Yichun playing the zither and the white-dressed woman playing the lute. Everyone nervously watched this battle because if Yichun lost, it would spell trouble for them. At that time, they wouldn't even have the confidence to talk to Mei Zihua. After all, the Divine Dragon era was where strength was everything. That was the same with music Dao. Even if Mei Zihua was arrogant, they would have no choice but to submit if he had the strength to back up his confidence. At that time, the heavenly Nirvana Pavilion's pavilion master could only swallow it up, even if he was unhappy before taking revenge in the future when they had the ability. As zither and lute melodies competed on the Sapphire Lake, the melodies sounded like two armies clashing together, with the dual moon lake becoming an ancient battlefield. This made everyone's faces change because Yichun and the white-dressed woman played the same song, and the artistic concepts contained in their songs were the same: kill zone. If Yichun lost, it would be even more embarrassing. Half an incense time later, the situation gradually changed, and Yichun struggled with his pale face. Kill Song was an ancient score, filled with dominance and brutality by ending slaughter with slaughter. This required strong mental energy as support. He would be in a dangerous position if he couldn't take down his opponent quickly. The white-dressed lady relied on the divine snow plum touch to decrease her exhaustion, so she was able to easily face Yichun. "I lost." Before he could finish the song, Yichun lifted his hands from the zither, and his face was terrifyingly pale. He couldn't play any longer and threw out a mouthful of blood when he was done. "Yichun." Lu Ruochen's face changed, and he quickly approached to help Yichun. "Don't bother embarrassing yourselves if this is all you have. It looks like our young master wise to not participate in the Nirvana banquet. You are just a bunch of barbarians who know nothing about music." The white-dressed woman smiled, retreating with the flute. "Stop right there. I'll face you instead." Lu Ruochen furiously stepped forth. But just when he stepped forth, Mei Zihua suddenly waved his hand, while his gaze was still on the Three Lives tree. As an invisible sound wave rippled out, waves rose beneath Lu Ruochen, and he was forced to take several steps back under the immense power. Yichen's face changed because he couldn't avoid it in time. Just when he was about to be devoured by the waves, Yen Tianchen dashed forth and grabbed Yichun before retreating. This immediately made the surroundings fall into a dead silence because they were shocked by Mei Zihua's performance. This made everyone feel a significant blow because they had no idea how Mei Zihua accomplished that. Thus, everyone was amazed as they looked at Mei Zihua, who stood with his hands behind him. "I already said that you don't know music. Are you guys done? Or gave you guys not embarrassed yourselves enough?" Mei Zihua said indifferently, with fury contained in his tone that made everyone's faces ugly. They were furious, but they could do nothing, and were powerless to refute. Let's not waste time. Who's first on the Nirvana banquet? Get him to fight me. I want the 3 lives fruit. Mei Zihua turned around to look at Zhang Yingtian. If young master Mei wants to play before the 3 lives tree, the heavenly Nirvana pavilion naturally welcomes you. But the first on the Nirvana banquet is already determined, along with the belonging of the 3 lives fruit. These are the rules of our heavenly Nirvana pavilion, Zhang Yingtian said calmly. Mei Zihua merely smiled and said nothing. The maid beside him who fought Yichun smiled. My young master naturally knows about the rules, but rules are dead. Since my young master is here, there's no need for the rules to continue to exist. Everyone's faces changed when they heard that because they never expected a maid to be so arrogant. Where's the first on the Nirvana banquet? The woman asked, looking around. My junior brother, Lin Xiao, isn't here, Yan Tianqian said. Since he's not here, I'll look for him. Mei Zihua turned around. This instantly made Yan Tianqian's heart tremble. He was afraid that junior brother Lin Xiao would be caught by surprise and yelled, Mei Zihua, you have to get past me if you want to fight my junior brother. Who are you? The white-dressed woman asked. Second on the Nirvana banquet, Yan Tianqian. Yan Tianqian said. Honger, come back. Mei Zihua said with a playful smile. You are second on the Nirvana banquet? Chang'er, go and play with him. His 9 maids had a massive origin, and their names were Qi, Chang, Hong, Lu, Qing, Lan, and Zi with the surname Lu. Aside from that, there were 2 who were stronger than the rest, Lu Yu and Lu Lan. Those at Heavenly Domain City wouldn't know about them, but they were famous in the Divine Dragon Empire. They were known as Mei Zihua's Snow Plum 9 Jades. They were maids nurtured from Mei Zihua by his clan and specially chosen in the Divine Dragon Empire. All 9 were talented in music Dao, and they were nurtured from a young age with a significant number of resources. They might be maids, but they could unleash the great Saint Tone if they joined hands. Senior brother is going to make a move? Luo Shui and Lin Wan exchanged a gaze with a smear of concern in their pupils. You go look for the profound fairy and junior brother Lin. I'll wait here, Lin Wan said. Okay. Luo Shui nodded before leaving quickly. Back at the Dual Moon Lake, the maid named Lu Chang stepped forth and was proficient in guzheng. On the other hand, Yan Tianqian fought with the flute. After witnessing Yi Chang and Zhang Ying's fight, he dared not look down on Lu Chun. As the flute and guzheng melodies clashed, Yan Tianqian decided to cope with whatever happened. When Lu Chang played a majestic ancient score, Yan Tianqian did the same. His flute music was filled with dense ancient rhythm. The 2 melodies overlapped, making the already majestic songs even more majestic. In a short moment, anyone could tell that Yan Tianqian held the advantage while Lu Chang barely held on with the divine snow plum touch. But she still couldn't turn the tables around, no matter how she tried. Seeing this scene, everyone rejoiced, finally realizing that Yan Tianqian wasn't simple. It was no wonder why the heavenly Nirvana Pavilion's pavilion master felt that he could compete with Lin Xiao. A cold light flashed across Yan Tianqian's pupils. He had roughly estimated Lu Cheng's strength and no longer held back. His melody suddenly became chaotic and bizarre, making those who heard it uncomfortable. Right then, Mei Zihua suddenly moved, and rumbling music resounded. This stopped the 2 melodies, and Mei Zihua said indifferently, Go back down. You have already lost. I have embarrassed the young master. Please punish me for it. Lu Chang said fearfully. But Mei Zihua smiled instead. You're not at fault. Losing to someone from the heavenly fragrance divine mountain is not embarrassing. I have also read about the 9 nether demonic music in ancient records. Everyone was surprised and turned to look at Yan Tianqian when they heard what Mei Zihua said. Many people know about the heavenly fragrance pavilion, but only a few know about the heavenly fragrance divine mountain. This was a low-key and mysterious force. It was even more mysterious than the heavenly Nirvana pavilion, and no one knew where it was located. Impressive eyesight, Yan Tianqian said. Your junior brother is stronger than you? Mei Zihua smiled. That's for sure, Yan Tianqian said proudly. This is interesting. You're not the same as everyone else. They know nothing about music, but at least you know bits and pieces. You have proven yourself worthy of me personally facing you, Mei Zihua said indifferently. Yan Tianxin's pupils flashed with anger when he heard that because Mei Zihua wasn't just arrogant. I cultivated on the heavenly fragrance divine mountain for 2 years. I might not be comparable to the other senior brothers and senior sisters, nor am I comparable to geniuses like Saint Elder. Yan Tianxin briefly paused and continued. But those who can say that I only know bits and pieces about music aren't born yet. It's fine. I only need a short moment to make you realize how wrong you are. Mei Zihua smiled. When he was done, he took half a step back, and the 9 maids swiftly started retrieving items from their interspatial bracelets to form a glittering stage. As Mei Zihua sat on the stage, he raised his brow before saying, "Demonic music is a cheap trick. You can go first. Otherwise, you won't even be able to perform when I start." Demonic music is only a cheap trick. No one agreed with what Mei Zihua said. No matter how they looked at it, Yan Tianxin's attainment in music Dao wasn't low. Mei Zihua might be strong, but what he said was an act of completely disregarding everyone there. Demonic music is a cheap trick? Let me experience your music, then. Yan Tianxin also had his own pride, and he didn't hesitate to play the flute. With a wisp of rage, he played the 9 nether demonic music again. When his flute music resounded, a crimson radiance shone from the end of the jade flute before spreading out. In a brief moment, the crimson radiance had already spread to 1,000 feet. His music was like the wailing of ghosts that came from hell. There was someone too close to the battle. They were caught in the attack and threw out a mouthful of blood. This instantly made everyone's faces change as they quickly retreated. The ghost wails combined with his music when the crimson radiance merged with the dual moon lake's lake water. On the other hand, the stage that Yan Tianxin was on was enveloped in a crimson radiance. Everyone could only see his melody manifesting into various ghosts around him. The phenomenon of the 9 nether demonic music wasn't only terrifying, but could also launch a direct attack on the soul. If one's mental state wasn't good enough, one would sink into the phenomenon and undergo endless torture. If one had a guilty heart, one would go insane. This is the 9 nether demonic music? Yan Tianxin seems to be holding back. Looks like what the pavilion master said was right. Mei Zihua is too arrogant to say that Yan Tianxin only knew bits and pieces about music. Everyone was shocked by Yan Tianxin's performance. Even those by the lakeside observing this felt terrible because of the music. But Mei Zihua reacted as though he heard nothing, wearing a smile. He even closed his eyes and swayed his head from left to right. Others struggled to endure the music, but Mei Zihua enjoyed it. "Not enough, still not enough," Mei Zihua said. The anger in Yan Tianxin's pupils grew even denser, and his melody changed, becoming even more terrifying. A person appeared behind him that looked like a fiend god, singing an ancient song. The song sounded like it was trying to summon ghosts, sharp and ancient. Everyone by the lakeside couldn't help covering their ears, and it felt like their eardrums were about to be pierced through. Shortly after, the crimson radiance gradually converged to form multiple fiend gods on the lake. At this moment, Yan Tianxin's melody was like a piece of genuine demonic music, and the 9 ghost kings were enveloped in a torrential crimson aura that went rampant. The ghost kings were terrifying, and everyone who looked at them couldn't restrain the fear rising in their hearts. Suddenly, Yan Tianxin's melody changed before they charged towards Mei Zihua, wielding their weapons enveloped in the crimson radiance. When Mei Zihua suddenly opened his eyes, he finally made a move. He merely reached out with one finger and pulled a zither string stretched like a bow. The string was stretched like a full moon, making everyone's hearts lift to their throats. This was because the string looked like it would snap at any moment. When the 9 ghost kings surrounded Mei Zihua and were about to devour him, the latter finally released his finger from the string. As the sky rumbled, the first, second, and third layers of heaven began to shatter with starlight pouring down like a waterfall. Mei Zihua also released a dazzling brilliance like a silver moon in the night sky. Ancient runes had also appeared within his pupils, and those runes were emitting a dazzling radiance. This made his already dashing appearance even more ethereal, and he looked as though he didn't belong in the mortal world under the starlight. In the next moment, Yen Tianxin's music was disrupted. The Ghost Kings dissipated into crimson mist, but it didn't stop there. When a soundwave spread, Yen Tianxin threw out a mouthful of blood, his face becoming terrifyingly pale. Shortly after, Yen Tianxin threw out a few more mouthfuls of blood before he fell to one knee, clutching his chest. His facial expression was distorted with pain, and it didn't take long for him to start bleeding from his 7 orifices. When the sound wave from Mei Zihua's instrument spread out, the top 100 of the Nirvana banquet felt a heavy blow, and they began to wail under the torture of the sound. All of them had lost. Mei Zihua relied on himself and a zither string to suppress everyone in the top 100. By the lakeside, everyone looked at Mei Zihua with disbelief and shock. Even those from the heavenly Nirvana pavilion on the ship were surprised with disbelief. They knew that Mei Zihua was strong, but they never expected he would be strong enough to sweep through the top 100 in the Nirvana banquet by himself. Seeing this further made the face of the heavenly Nirvana pavilion's pavilion master even darker. Judging from how this matter was developing, the heavenly Nirvana pavilion would probably give up hosting Nirvana banquets in the future. The surroundings fell into a dead silence. As Mei Zihua slowly got up, the starlight looked like a piece of clothing that was cladding him. Everyone could feel their hearts trembling when they raised their heads to look at Mei Zihua. Yen Tianxin, do you understand now? Mei Zihua indifferently looked at Yen Tianxin. This is why I say demonic music is a cheap trick. Yen Tianxin was bleeding from his 7 orifices. When he raised his head, his pupils were reluctant, but there was nothing they could say or do about it. Luer Honger, clean up this place. Mei Zihua clapped his hands. He indifferently said, the 9 nether demonic music isn't easy to practice, and you only know bits and pieces. Get your junior brother to come. Judging from your strength, I don't think the first in the Nirvana banquet will be that strong, and I can't be bothered to look for him. Mei Zihua was initially interested in looking for Lin Yun, but after fighting Yen Tianxin, he instantly lost interest. The 2 maids stepped forth and stowed the stage along with the zither. The surroundings were in a dead silence, with no one saying a word. Even the young pavilion master, Jiang Yingtian, was shocked and hadn't recovered. No one is going to call him? Mei Zihua furrowed his brows. He continued, you guys really want me to look for him? I'm afraid he won't be able to bear the consequences. Yen Tianxin, you should know what I'm trying to say, right? You! Yen Tianxin was furious because Mei Zihua was simply too arrogant. I advise you to call your junior brother out. Our young master only wants the 3 lives fruit. If our young master goes and looks for your junior brother, it won't just end with the 3 lives fruit. A maid standing beside Mei Zihua said coldly. Hearing those words made Yen Tianxin furious, and he threw out a mouthful of blood because these people were too much. Who's looking for me? Right then, a man and a woman descended from the sky, holding hands. An uproar broke out because the first in the Nirvana banquet, Lin Xiao, had arrived. The man was dashing, and the woman was beautiful. They were Lin Yun and Yu Weiwei. When they heard what Luo Shui said, they immediately rushed over without any hesitation. But when they noticed Yen Tianxin's injuries, their faces became ugly because those injuries weren't light. Weiwei, help senior brother down first, Lin Yun said after helping Yen Tianxin get up with Yu Weiwei. Junior brother, be careful. He's strong, Yen Tianxin warned. It's fine, Lin Yun smiled. Senior brother, let's go down first. Yu Weiwei's face changed because Yen Tianxin's injuries were too serious. After they left, Lin Yun turned around to look at Mei Zihua, who was surrounded by his 9 maids. You're the one who's first in the Nirvana banquet, Lin Xiao? Mei Zihua observed Lin Yun with his eyes squinted. It's me, Lin Yun replied indifferently. Good. I want your 3 lives fruit. Mei Zihua smiled. Who the hell do you think you are? Why should I give it to you? Lin Yun's lip rose to a mocking smile. How dare you? My young master is the young master of the Mei clan. one of the 10 musical clans. The maid beside Mei Zihua spoke out. So, what does that have to do with me? I have to give it to you just because you want it? Does that mean you'll give me your 9 maids if I want them? Lin Yun snickered. When they heard that, the 9 maids became furious and looked at Lin Yun furiously. Those words made the face of Yu Weiwei, who was examining Yen Tianxin's injuries, become cold. Her cheeks puffed up. Scumbag! He's just joking. Don't treat it seriously. Yen Tianxin smiled bitterly. I know. Senior brother. Don't speak. Yu Weiwei smiled with her eyes squinted. Yen Tianxin didn't say anything, but he felt Lin Yun would be in trouble even if he won, judging from Yu Weiwei's gaze. Mei Zihua smiled, and he looked at Lin Yun. You're a straightforward person, and I like it. If you can defeat me, you can have my 9 maids. But if you lose, the 3 lives fruit goes to me. This is a fair bet, right? The corner of Lin Yun's lip twitched when he heard that because he was just casually making an example. As first in the Nirvana banquet, you should be qualified to fight me. But your senior brother's performance was a little disappointing, Mei Zihua said proudly, and he continued, Yuer, Lanner, you two play with him. Perhaps there's nothing impressive about being first in the Nirvana banquet. Yes, young master. The 2 maids stepped forth. They were the strongest amongst the 9 maids, Lu Yu and Lu Lan. They played the flute and ancient zither. When their melodies resounded, they were the kill zone score that Lu Hong had played previously. When their melodies overlapped, it made kill zone even more terrifying. The dual moon lake was turned into an ancient battlefield in the blink of an eye. Not to mention that the divine snow plum touch further empowered their melodies. In a brief moment, the sky became dark, and the atmosphere on the dual moon lake became solemn. Lin Yun naturally recognized the song they were playing, Kill Zone. This ancient score wasn't rare, and the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion also had a copy. But it was hard to play it well, especially for women. But this clearly wasn't the first time Lu Yu and Lu Lan joined hands. When their melodies overlapped, they had reached a horrifying height with the wind and clouds changing. On the other hand, Lin Yun took out the thunderstorm zither and sat down. When he sat down, the lake water formed into a chair and table for him to place the thunderstorm zither, and his 10 fingers began dancing on the zither. Everyone was curious about what song Lin Yun would play, but they never expected that he would also play Kill Zone. But his Kill Zone didn't only contain killing intent but also a wisp of sorrow. It sounded like the howling wind was crying. The thunder that was rumbling was filled with yearning, and the zither strings were filled with sympathy. This Kill Zone was unique to Lin Yun, stopping slaughtering with love and touching heaven. This quickly turned the tables around. His melody was like a city wall. No matter how powerful Lu Yu and Lu Lan's melodies were, they couldn't cross the city walls. The city walls were like towering mountains, and the soldiers stood on the ground to defend their homeland for their loved ones. This changed Lu Yu and Lu Lan's faces because they never expected that Kill Zone could be played this way. Just when they wanted to change the rhythm of their melody, they discovered it felt like they were in a quagmire. Lin Yun's version of Kill Zone didn't just contain killing intent. He was telling a story through his music. His version of Kill Zone was gentle, reminiscing, and a mixture of rigidity and softness. Where did the flowers go? The ladies plucked them. Where did the ladies go? They were married to young men. Where did the young men go? They became soldiers to defend their homeland. Where did the soldiers go? They died on the battlefield and were buried in tombs. Where did the tombs go? Wildflowers buried them. Those who were by the lakeside started to tear up without them knowing it. What's wrong? Why am I crying? What is Lin Yun playing? Why does it sound so sad? Is this really Kill Zone? Everyone was shocked when they looked at Lin Yu. It was as though they finally got to know him now. Lu Yu and Lu Lan both had shame on their faces and were shocked while looking at Lin Yun. He was also playing Kill Zone like them, but anyone could tell that his Kill Zone was at a higher level than theirs, making them feel insignificant before him. As Lin Yun's 10 fingers danced on the zither, he raised his brow. Mei Zihua, are you still going to hide behind women? We still have to settle our scores slowly about how you injured my senior brother. Lu Yu and Lu Lan were the strongest amongst the 9 maids but completely lost to Lin Yun. With just Kill Zone, Lin Yun refreshed everyone's understanding of his music Dao. They also realized that Yen Tianchen wasn't lying when he said Lin Yun didn't give it his all during the Nirvana banquet. That's Kill Zone. The heavenly Nirvana Pavilion's pavilion master muttered to himself, and he exchanged a gaze with the elders beside him. He could also see the shock in their eyes. They interacted with musicians often, and Kill Zone was a pretty common ancient score that the various musical houses and sects had a copy of. But they had never heard someone playing in Lin Yun's manner before. It was simply unheard of. Young master! Lu Yu and Lu Lan's faces were pale with shame as they retreated behind Mei Zihua. It's fine. It's worth it since I can hear such a version of the Kill Zone. Mei Zihua smiled. Before the music ended, he already expected that Lu Yu and Lu Lan would lose, and it was just a matter of time. Both sides played Kill Zone, but Lin Yun's version was much better than his 2 maids. Donned in his blue robe, Mei Zihua stood with his hands behind him and smiled. It's no wonder why you're first on the Nirvana banquet. Not bad. You're a lot stronger than your senior brother. But you're still inferior when compared to me, and it won't be easy to take revenge for your senior brother. What's the matter? You don't believe me? Seeing Lin Yun didn't say a word, Mei Zihua sat down with 10 fingers on the zither. On the other hand, Lin Yun remained seated before his zither and reached out with one hand, signifying Mei Zihua to go on. He could tell that Mei Zihua was strong, judging from how he heavily injured Yen Tianchen with one string. So Lin Yun wouldn't look down on Mei Zihua because the latter might be stronger than he'd imagined. He initially didn't want to come to Dual Moon Lake. But since he was here and had already sat down, no one could chase him away. Mei Zihua could only dream about wanting his 3 lives fruit. The 10 musical clans might have a long legacy, but Lin Yun still had a lot of trump cards. Not bad. Mei Zihua smiled and repeated what he did with Yen Tianchen by pulling one zither string with one finger. The zither began to tremble, but there was no music from it. This scene immediately made the faces of everyone at Dual Moon Lake pale, and they quickly dashed towards the lakeside. As for those already on the lakeside, their faces changed and retreated 10-odd miles away. They had been standing there previously, and they suffered considerable injuries because of it. So no one dared to look down on Mei Zihua when they saw he would make a move again. Senior brother was defeated by this move previously, and it's hard to block, Lin Wan said in a concerned tone while standing beside Luo Shuyi and Yu Weiwei. Beside her, Yu Weiwei's face gradually became grave because she could sense the boundless mental energy gathered on that zither string. This scene made everyone nervous. They had already witnessed Mei Zihua's strength earlier and didn't know how Lin Yun would deal with it. A smear of surprise flashed across Lin Yun's pupils. When Mei Zihua continued to pull the zither string back, he could clearly sense an invisible pressure spreading out and becoming stronger. Your senior brother was defeated by this earlier, so I'm curious about how you'll face it. Mei Zihua squinted his eyes with a smile. He was confident in himself and had pride written on his face. But Lin Yun had no change on his face, as he also used a finger to hook on a zither string before slowly pulling it. The aura released from them grew even stronger when the strings were fully pulled. Lin Yun and Mei Zihua exchanged gazes, and their pupils were cold. A buzzing noises echoed throughout heaven and earth when they released the strings. As heaven shattered, the layers of heaven began to shatter until the 6th layer. This instantly caused an uproar in the surroundings, with everyone's mouths widened. They were shocked by how Lin Yun and Mei Zihua could shatter the 6th layer of heaven. Mei Zihua shone with dazzling radiance, and the light he gave practically enveloped the entire Dual Moon Lake. But Lin Yun wasn't any weaker than him, having thunderstorms surrounding him, and the golden human in his sword ocean started emitting dazzling sword rays. When Lin Yun circulated his sword intent, his forehead became heated. Lin Yun and Mei Zihua looked like 2 bright moons on Dual Moon Lake. When they released the zither strings, visible shockwaves spread out from the two. When the shockwaves collided, an explosion occurred on Dual Moon Lake, with water geysers soaring to the sky and huge rising waves. Without any hesitation, they began to start strumming on their zither. There wasn't any skill but a brutal clash in strength, like two experts clashing their fists. Under this breathtaking bombardment, Mei Zihua was the first to make a move. Soaring to the sky, a flute appeared in Mei Zihua's hand, and he started playing it. His flute music was like a waterfall pouring from the sky. But what shocked everyone even more was that another Mei Zihua was still playing the zither on a stage. This instantly made everyone recall Mei Zihua's title, Saint Hands. They instantly understood where he got his title from, and the afterimage he left behind was like plums emitting a clear fragrance. Plums also flew out from the zither, and his flute music was like snow. When the two melodies combined, snow and plum also fused. The artistic concept in Mei Zihua's melody completely suppressed Lin Yun. But Lin Yun was calm and composure as he executed the divine phoenix touch. As his afterimages overlapped, an afterimage played the thunderstorm zither while the other played the divine indigo jade bamboo flute. It was also a combination of zither and flute melodies. The phenomenon summoned by Mei Zihua was plum petals, while Lin Yun was a dragon and phoenix. He played the heavenly dragon score with the thunderstorm zither, and the divine phoenix score with the divine indigo jade bamboo flute. At the same time, he also circulated the dragon phoenix world annihilating sword cannon. Mei Zihua was surprised when he saw this scene. Before his afterimage playing the zither suddenly changed, and a forest of plum trees appeared on Dual Moon Lake. Like that, the heavenly dragon and phoenix clashed with the snow and plum petals. As a wisp of flame blazed within Mei Zihua's pupils, the vermilion mark on his forehead bloomed, with the plum petals and snowflakes starting to fuse. This was like a fusion between blood and water, and a vermilion bird flew out from Dual Moon Lake. When the vermilion bird appeared, the sky shattered, and the vermilion bird constellation beyond the 36 layers of heaven was attracted. The vermilion bird constellation was one of the 4 sovereign constellations in the divine dragon era, and the vermilion bird suddenly opened its eyes. The 36 layers of heaven shattered, and Mei Zihua gave off a sacred aura. This made Lin Yun groan with his 5 organs trembling before he threw out a mouthful of blood. His melody was suddenly cut off, making him suffer a backlash. The afterimages he created also disappeared. But this scene made Lin Yun shocked. He couldn't understand how Mei Zihua managed to accomplish this. Did he have a sovereign constellation, or did he use a sovereign saint artifact? After all, he had summoned a small portion of the Azure Dragon constellation with the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella but also suffered severe injuries. On the other hand, Mei Zihua was having an easier time because he only made the Vermilion Bird constellation open its eyes. But even so, it instantly suppressed him. Mei Zihua smiled, and his afterimages of playing the 2 instruments shattered as if they had never existed. Lin Xiao, you can be proud to have forced me this far. Mei Zihua shut his eyes and shook his head while playing the zither. When his music reached the peak, the vermilion bird in the sky spat out a mouthful of crimson flames. This scene changed Lin Yun's face, and he had no choice but to dodge it. When the flame landed on the lake, it created a huge crater, and he would be heavily injured even if he wasn't incinerated to ashes if he stayed behind. Meanwhile, Mei Zihua still wore a smile and played his music. When his melody reached a peak again, the vermilion bird breathed out another mouthful of divine flames. Mei Zihua's hands were dancing on the zither, and his hands were overlapping, which forced Lin Yun to keep dodging. He could only receive a one-sided beating from Mei Zihua. Under the gaze of the sovereign constellation, Mei Zihua stood out in his blue robe, shocking everyone by the lakeside. After all, that was a sovereign constellation they were talking about, and Mei Zihua's music actually managed to lure it out. Just thinking about it made their scalps go numb. They didn't dare to imagine how terrifying Mei Zihua's attainment in music Dao had reached, and it was no wonder why he could look down on everyone else's music Dao. This fellow is a little terrifying. The lips of Yi Chun from the divine Phoenix Mountain twitched, and his face was ugly. He was previously furious because of Mei Zihua's arrogance. But now that he looked at it, Mei Zihua did have the capability to be arrogant and comment on their music Dao. Perhaps this is the foundation of the 10 musical clans. Lu Ruochen sighed, shaking his head. When Mei Zihua repeated his song 9 times, the vermilion bird in the sky spread its wings apart, and the surrounding space began to distort under tremendous pressure. With the space distorting, there was no way Lin Yun could avoid this before the vermilion bird breathed out a mouthful of divine flames towards Lin Yun. Then again, the vermilion bird was a phenomenon created by music and not an actual vermilion bird. But even so, this still made Lin Yun suffer some injuries with a trace of blood dripping down his lips. He was like a broken kite falling before he dropped to one knee. You're strong, but it hasn't been long since you started practicing music Dao. So there's no way you can compete with me, Mei Zihua said indifferently. Wiping the blood off his lips, Lin Yun looked at the blood in his hand before raising his head with a smile. You're right, but your aloofness is really annoying. That's how I am from birth. I'm invincible amongst those of the same generation, and you don't understand my loneliness? Mei Zihua waved his hand and got a maid to pour a cup of wine for him. Taking a small sip, he continued, It's not embarrassing to admit your defeat against me because you're not the first. The lips of everyone on the lakeside twitched, and their faces were ugly because Mei Zihua was too arrogant. Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed because this was just a warm-up. Lin Yun stood up and waved his hand. When the divine indigo jade bamboo flute returned to his hand, sword intent swept out from him when he raised his head. In the beginning, everyone wasn't too bothered because they already sensed that Lin Yun was a swordsman, including Mei Zihua. But when his flute melody swept out, Mei Zihua's cup and several strands of his hair shattered into pieces. When Mei Zihua raised his head, he was surprised because Lin Yun grasped the heavenly dome sword intent. Boundless sword rays pierced through heaven and earth. Sounds of heaven shattering could be heard, and a powerful sword aura spread out. His flute was like a sword, and he used his melody to wield a sword. As Lin Yun's flute melody echoed, his white robe fluttered in the wind. He was playing sun and moon. When his fingers danced on the flute, the sun and moon revolved before they exploded, causing the surrounding space to distort. Everyone by the lakeside was shocked, looking at the white-clothed youth. Lin Yun's sword aura exploded. This was something no one had expected. They were shocked that Lin Yun could still put up a fight with Mei Zihua, who opened the eyes of a sovereign constellation. Furthermore, they could sense that Lin Yun's sword intent was stronger than Firmament's sword intent. So this pressure naturally made everyone's faces change, and they guessed it was the quasi-heavenly dome sword intent. This terrifying speculation rose in everyone's hearts. After all, why did Lin Yun even bother to practice music Dao when he grasped quasi-heavenly dome sword intent at such a young age? As long as he showed interest, all the Holy Lands would welcome him with their arms wide open. In reality, Lin Yun had already circulated his heavenly dome sword intent, but he disguised it a little as he fused his sword intent into his music Dao. So aside from Mei Zihua, who fought him, no one else could sense it. Even the heavenly Nirvana Pavilion's Pavilion Master couldn't be sure about it because it was too shocking for someone to grasp the heavenly dome sword intent while being at the Dragon Pulse realm. No matter what, he could sense that Mei Zihua no longer had such a massive advantage in their fight once Lin Yun brought out his sword intent. Sword intent. Mei Zihua looked at this scene without any expression, but his eyes squinted. Sitting back down, he said, I'm surprised. Your martial Dao cultivation is really terrifying. When Lin Yun blew the flute, he could sense his sword intent filling up his body. After fusing with mental energy, his melody was like an erupting volcano. The power of sword intent combined with music Dao gave him a great shock. Mei Zihua's facial expression was indifferent, but shortly after, his expression became grave, and he said, You're really troublesome to deal with, but my words are still the same as before. Is this the best you can do? It's still not enough. As a light flashed across his pupils, he played his zither, and the crimson vermilion mark on his forehead was activated. Everyone could sense that a terrifying temperature accompanied Mei Zihua's music, and his sound waves became flame rings that were spreading out. It felt as though each sound wave contained the vermilion bird's divine flames, and even space shattered in the path of the sound waves. Those fragments were swiftly incinerated to ashes, creating a terrifying phenomenon on Dual Moon Lake. The vermilion bird in the sky kept flapping its wings, and a terrifying fluctuation spread out to clash with the sword intent, sun, and moon. This is interesting. Mei Zihua revealed a fanatic expression as he executed the divine snow plum touch. The crimson mark on his forehead became increasingly terrifying. As the flames gathered in the sky, crimson lightning flashed before rumbling thunder exploded, which made the surrounding temperature rise. Demon Suppression Vermilion Cauldron. A deep, terrifying, and aloof voice came from Mei Zihua's mouth. The massive vermilion bird ignited in flames under the gaze of the vermilion bird constellation before it formed into a 100-foot cauldron. Ha ha ha! Great! Mei Zihua looked possessed at this moment, with his pupils shining brightly. As his 10 fingers danced on the zither, his melody formed into runes engraved on the ancient cauldron. Lin Xiao, only one person has managed to force me to use this secret technique so far, and you're the second. Mei Zihua laughed, and he looked excited, his face flushing red. With another manic laughter, Mei Zihua strummed the zither even faster. It's not embarrassing at all if you lose to me. When his 10 fingers danced on the zither, the ancient cauldron emitted a blazing aura and flew towards Lin Yun. As the cauldron approached, Lin Yun's melody was like a sword that collided with the metallic cauldron, causing sparks to fly around. Simultaneously, space started crumbling around Dual Moon Lake, with cracks swiftly spreading out. Anyone could tell that Mei Zihua had used his trump card, wanting to suppress Lin Yun. As Lin Yun blew the divine indigo jade bamboo flute, he raised his head and looked at the massive, descending cauldron. He could sense an extreme danger coming from it. Under the suppression of the crimson cauldron, the sun and moon he summoned froze as though they were sealed. Under the empowerment of the sovereign constellation, Lin Yun couldn't even block it with his heavenly dome sword intent. A sharp light flashed across Lin Yun's pupils, and he circulated the divine firmament sword sutra. His dragon origin ocean rumbled, and an ancient demonic cauldron broke out from the sea. He was using the divine firmament sword sutra to wield the dragon phoenix world annihilating cauldron at this moment. When the cauldron appeared, boundless crimson radiance shone out and was released from his body through melody. As the demonic cauldron sensed the existence of the crimson cauldron, it released a furious roar, and Lin Yun could finally control the sun and moon with his flute melody once more. The dragon phoenix world annihilating cauldron blocked the pressure coming from the crimson cauldron, and Lin Yun could play his melody normally once more. The sun and moon revolved before forming a cauldron, and his sword intent started to rise with his pupils blazing with fighting spirits. His melody was like a sword, and the cauldron formed by the sun and moon clashed with the crimson cauldron under everyone's shocked gazes. The sky rumbled when the two cauldrons clashed, and everyone could sense a horrifying aura sweeping out. But it didn't end there because Dual Moon Lake was distorted under the clash, and the lake was like a shattered mirror. This was a terrifying scenery, before a horrifying shockwave exploded. The faces of everyone by the lakeside changed, and they quickly soared to the sky. What a powerful collision! A heavenly Nirvana Pavilion's elder said on the ship that had already flown to the sky. They were looking at the origin of the collision, and it was hard for them to imagine that two juniors had created it. Who won? Everyone was nervous because they knew there would be an outcome from a collision of this scale. Profound Fairy, Lin Wan and Luo Shui were both nervous, and they couldn't help turning to look at Yu Weiwei. They wanted to receive an answer from her. But Yu Weiwei's brows were furrowed because she also couldn't see the result of the collision under the violent aura. Melodies were still fluctuating, and determining who won the fight was hard for her. As her eyes were glued to that region, she suddenly squinted her eyes when a dragon roar echoed from Dual Moon Lake. Shortly after, a sun and a moon flew out. However, they had become a lot dimmer than before. Who won the fight? Did Lin Xiao win? Everyone by the lakeside was nervous and wanted to know the outcome. Thus, the surroundings fell into a dead silence with only a breeze blowing by. But the silence did not last long as a white-robed figure soared to the sky. Everyone looked at that figure and exclaimed, "It's Lin Xiao!" When fine rain drizzled down on the lake, everyone lowered their gazes to see Mei Zihua slowly appearing. His face was pale, with blood on the corner of his lips. Even all the strings on his zither had snapped. On the other hand, Lin Yun slowly approached Mei Zihua under his flute music. "Young master!" the 9 maids exclaimed, and they quickly approached. The 9 of them played their musical instruments, creating a majestic phenomenon that charged towards Lin Yun. This surprised Lin Yun, sending him flying by their sudden assault. Lin Yun had just fought with Mei Zihua and was exhausted, so his melody was instantly disrupted when he suffered the attack from the 9 maids. As the sun and moon dissipated in the sky, Lin Yun wiped the blood off his lip and said, "Mei Zihua, what do you mean by this? Trying to take advantage of numbers? You're a descendant of the Mei clan, one of the 10 musical clans. Brother Lin, be more generous. Since you want the 9 beauties, you naturally have to subdue them. Otherwise, you might have an issue with them in the future." Mei Zihua smiled as he installed new strings on his zither. His words naturally made Lin Yun's face black, with the corner of his lips were twitching. But before he could say anything, Mei Zihua said, "Nirvana rebirth." His zither melody overlapped with his 9 maids, and various sacred auras swept out from them with flames igniting on the lake's surface. While Lin Yun was shocked, a powerful aura swept out, and the vermilion bird underwent a rebirth. The vermilion bird constellation beyond the 36 layers of heaven also opened its eyes again. The table was turned around in the blink of an eye. Facing their attacks, Lin Yun could only leap on the lake, dodging the attacks from the vermilion bird and melody. "Brother Lin, this won't do." Mei Zihua smiled. Lin Yun wore a grave expression and loosened his grip on the divine indigo jade bamboo flute. This shocked everyone, and they wondered if Lin Yun would give up resisting. Just when everyone was feeling uncertain, Lin Yun waved his hand and summoned an ancient eru. He held onto the eru with one hand and the bow with another. Raising his brow, he said, "Mei Zihua, let's have some fun since you want to play." Then, "What's that? Is that even a musical instrument?" Everyone was stumped when they looked at the eru in Lin Yun's hands because they had never seen such a bizarre musical instrument before. Even Yen Tianqin was shocked and frowned. "That's the spike fiddle? Isn't the spike fiddle long lost? No one knows any musical scores or how to play it." Luo Shuyi was shocked. So was Lin Wan, who was beside her. Even Yu Weiwei couldn't help being baffled when she saw this scene. "The spike fiddle? Haha. Lin Yun, what are you trying to do here?" Mei Zihua shook his head with a smile. He was still looking forward to seeing how Lin Yun would respond or if he had any trump cards. The spike fiddle was long lost since ancient times, and no one could play it. Not to mention a musical score for it. "Azure Saint Snow Lotus." Mei Zihua smiled. When the vermilion bird soared to the sky with flames spreading out, the snow fell instead. Azure lotuses rose on the lake, and the melody was filled with ancient rhythm. Just when Lin Yun was going to play the eru, an azure lotus rose beneath him with a blazing aura spread out. This forced him to give up playing, and he quickly rose to the sky. As he flashed, he began to dodge the blooming azure lotuses. Lin Yun didn't take long to look pathetic, and Mei Zihua's smile grew denser. His 9 maids played their musical instruments behind him, making their songs even more concise. They practiced this often and had a strong rapport with it. In addition to Mei Zihua's melody, the floating lotuses looked alive. This made Lin Yun feel a chill, and he noticed he was already covered in ice. His limbs were stiff, making it harder for him to exert energy. When another azure lotus bloomed, this caught Lin Yun by surprise and sent him flying away. "Lin Xiao, it looks like you're not fated with these 9 beauties. If this is all you have, don't resist and hand over the 3 lives fruit." Mei Zihua smiled. He was arrogant, but anyone could tell he did not have an aloof attitude towards Lin Yun. He might sound arrogant, but his tone was more teasing instead. "It has come to an end here." Mei Zihua smiled. Executing the divine snow plum touch, the 1,000 azure lotuses on the lake emitted a faint radiance. The vermilion bird breathed a mouthful of divine flames under the zither melody. The 1,000 azure lotuses ignited at the same time, and this created a suffocating yet beautiful scenery. Everyone held their breath and could feel their scalps tingling because this was too terrifying. The melody played by Mei Zihua was too perfect, and they couldn't imagine how strong his attainment in music Dao was. Just a moment ago, they all felt that Mei Zihua was shameless in joining hands with his 9 maids to suppress Lin Yun even after losing the fight. But they had to admit that Mei Zihua was really a genius in music Dao, and Imperial Tone was just a matter of time for him. The Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion's Pavilion Master was also shocked on the ship while looking at this scene. This included the elders. Was this really something played by a young man? Their mental cultivation was stronger than Mei Zihua's. They also knew how to play the Azure Saint Snow Lotus and could play it better than Mei Zihua. But they couldn't play it so perfectly. A sigh sounded beside Yu Weiwei and the others. When they turned around, they noticed that Mu Shuling had arrived without them realizing it. They quickly asked, "Saint Elder, can this song be broken?" Mu Shuling gently shook her head and didn't say a word. This made everyone's expression dim, and Yu Weiwei was sad for Lin Yun because he hadn't even held the 3 lives fruit for long. Last night, she saw how satisfied Lin Yun was with the 3 lives fruit. That was a rare time when Lin Yun was genuinely happy, and she could tell how important it was for him. "That Mei Zihua is too despicable," Luo Shui said. Back at Dual Moon Lake, Lin Yun fell into the phenomenon. But in the eyes of others, he didn't fit into the scenery as the world rejected him. His limbs were stiff and his movements were clumsy. When snowflakes fell onto him, each snowflake would slow his movement. If this continued, it was just a matter of time before he became immobilized. "Ha, that fellow deserves it. He's nothing but a clown before Mei Zihua." Since some were feeling sad, there were naturally those who were happy. Hua Hongyu, who was standing beside Qin Hao, happily said when she saw this scene, "A barbarian like him needs to be taught a lesson. Does he think that he can confront those from the 10 musical clans when he became the first on the Nirvana banquet? Isn't he a little too naive?" Qin Hao replied coldly. They didn't bother suppressing their voices, and their conversation was naturally heard by Luo Shui and the others, whose faces became ugly. What they said represented the thought of many people because Lin Yun was too arrogant during the Nirvana banquet, suppressing everyone from the Holy Lands before becoming first on the Nirvana banquet. If they could choose, they would rather lose to Mei Zihua. At the very least, the latter was a descendant of the Mei clan, one of the 10 musical clans. So it wouldn't be embarrassing to lose to Mei Zihua instead of to Lin Yun. So when they saw Lin Yun suffering a setback, everyone naturally began to talk about it, especially with Qin Hao and Hua Hongyu taking the lead. "It's pretty hilarious. I thought he still had a trump card, but he actually took out the spike fiddle," Qin Hao said in disdain, and his words immediately drew acknowledgement from the surroundings. "Qin Hao, shut it," Yan Tianchen roared coldly. "Haha, did I say anything wrong? Don't tell me you really think that a barbarian can play the spike fiddle. If he has that capability, why won't he play something for me?" Qin Hao smiled. "Don't push it," Yan Tianchen barked. "What's the matter? Furious? This is your breadth of mind." Qin Hao snickered. Yan Tianchen's face was ugly because he was already feeling anxious. So he nearly lost his composure when he heard what Qin Hao said. The pent-up emotions made him throw out a mouthful of blood, since he was still injured. When Qin Hao saw the scene, his face changed, and he felt guilty. But Hua Hongyu didn't let this go so easily and viciously said, "Don't worry. Lin Yun's injuries will only be more serious than yours. It looks like the injuries on your face recovered too quickly," Yu Weiwei said coldly. Yu Weiwei's words were no different from rubbing salt on Hua Hongyu's wound, because what happened was the greatest humiliation in her lifetime. With a vicious gaze, Hua Hongyu rebuked, "Don't be too complacent. There will be a time when you cry. Now, that barbarian can't admit defeat even if he wanted to, and he'll be frozen to death." At Dual Moon Lake, Lin Yun's hands were on the arrow, but he was covered in snow like a statue and couldn't move. The snow that fell contained a sacred energy that covered Lin Yun in layers. They were like layers of a mountain range that was suppressing him and placing him in a dangerous position. Yu Weiwei couldn't be bothered to quarrel with Hua Hongyu, and her pupils were filled with heartache while looking at Lin Yun. She bit on her lips, and her fists were clenched together without her knowing it. When everyone felt that Lin Yun would be defeated, a sharp sound rang out from Dual Moon Lake. This sound was terrible, like someone scratching on a wooden board. The snow around Lin Yun began to tremble when the sound appeared. As the sound became even louder, his movement was stiff but firm, since he was covered in snow. Just when Mei Zihua was wondering what was happening, the creaking noise made him feel threatened, and he said, "Soaring azure lotus." The 9 maids behind him soared to the sky, and the melody from their musical instruments became solemn. The azure lotuses were like lamps enveloped in flames, as though this melody traveled through time from ancient times to the present. But Lin Yun's movements gradually became smoother, and the snow covering him continued to fall. When a loud explosion rumbled, the snow covering Lin Yun finally blew apart. After Lin Yun broke free, he took a deep breath and muttered, "I nearly failed. This Eru is really hard to play." He wasn't as proficient with Eru as he was with the zither. In addition to the fact that he had to keep avoiding the azure lotuses, this was why he couldn't play it. Holding on to the Eru, Lin Yun began to test several notes. Junior brother Lin, Luo Shui and others became anxious. But Lin Yun looked as if he didn't hear them. His head was lowered the whole time testing the Eru, and he wore a serious expression. What is this fellow trying to do? Mei Zihua was puzzled before he roared, "Ignore him! The divine azure lotus." The melody played by Mei Zihua and his 9 maids became high, and a dazzling beam of light shone down from the sovereign constellation beyond the 36 layers of heaven. The next moment, the light beam pierced through the layers before forming a figure that slowly descended towards the vermilion bird in the sky. The melody played by Mei Zihua and the 9 maids became sacred, as though that figure who was descending from the 36 layers of heaven was a deity. When boundless pressure descended, everyone by the lakeside felt like they were about to suffocate. "He's finished." The 2 words appeared within everyone's mind when they saw this scene. Right then, a melody that no one had heard before echoed between heaven and earth, and no one could find an accurate description of this melody. It sounded ancient, majestic, and a wisp of desolation. Before anyone could respond, a joyful melody resounded from the Eru in Lin Yun's hands. Just when the sacred being who was descending from beyond the 36 layers of heaven was about to land on the vermilion bird, the Eru melody finally resounded. It was like a wild stallion galloping on the plains. As it galloped, a cloud of dust rose, and everyone could sense the artistic concept contained within it. It wasn't sacred like Mei Zihua's song. Instead, it sounded joyful, as though there was no sorrow in this world, and Lin Yun's Eru suppressed all the musical instruments on Dual Moon Lake. This surprised Mei Zihua and his 9 maids, and his melody was instantly disrupted. No matter how he tried to play, he couldn't perform the sacred and solemn feeling in his melody. All his emotions were affected by Lin Yun's Eru at this moment, and this was a race. Lin Yun smiled when he saw this scene and became even happier. Along with his mood, his melody became even more joyful. He was doing this deliberately, and the song played by the Eru was practically the same as a horse neighing. This instantly left everyone by the lakeside dumbfounded, and they looked at this scene with disbelief. This is the spike fiddle? This is the sound of the spike fiddle? Qin Hao and Hua Hongyu were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe the spike fiddle, which was long lost since ancient times, was actually played by someone, and this song was unheard of in the Kunlun realm. The sound was also something that no other musical instrument could play. Affected by Lin Yun's melody, the deity afterimage began to fade, and the 9 maids' faces were distorted with pain. Their hearts were in a mess, and they couldn't continue playing their musical instruments. Kill zone. Mei Zihua decisively gave up on playing the divine azure lotus. Without absolute reverence for the deity, there was no way the divine azure lotus could succeed. Since Lin Yun was playing a joyful piece of music, he would just have to counter it with an absolute offense. Mei Zihua and his 9 maids quickly changed their melody, and their song was filled with torrential killing intent. Their melody manifested into an army that was charging towards Lin Yun, with countless soldiers charging forth with torrential killing intent, creating a cloud of dust in their path. "You guys came at a great time," Lin Yun smiled. The song he played was Galloping Warhorse, and it was a famous piece of Eru music in his previous life. It was a passionate song, and Lin Yun was performing it rapidly. As the passionate tune continued, it sounded like soldiers riding on their warhorses galloping forth with their spears. The rhythm was resonant and powerful, with a cloud of dust rising when the warhorses galloped. Everyone was immersed in the song as if they were in an illusion. In the next moment, the warhorses neighed as they galloped forth. When the two armies clashed, the warhorses from Lin Yun's side easily crushed Mei Zihua's kill zone when they came in contact. Under the ferocious confrontation, Mei Zihua let out a muffled groan, and his 9 maids threw out a mouthful of blood. But the more Lin Yun played the eru, the more excited he became. The bow in his hand was like a saw mimicking the neighing of horses. "Retreat!" Mei Zihua retreated with his maid before coldly saying, "World-annihilating Red Lotus." But just when he started playing the zither, he discovered that Lin Yun had changed the song he was performing. This time, a sad song came from that spike fiddle. As soon as the melody resounded, his heart was filled with sorrow. This was another classic piece of the eru, the moon reflected on the Urquin spring. No matter how passionate and cheerful eru's music could be, the main tune would always be sad and mournful. Under his performance, the characteristics of eru were further magnified. The eru music would sound deep, sometimes passionate, and sometimes aloof. But there was something unchanged, the sadness in the tune. Everyone was immersed in his song and practically forgot that Lin Yun and Mei Zihua were fighting. On the other side, the 9 maids couldn't persevere any longer, and their faces were distorted with pain. They were trying their best to resist the penetrating melody. The azure lotuses in the air began to shatter one after another. Even the vermilion birds soaring in the sky became dim, and the 9 maids were on the verge of losing consciousness. But Mei Zihua didn't care about his maids and frantically played his zither. Soon, he was shocked to discover no sound was coming from his zither. To be precise, Lin Yun's eru utterly overwhelmed the sound produced by his zither. When the vermilion bird completely disappeared, the strings on Mei Zihua's zither snapped. This left the latter in a daze because he couldn't believe this was real. With a heartbreak song, "Where can I find a friend in this world?" Lin Yun said, and his song gradually stopped. When he stopped, Mei Zihua and his 9 maids finally couldn't hold on any longer and threw out a mouthful of blood. This was because the melody that integrated into their bodies had erupted, damaging their internal organs. All 10 of them clutched their chests and were kneeling on the dual moon lake, with their faces becoming terrifyingly pale. Mei Zihua violently coughed on dual moon lake after the strings on his zither snapped, and the blood he threw out was splashed on the zither. But this added a wisp of gentleness on his dashing face. Clutching his chest, Mei Zihua unwillingly looked at Lin Yun before placing his hand on the zither. Mei Zihua didn't want to give up, but Lin Yun naturally wouldn't give him a chance. As sonic booms echoed, Lin Yun stepped forth with a golden crow appearing behind him. He then turned into a streak of light, and the eru bow in his hand hit the back of Mei Zihua's hand. After he knocked Mei Zihua's hand away, Lin Yun took a deep breath and said, "You lost." The surroundings fell into silence when a breeze blew, with everyone's gazes becoming grave when they looked at Lin Yun. Although Lin Yun said this in a calm tone, they could sense a cold, killing intent being emitted from him. That was his killing intent after bearing it for a long time. Everyone knew that Lin Yun was genuinely furious this time. Strictly speaking, Mei Zihua was defeated long ago. But because of his shamelessness, he fought Lin Yun again with his 9 maids. But everyone knew well that if Mei Zihua still dared to make a move, it wouldn't end well for him today because the outcome had been decided. When everyone looked at the pale-faced Mei Zihua, they couldn't help sighing because this was a descendant of the Mei clan, one of the 10 musical clans. But he lost to a nobody today, and if the news of this spreads out, it would definitely have a massive impact on Mei Zihua's fame. In particular, Mei Zihua was arrogant since his arrival, and his defeat in Lin Yun's hands would only make him look more embarrassing. Many people exchanged a gaze, and they all wore awkward expressions. Those who ridiculed Lin Yun earlier were dumbfounded, and their facial expressions were ugly. Under the countless gazes, the stalemate on Dual Moon Lake lasted for a moment. Anyone could tell that this strike from Lin Yun was painful, and Mei Zihua was furious. But Lin Yun was calm, and his murderous aura hadn't weakened at all. The bow held in his hand gave off a cold gleam like a sword. In the end, Mei Zihua shook his head and smiled. "You're really impatient. I didn't say that you didn't win, did I? Thanks for the battle." Lin Yun withdrew the bow, and the murderous aura he gave off gradually faded. A smile also appeared on his face at the same time. But Mei Zihua suddenly said, "You're in such a hurry to take my 9 maids? I'm someone who keeps my promise, and my 9 maids are yours now." "Ha." The corner of Lin Yun's lip twitched when he heard that. His face was stiff while looking at Mei Zihua, and he began considering if he should stab him with the bow. "Young master, don't abandon us." The 9 maids instantly became anxious upon hearing that they would be given to Lin Yun. "I'm not interested. You can keep them for yourself," Lin Yun said. Mei Zihua wasn't too bothered, and pointed at the bow in Lin Yun's hand. He asked, "What's that?" "Bowstring," Lin Yun replied. "Can you let me give it a try?" Mei Zihua wasn't ashamed to ask, and reached out for the bowstring, which stunned Lin Yun. "Don't be so stingy." Mei Zihua exerted a bit more force. Lin Yun raised his head to briefly look at Mei Zihua before handing the arrow over. This scene left everyone stunned, and their jaws nearly fell to the ground. Mei Zihua gave it a few tries but could only produce a creaking sound. This made him lightly furrow his brows before handing it back to Lin Yun. He said, "It's pretty hard to play. Teach me how to play it when you have the time." On the boat, the Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion's pavilion master looked at his son, Zhang Yingtian, and nodded his head. When Zhang Yingtian appeared on the Dual Moon Lake, he smiled. "Young Master Mei's injuries are pretty serious, and we don't have a good doctor in the Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion. So young Master Mei should find a way to heal your injuries quickly." He was naturally bullshitting. Anyone could tell he was trying to chase Mei Zihua away. "There's no need to hurry," Mei Zihua said indifferently. "Aren't the top 10 on the Nirvana banquet going to play before the 3 Lives tree?" "Young Pavilion Master, don't tell me I don't have the qualification to play with the tree." Mei Zihua's shamelessness made Zhang Yingtian's lip twitch. He didn't know where Mei Zihua got the face to stay when he lost 10 against 1. They would have left a long time ago if it was someone else. "Give him a spot. He qualifies," Lin Yun said. Hearing that, Zhang Yingtian glanced at Lin Yun in surprise. But he then looked at Mei Zihua with an unfriendly expression. He said, "Since Brother Lin already said the word, I'll give him a spot." Zhang Yingtian then turned to look at Lin Yun, tentatively asking if he wanted to be the first to play before the 3 Lives tree. "I'll treat my injuries first. Let young Master Mei go first if he's willing," Lin Yun said. "I'll also treat my injuries first." Mei Zihua smiled. He first swallowed a pellet before giving 1 each to his 9 maids. Just like that, the 10 of them sat on Dual Moon Lake to refine the pellets they had just taken. Yu Weiwei and others rushed over, with Mu Shuling retrieving a jade bottle and handing a pellet to Lin Yun. While they treated their injuries, Zhang Yingtian arranged for Lu Ruochen, Yichun, Qin Hao, Zhang Ying, Qin Jun, and others to play before the 3 Lives tree. Those people were looking forward to this opportunity, and those by the lakeside were also curious. Lu Ruochen was the first to stand out. He played a song to the 3 Lives tree and was soon enveloped in a faint holy radiance. The radiance was from the 3 Lives tree, and powerful mental energy swept out from Lu Ruochen. When he was done, the mental energy within his profound palace was increased by 30%. But when he raised his head, there was no response from the 3 Lives tree. No flowers were blooming, not to mention a 3 Lives fruit. Although Lu Ruochen had expected this scene, he couldn't help feeling somewhat disappointed by the result. After him, several people came forth and performed before the 3 Lives tree. Their music was beautiful and even created various phenomena. But all of them failed without exception, and they could not impress the 3 Lives tree. Even someone as strong as Yan Tianqin only allowed the 3 Lives tree to release a phenomenon. "The 3 Lives tree is a little difficult to deal with," Lin Yun said, opening his eyes. "Are your injuries fine now?" Yu Weiwei happily said. Nodding his head, Lin Yun turned to look at Mei Zihua. who slowly opened his eyes with his 9 maids. Mei Zihua's maids are pretty good-looking. Yu Weiwei smiled with her eyes squinted. When Yu Weiwei said that, Lin Yun could feel a chill running down his spine. He quickly said, "But they're nothing compared to you. That's for sure." Yu Weiwei smiled. She then continued, "But they're rare beauties. Since he lost, he will surely fulfill his bet with you." As Lin Yun slowly got up, he looked at Yu Weiwei and asked, "Do you know what I thought of when I was covered in the snow earlier?" "What?" Yu Weiwei asked curiously. Looking forward, Lin Yun deeply said, "That's no ordinary snow. It contains the power of Saint Runes." And Mei Zihua engraved Saint Runes on it with his melody. It was cold, and my consciousness was already starting to fade. I last felt so cold when we jumped down the Yin Windstream back in the profound Amber Realm. I was heavily injured then, and you used your martial soul to treat me. Yu Weiwei's face changed, and she couldn't help grabbing onto Lin Yun's hand. She said, "That fellow is too bad and you're too kind to him." Glancing at Mei Zihua, Lin Yun said, "Forget it. I can't see through him. He has the same name as an old acquaintance of mine." "Oh, let's forgive him then," Yu Weiwei replied. Mei Zihua came over with his 9 maids while they were talking, instantly making Yu Weiwei nervous. "Brother Lin, why don't we make another bet?" Mei Zihua smiled. "Don't keep betting with him. Let me bet with you," Yu Weiwei said, blinking her eyes. "What if you lose then?" Mei Zihua smiled. Sneaking a peek at Lin Yun, Yu Weiwei said, "Don't you like to give people away? Why don't I give you someone if I lose? I'll give my senior brother to you." Yan Tianxin's face became ugly when he heard that. But if the profound fairy really wanted to give him away, he could do nothing about it. "Sure, but I'll have to change to someone else. I'm more interested in Lin Xiao. Why don't you give him to me if you lose?" Mei Zihua smiled. "No way." Yu Weiwei glared at him. With a smile, Mei Zihua looked at Lin Yun and asked, "Do you know why these people can't make the 3 lives flower bloom?" He successfully captured Yu Weiwei and Yan Tianxin's attention when he said that. Even Mu Shuling couldn't help looking at Mei Zihua, surprised. Not knowing what he was planning, Lin Yun replied, "Go on. You sure you want to know about it?" Mei Zihua smiled. Seeing that Lin Yun was in a tough position, Yu Weiwei smiled. "Why will you tell someone about it if you know? Isn't it better for you to make the 3 lives tree bear fruit?" "It's useless even if I know about it because I can't do it." Mei Zihua smiled. Seeing their perplexity, he continued, "This isn't about music Dao but something else. Since you can't do it, why do you want a spot?" Yan Tianxin frowned. "I'm asking this for my maids. They can play together and take up a spot." Mei Zihua smiled. "Go on then if you know." Yu Weiwei replied, "I can promise you anything you want." She naturally wanted Lin Yun to make the 3 lives tree bear fruit so that he could have another one. "I do know something about it. Everyone from the 10 musical clans know some secrets. Secrets that even the heavenly Nirvana Pavilion doesn't know." Mei Zihua said. He requested, "I want to know how to play the spike fiddle, including the 3 songs you played previously." "I don't mind, but you must apologize to my senior brother before that," Lin Yun replied. But before Yan Tianxin could speak, Mei Zihua smiled. "He doesn't need it. He stood out for you, and he's fully convinced of his loss since he's weaker than me." Yan Tianxin was surprised, looking at Mei Zihua, and he said, "That's right. Junior brother, you can just go with the deal." With that, Lin Yun no longer hesitated and nodded in agreement. Seeing Lin Yun nodding, Mei Zihua smiled. "It's a deal then. The secret is simple. A flower only blooms for a tree." Yu Weiwei, Yan Tianxin, Lin Yun, and even Mu Shuling were stunned when they heard that. Meanwhile, Mei Zihua smiled before retreating with his 9 maids. "A flower only blooms for a tree." Lin Yun pondered over what Mei Zihua said. When he looked at Yu Weiwei, she looked over at him. They suddenly felt like they caught on to something, but they soon lost it. Right then, Zhang Ying of the Divine Dao sect was done with his performance, but there was still no reaction from the 3 lives tree. "Brother Lin, come on." Zhang Yingtian looked over and gave Lin Yun an invitation. When he said that, the gazes of everyone in the surroundings were focused on him. Everyone was pretty curious if Lin Yun could make the Three Lives tree that hadn't bloomed for the past 8 centuries bloom. Lin Yun recited what Mei Zihua told him as he walked toward the Three Lives tree, and he stopped when he was a few hundred meters away from the tree. Not far away, Qin Hao, Qin Jun, Zhang Ying, and the others were calm. They no longer held any hope for the tree to bloom. But when they saw Lin Yun approaching, their faces changed, and they didn't dare to look Lin Yun in the eyes. "Brother Lin, it's all yours." The heavenly Dao Sex Lu Ruochen smiled. Beside him, Yi Chen asked, "The Three Lives tree is weird, can listen to our music and can even appreciate it. But it just won't bloom no matter what. Brother Lin, are you confident?" His words drew everyone's attention. Jiang Yingtian also looked at Lin Yun with anticipation. If Lin Yun could make a flower bloom on the Three Lives tree, there was no doubt that it would significantly increase the popularity of the next Nirvana banquet. After all, the Nirvana banquet had been going downhill in recent years. This was because no one could make the Three Lives tree bloom. As a result, only a few people were willing to come. Take the 10 musical clans, for example. They had no shortage of ancient scores and sovereign saint artifacts that could assist them in mental cultivation. So only the Three Lives fruit was attractive to them. But the Three Lives fruit could only be obtained by the first on the Nirvana banquet, which meant that no one else could obtain it. Thus, they only had to send a disciple from one of the 10 musical clans, and the other clans would lose interest. Take this Nirvana banquet, for example. After learning that Mei Zihua was coming, the descendants of the other 10 musical clans instantly lost interest. The 10 musical clans often interacted with each other, and Mei Zihua was a genius in musical Dao, so they knew each other's strengths well. This meant that since Mei Zihua came, there would be no hope for others. "Let me give it a try," Lin Yun said calmly. Jiang Yingtian couldn't help feeling a little disappointed when he noticed Lin Yun's confidence wasn't too high, but he still replied with a smile, "It's okay. Don't pressure yourself." When Lin Yun turned around to look at the Three Lives tree, he took a deep breath. Amongst the 3 musical instruments he possessed, Lin Yun chose the divine indigo jade bamboo flute without hesitation. This flute had a special meaning to him, and this musical instrument also accompanied him for the longest time. Raising the flute to his lips, Lin Yun began to play it. He was playing the Phoenix Heart Song of the Divine Phoenix clan this time. This music made others feel at ease, and it also assisted in the cultivation of mental energy. Lin Yun would practice this almost every day, so this became something he was the most familiar with. If the Three Lives tree had intelligence, this song would definitely benefit it the most. When he played the Phoenix Heart Song, everyone was immersed in it, and their hearts became peaceful. "That's the Phoenix Heart Song." Yi Chun became emotional, and he felt like the fire within his body was slowly burning under the song. Since he practiced the cultivation technique of the Divine Phoenix Mountain, his cultivation technique began to circulate within his body under the stimulation of the Phoenix Heart Song. It wasn't just him. The other Divine Phoenix Mountain seniors also became emotional. Under the flute music, everyone felt peaceful, like a cooling summer night with the moon hanging high in the sky. Lin Yun shut his eyes and stood beneath the Three Lives tree. When moonlight shone on the sapphire lake, the moonlight scattered across every branch and leaf of the Three Lives tree. The moonlight was like snowflakes falling on Lin Yun, and this scene made everyone stare in awe. This scenery was too beautiful. It wasn't just Lin Yun. The scenery looked like a dream, and it felt realistic at the same time. There was a sapphire lake, a gently swaying Three Lives tree, moonlight that felt like snowflakes, and Lin Yun standing under the beautiful scenery. Everyone couldn't find a word to describe the current Lin Yun. Suddenly, the lake's surface began to tremble, and moonlight gushed out from the bottom of the lake. The sky suddenly turned dark, and it looked like 2 moons were about to jump out from the lake. "It's going to bloom." Everyone was stunned, and they became emotional. Qin Hao and the others suddenly became anxious. This was because they didn't want the Three Lives tree, which hadn't bloomed for centuries, to bloom by the hands of this barbarian. This was something that they couldn't accept. The four didn't even bother concealing their facial expressions, and they nearly spoke out on the spot. As the 2 moons bloomed, the moonlight made Lin Yun look like a celestial. Something isn't right. Jiang Yingtian's smile froze on his face. Lin Yun was nearly done with the song, but the 3 Lives tree still showed no signs of blooming. The smile on the faces of Yu Weiwei and others also disappeared. Everyone by the lakeside furrowed their brows, and the commotion gradually died. This was because everyone finally sensed that something wasn't right. This relieved Qin Hao's group of 4, and Hua Hongyu laughed on the spot. The phenomenon disappeared when Lin Yun finished the song, and the sky became clear again. Many people looked disappointed. Lin Yun's song was perfect, the artistic concept was beautiful, and it was never seen before. Judging from the signs the 3 Lives tree showed earlier, everyone was expecting the tree to bloom. But Lin Yun still fell short in the end. Holding on to the divine indigo jade bamboo flute, Lin Yun looked at the 3 Lives tree and fell into deep thoughts. He pondered what Mei Zihua said. A flower only blooms for a tree. Did it really mean it that way? When he saw Jiang Yingtian approaching, he turned around and asked, "Young Pavilion Master, can I give it another try?" Jiang Yingtian was taken aback when he heard Lin Yun's request. "Ha! Lin Xiao, who do you think you are? Do you think you can receive special treatment just because you're first on the Nirvana banquet? We only have 1 chance, but you want 2. Hua Hongyu said before Jiang Yingtian could say a word. With a gentle smile, Qin Hao said, "How can we possibly break the rules? If young Master Lin wants another go, doesn't that mean we can go at it again?" His tone was calm, but his words were vicious. If Jiang Yingtian agreed to it, he would be placed in a difficult position. Jiang Yingtian naturally furrowed his brows while looking at them unhappily because they talked a lot. "Ha ha ha! Where did you come from? For a nobody, you people really talk a lot. You people think you guys are qualified to talk here?" Mei Zihua walked over with a laugh. "Mei Zihua, even if the 10 musical clans are strong, are you looking down on my heavenly flame sect?" Qin Hao said coldly. "Don't bother gold-plating yourself," Mei Zihua said in disdain. "You're a nobody in the heavenly flame sect. Who in their right mind would spend time on music Dao in a holy land? Are you a saint's disciple? Shut your mouth if you're not. Based on someone of your status, you're not even qualified to enter my house." Qin Hao's face became red, and he was furious when he heard what Mei Zihua said. "What's wrong? You still have the face to become angry?" Mei Zihua looked haughty, and he snickered. "Get lost. Your very existence dirties my eyes. If not for Lin Xiao, you wouldn't even have an opportunity to play for the 3 Lives tree." When he was done speaking, he waved his hand and sent a powerful force towards Qin Hao, causing the latter to throw out a mouthful of blood on the spot. When Qin Hao was knocked away on the lake, this instantly made Hua Hongyu's face pale with fright, and she froze. "You get lost as well. I don't hit women," Mei Zihua said bluntly. His actions were swift, shocking everyone. When they came to their senses, they finally recalled how arrogant Mei Zihua was, and he didn't even put Jiang Yingtian in his eyes. So why would he care about Qin Hao? It was just that everyone had forgotten how arrogant Mei Zihua was when he was so polite to Lin Yun. Qin Hao had grievances written on his face, but he didn't even dare to raise his head to look at Mei Zihua. He quickly fled with Hua Hongyu. What happened today was a great humiliation to Qin Hao and Hua Hongyu, and Mei Zihua was a little too unreasonable. "Young Pavilion Master, let Lin Xiao have another try. I'll be willing to give him my spot." Mei Zihua smiled at Jiang Yingtian. "Are you sure about that?" Jiang Yingtian asked suspiciously. "That's for sure." Mei Zihua smiled. As a smile rose on his face, Jiang Yingtian turned to look at Lin Yun. "That's fine. You're the one who got the spot for him, and it's returned to you now. This isn't a violation of the rules. So, Lin Xiao, you can give it another attempt." "Thank you, young Pavilion Master," Lin Yun replied. "Not going to thank young Master Mei?" Mei Zihua asked with a smile. But when Lin Yun looked at him, Mei Zihua laughed before walking away. This gave Lin Yun a good impression of Mei Zihua. Since he could have another attempt, he naturally wouldn't give up on this opportunity. Taking a deep breath, he raised the divine indigo jade bamboo flute to his lips. When he raised his head, he looked at Yu Weiwei. This made Yu Weiwei's heart tremble because Lin Yun's gaze made her feel like a starry sky had enveloped her. Before she could think more about it, the flute melody resounded. As the melody was being played, everyone was instantly amazed. This was another ancient score that no one had heard before, and the melody was so beautiful that it was beyond any description. But everyone soon felt something wasn't right because this was a love song. The never-ending affection, endless reminiscing, the beauty of the lover, and the sweetness in the melody were breathtaking. This was the ancient score of the Divine Phoenix clan courting Phoenix. Very quickly, everyone turned to look at Yu Weiwei because it was clear this song was meant for her. Under the Three Lives tree, Lin Yun played the divine indigo jade bamboo flute and slowly walked towards Yu Weiwei. Everyone else on the dual moon lake already came to their senses, but their lips twitched and consciously moved away from them. Before Mu Shuling left, her pupils were filled with amazement, and she looked at Lin Yun with a complicated expression. Lin Yun expressed his feelings through his flute, like a phoenix soaring high in the sky, seeking the phoenix in his heart. He had gone through many hardships, and there were many things that he couldn't share with others. Today, Lin Yun spoke through his melody as he gently walked toward Yu Weiwei. Yu Weiwei's face blushed. She might always have a smile on her face, but she also had a lot of grievances in her heart. It's just that she never showed them to Lin Yun. She felt heartache for him but didn't dare to reveal too much. She feared she would be hurt if she got too close to him. But she really couldn't help herself. Lin Yun was the one she loved. Her heart had long gone to Lin Yun in the Yin Wind Stream. In addition to their experiences on the heavenly path, she gave Lin Yun the divine indigo jade bamboo flute. She knew a lot. She might not express them, but that didn't mean she didn't care. But at this moment, she really didn't care about them anymore. Nothing was more beautiful in the world than the person you cared about also cared about you. Yu Weiwei could hear the affection and pain concealed within Lin Yun's melody. Yu Weiwei's heart slowly opened without her realizing it, and all the moonlight on the dual moon lake was gathered on her. When Lin Yun was done, he reached out with his right hand. Yu Weiwei smiled, and she gently reached out with her hand before they held hands. When they held hands, a gentle ripple spread out on the lake, and multiple three-colored flowers bloomed on the sapphire lake. They were like the most beautiful lamps in the world shining on the two lovers. The Three Lives flowers had bloomed, and everyone was amazed that the flowers weren't growing on the Three Lives tree. Mei Zihua smiled by the lakeside. The legend was really true. A flower only blooms for a tree. Lin Yun and Yu Weiwei held hands and looked at each other on Dual Moon Lake. When the Three Lives flowers flew towards their location, a mysterious sensation rose in their hearts as their palms came into contact with one another. This was a bizarre feeling, and it felt like they were the only ones left on Dual Moon Lake. A moment later, Lin Yun sat with many strange images playing in his mind, as if time was being reversed, and he saw many things. He saw a woman who shared an uncanny resemblance with Yu Weiwei. When the scene flashed again, it turned to a picture of a baby, and a blurred middle-aged man stood beside the baby. He could sense how powerful the middle-aged man was, and he had a crimson aura around him. But when he looked at the baby, he wore a silly smile and gentle expression. As the scene flashed, the baby girl grew up quickly, and she was a younger version of Yu Weiwei. When the scene became blurred, the next time he saw Yu Weiwei was an older version of her. But the scenes were extremely blurred, and he couldn't distinguish them clearly. He could only sense a surge of sword intent accompanying her. Was that Yu Weiwei's past, present, and future? The sword intent should be him, the baby should be Yu Weiwei, and the middle-aged man should be her father. Yu Weiwei also saw a similar scene. She saw Lin Yun's life flashing past her eyes. She saw a vague scene of a man lying in another man's arms. When the man turned his head, his pupils were filled with boundless sadness. But the scene was too fast, moving towards the present before the future. She saw many scenes and had her eyes wide open in search of herself. A moment later, she was surprised to see herself with a child. But that scene flashed past too quickly. She began to wonder if that was her child with Lin Yun. Weiwei, What did you see? Lin Yun asked. When Yu Weiwei came to her senses, she blushed. I won't tell you. Big brother Lin, what did you see? I saw a sword beside you. Lin Yun said truthfully. I don't use a sword, so that must belong to you. Yu Weiwei smiled. Their hands were held even tighter as their past, present, and future flashed before their eyes. Right then, the 3 lives flowers that surrounded them entered their bodies. Both closed their eyes, and they became drowsy while falling into some sort of illusion. This illusion was a test of love. It wasn't only for Lin Yun but also Yu Weiwei. They will fail if they let go of each other's hands in this test. They both opened their eyes some time later, and a bizarre scenery appeared before them. A seed appeared in their palms that glowed and grew into a fruit. Compared to the 3 lives fruit that Lin Yun previously obtained, this 3 lives fruit was filled with even more spiritual energy and emitted a faint glow. The 3 lives fruit. Yu Weiwei was excited as she raised her head to look at Lin Yun. Lin Yun's heart was billowing with waves despite wearing a composed expression. Lin Xiao really did it. That fellow is really heaven-defying. It has been nearly a millennia since the 3 lives tree bloomed. Not only did it bloom this time, but it also bore a 3 lives fruit. Unbelievable! An uproar burst out from the surroundings, and everyone there looked at the 2 on Dual Moon Lake with envy. The women present all looked at Yu Weiwei with their pupils shining brightly. They began to wonder how beautiful it would be if their lover confessed to them on Dual Moon Lake like Lin Yun and made the 3 lives tree bloom. Perhaps even 1,000 years later, what happened today would be a legend. On the ship, the heavenly Nirvana Pavilion's pavilion master was so happy that the corner of his lips curled up. That brat has done a great job. The pavilion master smiled, becoming even more fond of Lin Yun. It was as expected as an heir of their Azure Dragon's lineage. He had yet to interact with Lin Yun, but he had already recognized Lin Yun's status in his heart, regarding him as part of the Azure Dragon's lineage. He actually made the 3 lives tree bear fruit. Yan Tianchun smacked his lips, and his pupils were filled with admiration while looking at Lin Yun. When he turned to look at Yu Weiwei, a smile rose on his lips because his junior sister found a good belonging. It won't be long before Lin Zhao's name spreads throughout the heavenly domain's unholy sea. Luo Shui smiled. On the other side, those from the heavenly fragrance pavilion nodded lightly. Whether Lin Yun obtained first on the Nirvana banquet, defeated Mei Zihua, and made the 3 lives tree bloom, they were all shocking events. They could foresee that the name Lin Xiao would spread like wildfire, and he wouldn't be as nameless as he was before. That fellow, while everyone from the heavenly fragrance pavilion was excited, Qin Jun, Zhang Ying, and others wore ugly expressions. Not only did he defeat Mei Zihua, but he even made the 3 lives tree bear fruit. A wisp of fear flashed across Qin Jun's pupils, and he now knew how strong Lin Yun was. When Lin Yun previously fought with Li Yuxi, he probably didn't even use his full strength. Just where did a guy like him come from? The Nirvana banquet finally ended, but Lin Yun wasn't done with his matters yet. Together with Yu Weiwei, they flew towards the ship hovering in the sky. When he swept his gaze over the ship, he could sense countless respectful gazes directed at him. His gaze then fell onto the pavilion master. Cupping his hands as a form of greeting, Lin Yun asked, "Pavilion master, when can we discuss our matters?" "Any time you want." The pavilion master smiled. Nodding his head, Lin Yun heaved a sigh of relief from the pavilion master's friendly attitude. This gave him more confidence in the Azure Dragon's lineage affairs. If he could accomplish his goal, it meant that he didn't spend the past 6 months practicing music Dao for naught. He was powerless against Tian Xuanzi, but it would be a strong boost if he could receive the help of the Azure Dragon's lineage. Tian Xuanzi was a top-tiered powerhouse to begin with. He also had connections with the Divine Dragon Empire, which made Lin Yun despair for a long time. But he finally saw a glimmer of hope today. When Lin Yun and Yu Weiwei exchanged a glance, they both revealed a smile. With the Nirvana banquet ending, the heavenly Nirvana pavilion soon became empty, and all the musicians were satisfied with this Nirvana banquet. Not to mention that they witnessed history at the end of it. Everyone could foresee that the name Lin Xiao would spread like wildfire with their departure. The young man who defeated Mei Zihua and made the Three Lives tree bloom would become famous within the heavenly domain's unholy sea. But Lin Yun had no interest in fame and was even afraid of it. After all, he was Lin Xiao and would be in greater danger with a greater reputation. He wouldn't want that fame if he had a choice. On the second day after he obtained the Three Lives fruit, Lin Yun was brought to meet an elder from the Divine Phoenix Mountain under Lu Ruochen. Haha! I'm Ji Hongxin, the lord of the 8th peak of the outer sect. This elder politely introduced himself upon seeing Lin Yun's arrival. Lin Yun instantly knew that Lu Ruochen should be an outer disciple. But he didn't look down on them because of it, and said in a deep voice, I heard from Brother Lu that the Divine Phoenix Mountain is interested in the Divine Phoenix touch. Since young Master Lin is so polite, I won't play any tricks. Then, what do you want? Not only the Divine Phoenix touch, but we're also interested in the Phoenix Heart Song. Ji Hongxin went straight into the topic without beating around the bush. But Lin Yun had no change in his expression and replied, There's no need to hurry. For now, I can only give you either the Divine Phoenix touch or Phoenix Heart Song. Lu Ruochen and Ji Hongxin exchanged a glance with doubt within their pupils. They had no idea what Lin Yun meant. So Ji Hongxin tentatively asked, Young Master Lin, what do you want? I might be a peak lord of the outer sect, but I can still decide on many things. That's not the reason. The Divine Phoenix Mountain has 9 palaces and 8 peaks. Even a peak lord is an existence that I can only look up to, and they're far beyond my reach. The peak master can pick one of them first. Lin Yun replied. Although Ji Hongxin was still baffled, he was flattered by Lin Yun's attitude. He was humble because the surname Ji had an unimaginable influence on Divine Phoenix Mountain. Ruochen, you choose? Ji Hongxin turned to look at Lu Ruochen. Lu Ruochen was taken aback for a moment before he smiled. If I had to choose, it would definitely be the Phoenix Heart Song. But Brother Lin, are you sure about giving it to us here? Lin Yun didn't say anything but handed a jade slip over. When Lu Ruochen took the jade slip, he had doubt on his face. But after checking the contents of the jade slip, his face gradually changed, and he was speechless for a long time. Lu Ruochen still couldn't believe what he saw, and stuttered, Be Brother Lin, you? What is it? Ji Hongxin took over the jade slip, and his face drastically changed after a while. The jade slip contained the complete score of the Phoenix Heart Song. When Ji Hongxin raised his head to look at Lin Yun again, he had the same disbelief on his face as Lu Ruochen. They initially thought Lin Yun would only give them half or 1/3 of the score, but they didn't expect Lin Yun to give it so straightforwardly. The Phoenix Heart Song was a powerful secret technique for ordinary people, but it had a significant meaning to the Divine Phoenix Mountain, and the value was priceless. You have won my admiration, Ji Hongxin said, and his expression became a little grave. He no longer asked what Lin Yun wanted, and stood up with a smile. I roughly know what you want. We'll meet again in the future. We will. Lin Yun smiled. When Ji Hongxin and Lu Ruochen walked out, the latter asked, Peak Lord, what does Lin Yun want? I don't know, but I know that it's not something I can give, Ji Hongxin said. What does he mean, then? Lu Ruochen asked. By letting us choose between the Divine Phoenix Touch and Phoenix Heart Song, he's telling us that this is only a meeting gift for us and represents his sincerity. I'm afraid that only the Saint Lord can decide what he wants. Ji Hongxin smiled. Lu Ruochen was shocked because Lin Yun was too generous. He asked, But what if the Saint Lord doesn't meet him? Doesn't that mean he's at a loss? This is the reason why he won my admiration. He's confident that the Saint Lord will meet him after obtaining the Phoenix Heart Song. He believes no one at Divine Phoenix Mountain understands the Phoenix Heart Song better than him. Ji Hongxin sighed softly. Finally figuring it all out, Lu Ruochen asked, So, we'll have to ask him for a favor in the end? Not necessarily. The Divine Phoenix Mountain is one of the Eastern Desolation's 6 holy lands. Even if the Saint Lord meets him, we can't let Lin Yun look down on us. Ji Hongxin said pridefully. Mu Shuling quietly walked out after Lu Ruochen and Ji Hongxin left. Lin Yun was cautious, and he wouldn't put himself in a dangerous position even if he trusted the other party. So he naturally prepared a backup plan in case something happened. If they tried to force it out of him, they wouldn't succeed with Mu Shuling around. Ji Hongxin's speculation was right. The Divine Phoenix Touch and Phoenix Heart Song were just appetizers. Who else understood the Phoenix inheritance better than Lil Purple? She was old enough to be their ancestor, under the condition that she was willing. I'll have to trouble Saint Elder to come with me now, Lin Yun said, looking at Mu Shuling. The Divine Phoenix Mountain was a surprise, and he gave them an act of expressing goodwill, even if things wouldn't work out. But it was a different story for the Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion. It's not troublesome at all, and I'm also fairly curious about the Azure Dragon's lineage, Mu Shuling said. She was basking in a faint saint radiance that made her look like a cold deity. They headed towards the Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion Sky Palace when they left the room. The Sky Palace was at the summit of Nirvana Mountain, shrouded in clouds and mist. This was the forbidden zone of the Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion, and no one could set foot there without permission. Just when Lin Yun and Mu Shuling were about to reach the foot of the Nirvana Pavilion, they were blocked by Mei Zihua and his maids. Saint Elder. Mei Zihua still had the same demeanor as before, holding onto a fan in his hand and greeting Mu Shuling. After Mu Shuling nodded her head in acknowledgement, Mei Zihua turned to Lin Yun with a smile. He asked, Lin Xiao, how long will you stay in the Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion? I'm not too sure. 3 to 5 days if I'm fast. Lin Yun replied. That long? Mei Zihua furrowed his brows and unhappily said, There's nothing to see in the Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion. I'm afraid that I won't stay here for long. The Heavenly Domain City has been bustling recently, so I'll wait for you there. Okay, Lin Yun responded. With a smile, Mei Zihua said, Don't forget what you previously promised me. The Black Tortoise Void Sea is pretty bustling these days, and I might be going there. I can only wait for you in Heavenly Domain City for a month. Now that Lin Yun thought about it, the Black Tortoise Void Sea should have been bustling long ago. If he remembered correctly, and Luyen should be here for the Black Tortoise Void Sea. Was the sea really related to the Black Tortoise's inheritance? If that was the case, he might also have to go there. The tortoise shell in his hand had an extraordinary origin, and he speculated that it must have something to do with the Black Tortoise's inheritance. I can't give you a confirmed timing, so I can only do my best. I can give you the scores first. Lin Yun took out 3 jade slips and handed them to Mei Zihua. He had already prepared them over the past 2 days and would have looked for Mei Zihua even if the latter didn't look for him. Taking possession of the jade slips, Mei Zihua said, Let me borrow the spike fiddle and play with it. But Lin Yun turned to look at Mu Shuling when he heard that because the spike fiddle didn't belong to him. Seeing this, Mei Zihua's expression also became grave, and he dropped his smile. This made Lin Yun surprised because Mei Zihua, in his impression, was arrogant and didn't even give the Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion's pavilion master any face. But he could tell that Mei Zihua was pretty respectful to Mu Shuling, or rather, fearful. So the spike fiddle belongs to Saint Elder. I apologize for my request earlier, Mei Zihua said humbly. Mu Shuling still wore an indifferent expression as before, but said without even batting an eye at Mei Zihua, You can make the decision. Since she wasn't bothered about it, Lin Yun naturally wouldn't be bothered either. He straightforwardly handed the eru to Mei Zihua. Interesting. Mei Zihua received the eru and briefly examined Lin Yun before he smiled. I have lost to you at Dual Moon Lake. If you don't want my maids, I'll give you something else. After he was done speaking, he handed a jade slip to Lin Yun. What is it? Lin Yun casually asked. Some cultivation techniques related to the Vermilion Bird constellation, the Divine Snow Plum Touch, and the ancient scores I played that day, Mei Zihua casually replied. He smiled. Most importantly, there are some of my comprehensions in music Dao. Mei Zihua had a severe narcissistic condition. His comprehension of music Dao should be the least important when compared to the Divine Snow Plum Touch and Vermilion Bird constellation. Okay, I'll accept them. Lin Yun calmly put the jade slip away. We'll meet again in Heavenly Domain City then. Mei Zihua smiled and waved his hand. Before leaving, his 9 maids glanced at Lin Yun and gave him an amorous look. He seems to be a little afraid of you, Lin Yun said as they climbed the mountain. Aren't you? Mu Shuling replied. Lin Yun was briefly taken aback when he heard that because it made sense, but something felt wrong somehow. In the Sky Palace, the Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion's pavilion master, Zhongli, had been waiting for a long time. Aside from him, there were 6 other elders in the palace, and they were all saints. Upon seeing Mu Shuling, Zhongli was briefly surprised before he calmed down. Greetings, Pavilion Master. Lin Yun cupped his hands together. You don't have to be so polite. Zhongli turned to look at Mu Shuling and smiled. Saint Elder, do you mind leaving for a while? I have private matters about the Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion to talk to him about. I'm afraid not, Mu Shuling replied. As the Pavilion Master, Zhongli was briefly stunned before figuring out what was happening. He turned to Lin Yun and smiled. Understood. It's fine to be a little more cautious. It looks like the Wind God Order is in young Master Lin's hands now. Nodding his head, Lin Yun took out the Wind God Order. Can I take a look at it? When Zhongli saw the Wind God Order, flames began to blaze within his pupils. Waving his hand in response, the Wind God Order flew toward Zhongli. The latter briefly examined the metal before gradually becoming excited. It really is the Wind God Order. He followed up with passing it to the 6 elders. When the 6 elders examined the Wind God Order, they were shocked because the Wind God Order was lost for 100,000 years. When the Dragon Gate fell, the Azure Dragon's lineage scattered throughout the Kunlun realm and remained dormant. A significant portion of the reason was that they didn't have the Wind God Order to fuse into the Divine Azure Order. According to the speech of the Azure Dragon Lord, only those with the Divine Azure Order could command the entire Azure Dragon's lineage. Only the Divine Azure Order could open the Azure Dragon's lineage treasury. After a while, Zhongli returned the Wind God Order to Lin Yun and asked, Young Master Lin, do you know the origin and usage of the Wind God Order? Nodding his head, Lin Yun shared his experience in obtaining the Wind God Order. Zhongli and the 6 elders were shocked when they heard what he said. Zhongli murmured, So, your flower burial Lin Yun? Lin Yun circulated the divine tortoise transformation and returned to his original appearance. Zhongli and the 6 elders were shocked when they saw Lin Yun's appearance. They exclaimed, It's really you, but their facial expressions soon became complicated. After all, Lin Yun possessed the Sovereign Saint artifact, Azure Dragon's Sun Moon Umbrella, and the ancient treasure, the Firmament Saint Cloth. Just the 3 words Sovereign Saint artifact was enough to tempt the hearts of saints, not to mention the Firmament Saint Cloth. Not even the Radiant Sword Saint could protect his safety when it appeared. It also took Zhongli a long time to calm down and crush the thoughts he shouldn't have. I have no intentions of becoming the Azure Dragon Lord, Lin Yun said. I'm here to make a deal. I can give the Wind God Order to you guys, and I only want a promise. The 6 elders looked at each other and were surprised. Lin Yun said he wasn't interested in the position of the Azure Dragon Lord. Zhongli briefly pondered before he said, We're not in a hurry to talk about that for now. The Azure Dragon's lineage has been scattered throughout the Kunlun realm for 100,000 years. In order for the Divine Azure Order to appear, we must hold a dragon selection ceremony in ancient Azure Dragon City. Tell me your request first. I hope that one day, if I start a conflict with the Profound Sky Sect, you guys will stand on my side, Lin Yun bluntly said. Hearing what he said, Zhongli and the 6 elders were silent because they naturally knew about the grudges between Flower Burial and Tianxuanzi. Zhongli asked, The ancient barren domains Profound Sky Sect? That's right, Lin Yun replied. He might seem calm, but he was pretty nervous because he could do nothing about it, even if they refused. The Profound Sky Sect is fine because it ultimately cannot be compared to Holy Lands. But Tianxuanzi isn't simple, and there aren't many in this world who dare to make a move against him, an elder said with a grave expression. That's right. When traveling in the Eastern Desolation, he swept through his path and had few opponents. He has a complicated relationship with the Divine Dragon Empire. All the ancient domains except for the ancient Baron domain are now under the control of the Divine Dragon Empire. If the ancient Baron domain wasn't related to Sword Emperor Yu Qingfeng, the ancient Baron domain would have fallen into the Divine Dragon Empire's control a long time ago, another elder said. Those of the Azure Dragon's lineage naturally knew more about the ancient Baron domain than Lin Yun. Zhongli looked at Lin Yun and said, "If Tian Xuanzi wants to come after you, the Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion can ensure your safety, and you don't have to use the Wind God order to exchange for it. You're the first at the Nirvana banquet, so you can request with me. But it might be a little troublesome if you want to make a move against Tian Xuanzi. The Azure Dragon's lineage is also afraid of the profound Sky Sect," Lin Yun asked. "That's not the problem, and there are many things you don't know about. The Sword Sect will be destroyed the moment the Radiant Sword Saint dies. At that time, standing in the way of the profound Sky Sect is equivalent to becoming an enemy of the Divine Dragon Empire." Zhang Li said, "He's right. When Sword Emperor Yu Qingfeng sliced off 2 peaks from the Sword Sect, he promised that no Emperor Realm experts would move against the Sword Sect as long as the Radiant Sword Saint was around." Mu Shuling said, "But if the Radiant Sword Saint dies, his promise will be invalidated, and the Divine Dragon Empire will be able to take over the entire Kunlun realm. So you all feel my master won't be able to take that step out?" Lin Yun smiled bitterly. "That path that he takes is too difficult," Zhang Li said, looking at Lin Yun. "If he wants to become an emperor, he could have done it long ago. You don't understand your master. Back then, he faced 3 holy lands with his sword, guarding the ancient Baron domain for 3,000 years. The path that he takes is to compete with the 9 emperors. Besides, he doesn't have much lifespan left, and you don't have to be so persistent. Everyone is immortal in the Divine Dragon era. Even someone as strong as the 9 emperors will die one day. Your master seeks the great Tao with his life on the line and has no regrets. My father has some relationship with your master, and I understand your master's character. If I'm not wrong, he's also against you returning to the ancient Baron domain. You don't need to be an enemy of Tian Xuanzi. What if I insist on becoming his enemy? Then, a sharp light flashed across Lin Yun's pupils. Zhang Li and others were taken aback by Lin Yun's answer and didn't know how to respond. A long time later, Zhang Li said, "If you insist on doing so, you will lose your life. After you die, the Wind God Order will no longer have an owner." But Lin Yun shook his head and replied, "Since Big Brother wanted me to come, he definitely hoped that I could hand the Wind God Order over to those of the Azure Dragon's lineage. You guys don't have to wait for it to become an item without an owner before taking it." He was straightforward and left after placing the Wind God Order on the table. This stunned Zhang Li before he came to his senses and said, "Young lad, do you mind staying on the island for a few more days?" "I guess," Lin Yun casually replied without turning back. After he left, an old man with an ancient rune on his forehead walked out. He gave off a horrifying aura like he could destroy the world with a glance. "Old Patriarch, Father." Zhang Li and the elders quickly stepped forth. But the old man was looking in the direction Lin Yun left and said, "He's worthy of becoming the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple with his stubborn temper. Zhang Li, go to the last floor of the Heavenly Nirvana Treasury and retrieve 3 Azure Dragon Saint treasures for him." "Ah!" Zhang Li was shocked. "Is that necessary?" "He just said that he has no interest in the position of the Azure Dragon Lord. He's not going to compete for it just because he says so. He's only at the 7th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm and dares to challenge Tian Xuanzi. So why will the Azure Dragon's lineage fear becoming enemies with the Divine Dragons?" The old man said indifferently. His words naturally made everyone shocked, and their pupils were filled with disbelief. Neither Lin Yun nor Mu Shuling said a thing as they went down the mountain. He thought the latter cared about nothing in this world because even when she was walking beside him, she gave him a feeling that she was far beyond his reach. This was why Lin Yun was taken aback when Mu Shuling suddenly spoke out. "Of course, I'm disappointed. I initially had great expectations for the Azure Dragon's lineage, or I wouldn't have made such a long journey to Heavenly Domain City or even indulged in music Dao for so long." Lin Yun replied, He gained a lot of harvest on the ancient barren battlefield. Even if his dragon pulses were damaged and he couldn't cultivate, if he spent the 6 months on Sword Dao, his heavenly dome sword intent might have reached greater mastery. Then again, that also meant his music Dao wouldn't be so strong now. Mu Shuling calmly glanced at Lin Yun, but she didn't like what Lin Yun said. Lin Yun considered himself a swordsman, and he sounded like learning music Dao was just because he was forced to. You're saying you've suffered grievances by practicing music Dao? Mu Shuling asked. Sensing something wrong with her tone, Lin Yun replied, Of course not. I have earned a lot, including 2-3 lives fruit. They're treasures that cannot be found anywhere else. You don't have to be so afraid of the Divine Dragon Empire. The Divine Dragon Empire might be strong, but they have a lot of enemies. The darkness suppressed back then is also showing signs of recovery. The Blood Moon sect has been revived, and powerful enemies are in the southeast, north, and west. They're at war throughout the year, and the Empress even has to personally fight many times. Mu Shuling's words stunned Lin Yun, and he wondered if she was trying to comfort him. Furthermore, everyone feels that the Radiant Sword Saint won't be able to take that step out and will die. But what if he manages to take that step out? At that time, the Divine Dragon Empire will try to pull your master to their side instead. Furthermore, Mu Shuling raised her head forth and she stopped walking. Furthermore, what? Lin Yun asked. Furthermore, the Kunlun realm might not remain unchanged. If the Golden Age comes, the Kunlun realm may undergo changes and break the structure set by the 9 emperors. Mu Shuling softly sighed. That might not be necessarily good. Lin Yun replied after a brief stun. That's right. Mu Shuling replied. It might not necessarily be a good thing. When they returned, Lin Yun's mood was a lot better. He looked at Mu Shuling and thoughtfully said, Saint Elder, thank you. Why are you thanking me? Mu Shuling asked. Lin Yun smiled, but he didn't say anything about it. Mu Shuling normally seemed unapproachable, aloof, and as cold as an iceberg, especially since her true appearance was so beautiful that it made others feel like she was a deity walking in the mortal world. She spoke so much today because she sensed his disappointment. Let's go back. There's no need to stay here any longer. Lin Yun sighed, changing the topic. Yu Weiwei, Luo Shuyi, and the others had already returned to the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, leaving him and Mu Shuling behind. Didn't you promise the pavilion master that you'll stay for a few more days? Mu Shuling asked. I said I guess, but didn't say yes or no. Lin Yun said, recollecting himself. Perhaps you can wait a little longer. Mu Shuling looked at Lin Yun with a profound gaze. Let's wait then, Lin Yun replied. 2 hours later, the young pavilion master of the Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion, Xianxia, arrived. When he saw Lin Yun and Mu Shuling, he cupped his hands and said, Lin Xiao, my father told me to bring you something. What is it? Lin Yun asked curiously. A small gift. Xianxia smiled, and he took out a jade bottle. This is a drop of the Azure Divine Blood. Azure Divine Blood? Lin Yun looked at Mu Shuling confusedly. He didn't know what treasure this was, and Mu Shuling beside him was also shocked, with surprise flashing within her pupils. There's no need to hurry. My father said that Saint Elder should know the origin of this treasure and how to use it. Xianxia smiled. Lin Yun glanced at Mu Shuling. She should know about it since she didn't deny it. He also wasn't silly enough to ask her about it now, since this was definitely that she saw from some books. But Xianxia didn't stop there and said, This is a body-refining technique. The Divine Azure Overlord Physique. Ripples began to start spreading within Lin Yun's heart. For some reason, he felt that this treasure wasn't simple. Wait, did your father say why he was giving these to me? Lin Yun asked. He suddenly felt that something wasn't right somewhere. Nothing. Xianxia smiled. I don't know the specific reason. Brother Lin, don't be in a hurry to ask about it. I still have another treasure for you. When he was done, he took out an ancient 3-foot-long monument with ancient runes engraved on it. It seemed like there was something powerful sealed within it. Lin Yun could feel a chill running down his spine after just glancing at it. This is the dragon sealing monument, and a complete azure dragon soul is sealed within it, Zhang Yingtian said. Hearing that, Lin Yun knew that these treasures weren't simple, even if he was a fool. What do you mean by giving me these? Lin Yun didn't simply receive them. He knew he didn't do anything to receive such treasures. These are a gift from my father. He told me to hand them over to you personally, so I would have needed to chase after you, even if you had left the heavenly Nirvana pavilion. Zhang Yingtian bitterly smiled. Honestly speaking, these are all treasures, but I don't know why he wants to give them to you. But please don't refuse, or I'll be in a difficult position. Oh, and there's also another jade slip. My father told me you can't use your sword techniques for some reason, and that this sword technique of the Azure Dragon's lineage should be enough to replace them. Zhang Yingtian said before retrieving a sword technique, which was a high-grade ghost spirit sword technique. A high-grade ghost spirit sword technique was pretty high level, but it was nothing compared to the other three treasures. Lin Yun was surprised, and he would be lying if he said that he wasn't tempted. But he couldn't help feeling panicked about receiving them. You can go back now, Mu Shuling said. This made Zhang Yingtian feel relieved before leaving. He was petrified that Lin Yun would refuse them and that he would receive a scolding when he returned. You don't seem to want them? Mu Shuling asked. Why would I dare to take them when I've done nothing to receive them? Lin Yun replied indifferently. That's not necessarily true. Didn't the heavenly Nirvana Pavilion's pavilion master accept your wind god order? So why are you polite with him? Mu Shuling said. That's something Big Brother told me to give them. Don't dwell on it. They can do nothing to you, even if you don't hand it to them with me around. These are all treasures of the Azure Dragon's lineage, and each is a powerful treasure. Mu Shuling waved her hand and summoned the jade bottle over. She said, Let's start with the divine azure blood. First, this is a droplet of divine blood. Lin Yun was shocked when he heard that. Divine blood is divided into different levels. After a divine beast becomes a deity, their divine blood will become 1,000 times more precious than ordinary divine blood, and a drop of the divine azure blood is comparable to tens of thousands of ordinary divine bloods. Mu Shuling said, holding onto the jade bottle. I'm afraid this divine azure blood isn't ordinary, and it might be a drop of divine blood from the Azure Dragon God King. Lin Yun's face changed, and quickly thought of Li Wuyo, who went to the Firmament Sword sect for a drop of Vermilion Bird's divine blood. He asked, According to your words, there is other divine blood in the world? Of course, Mu Shuling replied. In the ancient battle between gods, many deities fell. Deities are divided into various levels, and even the corpse of an ordinary deity is a priceless treasure. Ancient holy lands and clans should have deity corpses, and the sword sect should also have them. In the current Kunlun realm, only the Divine Dragon Empire has the most deity corpses. Lin Yun was shocked to hear that because it was a little terrifying that corpses could also be treasures. But thinking about it again, the saint origin of a saint's corpse was enough for thousands of people to fight over them, not to mention a deity's corpse. The value wasn't just as simple as divine blood. So, do you still want to refuse now? Mu Shuling threw the jade bottle over, and Lin Yun took it over by reflex. He wore a helpless expression because he didn't want to refuse it now. But when he tried to pull off the cap of the jade bottle, he realized that the lid wouldn't budge no matter how he tried. Interesting. Lin Yun circulated the Azure Dragon Saint physique and poured the dragon runes into his arms before exerting force. The cap wasn't popped off, but runes began to appear on the surface of the jade bottle, and they were all ancient saint runes. The next moment, a dragon roar suddenly echoed from within it, and the jade bottle turned into a giant bottle that was nearly 10 meters high, shocking Lin Yun. It's actually a spatial bottle. Lin Yun was surprised. Mu Shuling gently floated over and examined the runes on the bottle. She said, This isn't just a spatial bottle. This should be the lotus treasure bottle the Buddhist cult uses to store Buddha's blood. The space within is much bigger than it looks outside, and it's not easy to open the bottle. Mu Shuling observed the bottle for a long time before nodding her head. Use your mental energy to refine the vase first, then I'll teach you the runes that are on it. Half a stick of incense later, Lin Yun had successfully refined the lotus treasure bottle, and the bottle returned to palm size. When the cap popped off, it started trembling like the snowy mountain that was about to collapse. Shortly after, 9 lotuses in the form of white clouds flew out from the bottle and entered Lin Yun's body. Lin Yun's face slightly changed, and he became nervous. Seeing this, Mu Shuling's pupils shone, and she said, "Don't be nervous. This is the divine azure aura, which can be considered a spiritual energy that comes with the divine azure blood. Ordinary people can experience a great boost in cultivation just by absorbing a wisp of it, so you can try it." Lin Yun was skeptical but closed his eyes and circulated his cultivation technique before taking a deep breath. As wisps of the divine azure aura entered his body, they immediately formed into a river of Saint Aura that gathered in his dragon origin ocean before coursing throughout his meridians. Took him 2 full days to refine the 9 wisps of divine azure aura. "How is it?" Mu Shuling asked. "Weird. My cultivation didn't increase, but each dragon pulse has been greatly nourished, reaching a height of more than 1,000 feet. Feels amazing." Lin Yun was inwardly shocked. He only knew he could start and temper his dragon pulses after his cultivation reached the 9th pulse dragon pulse realm. Take his senior brother Jian Jingtian, for example. His dragon pulses reached tens of thousands of feet, and as long as he was around, no one could rise to the top of the dragon pulse ranking. But Jian Jingtian was a genius, and his accomplishments couldn't be replicated, not even by Lin Yun. Jian Jingtian was trapped at the dragon pulse realm for decades, and his dragon pulses had grown so much that they became a burden to him. If he couldn't make a breakthrough to the Samsara Edict realm, he would have been killed by his dragon pulses sooner or later. For a genius like Lin Yun, he wouldn't be stuck in the dragon pulse realm for so long, and there was no need for that. That was just the spiritual energy that came with the divine azure blood. But Lin Yun, you possess many treasures to begin with. If the news of you possessing the divine azure blood gets out, the number of people coming for your life will far exceed your imagination. Mu Shuling calmly said, "Even without these treasures, many people are still after my life. I have the Azure Dragon Sun Moon Umbrella, Firmament Saint Cloth, Profound Wither Key, and the Blue Dragon Bone. One is enough to drive a Samsara Edict realm expert insane for my life." Lin Yun said, "The enemies that I have to face are so powerful that it's suffocating, but I don't have any other path aside from becoming stronger." Mu Shuling inwardly praised him but said, "That's right. Everyone in the Divine Dragon era is like a dragon. They only pursue their dreams, not longevity. Without pressure, you can't become a true dragon and compete with the Holy Land's geniuses to leave your name on the Blue Dragon record." The Blue Dragon record? Lin Yun's heart skipped a beat. This was the first time he heard Mu Shuling mentioning it, but he didn't think much about it because he had already guessed that Mu Shuling had some sort of connection with the Blue Dragon record. Since Mu Shuling didn't say anything more about it, he naturally wouldn't ask. "What's the length of the dragon pulses for those in the top 10 on the Dragon Pulse ranking?" Lin Yun asked. "Those in the top 10 are at least 3,000 feet, but I don't know the specifics. They will definitely hide their strength." Mu Shuling said. That was as expected of the top 10 on the Dragon Pulse ranking, and they couldn't be underestimated. Lin Yun whispered, "But they seem a little far behind when compared to my senior brother." "You're talking about Jian Jingtian?" Mu Shuling asked. "He's a special case, and he's blessed by fortune to begin with. If he hadn't fallen for Tian Xuanzi's trap, he would have been a quasi-saint or a saint by now." "Isn't that an exaggeration? 18 years from the Dragon Pulse realm to Saint realm," Lin Yun exclaimed. He really didn't expect his senior brother to be so terrifying. Otherwise, how could he suppress all of the geniuses in the ancient barren domain? He suppressed even the geniuses of the Eastern Desolation's holy lands to the point that their holy sons didn't even dare to leave the holy lands. Many people felt the Sword Sect would become a holy land when he grew up. Mu Shuling said after a brief pondering. "It's no wonder why Tian Xuanzi is so ruthless," Lin Yun murmured. "But it's not easy to become a saint from quasi-saint." Mu Shuling continued. "Speaking of which, Saint Elder, you're about to become a saint. right? Lin Yun recalled that Mu Shuling seemed to be at the quasi-saint realm. It's not that easy. It might only be one step, but this step is even more difficult than climbing the sky. This step is also most prone to cause problems because if there's even a slight mistake, all my effort will go down the drain. Mu Shuling explained. Everyone beneath the saint realm are mere ants, and the saint realm is the true beginning. You'll know how difficult it is to take that step in the future. Lin Yun briefly pondered. Then he said, how do I refine the divine azure blood? Then, there might only seem to be a drop of the divine azure blood. But there's something special about this jade bottle. It won't be that easy for you to refine it. Mu Shuling said. The divine azure overlord physique will need the divine azure blood to cultivate it. So look at this first. Okay. Lin Yun took the jade slip and placed it against his forehead. When he was done, his expression changed and became uncertain. When he turned to look at Mu Shuling, the latter was calm, as though she had already foreseen this. You already knew? Lin Yun couldn't help asking. Yeah. It's recorded in the books. Mu Shuling replied. Her reply was just as Lin Yun had expected. Holding onto the jade slip, Lin Yun began to pace back and forth with uncertainty. The divine azure overlord physique was a godly body-refining technique. He could even become a deity by relying on his physique. It was even more terrifying than the blue dragon sky-breaking art. But he must disperse his existing body-refining cultivation to practice this body-refining technique. He had to disperse the azure dragon saint art and blue dragon sky-breaking art. This meant he would lose all 100,000 dragon runes and all the foundation of his physique, but he would undergo a transformation by dissolving it. But he wasn't sure if he could grasp the transformation because the divine azure overlord physique was too tough, and he wasn't confident he could practice it. He already had a strong physique, and the blue dragon sky-breaking art wasn't weak. He had spent a great price to get to where he was now. Placing the jade slip aside, Lin Yun looked at the monument and asked, what about the azure dragon soul, then? It can be injected into the azure dragon sun moon umbrella, your sword, or your 100,000 dragon runes. Then again, if you choose to disperse your current body-refining cultivation, you can only pick the first two choices. Mu Shuling said. Lin Yun fell into silence and picked up the last jade slip. This was a small gift, but despite being a small gift, it was a ghost spirit martial technique. Dragon Clan's martial techniques were extraordinary, and the Dragon Clan's sword technique was the strongest amongst those of the same grade. Placing the jade slip against his forehead, boundless information started pouring into his mind, and he could see multiple people performing a different sword technique. But each move was so terrifying that it could tear space apart as a dragon roar echoed across the horizon. Every sword would manifest a different part of the azure dragon, the dragon claw, tail, scales, or head. The concept of each sword was different, but they were highly profound. This sword technique was called the Azure Dragon Sword Art, with the profundity of thunderstorms as the foundation, and Azure Dragon itself was the true concept of this sword. The sword moves might represent different parts of the Azure Dragon but were also one. The golden human within Lin Yun's sword ocean began to practice this sword technique, and even his sword heart was immersed in it. Perhaps because of Lin Yun's talent in sword Dao, he easily mastered the first sword. Lowering his hand, he drew the flower burial sword and dashed forth like a bolt of lightning, flying past Mu Shuling. His sword was like a dragon claw, tearing the space before him apart. When he flicked his wrist, the sword rays would overlap, and dragon claws began to descend from the sky like mountains. The next moment, he returned to his original spot and sheathed the flower burial sword. Stowing the sword, Lin Yun muttered, "This sword technique is pretty suitable for me. It might not be as good as the divine firefly sword, but it has its own unique characteristics and is on the same level as the carefree 9 swords. The divine firefly sword was too complicated, and he only knew one sword. Thus, he could only use it as a trump card. If he fought under the moniker of Lin Xiao, it would be inconvenient because he couldn't use the carefree 9 swords, and he no longer had to worry about that with the Azure Dragon sword art. He wasn't in a hurry to practice it because this sword technique wasn't as challenging as the divine firefly sword. As long as he spent some time on it, he could easily reach perfection, and this was his confidence. While he fell into deep thoughts, a series of sounds interrupted his trail of thoughts. He saw Mu Shuling knocking on the table with the jade slip that recorded the divine azure overlord physique and said, "I can help you when you want to disperse your body-refining cultivation." The corner of Lin Yun's lips twitched, and he asked, "Saint Elder, you're not afraid that you'll fail to disperse my body-refining cultivation? Even if you've succeeded, I might not succeed in the divine azure overlord physique." Mu Shuling didn't say a word, but simply tapped the jade slip on the table. Meanwhile, Lin Yun fell into deep thought and couldn't decide. Looking at Lin Yun, Mu Shuling couldn't help smiling. "Why are you acting like a child? You know you don't have a choice, so why are you struggling to make one? Are you afraid of pain?" Lin Yun raised his head and was stumped, looking at Mu Shuling. The Mu Shuling was cold like an iceberg, but was really breathtaking when she smiled. Retracting his gaze, Lin Yun replied, "I'm naturally not afraid of the pain, and I'm also not afraid of the process. I'm just feeling conflicted." As a swordsman, Lin Yun was decisive when it came to many things, but he hesitated when it came to the divine azure overlord physique. "There are other reasons?" Mu Shuling asked, and she stopped tapping the jade slip on the table. Nodding her head, Lin Yun replied, "I have cultivated the Azure Dragon Saint physique in the past before practicing the Blue Dragon Skybreaking art now. After all, I have a Blue Dragon bone. According to my big brother, if the Blue Dragon Skybreaking art reaches perfection, there's a chance it will form into the Azure Dragon Divine physique." Mu Shuling's expression became grave when she heard that because there was a difference between a saint and a divine physique. It might sound like there was a difference in one word, but the gap was drastic and unimaginable. If I remember correctly, the Azure Dragon Divine physique only exists in legends. In ancient times, no one had achieved it, and no one knows the specific cultivation method. Mu Shuling said. She read many books, and she knew many secrets, but there was little to almost nothing about the Azure Dragon Divine physique. More accurately, no one has achieved it before. The Divine Azure Overlord physique is naturally stronger than the Blue Dragon Skybreaking art without question, but it might not be comparable to the Azure Dragon Divine physique. At the very least, they each have their advantages and disadvantages. Lin Yun said, "The Divine Azure Overlord physique was terrifying and was mainly meant for fighting. After all, he could even ignite his vitality to receive a significant boost in fighting prowess. If he ignited all his vitality, his strength might multiply tenfold. But the Azure Dragon Divine physique strength lies in longevity. It might not be able to compare to the Divine Azure Overlord physique regarding fighting prowess, but he would have endless vitality. They each had their own advantages, and it was hard to see which was stronger. But no matter how he looked at it, the Azure Dragon Divine physique was more suitable for his swordsmanship. If the Azure Dragon Divine physique combined with his swordsmanship, his fighting prowess might not be inferior to the Divine Azure Overlord physique. The Azure Dragon wielded thunderstorms, and the Blue Dragon wielded life force. It's no wonder why you're so conflicted. You're conflicted because the Divine Azure Overlord physique can allow your strength to undergo a great boost quickly, but it isn't suitable to your swordsmanship in the long run." Mu Shuling said. Lin Yun nodded in acknowledgement. Mu Shuling was smart. The Azure Dragon's lineage is powerful, and they gave you the 3 treasures probably because they wanted you to compete for the Azure Dragon Lord's position. If you don't practice the Divine Azure Overlord physique, you might run into opponents who possess it in the future when you encounter the other branches of the Azure Dragon's lineage. Mu Shuling said. At that time, you'll lose if you only have the Blue Dragon Skybreaking art. How about this? I'll give up on the Divine Azure Overlord physique. But the Divine Azure blood is a great treasure. I can use it to cultivate the Blue Dragon Skybreaking art along with my cultivation. Lin Yun said. I'm afraid you won't be able to finish refining it anytime soon. Mu Shuling said. Then I'll use a 3 lives fruit first. Lin Yun said. He now had 2 3 lives fruits. If he had to hesitate whether to use it in the Dragon Pulse realm or Samsara Edict realm, he didn't have to consider that now. One was enough for him now, and he could save the other for when he reached the Samsara Edict realm. Which one of these two? Lin Yun asked, taking out the 2 3 lives fruits. One was given to him by Zhang Li, and the other was obtained together with Yu Weiwei. This one. This is roughly 1 year, and the other is at least 5 years. You can use it after reaching the Samsara Edict realm. Remember, you must save it for when you're in the Samsara Edict realm. Mu Shuling looked serious when she warned him. Lin Yun didn't know her intentions, but that didn't go against his plan. He planned to preserve one for when he reached the Samsara Edict realm. How are you able to tell the difference? Lin Yun asked curiously. Their weight, Mu Shuling said. Time also has weight. So what will you do with the Azure Dragon's soul? If you plan to inject it into the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella, I can help you. If you want to inject it into your sword, you must figure out a way yourself. I'll have to trouble Saint Elder then. That was also what Lin Yun planned, since he had no intention of injecting it into the flower burial sword. Don't finish refining the divine azure blood. Leave some behind, and you can get a divine spiritualist to help you engrave a divine rune on your divine astral flower if you run into one. Mu Shuling said. There are divine spiritualists in the Kunlun realm? But can't divine spiritualists draw divine runes by themselves? So why save some of the divine azure blood? Lin Yun asked. If they drew without materials, the divine runes won't last long. Only a divine rune drawn with divine blood can be preserved for a long time, but there's still no guarantee that it'll last for eternity. Mu Shuling explained. You seem to know a lot about divine spiritualists, Lin Yun stated, but he soon regretted it because Mu Shuling would probably say she read it from books. My aunt is a divine spiritualist. But unexpectedly, Mu Shuling answered something different after a brief hesitation. When Lin Yun fell into deep thought, Mu Shuling continued, My aunt is Weiwei's mother. Lin Yun was taken aback by the news, and he didn't know if Mu Shuling meant an aunt related by blood or something else. I'll have to trouble Saint Elder with the Azure Dragon soul, then. I will first refine the divine azure blood. When Lin Yun was done, he handed the Dragon Sealing Monument and Azure Dragon Sun Moon Umbrella to Mu Shuling before activating the 3 lives fruit. When he activated the 3 lives fruit, the fruit disintegrated, and a vortex appeared that seemed to be connected to another time and space. Stowing the jade slips recording the Azure Dragon Sword Art and Divine Azure Overlord Physique, he took the Lotus Treasure Bottle and entered the vortex without any hesitation. His entire world began to spin, and he could feel himself passing through several membrane layers. Ultimately, he came to a mysterious space, only 10 miles in radius. Beyond that was an abyssal darkness that even his sword intent couldn't penetrate. This should be the 3 lives realm. He wasn't sure how long he could last here. Let's start with refining the divine azure blood. Lin Yun had already refined the bottle earlier, so he could control it as he wished. The moment the bottle cap popped off, a majestic suction force swept out, pulling him into the vortex before landing on a blood lake. There was only a drop of divine blood, but this lake was thousands of feet in size. According to Saint Elder, the size of this lake was related to his cultivation. The lower his cultivation, the wider the lake. If a mortal was pulled into this bottle, this droplet of divine blood would seem like a boundless ocean to them, and they wouldn't be able to cross the ocean even if they spent a lifetime. He would refine the divine blood to cultivate the Blue Dragon Skybreaking Art. The Blue Dragon Skybreaking Art was a profound body-refining technique that was difficult to cultivate. If Lin Yun wanted to combine it with his Azure Dragon Saint physique, it would be much more complex than anything else. Big Brother didn't make it clear, and he only said I must cultivate the Blue Dragon Skybreaking Art to perfection. But the reality is a lot more troublesome, and I have to give it a try to grasp the Azure Dragon Divine Physique no matter what. A determined look appeared on Lin Yun's face. He was filled with infinite expectations. The Azure Dragon Divine Physique was a legend, and no one possessed it before. It was a path that no one has accomplished. Even if he only achieved the lesser mastery of the Azure Dragon Divine Physique, it would grant him a physique that was no different from those powerful divine physiques in history or even stronger. But achieving the Azure Dragon Divine Physique was challenging and only possible with special encounters. This was equivalent to merging 2 saint physiques into one. He already had his special encounters, the blue dragon bone, blue dragon's divine blood, and even the azure dragon lord's guidance. But even so, it was still unknown if he could grasp the azure dragon divine physique. Over in the ancient barren domain's profound sky sect, Qin Song had his eyes closed, standing on a lake with a black saint sword in his hand. He recalled his fight with Lin Yun back at the profound Wither Sea. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and his gaze became sharp. When he moved, he disappeared and reappeared a few hundred feet away. When he looked back, the afterimage he left behind moved, turning into Lin Yun's appearance with the flower burial sword in his hand. As Lin Yun soared to the sky, he executed the azure mountain beyond the clouds and emerald stars of the fleeting cloud 13 swords. Each attack was terrifying, and his sword was the only light source in this world. But Qin Song was calm as he suppressed his cultivation and swung his sword at the Empyrean realm. Lesser Heavenly Moon. A moon appeared that blocked Lin Yun's sword ray. The moon soared into the sky, forcing Lin Yun to retreat. Fleeting cloud isn't my will, and 10,000 years with the flick of a finger. Qin Song wore a grave expression and took a deep breath before a dazzling golden brilliance exploded from his body. Universal Sun and Moon. Qin Song executed the Lesser Heavenly Sun and Lesser Heavenly Moon. When the sun and moon fused together, they formed a yin-yang diagram. When the diagram opened, the sun and moon appeared from it with meteorites that were like thousands of stars embellishing them. When he swung his sword, he managed to block Lin Yun's sword and even shattered Lin Yun's afterimage. Even then, a bloodstain was left on his face, with a few strands of his hair having fallen off. Zhuge Qingyun suddenly appeared and held a strand of hair in his hand. Putting his sword away, Qin Song asked, "Senior brother, how is this sword of mine?" But Zhuge Qingyun shook his head and replied, "Not very good. This sword technique was used by Lin Yun when he was at the Empyrean realm, and you still can't break it yet. If there's no surprise, I'm afraid his current sword technique isn't something you can take head-on." Zhuge Qingyun was Tian Xuanzi's prideful disciple and was known to be invincible beneath the Saint realm. But this title became empty when Jian Jingtian reached the Samsara Edict realm. Is the difference between us that great? If that's the case, I'll lose if I compete with him in swordsmanship. Qin Song was a little disappointed. Ever since he returned from the Divine Dragon Empire, his mental state and cultivation had undergone a drastic transformation. He was far stronger than before, but he still couldn't fight with Lin Yun in terms of sword Dao alone. Well, it's fortunate that I no longer practice the sword. Qin Song's hands emitted a terrifying sharpness, far surpassing any sharp weapon, and he snapped the Black Saint's sword into two. Looking at this, Zhuge Qingyun was surprised and verified, "The Golden Dragon Saint physique? Are you sure you want to take the path of becoming a saint through your physique? This path won't be easy. The Golden Dragon Saint physique is just the beginning. In terms of sword Dao, I won't be able to surpass Flower Burial Lin Yun in my lifetime, and I won't be able to stand out as long as he's around." Qin Song indifferently replied, "Senior brother, why have you come to look for me? I just received news that this year's champion on the Nirvana banquet is someone by the name of Lin Xiao. He appeared out of nowhere and even defeated a descendant from one of the 10 musical clans. He even made the 3 Lives tree bloom, something no one could accomplish for the past 1,000 years. Zhuge Qingyun said, "He's imposing. His music Dao cannot be underestimated. But what does that have to do with me?" Qin Song said, losing interest. "What if he possesses the Azure Dragon Saint physique and even grasped the quasi-heavenly dome sword intent?" Zhuge Qingyun said slowly. Qin Song's expression froze when he heard that. He began to murmur, "That's impossible. Music Dao isn't something that can be achieved in one day. How can Lin Yun possibly be the first on the Nirvana banquet and defeat all the music Dao geniuses in the world? Not to mention he still dares to show up publicly. Shouldn't he be in hiding instead? I also think it's unlikely that he will appear so openly. His identity was verified by the heavenly origin mirror of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, but we have to be cautious about this. Recently, the heavenly domain's unholy sea isn't calm, and there is a lot of commotion at the Black Tortoise Void Sea. There are a lot of Dragon Pulse Realm experts, and even if Lin Xiao isn't Lin Yun, you can go there to join the fun. Zhuge Qingyun sighed. I won't be going there. There's no meaning in the Dragon Pulse ranking. Qin Song shook his head. If he was still first on the Empyrean ranking and hadn't been defeated by Lin Yun, he might go for the title as first on the 3 rankings. But there was no longer a need for that now. I want to go into seclusion to reach the Samsara Edict realm. The Blue Dragon record is my battleground, Qin Song said firmly. But what if he is Lin Yun? Zhuge Qingyun asked. Hearing that, Qin Song became speechless and was unable to answer. With a sigh, Zhuge Qingyun said, You're still afraid of Lin Yun in your heart, and you can't bear losing to him again. With your current mental state, it's useless even if you reach the Samsara Edict realm. He disappeared when he was done, leaving Qin Song alone to ponder. Having his sore spot rubbed with salt, Qin Song's face was gloomy. Waving his hand, a fragment of the saint's sword he shattered flew to his palm, and his entire hand turned golden. He kept kneading the fragment until it was crushed to powder. His expression was constantly changing on his face, becoming distorted and hideous. After the fragment was crushed to dust and blown away by the wind, Qin Song's expression finally calmed down. Within the Lotus treasure bottle within the 3 Lives realm, a person was seated on the sea of blood with his legs crossed. He was enveloped in a blue radiance, and 7 dragon pulses were behind him. The sky was filled with thunderstorms, and the divine azure blood was endlessly pouring into his dragon pulses. Each of his dragon pulses have reached the height of 4,000 feet, tempered by the divine azure blood. They were like immovable mountains emitting horrifying pressure. Without him knowing it, Lin Yun had stayed within the bottle for half a year now. Within 6 months, he has refined less than 1/10 of the divine azure blood. Although there were no breakthroughs in his cultivation, the length of his dragon pulses reached an unbelievable height. After all, the dragon pulses could be tempered only after reaching the 9th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm, accumulating their strength before reaching the Samsara Edict realm. But under the help of the divine azure blood, Lin Yun's dragon pulses grew to 4,000 feet. It wasn't because he didn't want to make a breakthrough in his cultivation, but he couldn't undergo his tribulation here. The 3 Lives realm was an isolated space that differed from the other secret realms. This secret realm was utterly isolated from the Kunlun realm, and even the flow of time was different here. There wasn't any spiritual energy here, not even the concept of heaven and earth. Thus, no tribulation could descend here, meaning Lin Yun couldn't make a breakthrough in his cultivation even if he wanted to. But even if he couldn't make a breakthrough in his cultivation, he could still allow his dragon pulses to grow. He also made a breakthrough in the Blue Dragon skybreaking art here, reaching the 3rd stage. But despite the breakthrough in his body-refining technique, the number of golden-purple dragon runes didn't increase, but a new variety of dragon runes appeared. He now had jade-blue dragon runes symbolizing the blue dragon and golden-purple dragon runes symbolizing the azure dragon. So 100,000 dragon runes should be the limit. As time flowed, 3 years passed when he finally reopened his eyes. There was still 2/3 of divine azure blood that remained, and his dragon pulses grew to 9,000 feet. His physique had reached a limit, and he could no longer refine the divine azure blood. According to Lin Yun's speculation, he could only continue to refine them after reaching the Samsara Edict realm. With a flash, he left the space within the Lotus treasure bottle. When he waved his hand, the bottle returned to his hand, and he put the cork back on. Looking satisfied, Lin Yun raised his head and noticed that the black void at the edge was gradually dissipating. While the void was dissipating, it was being reduced to particles that were progressively disappearing. Those should be space-time particles? Lin Yun muttered to himself. The space-time was how the 3 Lives realm was formed and how the 3 Lives tree projected the past, present, and future. Speaking of which, he hadn't asked what Yu Weiwei saw from him. He was actually pretty curious because if he had a past, was it Lin Yun on Earth or Lin Yun in the profound Amber realm? He quickly recollected his thoughts, slowly removed his upper clothes, and circulated the Blue Dragon skybreaking art. 2 different dragon runes appeared on his body, One was blue, and the other was golden purple, and the number of both dragon runes together reached 100,000. The golden-purple dragon runes emitted a domineering and ferocious aura, while the jade-blue dragon runes looked like jades, flawless and emitting a noble aura. Over the past 3 years and 6 months, he refined 1/3 of divine azure blood. In addition to the assistance of the blue dragon bone, his blue dragon skybreaking art reached the pinnacle 9th stage. Strictly speaking, he now possessed the dual dragon saint physique, consisting of the azure dragon saint physique, which granted him the ability to manipulate thunderstorms, and the blue dragon saint physique, which granted him control over life and death. The blue dragon symbolized life force, but because he cultivated the divine firmament sword sutra, he possessed the characteristics of death in the form of erosion of life. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the blue dragon controlled life and death. Although it wasn't that exaggeration, it had taken shape now. Perhaps I'll also be able to grasp the Nirvana Tao one day? Lin Yun muttered to himself. The Iris Saint Sword grasped the Nirvana Tao, which was why he could slay deities while being at the Saint Realm. Life and death were a form of Nirvana, and he wondered if this was an opportunity for him. Then again, he was just thinking about it. The Nirvana Tao was a supreme Tao, and it wasn't as simple as life and death. Life and death were Nirvana, time and space were Nirvana, and the changes of 4 seasons were also part of Nirvana. But it was still too soon for him to think about it now. Recollecting his thoughts, the golden purple and jade blue dragon runes condensed before they separated. Not long later, 2 dragons flew out from his body. One was a blue dragon, and the other was an azure dragon. The former had lightning flickering in its pupils, while the latter looked like blue jades eluded a noble aura. Rather than calling the blue dragon a divine dragon, it looked like an immortal amongst dragons because of its jade-like temperament, and the divine radiance within its pupils grew even more terrifying. When the 2 dragons flew over, they intimately approached Lin Yun, to which Lin Yun smiled and caressed their heads. He then leaped to the sky and landed on the back of the azure dragon before soaring around the space. The blue dragon followed behind, and the 2 dragons danced within this space, filling every inch with a majestic dragon aura. The dragon's aura was so massive that it could blow up this place anytime. When Lin Yun had enough fun, he recalled the 2 dragons back into his body, and his pupils were excited. He now possessed the dual dragon saint physique and was 1 step closer to the azure dragon divine physique. Then again, it was a long process that required opportunities, so he couldn't be too anxious about it. Since the 3 lives realm could still last, Lin Yun decided to practice the azure dragon sword art. This sword technique had 10 swords, and the first 7 swords represented each part of the azure dragon, manifested with sword rays before allowing him to wield his sword like a dragon. The last 3 swords were ultimate attacks, and one was more ferocious than the previous. The azure dragon sword art required a high level of comprehension, but it wasn't as tough as the divine firefly art. With his talent in sword Tao, he could easily grasp it. In addition to his azure dragon saint blood and refining so much divine azure blood, he also grasped the profundity of the azure dragon. So practicing this sword technique was much easier than the carefree 9 swords. It might be simple to cultivate, but the power wasn't weak at all. In addition to the azure dragon's profundity, it was even stronger than the carefree 9 swords in some aspects. The first sword form was named Azure Dragon Claw. As his figure changed, the sword he swung was like a claw with the clouds rumbling as the claw became enveloped in a thunderstorm. Each sword was accompanied by a piercing thunderstorm, resounding between heaven and earth, that boosted his Azure Dragon's aura. The second sword form was named Azure Dragon Tail, and the sword ray unleashed by the flower burial sword would turn into a dragon tail that was a few dozen feet in length. In the path of the majestic thunderstorm, even space became distorted. The third sword form was named Azure Dragon Scales. When he rose to the sky, the dragon scales became engraved with saint runes, like sharp daggers raining down like a densely packed storm. The fourth sword form was named Azure Dragon Body. This sword technique focused on defense. When Lin Yun swung his sword down, a massive dragon coiled around him, protecting him like an impenetrable castle. The fifth sword form was named Azure Dragon Head. He would turn into a streak of light that stabbed forth, and he could even pierce through a mountain. The sixth sword form was named Azure Dragon Eyes. Swinging the flower burial sword, his sword ray shone like the azure dragon's eyes, making it too dazzling for anyone to look at. The seventh sword form was named Azure Dragon Horns, and this was the sharpest attack. The sword was like the dragon's horns, and the sword ray could even pierce through the defenses of saint armor and demonic beasts. The eighth sword form was named Nine Heavenly Storm. This was the ultimate attack of the Azure Dragon sword art by unleashing a powerful tornado with a swing of the sword, crushing everything that stood in the way and fully unleashing the destructive power of the wind. The ninth sword form was named Thunder Spike. It could summon lightning from the nine heavens with the sword, accumulating all the lightning bolts within 100,000 miles in radius before forming into 9 lightning bolts on the sword. This sword was terrifying, more terrifying than the 9 heavenly storm. The last sword form was named the Universal Thunderstorm, unleashing the pinnacle power of a thunderstorm by perfectly blending wind and thunder together. It was born from the Azure Dragon and surpassed the Azure Dragon, and this sword was infinitely close to Tao. Lin Yun brought the first 7 sword forms to the manifestation stage in just 3 days. It didn't take long with the 7th and 8th sword forms. But for the last sword form, he couldn't fully master it within the 3 lives realm. Lin Yun roughly knew the profundity contained within it, but this place was isolated from the Kunlun realm. Without the concept of heaven and earth, he couldn't grasp the Azure Dragon Tao here. Let's look at it again after I get out. Lin Yun stowed the flower burial sword. When he looked around, this region was reduced by a lot. Looking at this speed, the 3 lives realm would disappear in another 6 months. He didn't waste any time and sat with his legs crossed to stabilize his cultivation. When he reopened his eyes, 6 months had already passed. When the 3 lives realm disappeared, Lin Yun found himself in the courtyard he was previously in. When he swept his gaze over, he saw Mu Shuling, who was toying with the Azure Dragon's sun-moon umbrella, and she was looking at him with a strange look of surprise. She asked, "How long have you been in there? How much has time passed in the outside world?" They asked their questions at the same time. Lin Yun briefly paused before he smiled. "Saint Elder, you first. It has been 7 days in the outside world." Mu Shuling replied. This meant the 4 years he spent in the 3 lives realm were only 7 days in the outside world. The 3 lives realm was really mysterious. When Mu Shuling knew that 4 years had passed, she didn't seem rather joyful, but said, "If I knew it would be so long, I shouldn't have let you use the 3 lives fruit." "What do you mean?" Lin Yun asked in surprise. The shortest time for the 3 lives fruit was 1 year, and the longest was 10 years. To stay in the 3 lives realm for 4 years, his luck wasn't too bad. Mu Shuling explained, "Have you considered how terrifying your tribulation will become with your 9,000-foot-long dragon pulses? 9,000 feet. Your dragon pulses will probably reach 10,000 feet by the time you reach the 8th pulse dragon pulse realm." Lin Yun was taken aback when he heard that because he hadn't really thought about it. "It's fine if you only stayed there for a year," Mu Shuling said. "But even your blue dragon bone might not be able to save you now." After a brief pondering, Lin Yun wore a wry smile. "This is a problem. I'll figure it out when the time comes. At the very least, staying 4 years is better than 1. You're pretty optimistic. I'll need some time with the Azure Dragon Sun-Moon umbrella. I have to go back to the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion to seek help from the Pavilion Master." "Are you going back with me?" Mu Shuling asked. "I have to go meet Mei Zihua first. So I'll entrust the Azure Dragon Sun-Moon umbrella to Saint Elder," Lin Yun said. After bidding farewell to Mu Shuling, Lin Yun left the Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion's island. Before leaving, he briefly pondered before going back with the Divine Azure Overlord physique and entrusting someone with returning it to Jiang Tian. When the Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion's Pavilion Master saw the jade slip, he furrowed his brows and was puzzled. Shaking his head, he said, "This is the Divine Azure Overlord physique, and he actually refused it? How will he fight those from the other Azure Dragon's lineage branches?" He couldn't probe what Lin Yun was thinking. Perhaps only his father could. He just hoped that his father's decision was right. 4 years have passed within the Three Lives realm, but it was only 7 days in the outside world. Over the past 7 days, the news about Lin Yun becoming first on the Nirvana banquet and defeating Mei Zihua, as well as the commotion about the Black Tortoise Void Ocean and the Martial Dao Tea Party, spread throughout Heavenly Domain City. While walking on the streets, Lin Yun could hear something related to him from time to time. He was also surprised because he didn't think that becoming first on the Nirvana banquet would cause such a huge commotion. Being too famous now wasn't exactly a good thing for him, but they discussed more about the Martial Dao Tea Party instead. The 3 lives fruit that Saint Elder told him to consume was estimated to be a year, but she made a mistake, and he stayed in the 3 lives realm for 4 years instead. Going by this trend, the remaining 3 lives fruit should be able to give him 10 years. If he ran into a similar situation in the future, it would be easier to handle, and he wouldn't be placed in a situation like he is now. He might benefit significantly from the 3 lives realm, but he was also in trouble at the same time. Saint Elder could see through his cultivation with a glance, which made him cautious. Thus, he immediately used the divine tortoise transformation to conceal his aura when he left the island. Suddenly, a familiar melody resounded, containing a wisp of sorrow. The sorrowful melody was contagious, so Lin Yun followed the melody. He initially planned to visit An Luyen in the Heavenly Star Pavilion to find out Mei Zihua's location. But he didn't need to do that now, he just had to follow the melody. Half a stick of incense later, he saw Mei Zihua playing the Eru by the roadside. If he had a bowl before him, he would have touched the essence of Eru. He was decent with it, and a crowd surrounded him. Lin Yun was low profile and found a corner to sit down. When Mei Zihua was done with the song, it took a long time for the crowd to disperse. After Mei Zihua stowed the Eru, he was excited when he saw Lin Yun's existence upon raising his head. As Lin Yun got up and walked over, he said, "It looks like I don't have to teach you how to play it now. 7 days have passed, and even a pig will figure something out. Not to mention I'm Mei Zihua." Mei Zihua looked proud, handing the Eru to Lin Yun. He said, "Great instrument. If this didn't belong to Saint Elder, I would really want to buy it off your hands." "You're terrified of Saint Elder?" Lin Yun casually asked as he received the Eru. He noticed before that Mei Zihua's respect for Mu Shuling far surpassed his respect towards the Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion's Pavilion Master. Mei Zihua was briefly surprised by Lin Yun's question before he smiled. "Let's go and have a drink." The Thunderstorm Inn was the biggest inn within Heavenly Domain City's Vermilion Bird District. It had 9 floors. Each level was more spacious than a manor, and it could hold many people. Disciples and descendants of prestigious backgrounds also frequented this place. The spending on each floor would increase from the 1st floor to the 9th floor, the expenditures on each floor would increase, and those on the 9th floor even needed a prestigious identity. Someone like Mei Zihua was naturally brought to the 9th floor. They saw several youths giving a grand speech when they reached the 9th floor. I heard another phenomenon appeared on the Black Tortoise Void Sea. A black pillar soared to the sky and broke the 3rd layer of heaven. There have always been rumors that the Black Tortoise inheritance could be found in the Black Tortoise Void Sea. Judging from the current commotion, the inheritance might really appear. The Martial Dao Tea Party is coincidentally going to be held when there is a commotion in the Black Tortoise Void Sea. The top 10 on the Dragon Pulse rankings will be there. The past tea parties were pretty pointless because Jian Jingtian had always occupied the 1st rank on the Dragon Pulse ranking, with everyone suppressed by him. But this tea party will be different. That's right. Jian Jingtian has left the Dragon Pulse realm after so long, so it's time for a new champion of the Dragon Pulse ranking to be decided. Lin Yun and Mei Zihua naturally heard their conversation while sitting near the window. Lin Yun asked, "The Martial Dao Tea Party?" He had heard about it along the way but wasn't too bothered. But he never expected that it would be such a popular topic. This is the event that I mentioned before. The 4 young masters of Heavenly Domain City will take turns holding the Martial Dao Tea Party. It's held once every 2 years and will be held by the Autumn Mountain Lord this time. Mei Zihua smiled. The 4 young masters of Heavenly Domain City were the Wind Edge Lord, Snow Master Lord, Autumn Mountain Lord, and the Blue Frost Lord. They each have a title and nobility status bestowed by the Divine Dragon Empire. This was a treatment that only outstanding geniuses could receive, and their clans also received a title from the Divine Dragon Empire. To a certain degree, the 4 titled clans of Heavenly Domain City represented the Divine Dragon Empire. Lin Yun met the Wind Edgelord before, and their meeting didn't have a pleasant ending. The Wind Edgelord was strong, and it was practically impossible for Lin Yun to defeat him through normal means when he was at the 5th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. As for the other 3 of the 4 young masters, they probably wouldn't be any weaker either. Since it's held every 2 years. What's the difference this year? Lin Yun asked softly. Those people already made it clear. It's a gathering where everyone fights to be ranked on the Dragon Pulse ranking. But everyone can only be ranked beneath Jian Jingtian, no matter how they fought in the past. And no one is foolish enough to challenge Jian Jingtian in the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect. This is why the previous martial Dao tea parties were pointless. Mei Zihua smiled. First on the Dragon Pulse ranking. Won't it be on the Dragon Pulse ranking? Why do they have to compete in the martial Dao tea party? Lin Yun asked. Placing his cup down, Mei Zihua said, the Dragon Pulse ranking is only a rough ranking, and no one will be convinced without a real fight. In the past, Jian Jingtian was publicly known to be the first on the Dragon Pulse ranking. But he left the Dragon Pulse realm now. So not only do the 4 young masters of Heavenly Domain City want to obtain first on the Dragon Pulse ranking, the 6 Holy Lands geniuses do as well. Not to mention Jian Jingtian forged his name through countless battles and not just based on rankings. So the top 10 on the Dragon Pulse ranking are waiting for an opportunity to become famous through a fight, just like how Jian Jingtian established his position on the Dragon Pulse ranking back then. Mei Zihua briefly paused before he continued. This is an opportunity. Due to the Black Tortoise Void Sea commotion, the top 10 on the Dragon Pulse ranking are here. But they couldn't go to the Black Tortoise Void Sea because of the danger for the time being, which made this martial Dao tea party more interesting. Lin Yun listened and only felt that his senior brother's experience was a legend. After leaving the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect, Lin Yun would occasionally hear legends regarding his senior brother in the Eastern Desolation. Even someone like Saint Elder had heard of his senior brother's reputation. But the martial Dao tea party was also related to his senior brother this time. This martial Dao tea party would be pointless if his senior brother was still at the Dragon Pulse realm. As the junior brother, he was a little lacking when compared to his senior brother. Mei Zihua had no idea what Lin Yun was thinking. Because he didn't speak, Mei Zihua thought Lin Yun wasn't too bothered. He smiled. What's the matter? Are you not interested in the Dragon Pulse ranking? Your cultivation might be lacking now, but when everyone else in the current ranking makes a breakthrough to the Samsara Edict realm, you'll have a good chance to compete for first on the Dragon Pulse ranking. What are the benefits of becoming first on the Dragon Pulse ranking? Lin Yun asked. He also obtained first on the Empyrean and Elysium core rankings. Aside from significantly boosting his cultivation, he has not seen other benefits. So he naturally didn't have much interest in it. The Dragon Pulse ranking can be considered a weakened version of the Blue Dragon record, and those with their names on it will be blessed with fortune. Fortune is invisible, but everyone knows that it really exists. Mei Zihua smiled. Those in the top 10 of the Dragon Pulse ranking would be blessed with great fortune. The Empyrean, Elysium Core, and Dragon Pulse rankings. The higher the ranking, the stronger the fortune one would receive, and this has always been the case since ancient times. Lin Yun pondered over what Mei Zihua said and knew that what the latter said was right. Let's not talk about anyone else and use Flower Burial as an example. Why do you think he can become famous at the ancient barren battlefield and shake the entire Eastern Desolation? Aside from his talent and hard work, it's hard to say it's not related to being first on the Empyrean and Elysium core rankings. Lin Yun couldn't help feeling a little nervous when Mei Zihua talked about him, and he gulped down the wine in his cup to conceal his anxiety. Furthermore, who doesn't want to become first even if nothing exists? Everyone in the Divine Dragon era aims to be like a dragon, and who's willing to be second? Mei Zihua said passionately, and he didn't notice Lin Yun's strange reaction. It's hard to imagine these words coming from you, Lin Yun said in surprise. With a smile, Mei Zihua replied, That's because you don't understand me well. By the way, did you look at the jade slip I gave you? What jade slip? Lin Yun was briefly taken aback before he figured out what Mei Zihua was saying. It should be the jade slip that had Mei Zihua's finger technique recorded in it, along with his comprehension of music Dao. Lin Yun had yet to take a look at it. He spent the majority of the 4 years refining the divine azure blood and the remaining time practicing swordsmanship. So he naturally forgot about the jade slip given to him by Mei Zihua. But seeing Mei Zihua's earnest expression, Lin Yun was embarrassed to tell him the truth and replied, "I did. How is it?" Mei Zihua's eyes shone brightly with anticipation. "I can only say that you're befitting of your title as Saint Hands," Lin Yun answered. Mei Zihua was overjoyed when he heard what Lin Yun said, and he smiled. "It's still all right. It only contains some of my insights, and they're insignificant." Knowing that he would reveal himself if he talked too much about it, Lin Yun quickly changed the topic. "You have yet to tell me why you're so afraid of Saint Elder." About that, Mei Zihua looked around and he said, "This isn't a place to talk about it. I'll transmit my voice to you." As he spoke, his lips moved, and his voice was directly transmitted into Lin Yun's ears. "If my speculation is right, the Blue Dragon record is in her hands. Of course, this is only a speculation. This matter was of great importance, and Mei Zihua didn't dare to ramble about it. Despite only being speculation, through his voice transmission, only Lin Yun could hear him. This was really unexpected, and Lin Yun couldn't conceal the shock in his eyes. The Blue Dragon record was the supreme divine artifact of the Divine Dragon Empire, and yet it was in Saint Elder's hands. It may only be a guess from Mei Zihua, but combined with the information Lin Yun had gotten so far, that should be the truth. Right then, several figures appeared on the 9th floor of the Thunderstorm Inn. Just when Lin Yun was about to speak, he was stunned upon seeing the person leading the party, Yi Xiling. Aside from that, those around her were his friends from the Sword Sect and fellow disciples who experienced life and death together in the ancient barren battlefield. Lin Yun nearly lost control of his emotions and wanted to reunite with them before asking about the situation of his master, sect master, and everyone else. This surprised Mei Zihua, and he slowly turned to where Lin Yun's gaze was directed. When Mei Zihua turned, his gaze fell on Yi Xiling. His eyes lit up when he saw her tall figure and long legs. She had a unique temperament, glamorous with a hint of heroism, and this sort of temperament was attractive to everyone. The moment they appeared, Lin Yun, Mei Zihua, and everyone else on the 9th floor couldn't help looking at her. "What a beauty! It's no wonder why you're stunned." Mei Zihua retracted his gaze and looked at Lin Yun with a smile. Because he didn't bother concealing his voice, it was naturally heard by Yi Xiling, who was 100 meters away, and there was a hint of displeasure within her pupils. Gu Ruochen, the chief disciple of the Scarlet Firmament Peak, whispered in her ears. He seemed to have recognized Mei Zihua's identity and told Yi Xiling about it. Yi Xiling nodded before ignoring them. But when she was about to look away, she noticed another person sitting with Mei Zihua. That person covered his face with a wine cup and sleeves, making it impossible to see his face. After the sword sex party was left at another table near the window, Lin Yun slowly lowered his cup. His divine tortoise transformation was already at the manifestation stage. His disguise was much more perfect than before, and even his gaze had changed. Even if he ran into Tian Xuanzi now, the other party wouldn't be able to see through his disguise. But Lin Yun only came to his senses after hearing what Mei Zihua said. He knew this wasn't the right time for them to reunite, and he didn't want to cause trouble for them. He roughly glanced at the sword sex party. Aside from Yi Xiling, there were many old friends around. There was the sword fanatic Zhao Yan, Divine Firmament Peak's Gong Sun Yan, Chief Disciple Gu Ruochen, Mu Shuiqin, Yi Qingxian, and Ji Shuxian. All the younger generation geniuses of the sword sect were practically here. He was also surprised that Yi Xiling led this party, but it seemed reasonable when he thought about it again. During the test back then, with the Divine Dragon Sword physique, Yi Xiling's talent was the strongest aside from Lin Yun. She possessed the White Dragon Saint sword and even refined an ancient saint origin in the ancient barren battlefield. Thus, her strength had undergone a drastic transformation. But what were they doing here? Brother Lin, it looks like you're the same kind of person as I am. Did you refuse my 9 maids because Yu Weiwei was beside you? You can tell me immediately, and I can send the 9 maids over later. You also don't have to worry about them because they're all virgins. Mei Zihua smiled when he noticed Lin Yun was still staring in Yi Ziling's direction. Retracting his gaze, Lin Yun said, "Cut it out. They can hear it from this distance. Brother Lin, you don't have to try and put on an act. That lady's beauty is peerless and she has a rare temperament. So it's natural for any man to be attracted to her." Mei Zihua smiled. "They're from the sword sect," Lin Yun said. Mei Zihua was briefly stunned upon hearing that before he said, "It's no wonder why that person looks so familiar. So he's the chief disciple of the sword sect, Gu Ruochen. You know about him? We've met before, I guess." Mei Zihua replied. "They should be here for the Martial Dao Tea Party." "The Martial Dao Tea Party?" Lin Yun asked. "What's the matter? Do you think they're not qualified?" The sword sect is the strongest sect with the sword in the ancient Baron domain. After the ancient Baron battlefield, the profound Sky sect lost an entire golden generation of geniuses. So these people from the sword sect are the strongest batch of Dragon Pulse realm experts in the ancient Baron domain. It's only natural that the Autumn Mountain Lord would invite them to this Martial Dao Tea Party. Mei Zihua smiled. The Martial Dao Tea Party isn't just to compete for first rank, but also a place where Dragon Pulse realm cultivators interact. All famous geniuses in the Eastern Desolation will be invited, and it'll be grander than the Nirvana banquet. Mei Zihua didn't hide his disdain for the Nirvana banquet at all. Lin Yun finally understood what was going on. After all, there would be improvements if there were interactions between cultivators. The sword sect gained a lot of benefits in the ancient Baron battlefield, and their current strength far surpassed the current younger generation of the ancient Baron domain. In just Saint elixirs alone, who knows how much they collected. Not to mention that Lin Yun also left behind the Nether Saint sword to the sword sect, and they were all Saint disciples. They were practically invincible amongst those of the same generation in the ancient Baron domain. So there was no reason for them not to come to the Martial Dao Tea Party held by the 4 young masters. This experience could broaden one's horizon, and one could also compete with fellow geniuses to improve. If he was still in the sword sect, he would be among them, right? Thinking about it, Lin Yun couldn't help feeling a sense of sorrow. They're strong amongst those of the younger generation but lack a leader. If Flower Burial was still around, I'm afraid even the Holy Land's geniuses wouldn't dare to underestimate them. Mei Zihua said. But this batch of golden generation will need decades to centuries to rise. They were born in an untimely era. What do you mean? Lin Yun asked, raising the wine cup. With a smile, Mei Zihua replied, "You don't know about it? Who in the Eastern Desolation doesn't know that the Radiant Sword Saint fell for Tian Xuanzi's trap to save Flower Burial Lin Yun? He doesn't have much lifespan left. So do you think the sword sect can continue to exist if he's gone?" The corner of Lin Yun's lips twitched, but Mei Zihua didn't notice it. Looking towards the sword sect's party, he said, "Let's go. Since I met their chief disciple before, I'll bring you over to get acquainted with that lady." Not interested. Lin Yun got up and left. "It looks like I can only go by myself." Then, Mei Zihua smiled. But as soon as he turned around, Lin Yun grabbed the back of his collar and yanked him over. Coldly looking at Mei Zihua, he said, "I'll castrate you if you dare to go after her." Mei Zihua could instantly feel a chill running down his spine, and he smiled. "All right, I understand what you mean now. If anyone dares to go after her, I'll help you castrate them." His words made Lin Yun speechless, and he shoved Mei Zihua back. Looking at Lin Yun's leaving figure, Mei Zihua raised his wine cup and smiled. "Looks like that fellow has a story. Lin Xiao, I wonder if that is your real name." After Lin Yun left the Thunderstorm Inn, he couldn't help feeling restless and turned back to look at the inn. But when he turned around, his gaze coincidentally bumped into Yi Ziling's gaze. When the two looked at each other, Lin Yun was stunned, and memories began to flash across his mind. When those memories flashed within his mind, a smile couldn't help rising on his lips. Yi Xiling was so unyielding back then, and she now shared some resemblance with her father. This made Lin Yun feel gratified, knowing his effort in the ancient barren battlefield paid off. I hereby swear that one day, the sword sect will return to become a holy land. 8,000 years of reign with our halo enveloping 90,000 miles. As long as the moon exists, the sword sect never dies. With a smile, Lin Yun turned around and headed toward the heavenly fragrance pavilion. Lin Yun's smile was captured by Yi Xiling, making her feel baffled. Junior sister, what are you looking at? Mu Shuiqin curiously asked. I saw someone. He's that person who seemed to be sitting opposite of Mei Zihua earlier. Yi Xiling replied. Mei Zihua is an aloof, eccentric, and arrogant person. He disregards everything within his eyes, so I don't think someone who can sit with him will be a good person. Mu Shuiqin said. Nodding her head, Yi Xiling no longer said anything else. Even after he had returned to the heavenly fragrance pavilion, Lin Yun had difficulty calming himself down. Taking a deep breath, he sat with his legs crossed and began to practice the dual dragon Saint Physique. When he circulated the blue dragon Saint Physique, boundless life force overflowed within his body. Circulating the azure dragon Saint Physique, he could also feel his vitality boiling. Without knowing it, the two dragons converged behind him, and the dragon aura he released was terrifying. When he finally calmed down, he exhaled a mouthful of breath. After leaving his residence, Lin Yun came to the summit of the snowy mountain and saw Yu Weiwei seated within the blizzard. She was barefooted, and her eyes were slightly closed with moonlight shining from the sky, making her look like a serene and peaceful fairy. Taking out the thunderstorm zither, he played the Ni Chong dress song. Yu Weiwei opened her eyes and smiled sweetly before she soared to the sky and started dancing. She was like a fairy dancing on the lake when she performed the 9 heavenly profound dance. A song later, the ribbons around Yu Weiwei were like red waves, and she slid through the ribbons before arriving beside Lin Yun. Big brother Lin, do you have something troubling your mind? Yu Weiwei smiled softly as she blinked her eyes. Lin Yun knew he couldn't hide anything from her, nor had he thought about doing so. So he shared with Yu Weiwei what happened today and his encounter with the sword sex party. Big brother Lin, look, what is this? Yu Weiwei smiled. An invitation? Lin Yun placed the thunderstorm zither aside and accepted Yu Weiwei's invitation. It was an invitation to the martial Dao tea party. He was a little surprised, but nodded his head soon after. As the profound fairy of the heavenly fragrance pavilion, it was natural that Yu Weiwei would be invited to the martial Dao tea party. So regardless of whether she would turn up, the Autumn Mountain Lord would send an invitation. Big brother Lin is going to the heavenly Dao sect, and I am interested in this martial Dao tea party. Initially, I wasn't planning on going, but since Big brother Lin's fellow disciples have come, let us go together. Yu Weiwei smiled, but Lin Yun looked at the invitation and fell into deep thought. This was because the martial Dao tea party wasn't part of his plan, and he wasn't very interested when he initially heard about it from Mei Zihua. But after seeing the sword sex party, he could no longer calm his heart. He couldn't just go and leave them behind. But how should he face them if he went? Big brother Lin, I know you just want to know the current situation with the sword sect, so let us go together. Yu Weiwei said softly and held on to Lin Yun's hand. She knew Lin Yun would hesitate because he couldn't forget them and would bring them trouble if he wasn't careful. Weiwei will stand by your side no matter what happens. We agreed on this under the 3 Lives tree. Yu Weiwei looked at Lin Yun with a hint of determination within her pupils. Let's go, then, Lin Yun said. After saying that, he felt relaxed, and his restless heart calmed down. Only then did he realize he had already decided within his heart. Seeing this, Yu Weiwei heaved a sigh of relief. She said something happy to distract Lin Yun from his concern. Big brother Lin, what did you see under the 3 Lives tree at that time? I saw many things and ended up seeing a sword that has beside you all along, Lin Yun said truthfully. Squinting her eyes, Yu Weiwei smiled joyfully. That sword must be yours. What about you? Lin Yun asked. Yu Weiwei's face blushed when she heard Lin Yun's question and bashfully lowered her head. but she ultimately raised her head and looked at Lin Yun. Wei Wei saw a baby. Mine? Lin Yun was a little taken aback. He had never considered this question before, which was why he couldn't help being stunned. Yu Weiwei instantly became angry, with her eyes widened. She roared, "Can it be someone else's child, then? It's definitely ours." Lin Yu knew that he had made a slip of the tongue there, and he quickly smiled. "But we haven't..." "Haven't what?" Yu Weiwei quickly figured out what Lin Yun was saying, and she smiled. "Big brother Lin, are you thinking about something dirty?" "No way, because you need to prepare betrothal gifts and get through my father's test. My father is a big baddie." Hearing that, Lin Yun couldn't help smiling, and all the anxiety he had felt earlier disappeared under Yu Weiwei's smile. He knew she was trying to make him happy, so they leaned against each other by the lake, looking at the moonlight while they were chatting. There was only happiness between them, and they lost the concept of time. The following day, when Lin Yun woke up, he rubbed his eyes. It had been a long time since he had slept so comfortably. While he was still in a daze, he faintly saw a person sitting on the stone stage not too far away. Lin Yun instantly became awake when he saw Mu Shuling, and it was fortunate that they had done nothing last night. He asked, "Saint Elder, when did you come?" "Fairly early," Mu Shuling said. As the atmosphere became a little stiff, Yu Weiwei opened her eyes. She was happy when she saw Mu Shuling, and she ran over. She affectionately said, "Senior sister, are you here to look for Big Brother Lin? Why didn't you wake us up? You must have been waiting here for a long time, right?" Looking at Yu Weiwei and Mu Shuling, Lin Yun could tell they were close. This kind of affection definitely wasn't just an ordinary relationship between martial sisters. "Here you go." Mu Shuling waved her hand, and the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella flew over. When Lin Yun reached out, he could sense that the umbrella had become much heavier when he held onto it. With a heartbeat, he began to pour the golden-purple dragon runes into it, and the umbrella started to shine with a dazzling brilliance. The aura that Lin Yun gave off also broke through a restriction and reached the Samsara Edict realm. The Azure Dragon constellation was also awakened beyond the 36 layers of heaven. A terrifying aura gathered on Lin Yun that made him look like an ancient awakening beast. The saint runes on the surface of the umbrella also began to bloom, and the first seal was lifted. As a powerful saint aura poured from the umbrella into Lin Yun's body, Lin Yun was shocked because the saint aura within the sovereign saint artifact was activated. He could sense that an ancient azure dragon was wandering in a vast river within the umbrella. He could even feel a blood connection with the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella, and all the thunderstorm energies in the world were within his control. This was a mysterious feeling, and his eyes flickered with excitement. He had a feeling that if he opened the umbrella now, he might be able to make the sovereign constellation descend. At the ancient barren battlefield, his physique had already reached a limit when he only summoned the Azure Dragon's head. But he could feel that it would be much easier now, and this feeling was too profound. Don't activate it for real because others will detect it. When he couldn't hold back his excitement and wanted to try it, Mu Shuling's voice was like a bucket of ice water pouring down his head, immediately waking him up. He quickly put away the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella before cupping his hands together. "Thank you, Saint Elder. This is nothing, but don't be too complacent about it. A sovereign saint artifact might be powerful, but it's not something you can control with your current cultivation. You know what I'm talking about," Mu Shuling lightly stated. Lin Yun nodded his head. His dragon pulses were destroyed before, and they were nearly beyond recovery. This was because he had used a power that had far exceeded what his physique could bear. But now that he had the dual dragon saint physique, he wouldn't be in such a pathetic state if he used it again. After Mu Shuling left, Yu Weiwei asked, "Big Brother Lin, when will we leave?" "How about 3 days?" After a brief pondering, Lin Yun said that he still needed time to adjust his strength. At night, Lin Yun practiced his sword in his courtyard. He first practiced the Azure Dragon sword art, starting from Azure Dragon Claw to Azure Dragon Horns, fully exhibiting the full power of the 7 swords. 7 swords later, the dragon aura he gave off reached a terrifying height. He had already reached the manifestation in the 7 sword forms, But the real difficulty lied in the last three swords: the 9 Heavenly Storm, Thunderspike, and Universal Thunderstorm. 9 Heavenly Storm! Lin Yun turned around and swung his sword down in midair. As Lin Yun's aura continued to rise, this sword unleashed a tornado that was a few hundred feet in height, tearing the space in its path apart inch by inch. The tornado would become even more terrifying if he executed this attack without reservations. Thunder Spike! He then proceeded to the next sword form. As he soared to the sky, his Azure Dragon's sword intent started accumulating, and all the thunder energy within a few thousand miles of radius gathered towards him. In the end, the thunder energy condensed into 9 shackles shrouding the sword, causing the flower burial sword to shine brightly, and the thunderstorm energy contained within it allowed Lin Yun to release an aura that was at the Samsara Edict realm. Universal Thunderstorm. After he unleashed the Thunder Spike, all the dragon origin within his body began to pour out just when he was in midair. Bolts of lightning began to flicker on the surface of his body, and the powerful wind made his hair flutter violently. At this moment, his pupils were filled with thunderstorms, and it was as though he was on the verge of going berserk. He could even tear the sky apart. Universal Thunderstorm, perfectly fusing the wind and lightning intent. This sword Lin Yun unleashed was close to Tao. When he swung his sword, all the shackles that were bound on him by heaven and earth shattered. Back in the Three Lives realm, he couldn't grasp the profundity of this sword form because there was no concept of heaven and earth. But since he decided to participate in the Martial Tao Tea Party, he naturally had to grasp the last sword form. As his sword rays and thunderstorms roared, the shockwave caused by his attacks still lingered in the air, even when he was done performing an entire set of the Azure Dragon sword art. But no one could distinguish whether it was a dragon roar or a sword vibration. Sheathing his sword, Lin Yun turned around and descended towards the ground. When he sat with his legs crossed, he casually stabbed the flower burial sword into the ground beside him. When he activated his sword heart, the lingering sword intent that was in the air formed a complete picture. This was the scene he left behind when he practiced his sword earlier. It was being replayed to him under his sword heart. The sword heart is actually so miraculous? Lin Yun stared at those afterimages and the trajectory of the sword rays. He was pretty shocked himself because it was a casual attempt of trying to look at the traces he left behind. But he never expected that the lingering sword intent would move under his sword heart. Although the afterimages were blurred, he could clearly see the various trajectories. After observing it once, Lin Yun closed his eyes to comprehend the last sword form, Universal Thunderstorm. He felt that this was pretty similar to the last sword form when he practiced the Overlord sword in the past, breaking free of the shackles of heaven and earth to unleash a sword despite facing thousands of enemies. 3 days later, Lin Yun and Yu Weiwei set off for Thunder Island. Aside from the 4 regions in Heavenly Domain City, thousands of islands were near the sea area. But the islands were remote, and every Martial Tao Tea Party would be held on Thunder Island. Thunder Island was more than 100,000 miles away from Heavenly Domain City, and the journey was complicated. It would take some time to travel from Heavenly Domain City. When Lin Yun and Yu Weiwei left the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, they could clearly sense that the atmosphere within Heavenly Domain City had changed. Many people were heading towards Thunder Island as well. I heard that the Dragon Pulse Rankings geniuses from the 6 Holy Lands are also coming to this Martial Tao Tea Party. I wonder if the 4 young masters can hold up the pride of our Heavenly Domain City. Hard to say. The geniuses from the Holy Lands are ruthless people, especially Ji Lingfeng from Divine Phoenix Mountain. He had been first on the Dragon Pulse ranking after Jian Jingtian, and I'm afraid the 4 young masters aren't his opponent. He will definitely be first this time as well. Haha, Ji Lingfeng is strong, but the Heavenly Flame Sex Yan Qihua isn't weak either. He's a monster, slaying 10-odd quasi-samsara Edict Realm experts with his blade. Not surprising. The Holy Land geniuses will surely shine during this Martial Tao Tea Party, and the first on the Dragon Pulse ranking will either end up in one of the hands of the 6 Holy Land geniuses or one of the 4 young masters. But I wonder if there will be any other forces. You're overthinking it. I'm afraid if anyone from the other forces can even make it into the top 20. The Eastern Desolation belongs to the 6 Holy Lands, and the 4 young masters are from ancient Saint clans, not to mention having the Divine Dragon Empire backing them up. So how can others possibly rival them? Lin Yun and Yu Weiwei walked on the streets, one wearing a bamboo hat and the other wearing a veil. Walking along the road, everyone was discussing the Martial Dao Tea Party. Looks like the tea party this time will be different. Yu Weiwei looked at Lin Yun with a smile. Lin Yun nodded because the black tortoise void sea commotion attracted the geniuses of the 6 Holy Lands. But because they couldn't go there anytime soon, they naturally came for the meeting that was coincidentally held close by. I heard that the Wind Edgelord is the main person behind this Martial Dao Tea Party, and he moved this tea party forward by a month, Yu Weiwei said. Hearing the Wind Edgelord's name made Lin Yun furrow his brows, and he had a deep impression of this person. Back at the West Garden banquet, the Wind Edgelord was arrogant and disdainful to the idea of fighting him. He has great ambitions and has been planning to be first on the Dragon Pulse ranking, Yu Weiwei said. He wants to be first on the Dragon Pulse ranking? He probably wants it so that he could receive rewards from the Divine Dragon Empire, but it won't be that easy. Lin Yun had no favorable opinion of this person. While they were casually chatting, they arrived at Thunder Island half a day later. This island was enveloped in thunderclouds, and the surrounding environment was harsh, with a layer of faint purple fog covering the island. Thunder Island was vast, and the Martial Dao Tea Party was to be held at the center of the island, also known as the Thunderblood Square. The Thunderblood Square had a radius of 10-odd miles and was forged with thundergold metal, then drenched in the blood of saint beasts. After soaking in the blood, the thundergold metal became hideous, emitting a wild and ferocious aura. The thundergold metal was so tough that even Samsara Edict Realm experts would have trouble breaking it. Not to mention it was further fortified with saint blood. There were guards outside the Thunderblood Square, and you had to undergo a test to enter if you didn't have an invitation. There were many pavilions in the square distributed in all directions. The center of the square was where the saint blood was poured on. It was left alone to be a stage for battle. At this moment, there were many geniuses gathered on the Thunderblood Square. This was initially a private gathering, but then Jian Jingtian departed from the Dragon Pulse ranking. Thus, the Martial Dao Tea Party became huge this time. As time passed, more people began to gather. It's really saint blood. Lin Yun could sense an astonishing aura coming from the blood covering the Thunderblood Batlistage. If one wasn't strong enough, just the aura of the saint blood would be enough to suppress them. This also made Lin Yun more interested in the Martial Dao Tea Party. More Dragon Pulse Realm geniuses began to gather on the Thunderblood Square, and those acquainted with each other stood together. When Lin Yun saw the Sword Sex Party, he breathed a sigh of relief. A blazing aura swept out right then, and a sharp cry echoed. This commotion naturally attracted everyone's attention, and Lin Yun's heart skipped a beat when he saw the Divine Phoenix Mountains party's arrival. Lin Yun had a keen sense for phoenix auras. When the scorching temperature spread out across the sky, everyone immediately thought about the Divine Phoenix Mountain of the 6 Holy Lands within the Eastern Desolation. During the Nirvana banquet, Lin Yun already interacted with the Holy Lands. Even their music Dao geniuses had strong martial cultivations, far surpassing geniuses from powerful sections. But they were only outer disciples of the Holy Lands and couldn't even be considered the tip of the iceberg. But from the Dragon Pulse ranking geniuses in this Martial Dao Tea Party, everyone could see how powerful the foundation of the Holy Lands was. When the scorching aura reached the limit, a massive bird enveloped in flames appeared, releasing a gigantic holy radiance across the sky. A saint beast! Everyone was shocked, and an uproar broke out. This was a Saint Realm Luan bird, possessing the Phoenix bloodline. It was genuinely at the Saint Realm, which was the reason why everyone was shocked. Lin Yun was also surprised by this spectacle from the Divine Phoenix Mountain. This was just the Martial Dao Tea Party, and yet they actually arrived riding on a saint beast? The Luan bird could also be called Luan Phoenix, a bloodkin of the phoenix that possesses a thin bloodline of the phoenix. In ancient times, Many mortal dynasties used the Luan bird as their totem. Some even mistook them for phoenixes. Then again, only the divine Phoenix Mountain was capable of subduing these saint beasts. They had a noble bloodline, so not only did you need strength if you want to subdue them, but you also needed to possess a noble bloodline and great fortune. As the Luan bird let out a cry, it opened its wingspan that was over 100 feet and descended on the Thunderblood Square. When the Luan bird broke through the clouds, the thunderclouds in the sky instantly closed, and the Luan bird couldn't disperse the thunderclouds no matter how powerful its saint aura was. Thunder Island was extraordinary, with the sky always being covered in thunderclouds. There must be something unusual about the thunderclouds. Everyone's gazes were on the Luan bird, and Lin Yun's keen sense noticed something strange about the thunderclouds. It's really Ji Lingfeng. That's Ji Lingfeng, first on the Dragon Pulse ranking. It looks like many people have come from the divine Phoenix Mountain. I heard his 9 dragon pulses have reached 3,000 feet long, and he can already enter the Samsara Edict realm. He's only waiting for an opportunity. Which one of those in the top 10 isn't? If your dragon pulses aren't 3,000 feet, you won't even be qualified to talk to them. After all, these geniuses are all aloof. When Ji Lingfeng appeared, the Martial Dao Tea Party's atmosphere reached a small peak. The Luan bird landed on the Thunderblood Batlistage, and a few miles around it was ignited by flames. Brother Ji, it has been a long time. The Autumn Mountain Lord, who invited everyone, landed in the flames and cupped his hands towards Ji Lingfeng. As Ji Lingfeng came down from the Luan bird with his party, he aloofly nodded his head at the Autumn Mountain Lord. He said, "It has been a year since we last met. I wonder how far the Autumn Mountain Lord's Dragon Clan's martial techniques have reached." Anyone could smell the gunpowder in those words, which could be considered mockery. He was taunting Autumn Mountain Lord for not having martial techniques in his clan, and that he needed the Dragon Clan's martial techniques bestowed by the Divine Dragon Empire. "It's all right." The Autumn Mountain Lord smiled. He wasn't furious. His tolerance made many people look highly at him. On the other hand, Ji Lingfeng smiled before he let the Luan bird fly into the sky while leading his party to the nearby pavilion. "The gunpowder here is intense. It'll be interesting later." The 4 young masters of Heavenly Domain City and the 6 holy lands of the Eastern Desolation will definitely have a battle. Amidst the surrounding discussions, the representatives from various forces descended on Thunder Island. Very quickly, the Heavenly Flame sects Yan Qihua, Ming Cult's Yu Wenxiu, the Divine Dao Pavilion's Lin Qingyang, and the Heavenly Dao sect's Xiao Yuanqi arrived. Only the Myriad Lightning sect didn't send any representatives over and was the only one of the 6 holy lands who were absent. Lin Yun was wearing a bamboo hat. Everyone around him was discussing the strength of the Holy Land's geniuses. In the past, the Divine Phoenix Mountain's Ji Lingfeng was dominant. But the Holy Land's geniuses have been rising swiftly recently, especially Yan Qihua. He can be considered the strongest bladesman on the Dragon Pulse ranking, and there are rumors that he has grasped 9 different sacred flames. The Divine Dao Pavilion's Lin Qingyang isn't bad, either. He's at the 9th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm and is a 9th grade Saint Spiritualist in terms of spiritual runes. He even refined half a divine rune and can even confront experts at the profound life stage. 6 holy lands. None of them are weak. No one is convinced about who's first on the Dragon Pulse ranking after Jian Jingtian. But I'm afraid there won't be any controversy after today. The atmosphere became heated, and the 6 holy lands geniuses had many supporters. Some were optimistic about the 4 young masters. After all, they had the Divine Dragon Empire backing them. Not to mention they were descendants of ancient saint clans and even grasped the Dragon Clan's martial techniques. This was why they were confident about confronting the Holy Land's geniuses. As several bolts of lightning tore through the sky, 6 figures appeared above Thunderblood Square. They were all stepping on lightning, and the lightning was like swords swiftly bringing them over. The leader looked to be in his 20s. He was Yifeng. He was the youngest of the top 10 on the Dragon Pulse ranking and was only 21 years old this year. His fame rose rapidly and was swiftly approaching the likes of Yan Qihua, Ji Lingfeng, and the others. With Yifeng's arrival, all the important people of this martial Dao tea party were present. At each pavilion, servants began to serve their guests spiritual fruits and fine wines. As the guests drank and ate, they knew that the martial Dao tea party would start soon. The 4 young masters of Heavenly Domain City appeared as hosts. The Autumn Mountain Lord said, "The martial Dao tea party has been held every 2 years, and I'm honored to be the host for this year. I'm grateful that so many people are here. Let's cut to the chase. I hope everyone can open up and watch the battles while enjoying the food. I believe everyone will have some harvests here." The Autumn Mountain Lord briefly paused before he continued. As we all know, after Jian Jingtian made a breakthrough to the Samsara Edict realm, there has been controversy about who's first on the Dragon Pulse ranking. Is there any controversy? A scoff from Ji Lingfeng of the Divine Phoenix Mountain interrupted the Autumn Mountain Lord. He was indifferent and coldly continued, "My name has been on the Dragon Pulse ranking for a year. If anyone has any controversy over it, why hasn't anyone erased my name from it?" His words caused a shock within the surrounding area, and everyone became quiet. No one at Thunderblood Square dared to utter a word. They all knew that Ji Lingfeng had a hot temper, but they didn't think he was so arrogant. But then again, it was understandable. Ji Lingfeng might be first on the Dragon Pulse ranking, but many people were unconvinced by the result. They felt it was impossible to conclude unless those in the top 10 didn't fight for real. But from Ji Lingfeng's point of view, he was naturally unhappy with this martial Dao tea party because his name was at the first rank for a year. Since someone said there were controversies, wasn't that the same as slapping Ji Lingfeng in the face? The Autumn Mountain Lord seemed to have expected this, and smiled. The Dragon Pulse ranking can only be used as a reference if we didn't fight for real. It has been a decade since the top 10 on the Dragon Pulse ranking last changed, and it's also time for it to change now. As a cold light flashed across Ji Lingfeng's pupils, he coldly said, "Jian Jingtian's name stayed on the Dragon Pulse ranking for more than 10 years, and yet no one said anything about it. So you guys are giving me shit now when I'm first." Jian Jingtian stayed in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect for 2 decades. If Brother Ji defeated him and became first on the Dragon Pulse ranking, I would naturally have nothing to say about it. But it's a pity that you didn't become first by defeating him. The Wind Edge Lord smiled. The Wind Edge Lord is right. Divine Phoenix Mountain is famous, but you're still far from being compared to Jian Jingtian. This is why there are controversies about your position on the Dragon Pulse ranking. If you're unhappy about it, we'll know later after we fight. So why bother wasting everyone's time by talking? The Heavenly Flame Sect's Yan Qihua spoke out. He wasn't convinced by Ji Lingfeng's position on the Dragon Pulse ranking right from the beginning. So he naturally spoke against Ji Lingfeng when he saw the latter comparing himself with Jian Jingtian. Anger rose on Ji Lingfeng's face, but he ultimately suppressed it and smiled. "We'll see then." With no one interrupting him, the Autumn Mountain Lord continued, "There are 2 ways to be ranked on the Dragon Pulse ranking. One is to challenge the Dragon Pulse ranking's illusion, and the other is to fight the person directly. Take Flower Burial, for example. He's first on the Empyrean and Elysium core rankings and obtained them through the second method. So I don't have to explain which method is more convincing to everyone." Everyone nodded. There was no doubt that the second choice was more convincing to everyone. This was considered a response to Ji Lingfeng, and the Autumn Mountain Lord continued, "This year, the 4 of us invited the Dragon Pulse ranking over under our joint name." Everyone's faces changed when they heard that. Even Ji Lingfeng, Yan Qihua, and the others were shocked. The Dragon Pulse ranking was a sovereign saint artifact established by the Divine Dragon Empire, but they have never heard that anyone could move the Dragon Pulse ranking. Are they serious? Doesn't that mean the ranking will be determined on the spot? When everyone felt uncertain, the thunderclouds in the sky tore apart, and a 1,000-foot-long ancient monument descended from the sky. This ancient monument was enveloped in a massive dragon aura. When it landed on the thunderstorm battlistage, the names engraved on it instantly captivated everyone's attention. It's really the Dragon Pulse ranking. Holy shit. For the 4 young masters to be so confident, does that mean the first on the Dragon Pulse ranking will change? I'm afraid that the ranking will have a conclusion this time. The four young masters must have their trump cards, and the Divine Dragon Empire wants to use them to establish their prestige in the Eastern Desolation. It will weaken the influence of the six Holy Lands this way. A discussion resounded from the surroundings, and everyone could sense that this martial Dao tea party wasn't going to be simple. When the geniuses from the six Holy Lands saw the Dragon Pulse ranking, their faces became grave. Linking it with the rumors that the Blue Dragon record would soon appear, everyone could feel a sense of crisis for the first time at the martial Dao tea party. Upon seeing the Dragon Pulse ranking, even Ji Lingfeng restrained his arrogance. They want to play? Ji Lingfeng inwardly sneered. Did these people think one could become first on the Dragon Pulse ranking by luck? Since that is the case, we will have some fun later. Then, he had a surge of anger suppressed within his heart, naturally making his expression indifferent. The surrounding atmosphere suddenly changed. The six Holy Lands geniuses wore grave expressions, but the other forces' geniuses became excited. After all, who wouldn't want to have a higher ranking on the Dragon Pulse ranking? Big Brother Lin, who do you think will become first? Yu Weiwei smiled, looking at Lin Yun. Lin Yun was wearing a bamboo hat, but his gaze was still on the sword sex party. Even when the Dragon Pulse ranking descended, he merely looked at it before returning to the sword sex party. Everyone has a chance, and the Autumn Mountain Lord is right. There's not much difference in their strengths on the surface. They each have their trump cards, so they have to fight directly, or the result will convince no one. Lin Yun replied. He once gave the Elysium Core ranking an attempt and fought an illusion manifested by the dragon spirit. It was just an avatar, so it wasn't an actual combat with the person. Does Big Brother Lin have a chance as well? Yu Weiwei asked. Me? Lin Yun smiled, but he said nothing more. Who wouldn't want to be first on the Dragon Pulse ranking? Lin Yun naturally wasn't an exception. With his personality, he would definitely fight for first place if he was still in the sword sect. If he was with them, he would definitely fight for it. But there was no need for him to cause so much trouble today. After seeing how the six Holy Lands geniuses and the four young masters competed for it so openly, he knew how troublesome the first position on the Dragon Pulse ranking was. Because he had a sensitive identity, he decided against competing. However, he might give it a shot if there was an opportunity, and he was pretty confident in the Divine Tortoise transformation. But his identity had to be kept a secret. Not to mention that 9,000-foot-long dragon pulses were a little too shocking. If he didn't pay attention, his tribulation might arrive. He still wasn't fully prepared to face his tribulation and wasn't sure how terrifying it would be. Most importantly, Lin Yun still had no precise gauge of his strength. It had been half a year since he really fought, and he didn't have an accurate judgment on his current strength. After practicing music Dao for so long, it suddenly felt weird to return to martial Dao. The Nirvana banquet was just a small play, but he still had some distance to be compared to geniuses like Ji Lingfeng. Everyone here is a genius in their force, so I hope everyone won't hold too much regard in winning or losing. It's not frightening even if you lose, and your trip here is worthwhile if you gain something after seeing everyone's fights here. The Autumn Mountain Lord said. Now, I wonder who wants to be the first to fight on the stage before the Dragon Pulse ranking. Ha ha ha. Let me start the martial Dao tea party, then. Chun Xiong of the Ghost Cloud sect is here. Who wants to fight me? After the Autumn Mountain Lord's announcement, a person appeared on the Thunderblood battlistage. Chun Xiong was strong and could be ranked within the top 5,000s on the Dragon Pulse ranking. But he wasn't conspicuous in the Thunderblood square. His main objective for fighting first was to win fame. Otherwise, with his strength, no one would remember his name after the Martial Dao Tea Party. Besides, the Martial Dao Tea Party differed from martial competitions, and the atmosphere was relatively friendly. He was a genius on the Dragon Pulse ranking, and those with a higher ranking than him would feel disdain when fighting him. So those who would fight him were those with similar rankings or those who were ranked lower than him. In the worst-case scenario, he wouldn't lose that terribly. Floating Palace's Zhongying is here to fight you. A person rose to the sky and came to the Thunderblood battlistage. The Floating Palace and Ghost Cloud sect were local forces within the Heavenly Domain's Unholy Sea. Without counting on their foundation and highest fighting prowess, their comprehensive strength could be comparable to the sword sect. The two were 100 meters away, and they cupped their hands before unleashing their aura. Their gazes became sharp as they tried to detect the flaws in their opponent's aura. In the end, Xianxia took the lead and charged forth. As two afterimages crossed each other in mid-air, they soon clashed together. One used a long spear while the other used an axe, and their battle was ferocious. They were both at the 8th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm, and their dragon pulses were 1,000 feet. Furthermore, they had just entered the top 5,000s on the Dragon Pulse ranking. But because the Dragon Pulse ranking didn't take age into concern, there were many people in their 200s or 300s on the ranking. Outside Thunderblood Square, any one of them could be considered a monstrous genius to the outside world. Half a stick of incense later, Xianxia, who used an axe, won the battle. The two made a good start during the Martial Dao Tea Party. Then, more geniuses began to go on the stage. Occasionally, there were even several battles ongoing at the same time. The stage covered in saint blood became heated, and in some battles, the geniuses even summoned their constellations. There were various ghost spirit martial techniques unleashing various phenomena, opening the horizon for many people. On the sword sect side, Zhao Yan, Gu Ruochen, Gong Sun Yan, and others also went on the stage. But aside from Zhao Yan, everyone else lost. This wasn't surprising because everyone here was a genius on the Dragon Pulse ranking, and it hadn't even been a year since they returned from the ancient barren battlefield. They already performed well in the fact that they could fight with these geniuses on the Dragon Pulse ranking. If they had more time, they would definitely grow up in the future, not to mention Zhao Yan one. That fellow is still the same as before. Under the bamboo hat, Lin Yun muttered as he looked at Zhao Yan. Zhao Yan's pupils had no focus. He was clearly standing on the stage, but he looked as though he was asleep, and his previous victory seemed like an insignificant matter to him. Lin Yun believed that if Zhao Yan grasped the heavenly dome sword intent one day, he would definitely be able to grasp the sword heart, based on his obsession with the sword Dao. As the tea party continued, even the Holy Land's geniuses went on the stage. But the main representative of each Holy Land was cautious, and they were waiting as if they had a competition to see who could hold back the longest. Lin Yun had no interest in the other sections. A few more people from the sword sect went on the stage, and they all lost without exception. Even Mu Shuiqin lost. Her opponent was Xianxia, who fought in the first round. Lin Yun furrowed his brows because the sword sect still needed time to grow, since their golden generation from 2 decades ago had been wiped out. As a result, they didn't have any top-tier Dragon Pulse realm geniuses, and the new generation still needed time. Is this the level of the sword sect? Xianxia smiled after winning several rounds. He continued, "It's not satisfying enough. Does anyone else still want to fight me?" Naturally, people would pick on the weak, and Xianxia was such a person. The sword sect's comprehensive strength might not be strong, but they have a terrifying foundation. After all, no one in the Eastern Desolation hadn't heard of the Radiant Sword Saint's name. Thus, defeating the sword sect gave Xianxia a sense of accomplishment, and his provocation attracted the attention of many people. Jian Jingtian is in the Samsara Edict realm, while Flower Burial is nowhere to be seen. Without a leading figure, the sword sect is a little lacking. Speaking of which, this Martial Dao Tea Party is so lively because of Jian Jingtian. But the sword sect doesn't have the slightest sense of existence now. With the departure of Jian Jingtian and Flower Burial going into hiding, the Radiant Sword Saint doesn't have a proper successor. Someone discussed in a low voice, but most people only had pity on their faces and didn't look down on the sword sect. They just found it a pity that the sword sect had declined so far that even someone like Xianxia could provoke them. If Jian Jingtian were here, even if the 4 young masters and 6 Holy Lands geniuses joined forces, they wouldn't even dare to let out a fart. The faces of the sword sect's party were ugly, and just when Yi Xiling couldn't hold back any longer, a figure landed on the Thunderblood battlistage. He was Zhao Yan, and he said, "Let me face you." Without hesitation, Zhao Yan drew his sword and charged at Xianxia. When the sword and axe clashed, sparks flew around. After exchanging 10-odd moves, Chang Xiong held onto the axe and dashed forth again. Unleashing his cultivation at the 8th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm made Zhao Yan suffer a disadvantage. Before the axe even landed on him, the shockwave from the axe alone forced him to take several steps back. But Zhao Yan ultimately blocked his axe. He was calm and had been searching for the flaw in Chang Xiong's attack right from the beginning. When he stabbed his sword at the weak point of Chang Xiong's attack, he easily dissolved the latter's attack. This made Chang Xiong shocked, and his attacks became even more ferocious. Chang Xiong might hold the advantage in the fight on the surface, but Zhao Yan could execute timely attacks and dissolve the dangerous situations he faced. As time passed, Chang Xiong's heart gradually became a mess, and he knew he couldn't let this carry on any longer. Sky-breaking slash. Chang Xiong roared and executed a ghost spirit martial technique, with his dragon origin manifesting into a terrifying phenomenon of a giant axe slicing apart the stars with 3,000 stars shining brightly. But to everyone's surprise, Zhao Yan was calm when facing his attack. He swiftly stabbed his sword with multiple afterimages flying out from his body, and those afterimages swung their sword rays that looked like ink strokes. Profound. When the huge axe descended, an ancient, profound word appeared. When the axe fell onto that word, Zhao Yan shook his sword, and Chang Xiong's attack was reflected back at him. This caught Chang Xiong off guard, and he threw out a mouthful of blood in defeat. As he laid on the ground, there was a hideous wound on his chest, and that was from his own axe. He asked, "What sword technique is this?" This was an outcome no one had expected. They didn't expect the dull-looking and insignificant Zhao Yan to defeat Chang Xiong, especially with the last sword. No one could understand that sword. Under his bamboo hat, Lin Yun nodded his head because Zhao Yan didn't disappoint him. Interesting. Holy Land's geniuses like Ji Lingfeng's eyes lit up when they saw this sword. Sword Sex Zhao Yan is grateful for the battle. Zhao Yan had no intention of leaving after defeating his opponent. He looked around and asked, "Does anyone else wish to fight me? Let me face you. I'm Yuan Hao of the Ghost Cloud sect." This person looked to be in his 30s and had a robust figure. He was the senior disciple of Chang Xiong. "Come." Zhao Yan didn't waste any time and merely greeted with his sword. As Yuan Hao soared to the sky, a massive ghost appeared behind him with his hand descending on Zhao Yan. The palm of the gigantic ghost also came descending on Zhao Yan, and a huge shadow enveloped the sky, causing the Thunderblood Batlistage to tremble. Heaven's sword form. Zhao Yan swung his sword out, and his dull pupils changed to a sharp gaze. He unleashed 36 sword rays, tearing the huge palm into pieces before forming a descending heaven word. Simultaneously, his firmament sword intent became rampant, which made the heaven word even more terrifying. This made Yuan Hao lightly lock his brows before he gave a kick, and the massive ghost behind him landed on the heaven word. Everyone could hear the sounds of heaven shattering. Earth sword form. Before Yuan Hao could catch his breath, Zhao Yan dashed forth with his sword, unleashing multiple sword rays from the sky. After executing the earth sword form, the surrounding gravity multiplied, significantly slowing down Yuan Hao's bizarre movement technique. That was especially the case for the massive ghost who looked like it was in a quagmire. Heaven and earth. 10 odd moves later, Zhao Yan turned around as the heaven and earth words overlapped together. The surrounding space began to distort, and his sword pierced through the air. Under the empowerment of the various phenomena, the massive ghost started to crumble. 100 moves later, Yuan Hao gradually reached his limit. His cultivation might be higher than Chang Xiong, and he should have easily suppressed Zhao Yan, who was at the 7th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm, but as time passed, Yuan Hao gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. The Carefree 9 Swords. That's the sword technique used by Flower Burial. Who is this person? He's just a nobody who knows a part of Flower Burial's sword techniques, but he can already force Yuan Hao into such a pathetic state. If Flower Burial was the one using it, how powerful would it be? This person isn't simple, and his Carefree 9 Swords seems more majestic. He's as different from Flower Burial. Soon enough, everyone was shocked when they recognized the sword technique performed by Zhao Yan. There was much information about Lin Yun after that battle outside the ancient barren battlefield, and many things about him were mythicized. The sword technique used by him was naturally spread out as well. Lin Yun was known as a peerless genius in the sword for the past millennium, and many swordsmen researched his sword Dao. So everyone was familiar with the carefree 9 swords that he used on multiple occasions. When Lin Yun heard the surrounding discussions, he couldn't help rejoicing. He never used the carefree 9 swords with his identity as Lin Xiao, but he was impressed by Zhao Yan. He didn't expect the latter could reach such heights in the 4 swords he passed on to him, but that was Zhao Yan. If it was someone else, it was practically impossible for them to grasp those 4 swords without the guidance of the Radiant Sword Saint. Lin Yun also knew he had to find an opportunity to hand the remaining 5 to Zhao Yan. He only knew the first 4 sword forms back then, so he couldn't teach the remaining 5. With Zhao Yan's talent, it would be a huge waste if he didn't practice those other 5 swords. Go down! Zhao Yan became even more ferocious as he fought. When he executed his sword technique, a massive sword aura was combined and brought his sword Dao to a new level. Facing his attack, Yuan Hao threw out a mouthful of blood before he could stabilize himself after taking 5 steps back. You lost, Zhao Yan said, standing with his sword. Okay, Yuan Hao, you can go down now, the Autumn Mountain Lord announced. Seeing that Yuan Hao wasn't convinced by his loss and still wanted to fight, Yuan Hao also knew that his odds of winning were low if he continued to fight. He was practically invincible as long as he could find a way to deal with Zhao Yan's sword techniques. As for Zhao Yan, he continued to fight another 6 rounds with the carefree 9 swords, winning all 6 battles. His ranking on the Dragon Pulse realm also skyrocketed because of it, making it into the top thousands. After 6 battles, a commotion broke out from the surroundings, and Zhao Yan became famous. Even the Holy Land's geniuses began to look at him thoughtfully. That sword technique is really powerful, and I can't find a way to deal with it, the Blue Frost Lord of the 4 Young Masters said with his brows furrowed. I, on the other hand, wish to experience this sword technique in the hands of Flower Burial. I want to see how powerful it is. The Autumn Mountain Lord smiled. The other young masters also nodded their heads because the name Flower Burial itself represented a legend. He clearly went into hiding, but there were still legends around him. His name was even mentioned multiple times at this martial Dao tea party. Vaguely, his fame was already catching up to Jian Jingtian, who was first on the 3 rankings. But everyone felt fortunate because Lin Yun chose a path of death and wouldn't show himself for at least a decade. There were even rumors that he had already died. You're not the only one from the sword sect, right? That's too boring if that's the case. Let me face you. Person stood up. When everyone saw this person, they took a cold breath and were shocked because this person was ranked in the top 200s on the Dragon Pulse ranking. Ming Cult's Yen Xiao. They were shocked that a genius from a holy land finally stood out, but the difference in their ranking was too significant, and this was no different from bullying. Zhao Yan, let me face him. Right then, Yi Xiling stood out. She wanted everyone to change their opinion of the sword sect. The sword sect might not be comparable to before after losing Jian Jingtian and Lin Yun, but that didn't mean they had no one else. Even when facing a genius of a holy land, the sword sect's geniuses could also fight them. How beautiful! The sword sect has such beauty? Unbelievable. Just being beautiful has no meaning because this martial Dao tea party speaks with strength, not beauty. She's pretty confident. Does she think she's stronger than Zhao Yan? I don't believe it. When Yi Xiling stood out, her beauty captivated everyone's attention, and their eyes soon turned to her legs. She had a pair of fair and long legs. Even if she didn't display them on purpose, they still captivated everyone's attention. Even the 4 young masters and the Holy Land geniuses couldn't help being breathtaken. She's Yi Xiling? It looks like Big Brother Lin has no lack of beauty around you. Yu Weiwei smiled, looking at Yi Xiling. Lin Yun already told her his story after they parted, so Yu Weiwei naturally had an impression of Yi Xiling. Even so, she couldn't help being surprised when she saw Yi Xiling, especially those long legs that even she felt jealous of. That's her. She's the daughter of my senior brother. Lin Yun replied. Yu Weiwei nodded her head. She naturally knew about Lin Yun's relationship with Yi Xiling, which was why she was curious about the latter. I like flower burial, which has nothing to do with Lin Yun. That's what she said, right? I like that character of hers. Yu Weiwei adorably squinted her eyes. Beneath his bamboo hat, Lin Yun smiled because he was also shocked when Yi Xiling told him that. When Zhao Yan saw Yi Xiling stepping forth, he nodded his head and sheathed his sword before returning. Just when everyone's attention was attracted to Yi Xiling, Zhao Yan's gaze became dull once more, and he returned to his seat. This was drastically different from how he was on the stage. Why did a woman stand out? Yan Xiao raised his brow upon seeing Yi Xiling. He smiled. I don't have a habit of hitting women. Get another person to come up, or get Zhao Yan to fight me after he's done resting. I have no personal interest in the sword sect, and I'm only interested in the carefree 9 swords used by flower burial. If Junior Brother was here, I'm afraid you wouldn't even have the courage to say those words. Yi Xiling replied. You think too highly of him. If he's really here, it'd be a problem if he could make it into the top 100th, not to mention the top 10. Yan Xiao snorted when he heard the contempt in Yi Xiling's tone. You don't believe it? I'll have some fun with you then. Yan Xiao didn't think too highly of flower burial. He wanted to fight Zhao Yan to prove that there was nothing impressive about the carefree 9 swords. But he never expected Yi Xiling to stand out. Then again, it wouldn't matter because he would first defeat her before forcing Zhao Yan to come out. Divine Radiance Annihilation. Yan Xiao threw out a punch, and the blazing aura formed into a brilliant flow of waves. The dazzling radiance made his punch look like a beam of light streaking across the horizon. The saint blood on the stage was ignited by the heat wave and began to burn. Under the reflection of the flames, a golden mark bloomed on Yan Zhao's forehead that shone brightly like a sun. Everyone was secretly alarmed and now knew how strong the Holy Land geniuses were. Even the thunderclouds in the sky became faint under this punch. No one was optimistic about Yi Xiling, and they all felt that she would be defeated by this attack. Thus, they couldn't help looking at her with pity in their pupils. But surprisingly, Yi Xiling didn't retreat when facing this punch. Instead, she drew her sword to face it head-on. When a sword ray shone on her sword, a dragon roar echoed, and this sword gave everyone a feeling that it could even split heaven and earth. As the snow fell, her sword ray formed into a divine dragon. Not only did the dragon crush Yan Zhao's attack, it also knocked Yan Xiao flying away. When she stood on the stage that was covered in saint blood under the snow, a purple flower bloomed within her pupils, making her look aloof. The radiant snow flowers shone within Yi Xiling's pupils, and she even had a white dragon coiling around her. Radiant snow sword net. Yi Xiling dashed forth. A massive sword aura exploded from her as she unleashed countless sword rays. In just one breath, the white dragon saint's sword in her hand released over 100 sword rays, and the purple lightning sword rays gradually merged with the surrounding snowflakes. As her sword rays intertwined, they formed a sword net of ice and lightning that enveloped Yuan Hao. This made Yuan Hao furrow his brows, and he threw his punch forth. He unleashed a barrage of punches, and each punch was like an erupting volcano. His dragon origin reached a limit, but the snowflakes falling from the sky weakened his attacks. Thus, the remnant power of his punches only managed to break the edge of the sword net. When the sword net descended, it quickly tangled around Yuan Hao, crushing the dragon origin around him. The net made Yuan Hao feel weak, and this made him nervous. He didn't hesitate to unleash his full strength and brought out his 9 dragon pulses, wanting to break free from the sword net. But he was horrified to discover that the sword net absorbed most of his dragon origin. The sword net was like a saint artifact devouring his dragon origin, and the net was flickering with dark saint runes. At the same time, the sword net gradually dissolved into his body, and his dragon origin couldn't put up any resistance against the process. This thoroughly made Yuan Hao panic, worried that he would be defeated. When he fell into fear, Yi Xiling landed on the ground, swiftly turning around and pushing her palm forth. As a bolt of lightning flew out from her palm, it instantly struck Yuan Hao. The impact made Yuan Hao throw out a mouthful of blood before he was sent out of the Thunderblood battlistage. The dragon origin enveloping him crumbled, and a bloody hole appeared on his chest with his blood pouring out. When Yi Xiling spun, she waved her hand, and the white dragon flew back. When the white dragon returned to her hand, everyone noticed it was a sword. The white dragon saint sword gifted to her by Lin Yun. Holy shit! What sword technique is that? Everyone was shocked. They were shocked by how fast the battle ended and the speed of the last sword. After defeating Yuan Hao, Yi Xiling faced two more geniuses from the Holy Lands. They weren't any weaker than Yuan Hao. One was even ranked 230 on the Dragon Pulse ranking. But Yi Xiling ultimately persevered, winning all 3 battles. Following her victory, the name of the sword sect rose swiftly, and it soon became an existence that no one could overlook. Not bad. The current generation of the sword sect has grown up. Yi Xiling, let me face you. A figure soared to the sky, another a disciple of the Ming cult. He was ranked 97th on the Dragon Pulse ranking, Xikong Yuan. When Xikong Yuan landed on the stage, he unleashed his aura and attacked without holding back. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a long spear and thrust it forth. His long spear was like a dragon that pierced through the space before him, breaking apart the snowflakes and sword aura that was in its path before reaching Yi Xiling. The battle had just begun, and Yi Xiling was already facing a dangerous situation. But she was calm as she retreated before swinging her sword. With a retreat and advance simultaneously, a dragon roar echoed along Yi Xiling's sword ray, easily dissolving Xikong Yuan's attack. Not bad. Xikong Yuan smirked, before he became serious. Take an attack for me as well. After dissolving Xikong Yuan's attack, Yi Xiling flicked her wrist and unleashed 6 sword rays. The 6 sword rays turned into 6 white dragons that flew forth. Each of her swords would cause space to freeze. The speed of the 6 dragons reached a limit, pushing the Thunderfrost intent to the limit. Lightning intent represented speed, and ice intent could freeze everything, including sound. As expected of Jian Jingtian's daughter. It looks like I can't underestimate you. Xikong Yuan smiled, taking several steps back. He was lucky to react so quickly because he would have 6 holes in his body if his reaction had been slightly slower. Soundless and shadowless sword? Lin Yun was surprised because it looked like Yi Xiling received a lot of benefits from the saint origin. She could now exhibit the characteristics of her Thunderfrost intent to the limit. On the Thunderstorm Batlistage, they were both evenly matched. Even Xikong Yuan, ranked 97th, couldn't obtain the upper hand against Yi Xiling, and even showed trends of falling into a disadvantageous situation instead. Who is this Yi Xiling? She seems to be even stronger than Zhao Yan. She can probably make it into the top 100th with her strength. How unbelievable. She seems to be Jian Jingtian's daughter. The discussions in the surroundings were ongoing, and everyone was amazed by Yi Xiling's strength. But Yi Xiling was utterly immersed in the fight and couldn't pay any attention to the surrounding discussions. She was calmly analyzing how to resolve this battle quickly. Xikong Yuan was stronger than her, and her odds of winning were small if the fight continued. Xikong Yuan could also tell that, which was why he maintained the stalemate despite being in a disadvantageous position. As determination flashed across her pupils, Yi Xiling knew it was time for her to do something about this fight, or she would lose if the fight dragged on. Divine Dragon Skylocking Sword. As snowflakes fell, her long sleeves were like clouds as she soared into the sky. She was like a nimble purple thundercloud floating towards Xikong Yuan, with all her strength hidden in the clouds. Shadowless, formless, soundless, and Anata. This was the new Anata sword Dao that Yi Xiling mastered. This was the ultimate move she, herself, created for her Thunderfrost sword Dao, combining her comprehension of the saint origin. The profundity contained within this sword far surpassed any ghost spirit martial technique of the same grade. Xikong Yuan furrowed his brows, feeling a little pressure. Holding onto the spear with both hands, he began to swiftly rotate it, with light screens appearing before him. The light curtains had a revolving sun and moon that resisted the sudden outburst of Yi Xiling's sword aura. Break! Yi Xiling couldn't find the best opportunity to attack, but she could only unleash it before her sword aura declined. As the purple clouds broke apart, a white dragon roared and charged forth. When the white dragon appeared, an overwhelming sword aura fell onto Sikong Yuan like shackles. In response to her attack, Sikong Yuan let out a roar, and his aura began to start rising. Shattering the incoming sword aura, he turned the spear a few hundred rounds before stabbing forth. Yi Xiling threw out a mouthful of blood and flew backward when their attacks clashed. But Sikong Yuan wasn't in a good state either because he was bleeding from his palm. This made his lips twitch and he grimaced from the pain. Everyone at the Martial Dao Tea Party was shocked, and they could tell how terrifying this sword from Yi Xiling was. If Zhao Yan relied on his talent and the sword technique left behind by Flower Burial to shine at the tea party, Yi Xiling found her own path. But anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this sword was still somewhat lacking. She was lacking in her cultivation. If Yi Xiling's cultivation was the same as Sikong Yuan, the latter would lose. The pain Sikong Yuan felt made him furious, and he pounced forth. He was a relatively petty person, and he didn't want to let his opponent lose so easily. When Yi Xiling landed on the ground, she saw a palm approaching her. This palm was swift, and she didn't even have the time to admit defeat. When she was prepared to take this palm head-on, a figure suddenly descended with a palm resting on her shoulder. Her body was pulled back, and that person stepped forth, taking the palm head-on. When the two palms collided, the person who appeared didn't take a step back, but Sikong Yuan was sent flying away. When Sikong Yuan landed on the ground, his facial expression was terrifyingly dark. This sudden change surprised many people, and they still hadn't recovered. When they raised their heads, they saw someone wearing a bamboo hat standing before Yi Xiling. "Who are you? And why are you interfering in my fight with her?" Sikong Yuan coldly questioned while suppressing his anger. "Lady Yi has already lost, hasn't she?" A voice came out from the bamboo hat. When Yi Xiling came to her senses, she nodded and cupped her hands together. "I admit defeat. If there's an opportunity in the future, I will seek guidance from Brother Sikong again." The corner of Sikong Yuan's lip twitched, and he was upset. He might have won, but it was even more embarrassing than losing. This naturally filled his heart full of anger. But he could only bite the bullet and replied, "Thanks for the battle." As Yi Xiling nodded her head, she became puzzled when she turned to look at the person wearing a bamboo hat, wondering about his identity. But since this person wore a bamboo hat, this meant he didn't want to reveal his identity, and she naturally wouldn't ask about it. Thus, she merely cupped her hands together as a form of gratitude before leaving. The person wearing a bamboo hat was naturally Lin Yun. He had been paying attention to everyone from the sword sect. He finally couldn't hold himself back when he saw Yi Xiling lose and was about to be further humiliated. No matter what, he couldn't allow his senior brother's daughter to suffer a loss here. Just when Lin Yun was about to leave, Sikong Yuan stopped him. He yelled, "Stop! That was just a warm-up. Since you can take my palm head-on, I believe you're not a nobody. So how about we finish the fight?" His eyes were squinted as he looked at Lin Yun. He didn't want to let the latter go just like that. His anger was pent up, and it would feel uncomfortable if he let Lin Yun go so easily. "Haha, I'm a nobody on the Dragon Pulse ranking, so I think it's best to forget about me." Lin Yun smiled beneath his bamboo hat, having no intention of fighting. "It's fate that brought us together, and I'm certain you're not a nobody, so you don't have to be humble." Sikong Yuan smiled. He then appeared before Lin Yun with a flash. Lin Yun naturally wouldn't trust Sikong Yuan's character, and backed away, fearing that the latter might make a sudden move. So when Sikong Yuan landed on the ground, Lin Yun had already appeared 100 steps away, and his speed shocked everyone. Even the eyes of the monstrous geniuses from the Holy Lands couldn't help lighting up when they saw Lin Yun's speed. With a wave of his hand, Sikong Yuan summoned his spear to him, and he slammed it onto the ground, causing sparks to fly. Squinting his eyes, Sikong Yuan eerily smiled. "Come on. I'm even more curious about your identity now." He even unleashed the pressure of his cultivation at the 9th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm to forcibly stop Lin Yun from leaving. This made Lin Yun sigh because he knew he couldn't leave now, even if he wanted to. He couldn't avoid partaking in the Martial Dao Tea Party, even if he didn't want to. Since that was the case, then he would just fight. He raised his hand and removed the bamboo hat, revealing a face that everyone was familiar with. Everyone in the surroundings fell into a brief silence before they exclaimed, because it was the first of the Nirvana banquet, Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao had just become first on the Nirvana banquet. So who wouldn't know about his name? But what was a musician doing at the Martial Dao tea party? Did he come to the wrong place? It's him. When Lin Yun removed the bamboo hat, these two words appeared within everyone's mind. Even the Holy Land's geniuses and 4 young masters were surprised to see him. A musician dares to go on the stage? Isn't he afraid of embarrassing himself? The Wind Edge Lord, who had a grudge against Lin Yun, said coldly. Wind Edge Lord, I beg to differ. Ji Lingfeng of the Divine Phoenix Mountain smiled. Raising the wine cup in his hand, he continued. He defeated Li Yushi at the Nirvana banquet, and I believe the other guy is a disciple of the Ming cult? Ha ha! Ji Lingfeng must have naturally heard about the transaction between Lin Yun and the Ji clan, since he had Ji as his surname. Could even be said that he benefited from the Phoenix Heart song. So he would naturally stand on Lin Yun's side. The Ming cult's Yuanqiu had no change on his face, but indifferently said, Lu Yushi is strong, but his main focus is on music Dao. He cannot be compared to Xikong Yuan in regards to his strength. The Wind Edge Lord wasn't afraid of Ji Lingfeng, so he coldly said, if I remember correctly, Lu Yushi's only at the 7th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm while Xikong Yuan is at the 9th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. Each of Xikong Yuan's dragon pulses are 1,000 feet. So how can this brat be compared to him? Ji Lingfeng also didn't have confidence in Lin Yun, but he wasn't willing to admit defeat. He smiled. We'll see then. In the pavilion belonging to the sword sect, Yi Xiling was also shocked. She locked her brows together and murmured, Why is it him? You know him? Mu Shuiqin asked in a surprised tone. Senior sister, that person was with Mei Zihua back then. Yi Xiling replied. Mu Shuiqin smiled before she contemptuously said, He probably took a fancy to you, wanting to be a hero who saves a beauty. Everyone was touched to hear that he confirmed his relationship with the profound fairy under the 3 Lives tree and even touched the tree. I didn't expect him to change his mind so quickly. As expected of men. Is that really the case? Yi Xiling still had doubts when she heard that, so her slightly favorable impression of Lin Xiao disappeared. At the Thunderstorm Battlistage, Xikong Yuan was surprised when he saw Lin Yun's appearance under the bamboo hat. But he soon smiled. So it's the Nirvana Banquet's champion. You're really not a nobody. It's also true that my name isn't on the Dragon Pulse ranking. Lin Yun replied. You don't have to be humble. Since you dared to come on the stage, you naturally have to be prepared to take a beating, so I won't go easy on you. Xikong Yuan smiled. When he finished, he began to rotate his spear with 9 dragon pulses appearing behind him, and each dragon pulse was 1,000 feet long. He had no intention of hiding his strength. The sun and moon behind him began to flicker when he rotated his spear. This attack was bizarre because it even caused heaven and earth to rumble. As Xikong Yuan's aura rose, the saint's spear in his hand rotated a few thousand times in the blink of an eye. With a powerful gale, the sky turned dark, and Lin Yun could feel a majestic wave of aura rushing towards him. As his hair fluttered in the wind, he involuntarily squinted his eyes. Sun Moon Nirvana slash. Xikong Yuan roared, and he threw his spear forth. A bizarre scene occurred because the spear immediately disappeared when it was released. This surprised Lin Yun, but he retreated with his arms spread apart before Xikong Yuan moved. The spear reappeared with 2 saint runes as ripples spread out from the void. One was gold, the other was silver, and the afterimage Lin Yun left behind was pierced in the chest by the spear. When the spear's tip fell to the ground, the entire tip had pierced it, causing the blazing saint blood to splash from the stage. Only now did he unleash the power of someone in the top 100th on the Dragon Pulse ranking. When the saint blood fell back to the stage, it ignited with flames. A terrifying shockwave also swept out. There was no way Lin Yun could avoid this in midair. Inwardly roaring, Lin Yun pushed his hand forth and executed the profundity of the Azure Dragon, manipulating thunderstorms. The omnipresent wind behind him formed into an ocean before shaping into a rumbling wave. When the two waves collided, they produced a great explosion, and Lin Yun let out a muffled groan. Just the remnant energy within the shockwave had injured him. But 3 breaths later, Lin Yun had already completely recovered from his injuries, thanks to the Blue Dragon's Saint physique. When he landed on the ground, "It doesn't feel good, does it?" Sikong Yuan grinned, unaware that Lin Yun had recovered from his injuries. As he soared to the sky, he spun in midair and stepped on the far end of the spear. After the spear bent like a bowstring, he shot forth. When he shot forth, the remaining power left on the spear empowered him. As the sun and moon behind him flickered, Sikong Yuan used this power to punch Lin Yun. Divine Radiance Annihilation. Facing his attack, Lin Yun flashed 3 times and unleashed 3 punches. With 100,000 dragon runes poured into his punches and resolved Sikong Yuan's attack. Falling Sun Slash. Sikong Yuan's speed didn't decrease, and he roared when he arrived before Lin Yun. When he landed on the ground, his spear flew into his hands before swinging it down. The sheer force of his strike shattered the air. Even though Lin Yun quickly dodged it, he was still caught by the ripple when the spear landed on the ground. Die! Sikong Yuan's aura was high as he swept his spear forth. But Lin Yun tilted to the side, facing his attack, before gently giving a push with his right hand, which was empowered by the ocean of wind. When his palm came in contact with the spear, lightning poured into his hand, and his hand was like a dragon's claw that pushed the spear back. As lightning crackled and exploded, Sikong Yuan's arm became numb, and he almost lost his grip on the spear. His 9 dragon pulses became berserk, and Sikong Yuan had to shake the lightning away before grabbing his spear and sweeping it over from another direction. That attack wasn't easy for Lin Yun to bear, and he saw the spear sweeping over again. He manipulated his dragon origin by instinct, and could feel a tremendous pressure falling from the sky, as though his tribulation would descend at any time. As the sky became dark with thunderclouds looming overhead, Lin Yun came to his senses and suppressed his dragon origin to a controllable range. Only then did the pressure from heaven and earth decrease. During a time of desperation, he withdrew his right hand and pushed his left palm forth, accompanied by a violent gale. The wind could defend, and lightning could attack. So he could deal with Sikong Yuan's attacks by relying on the Blue Dragon's Saint physique. But Sikong Yuan's attacks grew increasingly ferocious, forcing Lin Yun to retreat, and he could only suffer a one-sided beating from the former. But gradually, everyone began to realize that something wasn't right. Lin Yun might seem to be receiving a one-sided beating and was powerless to retaliate, but he was easily handling Sikong Yuan's attacks. Whenever he made a move, he would easily resolve Sikong Yuan's ferocious attacks as if they were flowing clouds. As his white robe fluttered in the wind, they exchanged a few hundred moves in the blink of an eye. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Lin Yun was calm and composed. Another strike later, Lin Yun's gaze became sharp, and he noticed that Sikong Yuan's hand was trembling while holding onto his spear. When Lin Yun raised his head, he could see the shock on Sikong Yuan's face. He reached out and grabbed the spear, wanting to yank it away from him. This caught Sikong Yuan by surprise as lightning exploded, and he lost his grip on the spear. When he came to his senses and wanted to reach out for his spear, it was already in Lin Yun's hands. Lin Yun was firmly holding onto the spearhead. This instantly made Sikong Yuan panic. But just when he was about to move, the spear turned around and swept at his lower back. This strike was fast and ruthless, accompanied with rumbling thunderstorms. As Sikong Yuan let out a painful howl, he was sent flying away. Everything happened too quickly, and no one could react in time because they were dumbfounded. But what happened next was even faster as Lin Yun flicked his wrist, and the spear pierced Sikong Yuan's chest. This made Sikong Yuan throw out a mouthful of blood as a hole opened in his chest, and the surroundings fell into a dead silence. Everything took place in the blink of an eye, and all of his movements were so smooth that everyone who was watching couldn't even exclaim, "You're courting death." Sikong Yuan lost himself to his anger. Despite knowing that Lin Yun had gone easy on him, he still dashed over towards Lin Yun with unwillingness. Lin Yun let go of the spear and pushed his palm forth with 100,000 dragon runes in his palm. When his palm came in contact with the butt end of the spear rushed forth like a bolt of lightning, shattering the void in its path. When Xikong Yuan took 2 steps out, the spear pierced his chest again and sent him flying. As a violent impact spread, the spear was like an azure dragon that knocked him into the sky. After he landed on the ground, Xikong Yuan's hair became disheveled, and his expression was pale. He had no blood on his face and held onto the spear with 2 hands, slowly pulling it out. There was lightning flickering from the spear that spread along his body. When he pulled the spearhead out, he threw out a mouthful of blood before he fell onto one knee. "Thanks for letting me win." Lin Yun cupped his hands together. Xikong Yuan's face turned red, and he felt so ashamed that he couldn't utter anything. He initially didn't have to suffer this humiliation, but he just had to force Lin Yun to stay. Even after knowing Lin Yun's identity, he still considered Lin Yun to be a pushover and even asked him to be prepared to receive a beating. When Xikong Yuan fell to his knees, he felt humiliated and wanted to find a hole to burrow in. The entire Thunderblood Square fell into a dead silence, and it took a long time before exclamations echoed and everyone's blood boiled. The Ming cult's Wuxia's face was dark, and he couldn't utter a word. The corner of Wind Edge Lord's lips twitched. He wanted to say something but couldn't even utter a word. "Ha ha ha, that's great. Who says he's only a musician? In my opinion, the Ming cult is too weak." Ji Lingfeng laughed. Everyone had witnessed how Lin Yun defeated Xikong Yuan, and finally realized that apart from music Dao, Lin Yun's martial Dao couldn't be underestimated. Most importantly, Lin Yun was low profile, making everyone feel even more terrified because they had no idea about his true strength. According to the rules of the Martial Dao Tea Party, with Xikong Yuan's defeat, the winner couldn't leave right after, so the Ming cult could continue sending people out. Simply put, this was a chance for them to take revenge. If the other forces wanted to challenge Lin Yun, they would have to wait. Everyone initially thought the Ming cult's Wuxia would continue to send people out after Xikong Yuan's defeat. But they were surprised to see that Wuxia didn't say a word, and he even shook his head towards the other geniuses of the Ming cult when they asked him about it. Heavenly Flame Sect's Yang Yu is here to challenge the champion of the Nirvana banquet. A long time later, the other Holy Land's geniuses finally couldn't hold it back any longer. Yang Yu was ranked 87th on the Dragon Pulse ranking and was 10 rankings higher than Xikong Yuan. Even in the Heavenly Flame sect, he had a high ranking. As soon as he went on the stage, he unleashed his flame intent that swept towards Lin Yun with a heat wave, and the flames on him were like meteorites soaring to the sky. In an instant, the Thunderblood Square was enveloped in flames. Facing the boundless flames, Lin Yun only pushed his palm out. A dragon roar accompanied his palm, and the violent gale was like sharp blades slicing apart the flames. The wind wasn't blowing on the fire but cutting them like sharp claws. Radiating 9 suns, Yang Yu's heart clenched because Lin Yun's Azure Dragon intent was too powerful. So he immediately used his ultimate move without hesitation, wanting to end this battle quickly. As 9 golden suns flew out from his palm, the suns began to overlap into a gigantic flaming palm. The palm was covered with saint runes, with 9 halos rising to the sky. This palm was strong, and he didn't hold back with this strike. Lin Yun's sword heart detected 6 flaws in Yang Yu's attack. The Azure Dragon Grasp, Divine Solar Lunar Fist, and Soaring Divine Dragon instantly appeared in his mind because those attacks could resolve Yang Yu's attack, but he soon shook his head. Soaring to the sky, he spread his arms apart and summoned the flower burial sword to his hand. When he swung his sword forth, the palm that had 9 suns overlapping together was instantly crushed. The saint runes in the flaming palm were also destroyed, and the dragon origin and flame intent in this attack also crumbled. What the hell? Yang Yu was dumbfounded because his ultimate attack was so easily resolved. Raising his hand, he pushed his palm forth again, and Lin Yun easily destroyed his attack with a sword. As Lin Yun took a step forth, he crossed a few hundred meters with one step and appeared before Yang Yu. This startled Yang Yu, who quickly clasped his hands together, circulating his dragon origin. Flames swept out from his body and formed into halos that were engraved with golden runes. They were all the great sun Saint Rune, and these Saint Runes were powerful. One would be heavily injured by this attack if one wasn't careful. Not only could this attack be used to defend, but it could also be used to attack. He was confident that even if Lin Yun's sword was fast, he wouldn't dare to get close, giving him an opportunity if Lin Yun retreated. But he ultimately belittled Lin Yun and also the flower burial sword. When the halos were cut apart like bean curd and the great sun Saint Runes were about to explode, Lin Yun flicked his wrist, and his sword ray cut the Saint Runes into fragments. So before those Saint Runes could do anything, they exploded like fireworks. Meanwhile, the corner of Yang Yu's lip twitched when he saw this scene. When he came to his senses, he surrendered without any hesitation. You won. There was no longer any meaning in continuing the fight, since his ultimate moves were nothing before Lin Yun's sword. When he conceded, an uproar broke out around the thunderstorm square. So Lin Xiao is a swordsman. He just can't be bothered to draw his sword against Xikong Yuan. Xikong Yuan and Yang Yu aren't weak, but they're too weak when compared to Lin Xiao. It looks like he has yet to display his full strength. All of the gazes fell onto Lin Yun, and they became nervous. Even the Holy Land's geniuses fell silent, and no one made a move. Since no one stood out, this meant Lin Yun didn't have to oblige the unspoken rules any longer and could leave. He would have to call someone out to challenge him if he didn't want to go. Right then, a person stood out from the Divine Phoenix Mountains Pavilion. Champion of the Nirvana Banquet. I never expected you to have such eye-opening swordsmanship along with your music Dao. I'm Zhang Yu of the Divine Phoenix Mountain. Please enlighten me. When he appeared in the Thunderblood Battlestage, it immediately caused an uproar, and everyone felt that the Martial Dao Tea Party was gradually reaching the peak. This was because Zhang Yu was ranked 37th on the Dragon Pulse ranking. Being in the top 100th on the Dragon Pulse ranking was considered a hurdle, and the top 50 was another hurdle. Anyone who could make it into the top 50 was a monster among geniuses, and their Dragon Pulses were at least 2,000 feet, not to mention there was no lack of those who hid their strengths. Xikong Yuan and Yuan Hao might be strong, but they were only in the top 100th on the Dragon Pulse ranking and couldn't be compared to Zhang Yu. As a genius amongst the younger generation of the Divine Phoenix Mountain, Zhang Yu was pretty famous. Many people felt that he could succeed Ji Lingfeng after reaching the Samsara Edict realm. At that time, Zhang Yu would most likely be the strongest in the Dragon Pulse realm in the Divine Phoenix Mountain. It was so much so that many people felt Zhang Yu had hidden his strength well and his ranking was too low. Zhang Yu of the Divine Phoenix Mountain actually stepped out. Zhang Yu has a good chance of being in the top 10, but he's forced to step out so early. We can only say that Lin Xiao gave the Holy Lands a lot of pressure. Lin Xiao isn't bad. I guess Zhang Yu's opponents can rejoice now since they can see his trump cards in advance. It looks like it's time for Lin Xiao's winning streak to end by facing Zhang Yu. Being first on the Nirvana Banquet, it isn't easy for him to come this far. Discussions erupted from the surroundings, but no one was optimistic about Lin Yun's outcome. After all, Zhang Yu was a monstrous genius from the Divine Phoenix Mountain and was practically second to Ji Lingfeng. Looks like Zhang Yu will be able to force Lin Xiao to bring out his limit. The Ming cult's Yu Wenxiu smiled. Ji Lingfeng was silent and didn't say a word. He would be an awkward situation regardless of who won the battle, so he could only hope that Zhang Yu would be the one who wins. Senior sister, who do you think can win the fight? Yi Xiling asked suddenly. I have a feeling it's Lin Xiao. Mu Shuiqin replied softly. Yi Xiling maintained her silence, but she felt that Lin Xiao had more odds of winning. Surprisingly, Mu Shuiling also felt the same way. One must know that no one was optimistic about Lin Xiao, and they all thought he would lose. You have already done well coming this far on the Martial Dao Tea Party while being first on the Nirvana Banquet. But you won't be my opponent, Zhang Yu said. He had two goals in coming to the Martial Dao Tea Party this time, to reach the top 20 or top 15 if there was an opportunity. Many people said have that to me, but they all lost. Lin Yun smiled. That definitely doesn't include me. Zhang Yu looked serious and dashed towards Lin Yun. He already noticed that Lin Yun had a strong physique and recovery ability. So he didn't hold back and executed the ultimate technique of the Divine Phoenix Mountain, the Divine Flaming Fist. This martial technique required high flame intent to practice, along with the Divine Phoenix Mountain cultivation technique to pair with it. So his punch was naturally terrifying, like an ocean of flames rumbling forth, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Simultaneously, 9 dragon pulses appeared behind him, and each dragon pulse reached an astonishing height of 2,000 feet. Azure Dragon Claw. Lin Yun had no hesitation in drawing the flower burial sword. His sword was like an azure dragon's claw, enveloped in thunderstorms and slashing forth with an ancient dragon aura. He easily resolved Zhang Yu's attack, showing that they were evenly matched in this confrontation. Impressive. Zhang Yu was indifferent, having already expected this. Without any fancy tricks, a sea of flames boiled beneath his feet, before he threw another punch. This time, his attack was as massive as 100 feet. The flames rumbled like a majestic wall, accompanied by a great suppression. But Lin Yun faced it head-on, unleashing a 10-odd-foot-long sword raise that lashed out like a dragon's tail, releasing a violent gale and lightning in the path. Before the wave of flames created by Zhang Yu could even descend, it was already sliced into two, and the shattered sword rays fluctuated. Those watching this battle were alarmed because just the shockwave from their attacks alone was enough to heavily injure anyone outside the top 100 on the Dragon Pulse ranking. But their shock didn't affect the ongoing battle. They had exchanged 10-odd moves in the blink of an eye. Zhang Yu was knocked back by the sword and took several steps back. But when he was in mid-air, he suddenly charged forth. When he pressed his palm down, a majestic crushing force came along, and the sea of flames turned into a giant vortex of fire. Scarlet Flame's Vortex. When Zhang Yu clenched his fist and threw out a mouth, it felt like everything was sucked in by this punch. This was one of the 3 ultimate moves of the Divine Flame Fist, and it displayed great power in the hands of Zhang Yu. Azure Dragon Horns. Lin Yun merely glanced at it. This attack from Zhang Yu was strong, and no other sword forms besides the Azure Dragon Horns could easily resolve this attack. Executing the Divine Sun-Chasing Art, Lin Yun left behind afterimages and found a flaw in the vortex with his sword heart before stabbing forth. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, and a dragon roar echoed when he stabbed the flower burial sword forth. His sword ray manifested into a horn enveloped in lightning, piercing through the vortex. How did you manage to do it? Zhang Yu was shocked. Let me return it to you with an attack. Lin Yun's sword aura surged, and he swung his sword forth, executing the Azure Dragon Scales. He unleashed densely packed sword rays that looked like dragon scales enveloping Zhang Yu. What pitiful tricks! Zhang Yu burst into flames, and a phoenix cry echoed from within his body. When he threw 2 punches, it made others feel like a volcano had erupted. When the punches and dragon scales clashed, sparks flew around, and a terrifying shockwave enveloped the entire Thunderblood Batlistage. Azure Dragon Eyes. The flower burial sword emitted a dazzling brilliance, and the world became dark, with the sword becoming the only light source. Zhang Yu couldn't help raising his head to look at the radiance, and he immediately felt a stinging pain in his eyes. He immediately had a bad feeling, and quickly retreated. When the sky lit up the horizon, a sword gash appeared on his chest as he fled a few 100 meters away. What sword technique is that? That's the Dragon Clan's sword technique, right? But can it be used like this? Zhang Yu doesn't seem to have had an advantage from the beginning to the end of the battle. Everyone at Thunderstorm Square was shocked by Lin Yun's strength. It looks like there's nothing impressive about the Divine Phoenix Mountain. Yu Wenxiu of the Ming cult smiled. Zhang Yu, let's stop here. Ji Lingfeng said with an ugly expression when he heard Yu Wenxiu's mockery. He could already tell that Zhang Yu wasn't Lin Zhao's opponent, and it was pointless to continue fighting. Senior brother, the outcome still isn't decided yet. There's no need for me to stop here. Give me some more time, and I'll surely defeat him, Zhang Yu said with reluctance. In the end, Ji Lingfeng silently nodded his head. When Zhang Yu turned back to look at Lin Yun, he said, "Your sword technique is weird, but it's a cheap trick to think that you can defeat me with it. It's not a cheap trick, but the Dragon Clan's sword technique. Lin Yun replied. Let's stop talking nonsense and talk again after taking this move of mine. With this move, I will defeat you. Zhang Yu's state of mind was in a mess, and he naturally became irritable. The phoenix cry from Zhang Yu's body echoed incessantly, and his aura seemed to have been unsealed and began to rise rapidly. His body became red under the high temperature, accompanying this boost in his aura. Runes also began to appear on the surface of his body, and white smoke rose from the ground. When Lin Yun looked at the ground, he realized that the high temperature was melting it. Scarlet Flame Cauldron. Zhang Yu unleashed his trump card, executing the second form of the Divine Flame Fist, and the power of this attack was infinitely close to the limit of Ghost Spirit martial techniques. His body was like a cauldron, and his dragon origin was the molten iron, using his flame intent to ignite his blood. When his physique reached the limit, his body felt like it would blow apart at any time. As he unleashed a ferocious roar, he released 36 punches. Each punch was like a golden fireball, with 36 fireballs streaking across the horizon like meteorites dragging a long trail of flames. They had constructed into some sort of ancient mark. As the mark radiated brightly, the 36 fireballs combined into one, unleashing a massive aura. This had a wide area of attack, enveloping the entire stage and not giving Lin Yun a chance to dodge unless he left the Thunderblood battlefield. But if that was the case, this meant he had conceded. A blazing aura swept out when the mark shone brightly, putting the entire Thunderblood square at a high temperature. Everyone in the square was sweating profusely, and they couldn't isolate the heat even if they covered themselves with their dragon origin. This made everyone feel as though they were being baked. Humph. Lin Xiao, I prepared the strongest attack for the top 10. Cannot be dodged or destroyed even if you find the flaw. Let me see how you take this one. Zhang Yu yelled, looking like a madman. He knew that Lin Yun's cultivation was only at the 7th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm, not to mention he also had strong swordsmanship and sword intent. As long as he revealed a flaw, Lin Yun could capture it. When his flaw began to expand, his attack would be dissolved, regardless of how powerful it was. This was also why Lin Yun could fight those with a higher cultivation than him. But Lin Yun had no expression, fear, or shock. It looks like you don't understand swordsmen or me well. If a swordsman only knows how to look for flaws, they will never be able to become a top-tiered swordsman. Every swordsman has a heart for invincibility, and I'm naturally not an exception, Lin Yun said, and his majestic sword intent rose to the sky. He fused his azure dragon intent and sword intent, causing the surrounding space to distort, and visible ripples began to spread out. When Lin Yun's sword intent roared, he stepped forward and swung his sword at the 36 fireballs. Nothing was fancy about this attack. He only relied on his powerful azure dragon sword intent and cultivation. The powerful sword intent allowed Lin Yun's aura to break through the shackles of the 7th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm, approaching the Samsara Edict realm. This sword was unbelievably fast, and the saint blood that dyed the battlistage was trembling as if they were afraid. As Lin Yun's hair fluttered in the wind, his aura alone was enough to make the fireballs be on the verge of collapsing. As a sword ray flashed, a perfect cut appeared on the 36 fireballs, and Zhang Yu threw out a mouthful of blood before he flew out of the Thunderblood battlistage. When the fireballs descended from the sky, they caused the ground to tremble, and the aftermath was like molten iron splashing around. But Lin Yun didn't even move. The splashes couldn't even get within 3 feet of him. Heavenly Dome Sword Intent? That seems to be the Heavenly Dome Sword Intent if I didn't feel it wrongly. It feels like it and not at the same time. It's more like a fusion between Azure Dragon Intent and Quasi-Heavenly Dome Sword Intent to reach the power of Heavenly Dome Sword Intent in lesser mastery. That fellow is really a monster. With such talent, he actually still went to the Nirvana banquet. The Thunderblood Square fell into a brief silence before an uproar broke out. After all, that was the Heavenly Dome Sword Intent they were discussing. To grasp the Heavenly Dome Sword Intent at the Dragon Pulse realm was no different from a myth, even if Lin Yun barely reached it by combining 2 martial intents together. The uproar was like a wild storm sweeping across Thunderblood Square. In one of the Holy Land's pavilions, the Snow Master Lord looked at the Autumn Mountain Lord with surprise. He asked, "Is that really the heavenly dome sword intent?" Based on his talent in sword Dao, he can be considered at the top of the pyramid, even in Skysolid City or Hidden Sword Manor. Doesn't seem like it. To achieve it, he merged his Azure Dragon Sword intent and Quasi-Heavenly Dome Sword intent. But I bet his Azure Dragon intent is at the pinnacle of 4th grade. The Autumn Mountain Lord shook his head. Pinnacle 4th grade. The 4 young masters of Heavenly Dome City gradually wore grave expressions. The other Holy Land geniuses had locked their brows together because Lin Yun's appearance surprised them. They initially thought Lin Yun was an ordinary genius, but they never expected that even Zhang Yuan would be defeated. They now had no choice but to treat this seriously, especially the Wind Edge Lord, who had his brows locked together. He didn't treat Lin Yun at the West Garden banquet seriously. How long has it been since then? And yet Lin Yun was already so strong. The Heavenly Dao Sex Xiao Yuanqi suddenly smiled. "Wind Edge Lord, you don't look well. Don't tell me you're afraid to be challenged by Lin Xiao. I'd be happy to tell him what it means to be a frog in a well. There isn't a single swordsman in the top 10 on the Dragon Pulse ranking." The Wind Edge Lord smiled. Lin Yun's clothes were spotless as he sheathed his sword while on the Thunderblood Batlistage. On the other hand, Zhang Yu looked pathetic after being defeated, and he threw out another mouthful of blood, seeing Lin Yun's unscathed appearance. Just a moment ago, he still boasted that he would defeat his opponent in one move. But the slap on his face resounded when Lin Yun forcibly resolved his attack. He began to mutter to himself, "How can I possibly lose to a musician? This makes no sense. I'm a genius of a holy land, while he's only first on the Nirvana banquet." "Zhang Yu, come back. Don't deceive yourself any longer," Ji Lingfeng said. He already knew Zhang Yu would lose a long time ago, but he couldn't stop because of his persistence. So his defeat was utterly embarrassing. "Haha, the Divine Phoenix Mountain can't afford to lose," Yan Qihua of the Heavenly Flame sect said. The Ming cult's Yuanxiu also looked at Ji Lingfeng with mockery on his face. "Zhang Yu already lost. Holy Land geniuses aren't invincible. So don't make yourself look like a joke to others," said Lin Qingyang from the Divine Dao Pavilion. This person had kept a low profile, and he hadn't said anything since the beginning. He circulated his mental energy when he spoke and calmed Zhang Yu down. This made Ji Lingfeng let out a breath of relief before he said, "Thank you, Brother Lin." Zhang Yu was a little too obsessed with his loss. If he couldn't calm himself down in time, it might become a demon planted in his heart, which would be troublesome. But Lin Qingyang had calmed Zhang Yu down and saved him from that. Lin Qingyang merely nodded his head, but didn't say anything else. Lin Yun won 3 battles, and all of his opponents were strong, especially Zhang Yu. The other party was someone ranked in the top 50 on the Dragon Pulse ranking, and his talent was outstanding even in the entire Eastern Desolation. He's still not coming down? What is he trying to do? Don't tell me he wants to challenge the top 10. That's a little too arrogant. He's too bloated because of his victory. Anyone in the top 10 can easily crush him, and that is no longer due to a gap in their cultivation. Seeing that Lin Yun had no intentions of coming down the stage, many people were a little furious. Lin Yun was already famous for becoming first at the Nirvana banquet. He already became the center of attention in the 3 previous fights, but it was a little too disrespectful to the Martial Dao Tea Party to keep fighting. This was the same as looking down on everyone. Lin Yun didn't leave the stage because he intended to challenge the top 10 to gauge his current strength. Aside from that, he also sensed a powerful fighting spirit, and this came from the youngest of the top 10, the Myriad Lightning Sex Yifeng. Yifeng was a genius who rose to fame over the last 2 years. He was only in his 20s, and his fame was as high as Ji Lingfeng. After Lin Yun defeated Zhang Yu, he displayed a strong fighting spirit, but his senior brother ultimately stopped him. His senior brother was calm because Yifeng was here to become first on the Dragon Pulse ranking, and he did not need to expose his strength against Lin Yun. Fighting Lin Yun would also lower Yifeng's status. This made Lin Yun slightly disappointed. just when he wondered if he should take the initiative to challenge the Wind Edge Lord. A terrifying chill suddenly swept out across the Thunderblood Battlestage. A black shadow silently descended from the sky. This person was dressed in black with a long sword in his right hand and was emitting a powerful sword aura that was visible to the naked eye. Anyone looking at him could feel a chill running down their spine. You want to challenge the top 10 after defeating Xianxia? Lin Xiao, aren't you being too disrespectful to us? Do you think the Martial Dao Tea Party is the Nirvana banquet? This person looked at Lin Yun with a hint of fury in his tone. This person was Yen Tai, from a sect that mainly practiced the sword and was one of the 3 swordsmen on the Dragon Pulse ranking. The other 2 swordsmen were the Wind Swordsman and Cloud Swordsman. Together, they were known as the strongest existences beneath the top 10 of the Dragon Pulse ranking. Many people could tell that these 3 had the strength to challenge those in the top 10 and had a high chance of success. He was ranked 17th on the Dragon Pulse ranking and a few years older than Xianxia. His strength was also much stronger. The Azure Dragon intent is ultimately a variant of the Wind intent. We're both swordsmen, so you have no secrets before me, Yen Tai said in contempt, looking at Lin Yun. Lin Yun might seem unfathomable to others, but that wasn't the case for Yen Tai. Swordsmen had always been like this, and there was nothing unusual in fighting enemies with higher cultivation than them. Yen Tai was so confident in himself that he didn't even give Lin Yun a chance to speak and immediately unleashed his attack, drawing his sword. When sword rays flickered, his black sword rays were accompanied by a deathly aura that streaked across the air like lightning. Death intent. That's the death sword intent, one of the strongest sword intents one could grasp. It's no wonder why he's so confident. An exclamation broke out from the crowd, and they looked at Yen Tai with shock. Lin Yun avoided this sword ray, while sensing a similarity in the black sword ray with nether energy. The scent of death could corrode all lives, and death intent was hard to grasp, so it was even harder to merge it into one's sword intent. As ghostly wails resounded, 2 black sword rays turned into a violent storm that charged towards Lin Yun. The storm made his clothes and hair flutter in the wind before he thrust his sword forth twice. When a loud explosion resounded, the 2 deadly storms shattered. The chaotic air current swept Yen Tai within it as he thrust his sword, unleashing a deadly storm with each sword. Lin Yun was well aware of how terrifying the power of death was, and it would strike a significant blow to his dragon origin if he came in contact with it. The corrosiveness of it wasn't something he could quickly recover from, even with the blue dragon Saint physique. He knew that he had ran into a formidable foe now. Most importantly, not only was Yen Tai's cultivation at the 9th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm, each of his dragon pulses were at 2,800 feet, which placed Lin Yun under tremendous pressure. Holy shit! His death sword intent is really terrifying. This Martial Dao Tea Party is exciting with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Lin Xiao is doomed. Yen Tai held the upper hand, and this was everyone's first time seeing Lin Yun suffering a loss, so they couldn't help becoming excited. My sword Dao is the path of slaughter, so don't persevere if you can't. I'm afraid that I'll accidentally kill you, Yen Tai said coldly, his pupils flickering with bloodlust like a ferocious beast staring at his prey. My sword Dao is also the path of slaughter. If slaughtering cannot be avoided, I'll use countless bones to forge my path. But slaughtering is only a means, and protecting the people I care about is the main purpose. No one can save anyone I want to kill, and no one can die if I don't want to kill. Lin Yun smiled. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone could hear it clearly. Everyone could also sense the strong will within his tone. How arrogant! These 2 are like needles. Only a swordsman understands a swordsman best. Why do I feel that Lin Zhao's sword Dao is on a higher level? TSK. Who doesn't know how to brag? Lin Yun's arrogant words had successfully angered Yen Tai. The latter smiled. A sword is a weapon that can only shine with slaughter. Death is everyone's ultimate belonging. Lin Xiao, your sword Dao is too shallow. I will show you the true sword Dao. As he spoke, he moved closer, and the deathly aura he gave off was like a blooming nether flower. His sword ray swiftly cut through the thunderstorm and tried suppressing Lin Yun. I'm afraid you'll have to be disappointed. Lin Yun turned around, and an azure dragon appeared, coiling around him, forging an impenetrable defense. Ha! A stinky reptile. Yantai was arrogant and suddenly reached out with his left hand. His hand looked like the hand of a death god, and he grabbed for the azure dragon's neck. But he had obviously underestimated Lin Yun's azure dragon intent. The moment he grabbed onto the azure dragon's neck, he immediately felt something was amiss, and it felt like he was holding onto a real dragon. It wasn't a phenomenon or illusion, but a genuine dragon. With a flick of his wrist, the azure dragon broke free from his grasp, and a sword ray swept over like a dragon's tail. This forced Yantai to retreat, but he was still caught within the attack. When his sword landed on the dragon's tail, sparks flew around. What the hell is this? His azure dragon intent is comparable to a myriad rune saint artifact or even stronger. Yantai was puzzled. He initially thought that the azure dragon was a phenomenon or something created with dragon origin. He expected to be able to crush it easily with a gentle squeeze. He did not expect to suffer such a huge loss. Yantai was surprised, and Lin Yun's shock wasn't any weaker, either. At such a close distance, his opponent wasn't injured and was merely sent flying away. Not to mention that he managed to block most of the dragon tail's impact. He already used 70% of his dragon origin, and his dragon pulses would appear if he continued. When that time comes, his tribulation would descend. He didn't want to undergo his tribulation like this and didn't want to disclose the secret of his dragon pulses. Azure Dragon Eyes. Taking advantage of Yantai landing on the ground, Lin Yun soared to the sky, causing the sky to turn dark. This move is useless against me. Yantai grinned. Death Ray. His pupils shone like an abyss as a baleful aura exploded from his body. This made the already dim surroundings even darker. Everyone's faces became pale with fright because they were horrified to discover the Thunderblood Batlistage was enveloped in darkness. Not only were they unable to see anything, but they couldn't even sense anything with their perceptions. This scene made Yu Weiwei, who was watching the battle from afar, feel her heart tighten, and she involuntarily clenched her fist. For some reason, Yi Xiling was also feeling a little anxious in her heart, which surprised her. She didn't know where this anxiety came from. Looking around, she noticed everyone from the sword sect was as nervous as her. In the darkness, Lin Yun calmly landed on the ground. The stage was as bright as day under his sword heart. Yantai couldn't win by relying on this trick. Closing his eyes, he blocked all the incoming attacks, which terrified Yantai. As they fought in the darkness, sparks flew around, along with the collision of swords. This situation made everyone around the stage feel apprehensive with tension. Everyone here was a genius on the Dragon Pulse ranking, but they were shocked because they had never expected such a scene before. 9 Heavenly Storm. The Death Dance Starfall. The faces of the Holy Land geniuses changed. They could sense that there were 2 terrifying surges of power accumulating within the darkness. Not good. The Autumn Mountain Lord stood up and quickly turned to the Dragon Pulse ranking. Senior Dragon Spirit, please make a move. His voice was abrupt, and they could see the ancient and mysterious Dragon Pulse ranking emitting a majestic power before anyone could react. A blue light shone on the Thunderblood Batlistage. A loud explosion could be heard when the light enveloped the stage, and everyone felt their scalps go numb. Their eardrums were also on the verge of bursting. While they were puzzled, a dazzling brilliance shone on the stage that was enveloping darkness, and the sudden outburst of light stung many people's eyes. If someone looked in this direction from beyond Thunder Island, they could only see a dazzling flash. This was because the 2 ultimate attacks from the 2 swordsmen clashed. Without that light screen, it would create unimaginable destructive power that no one could imagine. As the light gradually dissipated, everyone quickly looked at the stage but couldn't find anyone. Everything happened too quickly. Yantai and Lin Yun had executed their movement techniques to the limit, so they could only see a blurred figure when their sword rays clashed. 10 odd moves later, Yantai let out a furious roar before he laughed. Lin Xiao, take another sword from me. Death Dance. Waning Moon. A waning black moon appeared on the horizon as Yantai hovered in midair. His death sword intent was like a delicate flower as the black moon danced. But to the one facing this attack, it had reached an unbelievable speed as it flew over. Thunder spike! Lin Yun let out a roar as he raised the flower burial sword to the sky. All the lightning spiritual energy in the world was being lured towards the sword, rushing towards the flower burial sword. As a strong gale exploded with lightning flickering, Lin Yun hovered in midair with his hair fluttering about. He had a determined gaze and summoned lightning with his sword. As boundless lightning poured into his sword, it ultimately formed into 9 lightning shackles that enveloped the flower burial sword. Each shackle was over 1,000 feet long, like a massive dragon. No one expected the battle between Yantai and Lin Yun to be so intense. Everyone held their breaths, forgetting the battle's outcome for a moment. They were all shocked by the attacks used between them. When Lin Yun and Yentai's attacks clashed again, Yentai's attack shattered, and he was sent flying away. It didn't feel good for Lin Yun either because he was caught by the deathly aura and some of his body was being corroded. But with the Blue Dragon's Saint physique, it wasn't lethal, nor could it inflict any severe injuries on him. On the contrary, Yantai was the one who suffered greatly in this clash. There were 9 shackles entangling a sword. Not only did the 9 shackles shatter the sword, but the waning moon in the sky as well, and this scene scared everyone. Could it be that even Yantai couldn't be Lin Yun's opponent? While everyone was surprised, Yantai loudly laughed. Death dance? Netherflower! He tapped his foot in midair and hovered in the sky as if he was standing on the water's surface. Every time he stepped, ripples would spread out beneath his foot. After he took 9 steps, his death sword intent reached a terrifying height. His sword gave off a feeling that it was invisible, but it was Aslo everywhere simultaneously. It felt like death that couldn't be avoided. What a powerful sword! This isn't a sword technique that belongs in the Dragon Pulse realm. It's too strong. There's no trajectory at all, and it's infinitely close to the profundity of death. It's the Netherflower. Yantai must have been to the Nether Sea. That fellow is insane. He actually went to the Nether Sea to practice the death sword intent. Not to mention that he found a Netherflower. Lin Zhao's earlier sword was too strong, but he won't be able to catch his breath in time. I'm afraid he's going to lose. He's too strong. But it's a pity that he ran into Yantai. No one was optimistic about Lin Yun, and even Ji Lingfeng lightly shook his head. The battle between swordsmen was fascinating. Just a moment ago, Lin Yun still held the advantage, but he would lose now. It was brutal, but there was nothing he could do about it. That was the death sword intent and the charm of swordsmen. But Lin Yun's pupils blazed with a wisp of fighting spirit. The corner of his lips rose, and no one expected him to smile. People laughed at him for being insane, but he laughed at others for being unable to see through him. He executed the strongest sword form of the Azure Dragon sword art. He never expected to use it so soon, but Lin Yun didn't think it was a pity because Yantai was worth it. Trump cards were never meant to be hidden but used immediately. Only then could he improve and make it more powerful. In this sword, he perfectly fused his thunderstorm intent. When he swung his sword out, the shackles left on Lin Yun by heaven and earth snapped. An unprecedented sense of freedom swept out from him, and his sword aura even created fine cracks on the light screen created by the dragon spirit. His sword ray was unbelievably dazzling. How is this possible? Yantai was horrified. Before he could even react, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. The flower burial sword cut through the Netherflower and pierced into his heart. This made Yantai widen his eyes with disbelief. His mouth widened, but he couldn't utter a single word. Everyone in the surroundings exclaimed, shocked to see Lin Yun killing Yantai. But the next moment, they were shocked to discover that Yantai wasn't dead, and no sign of his life force was disappearing. Circulating the Blue Dragon's Saint physique, blue light spread from his sword into Yentai's body. As Yentai's vitality grew stronger, he swiftly recovered from his injuries, and his pale face became rosy once more. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment, and the corner of Yentai's lips awkwardly twitched. He suddenly recalled what Lin Yun had said. No one can save anyone I want to kill, and no one can die if I don't want to kill. Wasn't what happened now exactly what Lin Yun said? When he recalled what he said to Lin Yun before the fight, he couldn't help feeling embarrassed and wished he could die because of it. But now, he couldn't even die if he wanted because his injuries were fully recovered. But he knew he could die anytime if he dared to act recklessly. Favorite Yen Tai's life was no longer in his hands at this moment. His injuries were entirely recovered, and he would die if Lin Yun ever wanted him to. The surroundings fell into silence, and everyone was shocked by this scene. They had no idea what Lin Yun was trying to do, and many Holy Land geniuses looked at each other with their brows together, while witnessing this scene, and appeared to be pretty nervous. Yen Tai's face was cloudy, and a ruthless light flashed across his pupils. He coldly said, "Lin Xiao, kill me if you want. There's no need to humiliate me like this. I have taken countless lives, but I have a clear conscience. I tread on the slaughtering path and admit I'm weaker than you. You can kill me if you want," Yen Tai said, and everyone's faces changed when they heard that. They were filled with admiration for this swordsman. His life was in Lin Yun's hands, and he had no intention of submitting. He was indeed worthy of being a swordsman who grasped the death sword intent. Perhaps only such an opponent could grasp the genuine death intent. Everyone looked at Yen Tai with respect. In addition to the strength he previously displayed, everyone felt it would be a great pity for Yen Tai to die here. "You and I have no grievances, so why should I kill you? I just want to tell you with this sword that you've taken the wrong path in your death sword intent. Indeed, everyone is bound to death, but which of us aren't seeking life in death either? Death isn't the end, nor is slaughtering. So you think about it properly," Lin Yun said softly. When he finished, he pulled the flower burial sword out. The pain made Yen Tai's cheeks tremble. But just when he was about to say something, Lin Yun's right hand fell onto his wound. As life force poured in, Yen Tai's injuries were recovering at a visible speed. When Lin Yun moved his hand away, his wound was perfectly healed. This surprised Yen Tai. When he raised his head, he could see the admiration in Lin Yun's eyes, and he knew Lin Yun wasn't trying to humiliate him. Recalling what Lin Yun said earlier, Yen Tai cupped his hands together. "Thank you. You're welcome." Lin Yun smiled. To be honest, Lin Yun admired Yen Tai as a swordsman. If he didn't have the sword heart and flower burial sword, it wouldn't be easy for him to defeat Yen Tai. He might even have a slight chance of losing because Yen Tai grasped the death sword intent, and Lin Yun didn't grasp any high-grade sword intent. "What is the sword in your hand called?" Yen Tai asked, watching Lin Yun sheathing his flower burial sword. "That should be a sword forged with the best materials." But compared to other saint swords, he could sense life within Lin Yun's sword. This was weird because he had never seen such a saint sword before. "You'll know if there's an opportunity," Lin Yun said. The flower burial sword's surface differed from other swords forged with metal. It was metallic wood and looked like a metal sword 2 fingers wide and 4 feet long. After devouring 2 saint runes, it was now a myriad rune saint sword. Lin Yun had considered every factor before using his sword, and it was hard for anyone to link it with the flower burial sword. A sword that's 2 fingers wide and 4 feet long was plentiful in the Divine Dragon era, and it was the standard size of a sword. Yen Tai was only casually asking about it. So instead, he asked, "How did you break my last attack?" "I was lucky," Lin Yun replied. This was the first time he used the Universal Thunderstorm in an actual battle, and he had only just recently reached greater mastery in it. There was still a lot of room for improvement, and he was lucky that he could win by using it for the first time in a battle. But it wasn't luck that allowed him to win against Yen Tai. Even if he couldn't break Yen Tai's last sword, he still had other trump cards. So there was no doubt that Yen Tai would still lose in the end, but Lin Yun gained a lot of insight from the previous battle. As for the 9 Heavenly Storm, Thunderspike, and Universal Thunderstorm, they all had more room to improve. After this battle, his comprehension of the Azure Dragon sword art had undoubtedly deepened. But Yen Tai didn't believe what Lin Yun said. He felt that Lin Yun was comforting him and said, "I'll fight you again after reaching the Samsara Edict realm. He was still pretty confident and wanted to strengthen the Death Sword intent after reaching the Samsara Edict realm. Only then would the Death Dance be perfected. After all, his harvest in the Nether Sea hadn't been fully uncovered yet. Moreover, he had also benefited a lot from what Lin Yun said about death, and felt that he could try it. After Yen Tai returned, the Autumn Mountain Lord heaved a sigh of relief, and he announced, "Lin Xiao wins." After he declared that, everyone's gazes became weird. Ji Lingfeng was pretty happy that Lin Yun could turn the tables around and win. Not to mention that the last strike was really breathtaking. He had a faint feeling that Lin Yun's Azure Dragon sword art had reached a whole new level. The Wind Edge Lord was sneering from the side, and no one knew his thoughts. But there was no doubt that he must be feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. The three young masters beside him all had different expressions on their faces. The Autumn Mountain Lord was calm and composed. The Blue Frost Lord revealed some interest in Lin Yun, and the Snowmaster Lord looked at Lin Yun with a trace of fighting spirit. After all, it had been a long time since there was such a powerful swordsman on the Dragon Pulse ranking. As for the 6 Holy Lands geniuses, the myriad lightning sects Yifeng had fighting spirits blazing within his pupils, and not even his senior disciple could calm him down. In the pavilion belonging to the local force in Heavenly Domain City, the Wind Edge Lord looked at someone and asked, "Shi Feng, do you want to try it?" Shi Feng was one of the 3 swordsmen on the Dragon Pulse ranking, also known as the Wind Swordsman. He had an ordinary appearance, and his expression was indifferent. When he heard what the Wind Edge Lord said, he indifferently replied, "If this is his full strength, I have 40% odds of winning. These are already the high odds of winning for a swordsman." No swordsman was afraid of putting their lives on the line, and 40% was enough for them to put their lives on the line. But if he's stronger than what he displayed so far, I will lose. Shi Feng continued. The Wind Edge Lord was surprised when he heard that, and he instantly knew Shi Feng wasn't easy to fool. He couldn't fool Shi Feng into testing Lin Yun's strength. On the Thunderstorm Battlistage, Lin Yun examined himself and noticed that he had exhausted 2/3 of his dragon origin. So, he said, "I need some rest and will take my leave for now." When he was done, he returned to the pavilion he came from. This made many people feel regretful because they really wanted to see Lin Yun continue fighting. But they knew they couldn't force Lin Yun to stay if he wanted to leave. Not to mention that he had already underwent 4 battles in a row. So it would be unreasonable for them to request Lin Yun to stay. So no one could say anything about his departure. When they looked at Lin Yun's silhouette, their pupils were filled with admiration. After all, he had just won 4 high-quality battles in a row. Lin Xiao appeared out of nowhere. They thought he was a musician, but they never expected he would be such a ferocious person. Even if he didn't participate in any more fights, his name would cause a great sensation in the Eastern Desolation. In time, he would be a strong contender for first on the Dragon Pulse ranking. He was already so strong at the 7th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. So how strong would he become after reaching the 9th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm? He didn't dare to imagine it at all. After the Nirvana banquet, his name already caused a sensation in the Eastern Desolation. But now, he had become the undisputed strongest swordsman on the Dragon Pulse ranking. Thousands of swordsmen on the Dragon Pulse ranking would respect him because of it, and this was no different from a carp jumping through the gate and transforming into a dragon. Where did this Lin Xiao come from? He appeared out of nowhere, and nothing was heard about him before. It's not hard to guess. He possesses the Azure Dragon Saint Physique and Azure Dragon Sword Art. So he must be a genius from a hidden Azure Dragon lineage clan. There's that possibility, but he might also have come from the even more mysterious Heavenly Fragrance Divine Mountain. Otherwise, it'd make no sense about how he can become first on the Nirvana banquet and even make the 3 Lives tree bloom. I call bullshit. Have you even seen anyone from the Heavenly Fragrance Divine Mountain possessing the Azure Dragon Saint Physique and Azure Dragon Sword Art? He might be from a hidden clan of the Azure Dragon's lineage. Then how are you going to explain that someone from the Azure Dragon's lineage can have such a high attainment in music Dao that even Mei Zihua can't defeat him? The surroundings had constant discussions and arguments. They were all curious about Lin Yun's identity. They couldn't help it because Lin Yun's performance was too eye-catching. He was like an underdog coming out of nowhere in the martial Tao Tea Party, and no one could neglect him. While everyone was arguing, someone asked, "Is there a possibility that he's from a hidden clan of the Azure Dragon's lineage, but grew up on the heavenly fragrance divine mountain? Isn't this the perfect explanation?" The surroundings fell into silence because the more they thought about it, the more they felt it was possible. After all, it didn't conflict that he came from both the Azure Dragon's lineage and the heavenly fragrance divine mountain. In the Sword Sex Pavilion, Yi Xiling looked at Lin Yun's silhouette for a long time before she shifted her gaze away. Her expression was dark, and there was even a trace of sadness on her face. "What's the matter?" Mu Shuiqin smiled. She asked, "Are you thinking of junior brother Lin?" Speaking of which, Lin Xiao shares an uncanny resemblance with junior brother Lin in regards to their demeanor. Junior brother Lin won't be inferior to him if he's here, Yi Xiling said softly. Thinking about it again, Lin Xiao and junior brother Lin share quite a fair bit of similarities. They both use swords and have the Azure Dragon Saint physique. Mu Shuiqin further continued, "But there are many more differences between them. Their sword techniques are different, and junior brother Lin has no relations with the Azure Dragon's lineage, not to mention the heavenly fragrance divine mountain. They both knew Lin Yun came from the profound Amber realm and only been in the Kunlun realm for 4 to 5 years. The more they talked about Lin Yun, the sadder they became. After leaving the ancient barren battlefield, they had no idea if junior brother Lin was still alive nor where he went. After Lin Yun returned to his seat, Yu Weiwei asked, "Big brother Lin, aren't you a little too impulsive in using your sword?" Lin Yun had no change on his face, but he knew that Yu Weiwei was worried his identity would be exposed. "It's okay. As long as I don't reveal it, no one will know the sword in my hand is the flower burial sword. Not to mention I'm a swordsman to begin with. It'll only make others suspicious if I don't use my sword. My identity will be revealed sooner or later, so I can only try to become stronger before that, so that no one dares to come after me." Lin Yun clearly thought about it. In many cases, going into hiding wouldn't guarantee his safety. No matter how well he hid, being suspicious was enough for others to kill him if he had no background. After all, who would care about the life and death of an ant? But if he put on a stronger front, it would make the other party hesitate. Even if they suspect his identity, they now had to consider simultaneously offending the Azure Dragon's lineage and heavenly fragrance divine mountain. Most importantly, it had been a long time since last he fought with his sword. Even if he was talented, he wouldn't be able to make any progress if he only practiced by himself. When Yu Weiwei saw that Lin Yun had already made up his mind, she merely smiled and said nothing about it. No matter what, big brother Lin was the best in her heart, and he was now the strongest swordsman on the Dragon Pulse ranking. After Lin Yun, the ensuing battles were duller in comparison. The battle between him and Yantai was exciting, making the fights between those beneath the top 100th pale in comparison. However, the atmosphere was still heated because many top-tiered experts still hadn't fought, like the 4 young masters and Holy Land geniuses. After Lin Yun defeated Yantai, he naturally became honored as the strongest swordsman on the Dragon Pulse ranking. Compared to him, both the Wind Swordsman and Cloud Swordsman were paler. But after Wind Swordsman Shifeng went on the stage, everyone realized they had made a big mistake. As soon as he stood out, he quickly won 4 battles and ended each one in an instant. He first fought Yuan Hao, but the latter could only block 2 strikes before he was defeated by the third. A sword was pointed at his forehead, and blood rolled down his face. This made Yuan Hao's face pale, and he fell into despair. He would have already been dead if this was a battle with their lives on the line. His second opponent was a swordsman from the Heavenly Dao sect, ranked 19th on the Dragon Pulse ranking. But his defeat was even worse, and he was defeated with 1 strike because Shifeng's attack was too fast. Shifeng was terribly fast like a ghost. When his opponent realized it, Shifeng's sword was already on his neck. His third opponent was ruthless and kept moving about the stage, not engaging Shifeng in a direct confrontation. But when they clashed, his opponent quickly lost. In just 3 moves, Shifeng knocked his opponent's weapon away, and his sword stabbed into his opponent's chest. This instantly scared his opponent into conceding. His fourth opponent wasn't an easy one. It was a genius from the Heavenly Tao sect, ranked 13th on the Dragon Pulse ranking. This opponent fared slightly better but only managed to last 15 swords from Shifeng. With that, Shifeng won all 4 battles, surprising everyone. Holy shit, the Wind Swordsman is so strong. Isn't his sword a little too fast? Why didn't he challenge Lin Yun with his strength? I don't know. Maybe it's because only swordsmen understand swordsmen the best. He knows he's not Lin Yun's opponent, and it's pointless for them to fight. Discussions resounded from the surroundings, and none of the 3 swordsmen on the Dragon Pulse ranking received their fame by a fluke. Looking at Lin Yun, Yu Weiwei said, "This person is strong. Who is stronger? He or Yen Tai?" In a martial competition, Yen Tai has a higher odds of winning. But in battle with their lives on the line, they both have a chance. In reality, this competition somewhat limits the strength of a swordsman because the true strength of a swordsman can only be brought out by fighting with their lives on the line, as long as there is a 30% chance of winning. The other geniuses on the Dragon Pulse ranking might not have that courage. Lin Yun said, "I see." Yu Weiwei held onto her chin. Lin Yun's explanation refreshed her understanding of swordsmen. After a brief pondering, she asked, "Then, why can't others avoid his sword? You should ask why his opponent let him swing his sword." Lin Yun smiled. Swordsmen were proficient in catching the flaws in his opponent's attacks. Not to mention Shifeng grasped the wind intent. Wind can be found everywhere, meaning he was 10 times more proficient in finding his opponent's flaws. If his opponents couldn't sense his wind, they wouldn't be able to put up any resistance. So when Shifeng drew his sword, this meant he had detected the flaw in his opponent's attacks. Under these circumstances, it was naturally tough for his opponent to fend off his attack. But this was the charm of a swordsman, because even if anyone could figure it out, it didn't necessarily mean they could guard against it. So after 4 consecutive wins, everyone was frightened by Shifeng's performance, and they fell silent. "Let me face you," the Wind Edge Lord smiled, and a lightning bolt descended on the Thunderblood Batlistage. In his view, Lin Yun and Shifeng had enough spotlight, and it was time for him to appear on stage. The Wind Edge Lord went on the stage. Shifeng's strength finally drew the attention of those in the top 10 on the Dragon Pulse ranking, and Wind Edgelord stood out. The 4 young masters had strength in the top 10 on the Dragon Pulse ranking, and the Wind Edgelord had high fame, especially in the heavenly domain's unholy sea. His fame here was even more significant than the Holy Land geniuses. Finally, a challenge. Shifeng smiled, and his expression became grave. In his view, those in the top 10 were on a whole new level. This was because those beneath the top 10 couldn't even hold a candle to them. It was like they were in 2 different worlds. Everyone in the top 10 on the Dragon Pulse ranking had reached a limit in their cultivation, and you wouldn't understand how terrifying they were if you didn't witness their strength. But a swordsman didn't have to care about that. As long as there were 30% odds of winning, it was enough for them to give it a go, not to mention that their actual odds might not be just 30%. Shifeng and the Wind Edgelord were a few hundred meters away, and a breeze suddenly blew across the thunderstorm Batlistage. The moment the wind rose, the Wind Edgelord made his move. His movements were light and agile, and he instantly appeared before Shifeng. Only then did Shifeng draw his sword out by 3 inches, unleashing a dazzling sword ray and illuminating the surroundings with an explosively powerful sword aura. But he was interrupted the next moment when the Wind Edgelord slapped Shifeng's sword hilt, forcing the sword back into the sword scabbard. The Wind Edgelord's method of attacking was simple yet overbearing. After pushing the sword back into the sheath, the Wind Edgelord's other hand fell on Shifeng's chest. Shifeng squinted his eyes upon seeing this, but there was nothing he could do but retreat. He knew he had to draw his sword, or he wouldn't even be able to hold his ground against the Wind Edgelord. But the Wind Edgelord smirked, closely following Shifeng like a shadow. Shifeng took 10 consecutive steps back. But whenever he wanted to draw his sword, he would be interrupted by the Wind Edgelord. After taking 10 steps back, his aura fell to rock bottom, and his face was ugly. In the end, a decisive light flickered across the Wind Edgelord's pupils, and he took a palm from the Wind Edgelord. When a mouthful of blood gushed out from his mouth, Shifeng was sent a few hundred meters away. But when he was in midair, he finally managed to draw his sword for the first time since the beginning of this battle. This sword that had been held in for so long was finally unleashed. Before Shifeng landed on the ground, he thrust forth like a bolt of lightning. With a retreat before advancing, his aura had enough time to climb to the peak, seeking life through death, and this was a swordsman. Everything happened too quickly, and Shifeng disappeared from everyone's eyes. This shocked them because they knew a decisive moment had come. In the previous battles, his opponents would fall into a disadvantageous position whenever Shifeng drew his sword, even if his sword didn't strike them. His sword was terrifying, making everyone feel a chill run down their spines. But the Wind Edge Lord had no fear on his face, and he pushed his palms downward. With an explosion, Shifeng was forced to show himself in midair. As ripples spread out in space, Shifeng's sword began to slow down the closer it got to the Wind Edge Lord. This made the Wind Edge Lord smile, and he clamped onto Shifeng's sword with 2 fingers. This changed Shifeng's face, but the Wind Edge Lord flung the sword away before he could draw his sword back. The force behind that throw made Shifeng uncontrollably rotate in the air. When he landed on the ground, he took 3 steps back before throwing another mouthful of blood. But Shifeng wasn't someone who would give up so easily. He wasn't an ordinary swordsman and maintained his composure, even after being in a disadvantageous position. He held onto his hand with both hands, and a violent gale began to sweep around him, with the invisible wind shining and blooming like a flower. "Let's end this game," the Wind Edge Lord sneered. With a roar, he summoned his 9 dragon pulses, and the length of each dragon pulse was close to 4,000 feet. Unleashing his cultivation instantly crushed Shifeng's sword aura. Shifeng spat out blood for the 3rd time before he fell to the ground with 1 knee. The pressure of the Wing Edge Lord's dragon pulses was like an army, making him look like a war god on the battlefield. The Wind Edge Lord wins. When the Autumn Mountain Lord saw that Shifeng showed no intentions of conceding, he quickly announced the result of this battle, because he didn't want Shifeng to lose his life here. The 3 swordsmen of the Dragon Pulse ranking don't seem impressive after all. The Wind Edge Lord smirked, and threw a faint glance at Lin Yun. Everyone could understand the meaning behind his words. He wasn't only looking down on the 3 swordsmen but also on Lin Yun, who had high popularity. Based on the strength he displayed, he was qualified to say those words. Shifeng glanced at the Autumn Mountain Lord but ultimately said nothing about the latter announcing the result. Instead, he said, "If this was a battle with our lives on the line, I wouldn't lose so terribly. You should rejoice that we're only having a friendly battle, or you'd lose even more terribly. You should know why no swordsmen are ranked in the top 10 of the Dragon Pulse ranking. Swordsmen might seem fearless towards death, but most take the wrong path. That's the same case for you." The Wind Edge Lord snickered. "Once you encounter a genuine expert, you will only lose terribly. If it's that Yuan Hao whom you previously defeated, he might be able to last longer in my hands. There's nothing I can say about that since I lost, but you're really ignorant," Shifeng said, squinting his eyes. Anyone could tell he wasn't happy, especially when swordsmen were generally mocked. But there was nothing he could say since he lost, and it was a futile effort to argue about it. "I didn't expect the top 10 on the Dragon Pulse ranking to be so strong. The Wind Swordsman can't even put up a fight against the Wind Edge Lord. What are you thinking? Although the Dragon Pulse ranking can only be used as a reference, the ranking isn't exactly useless, or they would be kicked out from the top 10 a long time ago. Are swordsmen so weak? Obviously not." The Wind Edge Lord said that on purpose, and he's clearly targeting Lin Xiao. He had a feud with Lin Xiao before. Discussions resounded from the surroundings, making many people doubt whether being a swordsman was worthwhile and wondered if they were worthless. Since the Wind Edge Lord had already achieved his goal, he no longer continued to fight and left. A figure arrived in Lin Yun's pavilion and sat opposite him. It was Shifeng. After being defeated, he didn't return to his position, but came to the pavilion where Lin Yun and Yu Weiwei were located. "I hope you two don't mind me sitting here?" Shifeng smiled. "Certainly not." Lin Yun smiled. Yu Weiwei didn't say a word, but she clearly didn't mind Shifeng's arrival, either. Looking at Shifeng gulping down wine in depression, Lin Yun asked, "It looks like swordsmen don't seem to have a positive situation in the Eastern Desolation's Dragon Pulse ranking." "Not exactly. The Sword Dao has a strong foundation in the Heavenly Dao sect. The Divine Phoenix Mountain and Ming cult also have experts who use swords. But they were too brutally suppressed by Jian Jingtian on the Dragon Pulse ranking, and they had long made a breakthrough to the Samsara Edict realm." Shifeng smiled bitterly. Now that Jian Jingtian is no longer on the Dragon Pulse ranking and there is no swordsman in the top 10, this became the reason why the Wind Edgelord is so arrogant. "But I have a feeling that he has underestimated you. So, tell me, what are your odds of defeating him?" Shifeng wasn't happy that he lost to the Wind Edgelord and could only place his hopes on Lin Yun. But Lin Yun merely replied with a smile and maintained his silence. Shifeng was curious about Lin Yun's answer, but the latter had no intention of telling him. Thus, he could only change the topic. Not long after, Death Swordsman Yen Tai and Cloud Swordsman also came over. Yen Tai wanted to come over long ago, but he wasn't as thick-skinned as Shifeng. But when he saw Lin Yun happily chatting with Shifeng, he eventually came over with the Cloud Swordsman. When 4 swordsmen sat at the same table, the pavilion Lin Yun was in became lively. Many people had already noticed this scene, and seeing the 4 swordsmen sitting together so harmoniously was weird. After all, swordsmen were arrogant, and it was rare for a swordsman to acknowledge another swordsman in the same generation. Now that the 3 swordsmen gathered in Lin Yun's pavilion, they acknowledged Lin Yun's position as the strongest swordsman on the Dragon Pulse ranking. But after the Wind Edgelord made a move, it made the title as first on the Dragon Pulse ranking insignificant. Shifeng lost to the Wind Edgelord, which further showed how strong the top 10 on the Dragon Pulse ranking were. In everyone's eyes, they felt that even if Lin Yun made a move, he would probably lose terribly against the top 10 of the Dragon Pulse ranking. But Lin Yun wasn't bothered about this. The Martial Dao Tea Party was brilliant. After the Wind Edgelord and Shifeng's battle, the heated atmosphere in Thunderblood Square gradually calmed down. After a series of battles, everyone took some time to digest them. Everyone was chatting while drinking tea in their pavilions, and those who were acquainted with each other gradually began to move around. This was one of the charms of the Martial Dao Tea Party. For the younger generation, this sort of event was suitable for them. Before they knew it, a night had passed. As for Lin Yun, he was either chatting, observing the fights on the Thunderstorm Battlistage, or meditating to cultivate and perfect his Azure Dragon sword art. Occasionally, when he was in the mood, he would take out the Thunderstorm Zither and play it, attracting the attention of many people. His melody was beautiful, and the artistic concept contained within it was profound. It sounded close to nature. On the contrary, this amazed many people, including the people fighting on the stage, robbing them of their attention. Then again, Lin Yun didn't spend much time playing the Thunderstorm Zither because he mainly observed the battles on the stage. Close to 1,000 people were participating in the Martial Dao Tea Party, many of whom were proficient in the wind and lightning intent. There were also those who grasped the thunderstorm intent. Whenever those people fought, Lin Yun would observe the profundities in their martial intents to perfect his Azure Dragon sword art. While he absorbed insights like a sponge, he gradually comprehended something, and he now had an outline for the 11th sword form of the Azure Dragon sword art. The Azure Dragon sword art was a profound sword technique, and there were a total of 10 sword forms. The 10th sword form, Universal Thunderstorm, was born from the Azure Dragon and, yet, transcended the Azure Dragon. But what about after he transcended? The Universal Thunderstorm wasn't only a summary but was also a prologue. He was in a pretty awkward position because he couldn't execute the Carefree 9 swords and was lacking in sword techniques. This also restricted him from fighting with his full strength. But if he could comprehend the 7th sword form of the Azure Dragon sword art, in addition to the first sword form of the Divine Firefly sword and Universal Thunderstorm, he would have 3 ultimate moves, and they would equate to 3 trump cards. As time passed, Lin Yun's insight increased as he watched more battles. Born from the Azure Dragon, and yet transcended the Azure Dragon. In general, it still contained the essence of the Azure Dragon. Otherwise, it would be meaningless if he lost the Azure Dragon's profundity as the foundation. So this sword should be like this. As the Martial Dao Tea Party continued, Lin Yun closed his eyes and was fully immersed in his sword ocean. Deep within his sword ocean was a golden human executing the Azure Dragon sword art, and the Azure Dragon sword soul sword around on the ocean. The Azure Dragon claw, Azure Dragon tail, Azure Dragon eyes, Azure Dragon head. The sword forms were continuously disassembled before they were reconstructed. In addition to his comprehension of the thunderstorm intent, Lin Yun could faintly feel a new door opening up to him. The door was only opened by a crack, but a golden radiance was gushing out of it. There seemed to be something hidden behind the door, but he didn't know what was beyond the door. He could feel a majestic sword aura hidden behind the door, so this naturally filled Lin Yun's heart with curiosity. He had speculated that the genuine Azure Dragon sword art was hidden behind the door. The Universal Thunderstorm was like the prologue, and the current Azure Dragon sword art he practiced was just the tip of the iceberg. This gradually piqued his interest, and he was progressively overwhelmed by excitement. He rejoiced and started tapping his right hand on the table. Lin Yun casually tapped his fingers on the table without any empowerment of dragon origin and martial intent. It might seem like random movements, but he was tapping his fingers on the table in a fascinating, mysterious rhythm. Initially, the three swordsmen weren't bothered by it, and were watching the battles on the stage. What's Lin Xiao doing? Yen Tai was the first to notice something wasn't right, and turned to look at Lin Yun tapping on the table. I don't know. Enlightenment, perhaps, Shi Feng said softly. The cloud swordsman looked at Lin Yun's fingers and smiled. Now that you mentioned it, it's quite rhythmic. Is it some kind of ancient score? Go and ask him, Yen Tai said, wanting to call out to Lin Yun. Don't, Yu Weiwei suddenly said sternly, stopping Yen Tai from calling Lin Yun with a grave expression. Yen Tai was stunned by Yu Weiwei's reaction, and the two other swordsmen were also surprised. But soon, their faces drastically changed, and their mouths were wide open. There was a powerful sword aura spreading out from Lin Yun. The range was small, just within a few feet of the pavilion. But this wasn't the reason why the three swordsmen were shocked. They were shocked because they realized that they couldn't move when Lin Yun tapped his fingers on the table. Only their thoughts could still process the situation. Lin Yun's act of tapping the table seemed to contain a form of profundity, and the rhythm had gradually reached the same rhythm as their heartbeats. They were shocked to discover that their heart rates had reached a rhythm with Lin Yun's fingers. When Lin Yun increased his tapping pace, their hearts would beat faster and vice versa. But that wasn't what was terrifying about it. When Lin Yun stopped his tapping, their heartbeats also paused. This naturally made them feel a chill run down their spines, and their backs were covered in a cold sweat. Don't panic, and don't try to resist. He has received enlightenment, so he should be in a state of unity with the sword. Use your sword intents to sense his rhythm, and you might be able to benefit from it, Yu Weiwei said. But Yu Weiwei was clearly still worried, and she warned, remember not to resist. Your sword intents are weaker than his, so you guys will be injured if you do. I'm afraid Big Brother Lin will also be injured at that time, too. One with the sword, one as the heaven, the sword as the dome, and one with the sword. They were shocked, and could hear buzzing sounds within their minds. Was the one with the sword, Yu Weiwei said, what they thought? If that was the case, didn't that mean that Lin Xiao has grasped the heavenly dome sword intent? No words could describe the shock they were feeling right now. But they were only briefly stunned before they did as Yu Weiwei said. They didn't try to resist the sword intent but tried to merge themselves into it. But they were still worried. If Lin Yun wasn't willing to accept them, they wouldn't be able to sense Lin Yun's insight into Sword Dao. After all, who would be so generous as to share their insight into Sword Dao with others? But reality proved they thought too much about it because they managed to integrate themselves into the rhythm. Naturally, this discovery shocked them, but they soon closed their eyes and began to comprehend. When they shut their eyes, they saw something shocking. There was a canvas, and Lin Yun's 5 fingers were like brushes drawing on the canvas. As a dragon roar echoed from the canvas, they could see a person practicing the sword on an ocean within the canvas. As sword rays shone from the surroundings, an azure dragon danced along with the sword rays. They were familiar with this sword technique. It was the azure dragon sword art that Lin Yun previously used. Simultaneously, they could clearly sense the azure dragon intent coming from the person drawn with ink rising rapidly. In the beginning, it was a primitive version of the azure dragon intent that came from his talent and instincts. It might be massive, but it was crude. As the azure dragon sword art continued to be unveiled, the azure dragon intent was becoming like a rough jade being polished, becoming increasingly more beautiful. It was like a flawless jade containing vast power. This made that figure look like a supreme being, and his aura continued to rise. When the radiance he gave off reached a limit, the azure dragon intent broke through the limit and reached the 5th grade. This shocked the 3 swordsmen, and they felt it was unbelievable because it was too shocking. How is this possible? Can he really be a genius from the azure dragon's lineage? This is the only possibility. The thoughts of the 3 swordsmen processed rapidly, and they were shocked by the talent Lin Yun showed. He was comprehending out of nowhere and making a breakthrough on the spot. The Martial Dao Tea Party was for everyone to interact and improve by observing the battles of others. Lin Yun brought this to the limit and absorbed the merits of others like a sponge. When his azure dragon intent made a breakthrough, several opponents appeared before the person swinging his sword, and those opponents looked familiar to the 3 swordsmen. They were briefly shocked before they realized that those people were geniuses who fought in the Martial Dao Tea Party. Wait, isn't that me? Yen Tai soon discovered one of the blurred figures executing the death dance. Soon, another person appeared, and this was the Wind Swordsman, Shi Feng. Even the Wind Edgelord appeared as an opponent. Lin Yun absorbed everyone who fought at the tea party. When the canvas suddenly shattered, the 3 swordsmen were thrown out of their trance-like state. Lin Yun also stopped tapping his fingers on the table. Felt like they woke up from a dream. They opened their eyes and looked at Lin Yun, sensing Lin Yun's sword aura retracting into his body. The 3 swordsmen exchanged a glance and were deeply shocked. They knew Lin Yun was digesting his insight and that he would undergo a transformation when he reopened his eyes. He wants to walk on his own path, Yen Tai said. The Azure Dragon clan's sword techniques are strong, but he probably doesn't want to be limited by his predecessors. He wants to walk his own path in Sword Dao. He's a little terrifying. Lin Zhao's heart in Sword Dao is much firmer than ours, and he has embarked on a path that no one has taken. The moment he clears his path, he'll reach a great height, and he can even fight ancient deities with his strength. He might even walk on the path of a sword god. Shi Feng sighed. What was a sword god? That was the god of swords. Becoming a god in an era without deities was impossible, and it was even more impossible to become a sword god. Even in ancient times, it was unsure whether a sword god existed. Not every swordsman could be called a sword god upon becoming a deity, just like how not every saint who uses the sword could be called a sword saint. A sword god was a path no one had taken before, and they didn't even dare to think about it. When Lin Yun opened his eyes, the light within his pupils had been recollected. The 2 souls within his sword ocean underwent a transformation, and even his azure dragon saint physique was elevated. When he let out a breath, he was excited because this was a surprise. He only wanted to see if there was an 11th sword form in the azure dragon sword art and receive another trump card. But he never expected that he would make a breakthrough in the azure dragon sword art, reaching the deification stage. There were 3 stages above complete mastery. They were the manifestation stage, the minuscule stage, and the deification stage. What's the matter? Lin Yun was surprised when he discovered the 3 swordsmen looking at him as if they were looking at a god, and they didn't even dare to look him in the eyes. All 3 of them sat upright, looking nervous and uneasy as if they weren't worthy of sitting with him, so this naturally made him feel weird. They feel that you're going to become a sword god. Yu Weiwei smiled and roughly shared an overview of what had happened earlier. After hearing what Yu Weiwei said, Lin Yun couldn't help laughing. He had an enlightenment and didn't expect these 3 to think so much. Sword god? Even Yu Qingfeng was only the sword emperor. Receiving a title with the sword wasn't easy, and he had never even considered it. When the three swordsmen came to their senses, their expressions became awkward. They knew they were overthinking too much because they had been too shocked earlier. Taking a sip of the tea, Lin Yun smiled. But who knows what will happen in the future? He didn't think about becoming a sword god. He wanted to walk his own path, just like his master, the Radiant Sword Saint. He believed that, with the sword in his hand, he would grow to a height one day where he could compete with the 9 emperors. The three swordsmen could feel a deeper meaning within Lin Yun's words. Perhaps Lin Yun didn't think about it that much earlier, but it was true that he wanted to walk his own path and not be limited by the paths of others. You made a breakthrough in the Azure Dragon intent? Yen Tai asked. Lin Yun nodded his head. The breakthrough of his Azure Dragon intent was unexpected and reasonable at the same time. He spent 4 years refining the divine Azure blood within the Three Lives realm. In addition to him possessing the Azure Dragon Saint physique, his Azure Dragon intent had naturally accumulated to a terrifying height. Thus, he only needed an opportunity to make the breakthrough, and his enlightenment earlier was that opportunity. But the real surprise was the Azure Dragon sword art. This was an interesting sword technique, and the last sword gave him infinite possibilities, born from the Azure Dragon, and yet transcending the Azure Dragon. Perhaps the creator of this sword technique purposely did this to not restrict the future generations in the circle he drew. Right then, a loud explosion rang out within everyone's ears, and the cups on the table shattered. Everyone was caught off guard and could feel their eardrums trembling, making them feel uncomfortable. When Lin Yun raised his head, the myriad lightning sex Yifeng appeared on the stage, and he was being challenged. As the youngest in the top 10 of the Dragon Pulse ranking, there were naturally many people who weren't convinced about his strength. So those who wanted to make it into the top 10 naturally challenged him first. His opponent was also a formidable foe. He was a hidden expert on the Dragon Pulse ranking named Lu Yuanzong. He was naturally strong since he dared to challenge Yifeng. The two exchanged dozens of blows on the stage, with waves sweeping out, tearing the surrounding space apart. Go down! Lu Yuanzong roared and executed a ghost spirit martial technique at Yifeng. Yifeng might be young, but he wasn't afraid at all, wearing an arrogant smile on his lips. As he stood in mid-air, purple lightning flickered on his body, and he countered with another ghost spirit martial technique. When the two attacks clashed in mid-air, they passed by each other before hitting each other. But when Lu Yuanzong's attack landed on him, it was dispersed by a series of lightning flickers before it even got close to him, and he was unscathed. Meanwhile, Lu Yuanzong fell to his knees and threw out 3 mouthfuls of blood. Whenever he threw out a mouthful of blood, there would be fragments of his internal organs accompanied by flickering lightning. Evidently, he was seriously injured by Yifeng's lightning intent and lost his fighting prowess. This attack from Yifeng is really weird. With Lu Yuanzong's cultivation, he shouldn't be injured so badly, Yen Tai said, furrowing his brows. Nodding his head in agreement, Shi Yen said, the penetrative power is too strong, and there's something weird about his defensive ability too. I have fought Lu Yuanzong before, so it makes no sense that he's incapable of dealing any injuries to Yifeng. Lin Yun didn't say a word, but he noticed some profundities. Yifeng's attack was similar to the lightning cocoon he mastered in the past. By dissolving his lightning intent, he could penetrate his opponent's body before exploding the cocoon within his opponent's body. Each strand of lightning was even finer than hair. With Lin Yun's sword heart, he saw 9,000 strands of lightning. Yifeng was stronger than him in that factor, and he probably held back against Lu Yuanzong. Otherwise, he would have been dead by now without a complete corpse. Everyone already expected that Yifeng was strong, but they didn't expect him to be that strong. This further proved that none of the top 10 on the Dragon Pulse ranking were pushovers. Blue Frost Lord, do you dare to fight me? Defeating Lu Yuanzong could only be considered a warm-up session for Yifeng. He then directly challenged the Blue Frost Lord. Amongst the 4 young masters, the Blue Frost Lord fought in the past and was strong. Before the Blue Frost Lord went on the stage, the Autumn Mountain Lord warned, be careful. The 4 young masters were from 4 directions of Heavenly Domain City. Despite their competitions, they all belonged to the Divine Dragon Empire faction. Unlike the geniuses from the Holy Lands, the fight between Yifeng and the Blue Frost Lord could be considered a confrontation between two forces. Before the Martial Dao Tea Party started, people were speculating about who was stronger between the 4 young masters and the 6 Holy Lands representatives. There was a huge controversy, and both parties were officially fighting now. This naturally brought the atmosphere of the Tea Party to a whole new level. "Don't worry about it. He's just a brat, and he can't hurt me." The Blue Frost Lord seemed confident and came to the thunderstorm battlistage. After the Blue Frost Lord landed on the ground, they both moved simultaneously. Yifeng was like a bolt of lightning appearing behind the Blue Frost Lord. He then executed the Indigo Radiant Terranian. Yifeng's punch was accompanied by massive lightning energy, but a white icy dragon claw blocked it. This dragon claw was from the Blue Frost Lord. When he turned around, he had a skinny frame and was as cold as ice. The Blue Frost Lord then raised his hand and pushed his palm forth, which manifested into a dragon claw, easily blocking Yifeng's attack. When the punch enveloped in lightning clashed with the dragon claw, they were both knocked flying away. Indigo Lightning Radiant Sun. Yifeng laughed as he retreated and continued to bombard the Blue Frost Lord with another punch. His punch was like an indigo sun condensed with lightning that streaked across the horizon like a meteorite. Divine Dragon Sky-Breaking Finger. Facing Yifeng's attack, the Blue Frost Lord's right hand manifested into a dragon's claw, and he unleashed a series of ice spikes. Looking from afar, those short blades looked like they were thrown out by a dragon, which easily resolved Yifeng's attacks. When they landed, they both tapped on the ground before charging at each other. When they executed their attacks, their movements were slow and clearly visible. But when they landed on the ground, their movements suddenly became so fast that they couldn't be seen with the naked eye, giving everyone a misperception that space was in a mess. Divine Indigo Radiant Fist. Divine Blue Frost Fist. They both executed their ultimate moves, one from a Holy Land's inheritance and the other from the Divine Dragon Empire. They were both evenly matched when they clashed. As lightning and snowflakes filled the sky, their afterimages could be seen all over the stage. Divine Indigo Radiant Fist. Dragon Tribulation. Yifeng finally executed the ultimate move of the Divine Indigo Radiant Fist, using lightning intent to mimic the Dragon Pulse Tribulation, and the power had reached the limit of the Ghost Spirit martial technique. The Thunderblood battlistage was instantly enveloped with thunderclouds, and the tribulation clouds began to rumble within the sky. Whenever the tribulation clouds clashed, a dragon tribulation might really descend. This made Lin Yun lock his brows within the pavilion because if he fought Yifeng, it might really detonate his tribulation. Dragon tribulation? Haha. Everyone in the world might be afraid of the tribulation, but not me, the Blue Frost Lord said, but he didn't dare to be careless. As he soared to the sky, he formed a white dragon seal and unleashed a barrage of attacks at Yifeng's punch. The white divine dragon seal was filled with an ancient aura with unimaginable, surging chill. Whenever he threw his punch, the thunderclouds would dissipate a little, and a white dragon would appear in the sky. 10-odd punches later, the sky behind the Blue Frost Lord was filled with 10-odd white divine dragons. When the dragons soared to the sky, Blue Frost Lord's aura soared, and he unleashed a horrifying aura. But Yifeng's performance wasn't weak. The thunderclouds behind him manifested into 9 lightning vortexes that appeared to be connected with the power of heaven and earth. Whenever he threw his punch, lightning would descend from the sky. When the two faced off, the auras they released continued to clash. Yifeng was hovering in midair, and he couldn't obtain the upper hand. He couldn't help sneering, "The Dragon Clan's martial techniques are profound, so it's no wonder why the Blue Frost Lord neglected the inheritance of your clan. But how long can you hold on? My dragon tribulation is endless. The more you last, the stronger the tribulation will become." The Blue Frost Lord was naturally aware of that, and he could sense the lightning energy accumulating within his body. This was also the tribulation energy, which he had just suppressed for now, in case he couldn't defeat his opponent before the tribulation energy detonated within his body. "You're rejoicing too early." The Blue Frost Lord took a deep breath, and his pupils flashed with a cold light. The dragons in the air all rushed into his body. When his aura soared, he flew to the sky and charged towards Yifeng. Since he would lose if he waited, he might as well take the gamble. A dazzling sphere of light appeared between their fists when they clashed in midair. The next moment, the sphere of tribulation energy and white dragon energy detonated. They spat out a mouthful of blood each, but Yifeng remained in the air and didn't step back. Meanwhile, the blue frost lord was knocked to the ground. Before he could even stand up, Yifeng was already charging over with his punch. Since the tribulation energy within the blue frost lord could no longer be suppressed, it suddenly detonated. The surface of his body was soon covered in cracks with blood seeping out. How is this possible? The blue frost lord was surprised. After all, he was stronger than Yifeng in terms of cultivation, so it made no sense for him to suffer a loss in that strike. Yifeng should be the one suffering a loss instead. Wiping the blood off his lips, Yifeng smiled. I have merged a Devour Saint rune into my divine indigo radiant fist, so as long as it's within my acceptance range, I can devour 30% of any attacks directed at me. I can rebound another 30% of the attack by combining the divine indigo radiant fist with the indigo thunder saint cannon. This means only 40% of your attack managed to hurt me. Yifeng was pretty confident and didn't mind sharing his secret. The blue frost lord's face was ugly, and he should have guessed that when Yifeng wasn't injured when facing Lu Yuanzong. As the Autumn Mountain Lord inwardly sighed, he said, "The myriad lightning sex Yifeng wins. Yifeng actually won." He looked like he still had some energy left, and the blue frost lord's state is a little pathetic. He's a genius from a holy land, so the four young masters are somewhat lacking in comparison. Everyone guessed the blue frost lord would lose, but they never expected he would lose so terribly, especially to Yifeng, the youngest amongst the top 10. With the Martial Dao Tea Party coming this far, everyone roughly had a ranking within their hearts. The top 3 should be the Divine Phoenix Mountains Jilingfeng, Heavenly Dao Sex Xiao Yuanqi, and the Unfathomable Autumn Mountain Lord. As for the other 7, they should be the Myriad Lightning Sex Yifeng, Heavenly Flame Sex Yan Qihua, Divine Dao Pavilions Lin Xingyang, Ming Cults Yuanxiu, Wind Edge Lord, Blue Frost Lord, and the Snow Master Lord. After that should be Lin Yun and the 3 Swordsmen. But the main focus was who could be first on the Dragon Pulse ranking and if Lin Yun could defeat any of the 7 to make it into the top 10. But no one was optimistic about it because those in the top 10 were on a whole new different level. As for challenging the top 3, no one bothered discussing it because it was simply impossible. Since it was impossible, there was naturally no way to discuss it. He might have a chance against those ranked from the 4th to 10th, but not the top 3. After Yifeng won his battle with the Blue Frost Lord, he was called down to the stage by his senior brother. Yifeng still wanted to fight, but his senior brother was worried he might get over his head because of his young age. As the Martial Dao Tea Party continued, more of the top 10 would occasionally go onto the stage. The Heavenly Flame Sex Yan Qihua, Divine Dao Pavilions Lin Xingyang, and Ming Cults Yuanxiu all went onto the stage. The Cloud Swordsman also fought as well, challenging the Snow Master Lord of the 4 young masters. It was an intense fight, but it didn't take long for him to be defeated. The Snow Master Lord might seem low-profiled, but that didn't mean he was weak. He was in the top 10 for a reason. Several battles later, no one dared to challenge the top 10 anymore. This further made everyone feel that the top 10 were on a whole new level, and those weren't people they could face. This naturally made many people disappointed because the top 10 would be those they had guessed before the Martial Dao Tea Party started. The top 10 would only be monopolized by the 4 young masters and Holy Land's geniuses. As for the exact rankings, it could only be determined between the top 10 and had nothing to do with everyone else. As long as these people didn't make a breakthrough to the Samsara Edict realm, no one would be able to stand out on the Dragon Pulse ranking. But these people would definitely feel despair because Jian Jingtian was also in the Samsara Edict realm, and he was invincible within the Eastern Desolation as long as saints did not show up. Thus, they could only be suppressed by him at that time. After several battles that were lacking luster, the Wind Edge Lord of the 4 young masters went on the stage again. He declared, "Yan Qihua, do you dare to fight me?" The Wind Edgelord did not choose Yifeng but Yan Qihua, causing a decent uproar. After all, Yan Qihua was more famous than Yifeng. The latter defeated the Blue Frost Lord earlier, so the Wind Edgelord wanted to win a round as a representative of the four young masters. The Wind Edgelord wants to challenge Yan Qihua? He has ambitions. Yan Qihua is at least in the top 5 on the Dragon Pulse ranking. It's publicly known that the Wind Edgelord has a great ambition, and I've heard that he's behind why the Martial Dao Tea Party was brought forward. But if he loses, his journey in the Martial Dao Tea Party will come to an end. Not bad, but he will practically have to say farewell to the top 3 if he reveals too much. In the Heavenly Flamesex Pavilion, Yan Qihua grinned. Wind Edgelord, you're pretty bold. Even if you defeat me, you will also lose your chance to continue climbing up the rankings. How narcissistic. Since I dared to challenge you, I naturally have the confidence to quickly deal with you. The Wind Edgelord smiled. He was calm and composed, and everyone could sense the confidence and dominance within his tone. As he spoke, a powerful aura swept out from him that made the sky turn dark. When Yan Qihua sensed the aura the Wind Edgelord was emitting, his face gradually became grave. They both appeared on the Thunderblood Battlistage and were 1,000 meters away, looking at each other with their auras clashing. This made Yan Qihua confused because he was surprised that he was in a disadvantageous position when his aura clashed with the Wind Edgelord. It felt like he sank into a quagmire, and his blade aura was slowly being devoured. But he didn't panic. He had the Tidal Flame Blade, and this was because of the Ghost Spirit Martial technique that he practiced. It was the Heavenly Flame Blade, in which he had reached the manifestation stage in. Apart from not grasping the Heavenly Dome Blade intent, he had no weakness in the Dragon Pulse realm. Not to mention that he even grasped 9 different sacred flames. Empowered by the sacred flames, his dragon origin was more massive than others, and more violent at the same time. Yan Qihua took a step forth and drew out his blade. His blade ray was like a crimson sun. This blade was extraordinary. Just swinging it created a vortex filled with flames, and the entire Thunderblood Battlistage instantly became hot. It felt as though the air was melting, and the saint blood on the stage was starting to ignite. The Wind Edgelord was confident and threw a punch. When a violent gale swept out, it shattered the vortex of flames. Then, he merely used 2 fingers to clamp onto Yan Qihua's blade. This scene was practically the same as when he previously fought Shifeng, domineering and arrogant. You're courting death. Yan Qihua was completely enraged by this scene, and he withdrew his blade before unleashing a barrage of attacks. But facing his attacks, the Wind Edgelord revealed an indifferent smile, and a dragon roar echoed from his body. The next moment, dazzling silver radiance burst out from his body. When the silver dragon's aura swept out, the pressure emitted by Yan Qihua's blade fell before the Wind Edgelord threw out a punch to block the incoming attacks. 10-odd attacks later, an explosion resounded from the two, accompanied by flames that shot to the sky. This made Yan Qihua's face change a little. Pulling back his sword and retreating, Yan Qihua said in a deep voice, "Everyone says that you're ambitious, but it looks like everyone has underestimated you." The Wind Edgelord's calm response to his attacks made Yan Qihua's face become grave. Halos began to appear behind him, and each halo was a different saint flame. It didn't take long for him to summon the 9 sacred flames at the same time. Yan Qihua thought that under such circumstances, the Wind Edgelord would restrain himself. At the very least, his aura would be suppressed by him. But in contrast to his expectation, the Wind Edgelord laughed as a silver radiance bloomed from him before he dashed forth. There was a silver radiance on him that looked like a waterfall, and the ancient runes on his body looked like a layer of silver dragon scales. Not only did that grant him a powerful defense, it would even empower his attacks with the dragon's aura. As sparks flew around, the Wind Edgelord dashed forth, allowing Yan Qihua's blade to land on him. He gave off a domineering arrogance, like a war god. When Yan Qihua's saint blade landed on him, it merely left a few marks on his body. Not only did it fail to injure him, but he couldn't even retreat. The silver dragon saint physique. Yan Qihua briefly furrowed his brows before he coldly said, I don't believe I can't hack through your silver dragon, Saint Physique. Ji Lingfeng sighed within his pavilion when he saw this scene. Among the 7 divine dragons, the silver dragon had the strongest defense, not to mention the wind edgelord had also grasped thunderstorm intent. The wind could defend him and the lightning could counterattack. So Yan Qihua fell into the wind edgelord's trap, wanting to forcibly break through his defense. This was because his sacred flames were useless against the latter. Beside him, Xiao Yuanqi shook his head, but he didn't say a word. If Yan Qihua focused on Blade Dao and not the number of sacred flames, he might still be able to put up a resistance. If he could fuse the 9 sacred flames, he would still have a good chance of winning. But because he easily defeated his opponents with the 9 sacred flames and rarely had a rival amongst those of the same generation, he naturally loosened up and mistook that he had a powerful Blade Dao. Shattering Star. A terrifying punch suddenly appeared, and Yan Qihua was sent flying with one blow. What kind of fist technique is that? His style changed completely. Yan Qihua was shocked because the wind edgelord should be proficient in thunderstorm intent. He gritted his teeth and detonated the remaining sacred flames within his body, igniting his dragon origin. Heavenly Flame Sky-Splitting Slash. Yan Qihua's Saint Blade suddenly became terrifying. This was a secret technique to ignite his dragon origin with sacred flames. Divine Dragon Overlord Fist. The Wind Edge Lord roared. He didn't take a single step back since the beginning of the fight. After he performed this fist technique, his attack became even more domineering. The silver radiance unleashed by him nearly tore through the sky, and his attack emitted a powerful aura. As a ferocious roar echoed in the sky, the punch gave off a feeling that he could eradicate all lives, shattering Yan Qihua's blade ray and forcing him to take another step back. The blade ray shattered, and Yan Qihua kept retreating. 10 steps later, he finally couldn't hold on any longer and the Saint Blade was knocked out of his hand. It looks like there's nothing impressive about the Holy Land's geniuses after all. The Wind Edgelord stood with his hands behind him, looking elegant. Just like how he defeated Shifeng earlier, he was still as arrogant as before, looking domineering. When Yan Qihua landed on the ground, blood dripped down his lips and the 9 halos behind him were shattered. His face was terrifyingly pale. I lost, Yan Qihua said with reluctance. His face was ugly, as though he took a huge blow to his self-esteem. He was prideful and arrogant before he came here, not putting the 4 young masters in his eyes. He only thought that Ji Lingfeng was capable of fighting him. He never expected he would lose to the Wind Edgelord, and judging from the looks of it, he didn't even use his full strength. Not bad. At least you can force me to use the Divine Dragon Overlord Fist, so you can be proud of that. After all, amongst all the Dragon Clan's fist techniques, it is only second to the Imperial Dragon Fist and Sovereign Dragon Fist. The Wind Edgelord said proudly. The Wind Edgelord was arrogant. He might seem like he's giving Yan Qihua a step down, but he was indirectly praising himself. Yan Qihua's eyes were filled with humiliation, but there was nothing he could do about this situation. After all, it was a fact that he lost the battle. Thus, he went down the stage without saying a word. The Wind Edge Lord won so easily? Don't tell me he's going to challenge all the Holy Land's geniuses. Judging from this situation, he will probably fight again. But I don't know who he will choose to fight. He'll probably challenge Ji Lingfeng or Xiao Yuanqi. I wonder if he has the courage to challenge them or Yifeng. After all, Yifeng was pretty arrogant earlier. The people at Thunderblood Square were excited. The Wind Edge Lord won a victory for the 4 young masters, and the atmosphere in the Martial Dao Tea Party was filled with suspense and excitement. Just when everyone was discussing amongst themselves, the Wind Edge Lord looked around before his gaze fell onto the pavilion that Lin Yun was in. With pride filling his face, he asked with a soft smile, "Champion of the Nirvana Banquet, I believe you have rested long enough. Are you interested in coming over and playing with me?" An uproar broke out from the surrounding area because this was clearly unexpected. Yen Tai furrowed his brow and said, "Wind Edge Lord, you can compete for the top 3 with your strength, so why waste time on Lin Xiao?" You'll only expose your trump cards. The Wind Edgelord was briefly stunned before he smiled. You're overthinking it. I won't waste much time. As for my trump cards, not even Yen Chihua can make me reveal them. So do you think Lin Xiao can? Moreover, the Martial Dao Tea Party is a place where everyone interacts in their martial Dao. So I will pull my punches. Brother Lin is the strongest swordsman in the Dragon Pulse ranking. If you don't even have the courage to fight me, aren't you a little too disappointing? Yen Tai and the other two swordsmen were furious when they heard what the Wind Edgelord said. If Lin Yun refused to fight, the so-called strongest swordsman on the Dragon Pulse ranking would no longer be an honor but a joke. In the future, whenever everyone mentioned the strongest swordsman on the Dragon Pulse ranking, they would call him a coward who didn't even dare to fight the Wind Edgelord. Lin Yun raised his head and briefly glanced at him before saying, "Since you want to play, I'll fulfill your wish then." When Lin Yun took a step forth, he flew out like a bolt of lightning. When he landed on the ground, a faint breeze blew past him. This made the Wind Edgelord surprised. He was surprised because Lin Yun really dared to appear before him. Everyone at Thunderblood Square also seemed pretty surprised. Lin Xiao actually accepted the challenge. Wind Edgelord possesses the strength to compete for the top 3. He's not on the same level as the 3 swordsmen. There's no way Lin Zhao's sword intent can do anything to him. Yeah, unless he grasps the Heavenly Dome sword intent, the differences in their cultivation levels will be exposed. He will probably be defeated in just one move. Quasi-Heavenly Dome sword intent is still not the genuine Heavenly Dome sword intent. But the Wind Edgelord is too much. If Lin Yun didn't accept his challenge, the strongest swordsman on the Dragon Pulse ranking would be a joke. The Wind Edgelord was briefly stunned before he scoffed. An insignificant brat who was at my West Garden banquet back then actually dares to stand before me. I should have killed you with a slap back then. Talk about that when you win. Otherwise, your face will hurt later when you fail. Lin Yun lightly said. His arrogance made the surroundings fall into a dead silence because no one expected him to be so arrogant when facing the Wind Edgelord. The Wind Edgelord also locked his brows together. Even if the 3 swordsmen joined hands, they were insignificant before him. He didn't know where Lin Yun got such confidence to be so arrogant, but he probably had a trump card of some sort. But that didn't matter because everyone was nothing but a joke before absolute strength. Your mouth is stinky, and you really need a beating. The Wind Edgelord coldly looked at Lin Yun. Flinging his sleeves, he leaped to the sky, and his speed was like lightning wrapped in the wind. With incredible speed, the Wind Edgelord swiftly came before Lin Yun and gave the latter a kick in the face. Space was smashed by him, and his path was accompanied by lightning and wind. But that wasn't all because he had a swift kick. He had accumulated the explosive power of wind and lightning into his feet. There weren't any fancy tricks in it. But he was destined to be disappointed because Lin Yun was even faster than him. His sword heart instantly captured the Wind Edgelord's trajectory, and he drew his sword without any hesitation. His sword was like a comet streaking across the horizon before clashing against the Wind Edgelord's foot. Their collision was like 2 exploding stars, and a horrifying shockwave swept out, causing the stage to tremble. So fast! The Wind Edgelord squinted his eyes because Lin Yun's sword was faster than he expected. Not to mention Lin Yun even accurately calculated his trajectory. But that wasn't all. His subsequent attacks were blocked, and he never encountered this situation when he previously fought Shifeng. After knocking the Wind Edgelord away with his sword, Lin Yun slowly raised his sword. As he slid forth, he saw an opening and swung his sword down. His sword was accompanied by the quasi-heavenly dome sword intent as it tore the sky apart. It was like an axe that could slice through the sky, slicing apart the dragon origin around the Wind Edgelord. When his sword fell onto the Wind Edgelord, it caused sparks to fly when it came into contact with his dragon scales. As they swiftly moved, their figures intertwined with sword rays rippling out. 10-odd moves later, an ear-piercing noise resounded. When the flower burial sword flashed past, dragon scales flew around. The flower burial sword was half an inch away from injuring the Wind Edgelord. This made Lin Yun feel pity. If he could injure Wind Edgelord, His sword intent could penetrate into the latter's body, and the latter would definitely be severely injured. "You're courting death." The Wind Edge Lord flew into a rage, circulating the silver dragon Saint physique. 9 dragon pulses that were close to 4,000 feet also appeared behind him. This was a shocking scene, and the aura from the Wind Edge Lord's dragon pulses was like a mountain crashing down on Lin Yun's sword aura. "You think you're the only one who's practiced the Dragon Clan's martial techniques?" Divine Dragon Overlord Fist. Wind Edge Lord roared, throwing a punch forth, and the power of his attack had multiplied compared to before. This brought his already powerful dragon aura to a new height. He was confident that Lin Yun would lose if he only had the quasi-heavenly dome sword intent when his cultivation was only at the 7th pulse dragon pulse realm. Under the overwhelming pressure, Lin Yun nearly lost control of the 7 dragon pulses that were 9,000 feet wide, and even his sword intent couldn't suppress it. While a terrifying power surged within his body, his dragon origin was already boiling. Simultaneously, Lin Yun could keenly sense the power of the dragon tribulation beyond the 36 layers of heaven. He raised his sword before him to block, but he was blown away before the Wind Edge Lord's fist even reached him. "Haha! The strongest swordsman on the Dragon Pulse ranking? You don't seem impressive at all. Today, I'll tear your mouth apart and see if you still dare to be arrogant." The Wind Edge Lord laughed as a silver light surged around him. He then dashed forth. Every time he took a step, he would rise to the sky. When he landed on the ground, his footsteps were like mountains crashing down on the stage. In just 7 to 8 steps, he already came before Lin Yun with his dragon aura charging forth. "Fortunately, my Azure Dragon intent reached the 5th grade just a moment ago. Otherwise, I would have lost control of my dragon pulses." Lin Yun thought to himself. Since he still didn't want to undergo his tribulation, he could only bring out his 5th grade Azure Dragon intent. The sword intent around Lin Yun suddenly reached a limit. If Lin Yun was only using the quasi-heavenly dome sword intent earlier, it was now comparable to the heavenly dome sword intent when he fused his 5th grade Azure Dragon intent into his sword intent. With the 5th grade Azure Dragon intent merging into his sword intent rapidly began to rise, and the feeling he gave off was like a peerless sword now. At the same time, he was also like a true dragon standing on the ocean. 9 Heavenly Storm. Lin Yun held onto the flower burial sword. As Saint Runes surged on his sword, a powerful wind swept with 9 heaven-shattering sounds. The Wind Edge Lord came quickly and also left quickly. Even if he was giving off a massive aura, he was sent flying under that sword. "Oh my god! What sword intent is that?" 5th grade Azure Dragon intent merged into the quasi-heavenly dome sword intent. "I'm afraid that even the complete heavenly dome sword intent will be at this level. Lin Xiao is simply a monster. See? What did I say earlier? Lin Xiao is a peerless genius of the Azure Dragon's lineage. You guys didn't believe it earlier. What about now? Believe me now." An uproar rang out from the surroundings. Those who guessed that Lin Yun was from the Azure Dragon's lineage were emotional, wanting to charge onto the Thunderblood Batlistage. Then again, they were only thinking about it since they would be dead if they really did charge in. Divine Dragon Overlord Fist. Shattering Moon. A few exchanges later, the Wind Edge Lord soared to the sky with silver dragon flames blazing on him. As the flames gathered to a single point, they formed into a fist that flew out. Thunder Spike. Lin Yun was already prepared, and 9 lightning shackles enveloped his sword, radiating brightly before they gathered at the sword tip. In the end, the sword tip broke the Wind Edge Lord's attack. But Lin Yun's sword aura was also affected, and his sword ray shattered. The Wind Edge Lord wasn't too surprised, because he already expected that Lin Yun had a trump card. "Is this your trump card? It's a pity because I'm just getting started." "Ha ha ha." The Wind Edge Lord laughed. As Saint Runes began to appear on the surface of his body, those runes began to ignite, and his silver flames became even more ferocious. That was the Silver Dragon Saint Flame. This was his strongest trump card. Upon bringing it out, not only could he strengthen the Silver Dragon Saint physique, it could also double the power of his Divine Dragon Overlord Fist. This was what he prepared to use against Ji Lingfeng, But it didn't matter even if he used it now. It was fine even if he revealed it. Silver Dragon Saint Flame. The Wind Edgelord has resorted to his trump cards. Lin Xiao is doomed. Everyone discussed, but the three swordsmen, along with those from the sword sect, had their gazes gathered onto Lin Yun. Not only them, but Ji Lingfeng, Xiao Yuanqi, the Autumn Mountain Lord, the Snow Master Lord, Yi Feng, and many others have gathered their gazes onto Lin Yun. Talk again after you win. Otherwise, it'll be really painful on your face. Lin Yun held onto the flower burial sword in his hand. As his sword intent began to surge, it was like a ripple spreading out that gave everyone an unfathomable feeling. His forehead began to heat up, and the Azure Dragon sword soul flew out under the manipulation of the Golden Human. As the Azure Dragon sword soul entered his sword intent, it further strengthened his sword intent. The sword vibration sounded like a draconic roar, and this scene left everyone shocked because they recognized it was dual sword souls. Lin Xiao actually has dual sword souls? Isn't his attainment in Sword Dao a little too terrifying? I doubt even a Samsara Edict Realm swordsman's sword intent will be stronger than his. Does that mean he didn't even use his dual sword souls earlier? How terrifying. This kind of sword intent really isn't something that can be possessed in the Dragon Pulse realm. The Wind Edgelord was shocked while being in midair. He thought Lin Yun was already at his wit's end, but he never expected him to still have some trump cards left. I don't believe I can't defeat you. The terrifying sword intent forced the Wind Edge Lord to his limit, and his fighting spirit also rose to an unprecedented height. Divine Dragon Overlord Fist. Silver flames burst out, and the Wind Edge Lord flew towards him like a silver dragon, with his offensive and defensive abilities reaching a new height. Even someone who had just made a breakthrough to the Samsara Edict realm might not be able to stop him. Coming before Lin Yun, the Wind Edge Lord threw his punch forth. But that wasn't all. His fist suddenly turned into a claw with his 5 fingers spread out, and a silver dragon appeared, opening its dragon claw. When the fist and claw merged together, it wasn't just the Divine Dragon Overlord Fist. The Divine Dragon Sky-Tearing Claw was being used as well. Facing the violent gale head-on, Lin Yun took a deep breath and unleashed the 10th sword form of the Azure Dragon sword art. This sword was born from the Azure Dragon, yet surpassed the Azure Dragon. Under this powerful sword, the ground cracked along with the barrier enveloping the Thunderblood Batlistage. With that, the Dragon Pulse Rankings Dragon Spirit had no choice but to make a move again, strengthening the barrier around the Thunderblood Batlistage. On the stage that was stained with blood, Saint Flames blazed, but their battle had just begun. They both reached their limit, one executing the Azure Dragon sword art and the other executing the Divine Dragon Overlord Fist. I still have 3 trump cards, the Azure Dragon sword art in the deification stage, the 11th sword form of the Azure Dragon sword art, and the complete Heavenly Dome sword intent. Lin Yun's thoughts processed quickly during the battle. Compared to the Wind Edgelord, he was calmer in the fight. I can't continue like this any longer, so I have to unleash the decisive blow. The Wind Edgelord became anxious. After knocking a sword ray away with a punch, Silver Saint Flames blazed on him once more. Let's go with that, then. Lin Yun finally decided which trump card to use, since he didn't want to give the Wind Edge Lord the opportunity to accumulate his attack. When he turned around, he split into 2. One was enveloped in the wind, and the other was enveloped in lightning. This was the 11th sword form of the Azure Dragon sword art. Unrivaled, Thunderstorm Slash. While everyone was dumbfounded, the 2 afterimages swung their swords, unleashing 2 sword rays. When the 2 sword rays intertwined, the entire heaven and earth became chaotic. Space distorted, and the world was divided into 4, dazzling everyone. In the world separated into 4, there was the Wind Edgelord's figure and Lin Yun's sword rays. This sword wasn't something that could be described with words. As Lin Yun sheathed his sword, everything returned to normal. But at the point where the 2 sword rays met, the Wind Edgelord looked as though he was being restricted, and he couldn't move at all. When Lin Yun fully sheathed his sword, the dragon scales on the Wind Edge Lord exploded. His silver dragon Saint physique broke, with blood flowing out from his chest, making him look pathetic. After he landed on the ground, Lin Yun dashed over with a flash. "What are you trying to do?" the Wind Edgelord said in horror. He clutched his chest, and his hair was disheveled. "I already said your face will hurt." Lin Yun faced the Wind Edgelord with a slap and sent him flying away. Everyone only saw a figure flying away like a rag doll and landed on the pavilion where the other 4 young masters were located. As for the Wind Edgelord who was sent flying with a slap, he crawled up from the ground and looked at Lin Yun's direction in a daze. His gaze was filled with bewilderment. He never thought that he would be defeated by Lin Yun. Even if he was defeated by Ji Lingfeng or the other 4 young masters, he wouldn't feel so terrible. But he couldn't accept being defeated by Lin Yun, especially that last slap. That slap was no different from humiliating him, and this had thoroughly detonated the fury within his heart. But this was the Martial Dao Tea Party, and he couldn't vent out his rage. "Good. I will remember the shame you gave me today." The Wind Edge Lord held onto his face and gritted his teeth, looking at Lin Yun. On the other hand, Lin Yun was calm and wasn't afraid. He knew that the Wind Edgelord was a narrow-minded person, and the reason why he wanted to challenge him was to humiliate him. So there was no need for him to let him off so easy. Not to mention they already had a feud between them. Even without the Martial Dao Tea Party today, the Wind Edgelord would find other excuses to come after him. Back at the West Garden banquet, it wasn't because the Wind Edgelord was generous to let him go, but it was because of the Saint Elder's Imperial Dragon Order. "Come at me, then," Lin Yun replied before leaving the stage. He had no intention of fighting again. The Wind Edgelord still wanted to say something, but he could only suck it up when the Autumn Mountain Lord patted his shoulder. There was nothing he could do about it because he had already lost, and he would only make himself look like a sore loser if he continued to say anything. The Wind Edgelord was strong, grasping the thunderstorm intent. Not to mention he also had the Silver Dragon Saint physique and the Dragon Clan's martial techniques. He had far surpassed geniuses in the same generation, and some experts who had just made their breakthrough into the Samsara Edict realm might not be his opponent. But it was a pity that Lin Yun was stronger than him. The unrivaled A Thunderstorm Slash is stronger than I expected, but this is only the beginning. I still have a long way to go, Lin Yun thought to himself, analyzing the battle with the Wind Edgelord. After he left the stage, the Martial Dao Tea Party continued. Today was the second day of this gathering. It was gradually coming to an end, and the rankings were pretty clear. The upcoming battles would be between those who were capable of competing for first on the Dragon Pulse ranking. Divine Phoenix Mountain's Ji Lingfeng, do you dare to accept my challenge? Several dull battles later, a loud voice shocked everyone. When they looked in the direction where the voice came from, it was Yifeng of the Myriad Lightning Sect. Yifeng wants to challenge Ji Lingfeng? This is interesting. It appears that he's pretty determined to fight for first on the Dragon Pulse ranking. By far, only 3 people in the top 10 haven't lost a battle. They are Ji Lingfeng, Xiao Yuanqi, and the Autumn Mountain Lord. If Yifeng can defeat either one of them, he'll have the qualifications to compete for being first. But I'm not optimistic about it. Yifeng is too young. Haha. Don't be so sure about that. Under the surrounding discussions, Yifeng stood out in his purple robe and came to the Thunderblood Battlestage with fighting spirits blazing in his pupils. This made Ji Lingfeng briefly stunned because he never expected Yifeng to challenge him. Did Yifeng think he was the weakest among the 3? With a smile, Ji Lingfeng laughed at himself. It appears that the Autumn Mountain Lord is right. Not many people acknowledge my position as first on the Dragon Pulse ranking. The Autumn Mountain Lord merely smiled and said nothing when he heard what Ji Lingfeng said. After calmly standing up, Ji Lingfeng arrived on the Thunderblood Battlestage with a step. When he landed on the ground, he stretched his hand out and summoned a long blade. This blade was 5 feet long, and there was an ancient phoenix engraved on the black blade. Lin Yun was surprised that Ji Lingfeng was a bladesman, since he didn't notice it before. Yifeng didn't beat around the bush and dashed forth the moment Ji Lingfeng's foot touched the ground, unleashing the divine indigo radiant fist right from the start. When he threw his punch, lightning manifested into a sun that bloomed with an immense pressure that crashed down against Ji Lingfeng. Wings spread phoenix. Ji Lingfeng drew his blade, and a phoenix appeared behind him, unfolding its wings, and a dazzling blade ray drew a crimson line. His blade was like a gathering of fire-attributed spiritual energy. After he resolved Yifeng's attack, it turned into a phoenix that charged towards Yifeng. Yifeng narrowed his pupils. If someone else had created a phoenix phenomenon manifestation, he wouldn't place it in his eyes. But that wasn't true when it came to Ji Lingfeng. The latter came from the divine Phoenix Mountain, possessing the inheritance of the phoenix. It was so much so that he might be cultivating the legendary phoenix Saint Canon. So, although the phoenix was only a phenomenon, it gave off an ancient aura. As lightning surged out of Yifeng's body, he threw 3 punches, and he would take a few steps back with each punch. 3 punches later, he finally regained his foothold and destroyed the phoenix. Blooming phoenix! Ji Lingfeng smiled and gently swung the blade in his hand. The faint flames converged into a flower. When it bloomed, a phoenix cry rang out, and a phoenix tree rose from the ground. This looked like it was something casually created by Ji Lingfeng, and it wasn't domineering at all. On the contrary, it even looked beautiful in the eyes of others. But Yifeng felt different. Even if he had exerted his full strength, he was still knocked flying away. Divine Phoenix Radiance. Beneath the phoenix tree, Ji Lingfeng swung his blade once more. This looked like a simple attack, but it was weird in Ji Lingfeng's hands because space began to distort in the path of the blade ray. At the same time, it gave off a feeling that was similar to Lin Yun's unrivaled thunderstorm slash. Even if Yifeng possessed the Devour Saint rune that could absorb 1/3 of the blade's power, and the Indigo Sun Saint Canon reflecting the damages he suffered, he only managed to take 2 blades. When the 3rd blade landed on him, it shattered the lightning enveloping him, while the 4th blade knocked him flying back, spitting out blood. Holy shit! Ji Lingfeng is crushing Yifeng. Ji Lingfeng is not ranked first on the Dragon Pulse ranking for nothing. It's no wonder why no one could shake his position after Jian Jingtian made a breakthrough. It appears that not everyone can become first on the Dragon Pulse ranking. I never expected this scene. I thought Yifeng could at least put up a fight. I knew Yifeng wouldn't win, but I didn't expect the difference in strength to be so great. I bet the top 3 on the Dragon Pulse ranking aren't on the same level as the rest. Everyone at Thunderblood Square was shocked when they witnessed Ji Lingfeng's true strength. They were dumbfounded, and their pupils were filled with disbelief. Besides Lin Yun, the 3 swordsmen were also surprised that Yifeng was crushed. Yifeng looked a little pitiful. He clearly brought out his full strength, but Ji Lingfeng could easily crush him. This was simply a great shock to everyone, and this was Ji Lingfeng's true strength. He truly deserved his position as first on the Dragon Pulse ranking. After Jian Jingtian made a breakthrough to the Samsara Edict realm and left the Dragon Pulse ranking, he occupied first on the Dragon Pulse ranking for nearly 2 years. There were those who challenged him within this period, but all of them lost without an exception. This was the reason why Ji Lingfeng was unhappy with the Martial Dao Tea Party when he arrived, especially when the Autumn Mountain Lord questioned him. But the Heavenly Dao sects Xianxia and Autumn Mountain Lord also didn't usually reveal their strengths. So it was natural for Ji Lingfeng's position to be questioned. Actually, Yifeng was already struggling to defeat the Blue Frost Lord. If he didn't have the Devour Saint rune, he wouldn't be able to put up a fight with the latter. The Cloud Swordsman said. Shaking his head, Lin Yun said, "Even so, Ji Lingfeng cannot be underestimated. Since the beginning of the Martial Dao Tea Party, he hadn't felt a trace of pressure from anyone so far. But when Ji Lingfeng executed his blade technique, it made Lin Yun feel immense pressure. Even his sword intent was warning him, so he observed Ji Lingfeng's blade technique with his sword heart. Perceiving possible dangers and advancing ahead of time was one of the sword heart's abilities. If they fought, he knew that he wouldn't be able to suppress his dragon origin from losing control and luring his tribulation down. That was probably the case for the Autumn Mountain Lord and Xianxia as well. Lin Yun calmly calculated, and knew that his journey in the Martial Dao Tea Party had come to an end because he didn't want to undergo his tribulation anytime soon. He had no idea of how powerful his tribulation would be with his dragon pulses reaching nearly 10,000 feet, not to mention undergoing his tribulation amidst the fighting. Lightning began to explode between heaven and earth. Just when everyone felt Yifeng was about to lose, a terrifying crimson aura exploded from the latter, and his pupils became crimson. His rampaging lightning intent also contained a wisp of terrifying baleful aura. In the next second, his killing intent enveloped the entire Thunderblood batlistage. That was the massacre intent. Ji Lingfeng, don't rejoice so quickly. I'm not a pushover. This is my strongest attack, so let me see how you block this. Yifeng was furious that he was being toyed around by Ji Lingfeng, and his anger detonated. Fusing the massacre and lightning intents together? Interesting, but you're still too tender. You can compete for first on the Dragon Pulse ranking again after I reach the Samsara Edict realm. As long as I'm around, there's no chance for you to stand out, Ji Lingfeng indifferently said before swinging his blade again. 9 Heavenly Phoenix Cry, Astral Flame Dance. As the clouds in the sky split apart, everyone raised their heads to see multiple stars shining in the sky. Each star was shining brightly, and the Phoenix constellation appeared in the sky with a colossal pressure crushing down. The pressure forced Yifeng down to one knee. As the pressure dispersed the lighting and flames on his body, he threw out a mouthful of blood. When Ji Lingfeng sheathed his sword, the massive phoenix seemed to budge. As for Yifeng, who was kneeling on the ground, he was sent flying away. When he raised his head, he looked at Ji Lingfeng, whose hair fluttered in the wind. He lost terribly. Even though the Wind Edgelord was defeated by Lin Yun, he still put up a fight before he was defeated under Lin Yun's trump card. Not to mention he forced Lin Yun to use several of his trump cards. On the other hand, Yifeng received a one-sided beating right from the start, and no one knew the true strength of Ji Lingfeng. Just when Ji Lingfeng was about to leave, he suddenly turned around and looked in Lin Yun's direction with a smile. He asked, "Champion of the Nirvana Banquet, why don't we play a little?" His words naturally caused an uproar. No one was optimistic about Lin Yun defeating Ji Lingfeng, but he should be able to force Ji Lingfeng to use his trump cards. I was injured earlier, so I probably won't be able to fight any longer before the Martial Dao Tea Party ends. Lin Yun tactfully declined without much consideration. The surroundings fell into a brief silence before an uproar broke out. No one believed what Lin Yun said, and they felt this was an excuse that he used to avoid the battle. But it was understandable because there was no need to go on the stage if he couldn't win against an opponent like Ji Lingfeng. After all, Lin Yun already proved his strength from his fight with the Wind Edgelord, so there was no need for him to fight another round. Ji Lingfeng was briefly stunned before he smiled. "All right, then. To be honest, I'm pretty afraid of hurting you if we fight. After all, you're now an honored guest of my divine Phoenix Mountain. Lin Xiao, if anyone dares to bully you outside Thunder Island, you can just use the name of our divine Phoenix Mountain. We're not afraid of any young masters or lords." As he spoke, he casually gave the Wind Edge Lord a glance, causing the latter's face to flush with anger. Everyone could smell a story between them, and this naturally piqued their interest. Judging from Ji Lingfeng's words, Lin Yun's relationship with the divine Phoenix Mountain wasn't simple. Lin Yun merely replied with a smile. He knew Ji Lingfeng was trying to express goodwill to him, but he would misunderstand if he thought that Lin Yun was afraid of him. Then again, that didn't matter to Lin Yun because he didn't bother about it, and it was fine as long as Ji Lingfeng was happy. How dominant! Yen Tai sighed beside Lin Yun. Yifeng is strong enough to grasp massacre intent at the age of 20. If he had a few more years, he would definitely become more terrifying. Shi Feng said. Lin Yun nodded his head in agreement. There were lots of martial daos. Greater daos like the sword and blade. Then there were also elemental daos like lightning, wind, and ice. Massacre intent was a relatively rare martial dao, and had a higher upper limit than ordinary ones. The classification of martial intents was a little complicated. Strictly speaking, the martial intents should be equal, but there were also greater and lesser daos. Above the greater dao was the sovereign dao, then there was the eternal dao above that. But it was too far for them, and they were goals only saints or emperors could pursue. No matter what, the massacre intent was a relatively stronger martial intent. But it was nothing before Ji Lingfeng. Ji Lingfeng was strong, but he wasn't domineering and arrogant, unlike the Wind Edgelord, nor was he like Lin Yun, who kept a low profile. He gave others a composed feeling, and he could easily play around with his opponents. This kind of person was even more terrifying. After Ji Lingfeng's battle with Yifeng, the next few battles were duller in comparison. Everyone knew that the preparations for the Martial Dao Tea Party were done, and the main act was coming up next. Coming up next would be a stage that belonged to experts, and everyone else was only a spectator to this grand act. It would be a tragedy if they joined, and it wouldn't give anyone any impression. In fact, many people who fought were strong, such as the three swordsmen. They challenged the top 10 on the Dragon Pulse ranking like the Snow Mountain Lord and Divine Dao Pavilion's Lin Qingyong. When they realized that the Martial Dao Tea Party was coming to an end, the three swordsmen weren't willing to let it end just like that and wanted to give it a try into the top 10. But it was a pity that they lost. Yen Tai fought the Snow Master Lord, and he couldn't be considered proficient in the death intent. He couldn't find any breakthrough under his opponent's powerful cultivation. He couldn't corrode his opponent's dragon origin, and he failed to deal any serious injuries to the Snow Master Lord. In the end, his opponent caught his weakness and was defeated in one attack. The battle ended quickly, but this was how swordsmen fought. Once their opponent caught their weakness, it would be hard for them to turn the tables around again. Then again, Lin Yun was an exception. According to the three swordsmen, Lin Yun was unbelievably strong for a swordsman, and didn't have any weaknesses. The Cloud Swordsman's opponent was Lin Qingyong. His opponent wasn't particularly strong, but he was balanced in all aspects. After a long time, he was defeated when Lin Qingyong used the Saint diagram. Autumn Mountain Lord, I have admired you for a long time. Let's fight. After several battles, the heavenly Dao Sex Xiao Yuanqi suddenly stood up. I have been waiting for you. The Autumn Mountain Lord smiled. Their plain conversation ignited the atmosphere on the Thunderblood Square. So far, there were 3 people who were undefeated in the top 10 of the Dragon Pulse ranking. They were the Heavenly Dao Sex Xiao Yuanqi, the 4 Young Masters Autumn Mountain Lord, and the Divine Phoenix Mountains Ji Lingfeng. In everyone's opinion, the first on the Dragon Pulse ranking would be determined between the 3 of them. Others like Yifeng, Lin Qingyong, Yu Wenxiu, and Lin Xiao were still somewhat lacking. Or rather, they weren't on the same level to begin with. Just like how Lin Xiao, the champion of the Nirvana Banquet, didn't dare to accept Ji Lingfeng's request for a fight. The moment someone loses, they will instantly lose the qualification to compete for first on the Dragon Pulse ranking. This can be regarded as the strongest matchup on the Dragon Pulse ranking, and the one who wins will basically be first. It's hard to say. Ji Lingfeng hasn't lost yet. The 3 aren't on the same level. If those 2 possessed the strength to defeat their opponents, they naturally have the strength to defeat Ji Lingfeng. There were countless debates off the stage, and they were all filled with anticipation for the result of this battle. After Xiao Yuanqi and the Autumn Mountain Lord went on the stage, the Saint Blood on the Thunderblood Battlistage was instantly ignited, with terrifying gusts of wind sweeping out. Each of the 4 young masters possessed a Dragon Clan's martial technique, and the Autumn Mountain Lord wasn't an exception. He practiced the Imperial Overlord Physique, which was a body-refining technique of the Golden Dragon's lineage. He had cultivated the Imperial Overlord Physique to the 15th level, granting him a powerful physique. Simultaneously, his dragon origin was pure, and he was also proficient in the earth intent of the 5 elements. Paired with his Dragon Clan's martial technique, each of his attacks was domineering. They were like the weight of a mountain as they synced with his punches. Most importantly, his defense was heaven-defying. He had no flaws, with the yellow light emitted from his body making him look as though his physique was made of bronze. When Xiao Yuanqi's attack landed on his body, it caused a bell-like ring to resound, and that nearly made many people throw out a mouthful of blood from the vibrations in their eardrums. Xiao Yuanqi cultivated the inheritance cultivation technique of the Heavenly Dao sect, the 9 Heavenly Saint Cauldron. This cultivation technique had a total of 36 stages, and he was at the 17th stage. In terms of cultivation alone, his dragon origin was even more horrifying than the Autumn Mountain Lord, with his dragon pulses reaching close to 5,000 feet. Not to mention he also grasped 3 different martial intents: flame, lightning, and wind intents. He had brought these 3 martial intents to the 5th grade. He grasped a ghost spirit martial technique for each martial intent, and this meant he grasped 3 different ultimate moves, making him unfathomable and powerful. But the Autumn Mountain Lord was like an immovable mountain, and his defenses were as tough as a black tortoise's tortoiseshell. So no matter what Xiao Yuanqi did, he wasn't able to deal any heavy injuries to the Autumn Mountain Lord. The Autumn Mountain Lord didn't move, but when he did, his attacks were hard for Xiao Yuanqi to guard against. Not only was his physique a saint's physique, there also seemed to be a hidden power sealed within his body that could save him from danger whenever the time came. A few hundred moves later, they both clashed, and the barrier enveloping the Thunderblood Batlistage shattered. The destruction of the barrier created a powerful gale that swept out. This caught many people by surprise, and many people were unlucky to be injured. As Lin Yun flicked his finger, the sword aura surged forth before the 3 swordsmen made a move and scattered the powerful gale. "They're both monsters," Yan Tai couldn't help exclaiming. Xiao Yuanqi and the Autumn Mountain Lord's dragon origins were unbelievably powerful. Their dragon origins felt endless, and they didn't seem to have any exhaustion, despite fighting for so long. Lin Yun nodded his head in acknowledgement. Perhaps this was the confidence of the Holy Land's geniuses. If he didn't have the Blue Dragon Saint physique, he might be exhausted to death when fighting these 2. Regardless of the 9 Heavenly Saint Cauldron or the Dragon Clan's Imperial Overlord physique, they're both known for being long-lasting. The Dragon Clan's martial techniques are deep and profound, covering almost every aspect. But the Heavenly Dao sect was also once the strongest sect in the Kunlun realm before, so it's hard to say who's stronger and who's weaker. Shi Feng said, "The strongest sect in the world." Lin Yun couldn't help feeling curious about that. He asked, "Is that true?" That was a long time ago, before the Divine Dragon Empire was established. The Heavenly Dao sect's forces were spread all over the Kunlun realm, and there are 4 branches, aside from the main sect: the wind, forest, fire, and mountain branches. Each branch was comparable to a holy land, but they're all split up now. Not only that, even amongst the 6 holy lands in the Eastern Desolation, the Heavenly Dao sect is still the strongest. The other holy lands, such as the Heavenly Flame sect, Myriad Lightning sect, and the Divine Dao Pavilion, are somewhat lacking in comparison. Only the Divine Phoenix Mountain can be comparable to them. Shi Feng smiled. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts because he didn't know much about the history of the Holy Lands in the Eastern Desolation. The split of the Heavenly Dao sect is closely related to the rise of the Divine Dragon Empire. After the Dark Era ended, the Divine Dragon Empire swiftly rose and became a force to be reckoned with. If the Southern Emperor didn't die, the Divine Dragon Empire would have probably united the Kunlun realm by now. Shi Feng knew a lot of secrets, and he smiled. This is probably why they're fighting so fiercely and aren't willing to admit defeat. If Xiao Yuanqi loses to the Autumn Mountain Lord's Dragon Clan martial techniques, he'll surely be punished when he returns. While they were chatting, Xiao Yuanqi soared to the sky and lightning began to flicker in the clouds. He was also enveloped with flames and a powerful wind howling in the surroundings. He had pushed the flame, lightning, and wind intents to the limit, and they created this horrifying scene. On the other hand, the Autumn Mountain Lord was like a bronze bell with his body covered in saint runes planted to the ground like a mountain. No matter how the 3 elements attacked, he just wouldn't budge, and the aura he accumulated became increasingly terrifying. Divine Dragon Overlord Fist. When Xiao Yuanqi's aura began to decline, the Autumn Mountain Lord took this opportunity to attack. He was using the Divine Dragon Overlord Fist that the Wind Edge Lord previously used, but it was on a completely different level in the hands of the Autumn Mountain Lord. When he soared to the sky, he was like a divine dragon charging forth. Break! Xiao Yuanqi also unleashed his strongest attack as his 3 martial intents converged to form an ancient cauldron before slamming forth. When they clashed, the surroundings were swept up in chaos from their attacks, with various phenomena appearing. 2,000 attacks later, there still wasn't a result between them, and watching this battle made everyone's scalps go numb because it was too terrifying. Even someone who had just reached the Samsara Edict realm wouldn't be able to hold their ground against these two. There's no meaning to continue fighting like this. It will take at least 3 days for us to determine a winner between us, Xianxia said with his hands behind him. The Autumn Mountain Lord's face slightly changed upon hearing what Xianxia said, and he laughed. All right, let's consider this a tie between us, then. When they returned to their respective pavilions, everyone still hadn't come to their senses. They never expected that it would be a tie between Xianxia and the Autumn Mountain Lord. This further increased the suspense on who would become first. Now that they looked at it, even Ji Lingfeng might not be confident about defeating those two. But if that was the case, how were they going to determine the first on the Dragon Pulse ranking? Ji Lingfeng's blade might not be able to break apart the Autumn Mountain Lord's defense, but the Autumn Mountain Lord and Xianxia might not be able to defeat his Phoenix inheritance. Right then, Ji Lingfeng suddenly smiled. A tie? This is meaningless. How about this? Whoever can catch my blade will be first on the Dragon Pulse ranking. If none of you can take it, I believe there won't be any controversy about me becoming first. He would naturally be first if no one could take his attack, and this made Xianxia and Autumn Mountain Lord's faces change, weighing the pros and cons of this suggestion. Suddenly, Lin Yun furrowed his brows and raised his head. He asked, "What's that?" When the three swordsmen raised their heads, their faces immediately changed because there was a blood moon in the sky without anyone realizing it. Not only did it disperse the thunderclouds on Thunder Island, but it even shone moonlight down on the island. The Blood Moon Sect, the three swordsmen exclaimed. The sudden appearance of the blood moon in the sky swiftly attracted everyone's attention. Ji Lingfeng, Xianxia, and the Autumn Mountain Lord, who wanted to decide the first between them, were surprised and raised their heads. Ha ha ha! Brilliant! Truly brilliant! It looks like I'm not late. The Martial Dao Tea Party is more exciting than I expected. A huge patch of bloody clouds charged towards Thunder Island under the blood moon. The blood cloud was like a river of blood rumbling towards Thunder Island. Even from so far away, everyone could smell a bloody stench that made them feel uneasy. When the bloody clouds descended on the Dragon Pulse ranking, they began to wriggle before condensing into a devilish youth. This youth's face was as pale as paper, and he wore a black robe that was embroidered with weird blood-colored patterns. Everyone exclaimed because this person was from the Blood Moon demonic sect. They call themselves the Blood Moon sect, but others called them the Blood Moon demonic sect. The Lightning God General, Ao Feng? The Autumn Mountain Lord softly said with his brows locked together. When Ao Feng raised his head, he smiled. I'm surprised the Autumn Mountain Lord knows my name. That's right. I'm the God General Ao Feng. Right when he finished, a blood ray flew over and landed on the Thunderblood Batlistage. This scared those in the nearby pavilions, and they quickly backed off with their faces changing. They only wanted to be as far away from this person as possible. The Blood Moon sect was famous in the Eastern Desolation 3,000 years ago. The Blood Moon sect's sect master was someone who could compete with the 9 emperors. Even if the 9 emperors joined forces, they weren't able to entirely annihilate the Blood Moon sect. They were extremely infamous within the Kunlun realm, and the Blood Moon sect had been revived over the past few centuries, showing signs of returning to their peak. They had an intense battle with the Demon Gate, and they could be considered one of the Divine Dragon Empire's greatest foes. But the Blood Moon sect and Demon Gate usually hid their tracks and kept a low profile. So everyone was surprised that someone from the Blood Moon sect would suddenly appear at the Martial Dao Tea Party so publicly. God General? Lin Yun muttered to himself. He didn't know what position a God General in the Blood Moon sect had. A God General has a high status within the Blood Moon sect. The Eastern Desolation's Blood Moon sect has a total of 3 God Generals, the Wind, Fire, and Lightning. The Fire God General is the strongest, and he's already at the Samsara Edict realm. The Lightning God General and Wind God General are on the same level. I only heard about their infamous reputations in the past, but I never expected that they'd be so bold. Yen Tai said. Lin Yun was calm, and he was pretty surprised inwardly. He naturally knew about the Blood Moon sect. They were strong, and the Crimson Moon Elysium he came in contact with in the past was a subsidiary force of the Blood Moon sect. And Luyen told him that she came to Heavenly Domain City to resist the Blood Moon sect together with the other 9-star demon venerables. So Lin Yun wasn't surprised that 2 god generals would appear in the Heavenly Domain City. They should be here for the inheritance at the Black Tortoise Void Sea. Just as Yen Tai said, they were too bold to come to Thunder Island. Wasn't this the same as slapping the 4 young masters on their faces? It appears that I'm late? A violent gale swept out, and a burst of laughter echoed on Thunderblood Square. Shortly after, a visible violent gale swept across the stage, and he descended not far away from the lightning god General Ao Feng. This person was also donned a black robe with blood patterns embroidered on the robe, emitting a faint bloody radiance. The bloody radiance was bizarre while slowly condensing into runes that merged into him. Ao Feng smiled. Yen Songming, you're too slow. The newcomer was the wind god General Yen Songming. Many people had guessed this person's identity but were still surprised that they would so openly appear at the Martial Dao Tea Party. As a stern look flashed within the Wind Edge Lord's pupils, his gaze locked onto the 2 of them and roared, "Are you 2 courting death? We can't normally be bothered with you guys because you are hiding. And yet you guys openly dare to come to Thunder Island." The Blood Moon sect was a formidable foe of the Divine Dragon Empire, and the 4 young masters were representatives of the Divine Dragon Empire. This Martial Dao Tea Party was held by the 4 young masters, so anyone could tell that the Divine Dragon Empire wanted them to rope in geniuses on the Dragon Pulse ranking to increase their influence. Lightning God General Ao Feng swept his gaze over before stopping on the Autumn Mountain Lord. He squinted his eyes with a smile. The Autumn Mountain Lord held this Martial Dao Tea Party to determine the first on the Dragon Pulse ranking. We have nothing to do for the time being, so we decided to join the fun. The Blue Frost Lord coldly said, "There's an order from the Empress that whoever can kill a god general will be bestowed with nobility. You 2 still can run now. Otherwise, don't blame us for not giving you a chance. This isn't the Divine Dragon Empire, so do we have to be so strict? Don't tell me you guys are scared of being so nervous." Ao Feng smiled. The Wind God General spoke in an odd tone and smiled. None of the 6 holy lands said a word, and the 4 young masters are like mad hounds. I can see the 6 holy lands have declined. Let's go. These people are just a bunch of garbage. Do they want to determine the first on the Dragon Pulse ranking? This Martial Dao Tea Party is nothing but a joke. The 2 god generals smiled, and their tones were filled with disdain for this gathering. The Autumn Mountain Lord's face changed because he knew that his reputation would be ruined if he continued to refuse the 2 god generals. He initially wanted to use the Martial Dao Tea Party to increase the Divine Dragon Empire's influence. But because of the 2 god generals, the Divine Dragon Empire's prestige within Heavenly Domain City would fall instead of rising. Not to mention the 2 god generals came by themselves. If he insisted on chasing them away, the 6 Holy Lands geniuses and everyone present would probably be unhappy. These 2 people are too arrogant. I don't believe our Eastern Desolation doesn't have anyone capable of suppressing them. They're just a bunch of rats that only know how to go into hiding. How dare they self-proclaim themselves to be god generals? Let them participate. One had to admit that the god general's words were very instigating. Many Holy Land geniuses and Dragon Pulse ranking geniuses couldn't bear it. 2 rats dare to be so arrogant? My Divine Dao Pavilion can easily suppress them. Autumn Mountain Lord. There's no need to be afraid of them. If we let them go just like that, won't we become a joke? That's right. If you let them go, how are you going to hold the Martial Dao Tea Party in the future? Young people were filled with youthful vigor, not to mention they were all on the Dragon Pulse ranking. So the 2 god generals' words naturally sparked public outrage. On the other hand, Lin Yun lightly furrowed his brows, sensing that something wasn't right. Since the 2 god generals dared to show themselves in such a high-profile manner, they must have the confidence that backed their decisions. Everyone in the surroundings were too simple-minded to fall for their instigation. If no one was able to defeat Aofeng and Yen Songming, the position on the Dragon Pulse ranking would go to them, and it wouldn't just be a matter of embarrassment. The Dragon Pulse ranking was a sovereign saint artifact, possessing great fortune. If those two got it, they would receive countless benefits from it. However, Ji Lingfeng, Lin Qingyang, Xiao Yuanqi, Yuanxiu, and others were confident in themselves without any fear. They were confident that with their strengths, these two wouldn't be able to do anything if they became serious. Everyone in the surrounding area was excited, looking forward to seeing someone defeating Aofeng and Yen Songming. But Lin Yun shook his head and said nothing about it. He had decided not to take part in the Martial Dao Tea Party any longer. This was a personal feud between the Divine Dragon Empire and Blood Moon Sect. Even if the 6 Holy Lands geniuses were willing to stand out, it had nothing to do with him. All right then. I'll fulfill your wishes since you two want to be humiliated. The Autumn Mountain Lord nodded his head with a cold light flashing across his pupils. Ha ha ha. All right, let me go against them first. Does anyone wish to challenge me? The lightning god General Aofeng laughed. In the Ming cult's pavilion, a person soared to the sky and landed on the Thunderblood Batlistage. Looking at Aofeng, he said, Ming cult's Sikong Yuan is here to challenge the Blood Moon Sect. When Sikong Yuan spoke, he quickly took out his spear and dashed forth. Executing his ghost spirit martial technique, he poured his dragon origin into his spear and swung it at Aofeng. The spear drew a circle in mid-air, forming a golden sun wheel with a dazzling radiance bursting out. What pitiful tricks! Aofeng faced Sikong Yuan's attack without emotion, and raised his head before pushing a palm forth. He looked as casual as if he was swatting a fly, sending Sikong Yuan flying away. When Sikong Yuan descended from the sky, his face was pale with a massive palm print on his chest, knocking him unconscious. His wounds were terrible, and this made him terrified. This made everyone take a cold breath because Sikong Yuan was in the top 100th on the Dragon Pulse ranking. Although several people stepped forth as well, all of them were defeated within 3 moves without exception. 9 geniuses on the Dragon Pulse ranking stood out, but they were all defeated. Not a single person could last more than 3 moves in the hands of Aofeng, and this left everyone dumbfounded. Aside from that, Aofeng was cruel in his attacks. Those who challenged him all ended up with fatal injuries. Even with the help of Saint Pellets, those injuries weren't something they could quickly recover from. But Aofeng had superb control over his strength. His means might seem brutal, but he didn't kill a single person, giving them the opportunity to be treated. So even if everyone was furious, there was nothing they could do about it, nor could they find an excuse to vent their anger. With that, everyone's heads gradually calmed down. After calming down, they realized the Lightning God General and Wind God General came prepared. Isn't he a little too powerful? He's simply like a monster. He didn't even use any martial techniques and purely relied on his cultivation to suppress his opponents. Just how terrifying is his cultivation? A discussion came from the surroundings, and everyone looked at Aofeng with fear lingering within their pupils. Even the faces of Ji Lingfeng, Autumn Mountain Lord, and Xiao Yuanqi became serious. Haha, is this the best you guys have to offer? It's no wonder why I was not invited to this Martial Dao Tea Party. It turns out that you guys are just a bunch of garbage. You guys can't even take 3 attacks from me, despite being so ferocious. Aofeng's pupils flashed with ridicule. You demonic cult rats are too arrogant. The Lightning God General was so arrogant that Zhang Yu of the Divine Phoenix Mountain couldn't hold it back any longer. He disregarded Ji Lingfeng's obstruction and leaped to the stage. Everyone's eyes lit up because Zhang Yu and Lin Yun fought before, and he had the strength to make it into the top 15 on the Dragon Pulse ranking. The corner of Aofeng's lips curled into a smile, wanting to make an example out of Zhang Yu. As the demonic aura he gave off exploded, the mark on his forehead bloomed. Before Zhang Yu could even get close to him, a palm print appeared on his chest. Along with a loud sound, Zhang Yu's ribs cracked, and his internal organs ruptured. This made him collapse to the ground and immediately pass out. How impudent! Aofeng snickered, sending Xianxia flying with a kick. The Divine Phoenix Mountain's disciples quickly rushed over to catch Xianxia, while furiously glaring at Ao Feng. Simultaneously, Xiangxia's defeat shocked everyone at Thunderblood Square. To defeat Xianxia so easily was something that no one else in the top 10 could accomplish, aside from the top 3. For a moment, the Thunderblood battlistage was in dead silence. Ao Feng arrogantly swept his gaze around before stopping on the pavilions that the 6 Holy Lands' main representatives and the 4 young masters were at. He smiled. Is this the best the Martial Dao Tea Party has to offer? Does anyone else dare to fight me? He had completely disregarded the Holy Land's main representatives and the 4 young masters. This naturally made many people furiously grind their teeth. But there was no response to Ao Feng's words. This was because he had proven his strength earlier in his fight with Xianxia. Many people's gazes were on Ji Lingfeng, Xiao Yuanqi, and the Autumn Mountain Lord. The 3's faces had changed, but none of them acted rashly. Most importantly, they weren't able to see the limit of Ao Feng's strength. Aside from that, they were also worried that the other 2 might acquire an advantage if they made a move, thus causing them to lose their chance at first on the Dragon Pulse ranking. When Lin Yun saw this scene, he shook his head. It was good to be cautious, but if they were too cautious, they would lose their fangs. So even if they were strong, they would easily be looked down on by others because of it. In fact, if one looked at it closely, these people already lost their fangs to compete for the first position after Jian Jingtian left the Dragon Pulse ranking. Even if they couldn't defeat Jian Jingtian, they should at least have the courage to fight. Seeing no response from the surroundings, Ao Feng laughed. As he looked around, he revealed a playful gaze and said in a deep voice, "Is there really no one capable of competing with my Blood Moon sect in the Eastern Desolation?" His arrogance and contempt for the Eastern Desolation instantly detonated the fury of many people. Ha ha ha! Wind God General Yen Songming laughed. He then sneered, "Perhaps I shouldn't have come. It looks like the Dragon Pulse ranking is a joke in the Eastern Desolation." Right then, Yi Feng of the Myriad Lightning sect stood out. A stern look appeared on his tender face, and he coldly said, "Do you really think the Eastern Desolation is a place where people like you can act wildly? I'm Yi Feng of the Myriad Lightning sect, and I'd like to challenge you." But he wasn't the only one. Yen Tai, who was seated beside Lin Yun, also stood up. He looked at Ao Feng and said, "Yen Tai, a swordsman." He practically died down after losing to Lin Yun. But when Lin Yun made a breakthrough in his Azure Dragon intent, he had gotten stronger after observing Lin Yun's breakthrough. So he couldn't keep sitting after seeing the 2 being so arrogant. When Yen Tai and Yi Feng stood up, they executed their movement techniques and appeared on the Thunderblood battlistage. This caused an uproar around the Thunderblood battlistage, and everyone's mood was high. It was needless to say about Yi Feng. He was the youngest amongst the top 10 on the Dragon Pulse ranking, and no one could confidently beat him, aside from the top 3 on the Dragon Pulse ranking. As for Yen Tai, he did lose to Lin Yun. But everyone soon realized that it wasn't because Yen Tai was weak, but because Lin Yun was too strong, since he had even defeated the Wind Edgelord. "You want to challenge me? After watching for so long, I do need to stretch my muscles a little." When Yen Songming saw Yi Feng looking at him, he smiled and jumped to the stage. Yi Feng executed the Indigo Lightning Saint Cannon with his dragon origin containing lightning appearing around him. It was like a massive sun that enveloped him within it. Divine Indigo Radiant Fist. Killing intent flashed across Yi Feng's pupils. When his dragon origin burst out, it formed into a lightning fist that flew over. "Great!" Yen Songming laughed, facing Yi Feng's attack with his palm. When a massive fist collided with a palm, an explosion occurred when they came in contact. A powerful shockwave swept out along with dragon origin. The energy shockwave covered the entire Thunderblood battlistage, and the Saint blood on the ground was instantly ignited. Yen Songming and Yi Feng both took a step back. Yen Songming swiftly regained his footing, and he smiled. "Pretty impressive for the Myriad Lightning sect. You're still young, but there's no need for you to waste your time in the Myriad Lightning sect. How about considering joining my Blood Moon sect?" "Are you humiliating me?" Yi Feng roared furiously. "Ha! I can only teach you a lesson now then. Yen Songming's gaze became eerie with a bloody radiance surging from his body before sweeping out like a wave. In the blink of an eye, the bloody radiance enveloped the entire stage, and Yifeng was shocked to discover that his dragon origin was disappearing at a rapid speed. It was slowly being devoured by the blood cloud. The devouring power contained within the blood radiance was even stronger than his Devour Saint Rune. How did he manage to do it? Even my Devour Saint Rune isn't that domineering. With such a domineering devouring power, isn't he afraid of suffering the backlash? Yifeng's face changed and was inwardly shocked. Devouring power was considered unorthodox, and it would fall into the demonic path if he cultivated it for too long. They would only know how to devour blindly and forget their own cultivation. Although one's cultivation could rise rapidly through it, one would suffer a backlash from the mixture of complicated energies in the long run. If one wasn't strong enough, this method would ruin their foundation sooner or later. The current situation was dangerous, and Yifeng could only infuse his Devour Saint Rune into the divine indigo radiant fist to face Yen Songming. After they exchanged 3 moves, Yen Songming didn't take a step back, but Yifeng took several steps back. At the same time, Yen Tai was intensely clashing with Aofeng. Yen Tai was known as the Death Swordsman. Once his Death and Firmament sword intents combined together, he had come in contact with the threshold of the Heavenly Dome sword intent. He had fully displayed this in his previous fight with Lin Yun. He turned around and thrust his sword forth, with his attack containing a boundless deathly aura. When it combined with his sword intent, it formed a massive dragon aura that charged towards Aofeng. Death sword intent had a strong corrosive ability, and Aofeng's blood-colored baleful aura was swiftly being corroded. This made everyone's eyes light up because the Death Sword intent seemed to be effective against the blood-colored baleful aura. Death Dance Radiant Moon! The black moon appeared, and the sky turned dark with Yen Tai's massive dragon aura spreading out. When he danced under the moon, 9 sword auras manifested into 9 dragons that emitted a powerful corrosive aura. His death dance seems to be stronger than before. It appears that he has gotten stronger after his fight with Lin Xiao. Just relying on this sword alone, he's capable of making it into the top 10. Yen Tai has high odds of defeating Aofeng. Everyone who was observing the battle was calmly analyzing the situation and didn't dare to become too excited. This was because the shadow Aofeng gave them was too great, and no one dared to underestimate him. On the Thunderblood battlistage, Aofeng stood with a smile and didn't move. Suddenly, he pushed his hands to the sides and his black robe exploded, revealing a crimson armor on his body, emitting a crimson radiance that looked like a scorching sun. O raging sacred flames, ignite my body and welcome the blood ancestor. Aofeng took a step forth and faced the 9 deathly sword rays. When a flaming palm engraving with Saint runes flew forth in a certain direction, the sword rays were all shattered. When everyone saw this scene, they were shocked because they never expected Aofeng to be so strong. Even when Lin Yun faced the death dance earlier, he had to resort to his trump cards to win. But it was different for Aofeng. He didn't even bother dodging, but merely resolved Yen Tai's attack head-on. Seeing this, the Autumn Mountain Lord's face changed, and he said, "That's impossible. Under the same cultivation, how can someone possibly rely on their cultivation to break a ghost spirit martial technique?" The death dance was a high-grade ghost spirit martial technique, containing death intent and a powerful sword intent. Based on his cultivation, he couldn't rely on his cultivation to face it head-on, not to mention break it. It was impossible unless he used his martial technique. Since he couldn't accomplish it, that meant neither could Ji Lingfeng nor Xiao Yuanqi. This power no longer belonged to the Dragon Pulse realm. Lin Qingyang of the Divine Tao Pavilion said, "He used an external item. That armor should be a Glory Saint artifact. The Netherman Saint armor. A Glory Saint artifact? The Netherman Saint armor." Yifeng and the others immediately turned to look at the armor Aofeng was wearing. It was a close-fitting battle armor burning with blood flames, with brilliant saint runes engraved on it that divided the armor into small grids. In the nodes where the saint runes were connected together, there was a blood moon engraved, and there was a figure within each blood moon. Every figure was forming a different seal, and the blood moons seemed like actual stars shining brightly. Glory Saint artifacts were so rare that not every saint possessed them. The Netherman Saint armor was a treasure of the Blood Moon sect. It was rumored that in the Dark Era, the 3,000 guardians of the Blood Moon sect fought wearing saint armor. When each guardian died, their saint origin would merge with the saint armor and be engraved on each node on the armor. Thus, the Netherman Saint armor that remained till now was strong, and each armor received the blessing of at least hundreds of saints. If the full power could be brought out, it could easily smash a star apart, unleashing unimaginable power. Then again, even a saint would have difficulty unleashing the full power of the Netherman Saint armor. The current Aofeng didn't even bring out 1,000th of the Netherman Saint armor. But even so, he was practically invincible as long as he had the armor on. At the very least, he was nearly invincible in the Dragon Pulse realm. The Blood Moon sect is really bold to take out the Netherman Saint armor for the first rank on the Dragon Pulse ranking. You're not afraid that you won't be able to return? Shaking his head, Lin Qingyang said, "The Netherman Saint armor is no different from nurturing poisonous insects. As long as the Blood Moon sect still has a Netherman Saint armor, even if everyone else with one dies, it would make the remaining Netherman Saint armor even more powerful. Not to mention they definitely didn't come here alone, so it's hard to make them stay." Everyone furrowed their brows, and their faces were ugly. They didn't have a Glory Saint artifact with them because they were too precious. If they lost it, the sect would suffer an immeasurable loss. This meant that they had no advantage against Aofeng and Yen Tsongming. Even if they were stronger in martial Dao, they wouldn't have any odds of winning, so this was too unfair. These two probably came prepared, so we shouldn't have let them participate in the martial Dao tea party, to begin with. Ji Linfeng said in a deep voice. If he had a Glory Saint artifact, he was confident that he could sweep through everyone here with his Phoenix inheritance. But facing Aofeng and the Netherman Saint armor, this was no longer something he could win against with cultivation alone. Most importantly, there weren't any restrictions on Glory Saint artifacts in the martial Dao tea party. Firstly, everyone knew it would be shameless to use a Glory Saint artifact and be ridiculed by everyone else. But these two from the Blood Moon sect didn't care about that at all. Secondly, Glory Saint artifacts were extremely rare, and it wasn't something that they could unleash the full power of while at the Dragon Pulse realm. Not to mention it would also make them a target for everyone. If the news leaked out, even saints might come after them. On the Thunderblood Battlestage, Aofeng swiftly destroyed all the incoming sword rays. When Yen Tai swung his sword to unleash 36 sword rays, a tattered moon rose to the sky. He made a breakthrough on the spot, and this made his death dance even more powerful. But his attacks were nothing to Aofeng. The moment he executed 36 sword rays, they were instantly resolved, and this made Yen Tai spit out blood while being sent flying from the stage. Fortunately, he was caught by Lin Yun, who helped to resolve the baleful aura within his body with the blue dragon bone. Otherwise, Yen Tai would be heavily injured by this attack, and he wouldn't be able to recover for at least a few months. How pitiful! Aofeng snickered with his hands behind him. "Let me Yuanxiu face you then." The Ming cult's Yuanxiu soared to the sky and dashed forth, wanting to catch Aofeng by surprise. Aofeng had just finished his battle, and he wanted to take this advantage to catch the former by surprise. It wasn't graceful, to be honest, but no one cared about that. If he could succeed, it would greatly boost everyone's morale in the Eastern Desolation. After exchanging 10-odd attacks, the sun and moon diagram behind Yuanxiu was destroyed. This made Yuanxiu throw out a mouthful of blood before he was sent flying away. But Yuanxiu was a genius of the Ming cult. After he was defeated, he quickly returned to his pavilion with blood dripping down from his lips and face pale. He knew that if he continued to fight, he might end up heavily injured. Haha! Not only did the Ming cult's representative resort to sneak attacks, but you're even faster at running away. Aofeng snickered with mockery filling his pupils. On the other battleground, Yen Tsongming also brought out the Netherman Saint armor and knocked Feng out with 3 palms. The myriad lightning sect's disciples quickly stepped forth to bring the fainted Feng down. This made the hearts of everyone around the Thunderblood Batlistage sink. If Yen Songming hadn't shown mercy, Yifeng would have lost his life a long time ago, and no one could accept this result. Not only were Yifeng and Yen Tai undefeated, but even Yu Wenxiu could only flee after launching a sneak attack. They had thoroughly embarrassed themselves this time. Is the Martial Dao Tea Party really going to end up as a joke? Everyone reluctantly sighed. Just a moment ago, everyone was in high spirits while discussing who would be first on the Dragon Pulse ranking. But the appearance of two god generals from the Blood Moon sect disrupted everyone and even trampled on the pride of everyone from the Eastern Desolation. If what happened today was spread out, it would make everyone from the Eastern Desolation's Dragon Pulse ranking a laughingstock. This made the Autumn Mountain Lord's face change as he clenched his fists together with regret. He did expect that they came prepared, but he never expected they would come with two Glory Saint artifacts. The entire Thunderblood Square fell into silence. They were looking forward to seeing the Autumn Mountain Lord, Ji Lingfeng, and Xiao Yuanqi stand out. But the three forged their fame a long time ago, and they knew how terrifying the Netherman Saint armors were. If they lost, they would be heavily humiliated by those two. So this naturally made them feel uncertain. Seeing this, Ao Feng smiled. It looks like there's nothing impressive about the Eastern Desolation's Dragon Pulse ranking after all. We still haven't had our fun yet, and yet no one dares to challenge us. Yen Songming looked at the Autumn Mountain Lord and smiled. Since that's the case, we'll be taking our farewell then. Remember to write our names on the Dragon Pulse ranking. Ha ha ha. This made the four young masters' faces become ugly because the Martial Dao Tea Party was ruined. Not only were they humiliated, but the Divine Dragon Empire's prestige also took a huge blow. Because of this matter, the Divine Dragon Empire would surely punish them. After all, their dragon clan's martial techniques weren't for free, and their faces became even more ugly while thinking about the consequences they had to face. Right then, the Wind Edge Lord smiled. Who says that there's no one in my Eastern Desolation who can challenge you? Lin Xiao is the strongest swordsman, and he even grasped the Heavenly Dome Sword intent. His strength is deep and unfathomable. Not to mention he's also proficient in music Dao. He's just in disdain to fight you too. Heavenly Dome Sword intent? Ao Feng and Yen Songming instantly became interested. Don't listen to his rubbish. Lin Xiao only grasped the quasi-heavenly dome sword intent. Ji Lingfeng furrowed his brows. He could tell the Wind Edgelord was trying to drag Lin Yun down. But Ao Feng didn't care about him and sneered. Where's the champion of the Nirvana banquet? Since you grasped the heavenly dome sword intent, why don't you dare to fight? Immediately, everyone's gazes fell onto the pavilion that Lin Yun was in. You're the champion of the Nirvana banquet? Ao Feng wore a cruel smile, and he continued, it doesn't matter if you've grasped the heavenly dome sword intent. Just by being the strongest swordsman on the Dragon Pulse ranking alone, you'll have to kneel and beg for mercy. Ao Feng circulated his vitality and the Netherman Saint armor as Dragon Origin began to start boiling. With a flash, he dashed towards Lin Yun. This scene made everyone inwardly sigh and felt that Lin Yun was doomed. The Wind Edgelord was clearly targeting Lin Yun by saying that he was the strongest swordsman on the Dragon Pulse ranking. After all, it appeared that Ao Feng and Yen Songming were determined to defeat any firsts and make the entire Eastern Desolation look like a laughingstock. If Ji Lingfeng, Xiao Yuanqi, and the Autumn Mountain Lord did nothing, Lin Yun would definitely lose terribly, and he might even die if he wasn't careful. But did the three even have the courage to stand out? They would have made a move a long time ago if they were confident, and there was no position for Ao Feng and Yen Songming to be arrogant. Many people inwardly shook their heads because the Martial Dao Tea Party now seemed pathetic and ridiculous. If Jian Jingtian was still around, would these two dare to be so arrogant? Jian Jingtian would probably cut them down with one sword. As a loud explosion occurred, the entire pavilion was blown into smithereens. The heaven and earth trembled, and everyone was dumbfounded because they could tell from the sound it appeared to be an evenly matched clash. Everyone immediately opened their eyes and looked over, wanting to see what happened. Under everyone's gazes, they saw a flaming palm and sword ray colliding together in the ruins of the pavilion. forming into two massive powers with terrifying shockwaves sweeping out. When another loud explosion resounded, the blood flames and sword ray separated. But the sword ray remained where it was while the blood flames were sent flying away. When the blood flames dissipated, it was Ao Feng who was knocked back. He took several steps back before he managed to regain his foothold on the stage. He was surprised because he didn't expect that anyone could repel him like this. When the sword ray dissipated, countless afterimages overlapped and revealed Lin Yun standing in the ruins. He held onto his flower burial sword, standing in the ruins with his other hand behind him. With a calm expression, Lin Yun raised his head and said, "To forgive is to be forgiven. I have no feud with the Blood Moon sect. Aren't you guys a little too overbearing, wanting to make a move against me just because I'm the strongest swordsman on the Dragon Pulse ranking and even want me to beg for mercy?" Behind him, the three swordsmen had their foreheads covered in sweat, since they were nervous. "Big brother Lin, are you all right?" Yu Weiwei nervously asked. Others didn't know about Lin Yun's condition, but she did. Lin Yun's dragon pulses were close to 10,000 feet, and he nearly had to undergo his tribulation when he fought the Wind Edge Lord earlier. If Lin Yun wasn't concerned about those from the Sword Sect, he wouldn't be here to begin with. "It's fine," Lin Yun said, shaking his head. Ji Lingfeng and the others looked at Lin Yun deeply because no one knew better than them how powerful the Netherman Saint armor was. Even if Ao Feng could only bring out 1,000th of its power. Ao Feng and Yen Songming's cultivations have also reached the limit of the Dragon Pulse realm. This was why everyone was surprised because they never expected Lin Yun to be this strong. Perhaps running away isn't a solution to the problem. Lin Yun's face changed, muttering to himself. He said something that no one understood while he slowly walked towards the Thunderblood Batlistage. The strength he displayed earlier shocked everyone because no one expected Lin Yun to be so strong when everyone thought he couldn't make it into the top 3. The fire god General Ao Feng, who won all the battles since his arrival, was sent flying away with an attack. So just how strong was the first on the Nirvana banquet? Instantly, everyone at the Martial Dao Tea Party, who were already feeling hopelessness, found their hope in Lin Yun, and all the swordsmen in the surroundings were filled with excitement. It looks like a swordsman ultimately has to stand out to clean up the mess. Who said swordsmen aren't strong? Lin Xiao is the second Jian Jingtian, turning the tables around with his sword. All the swordsmen present were already filled with reverence for Lin Yun, considering him to be the representative of all swordsmen. So they naturally became emotional with their blood boiling when they saw him standing out again. Impressive as the strongest swordsman on the Dragon Pulse ranking. It looks like what the Wind Edgelord said wasn't false. Ao Feng snorted. He had blood-colored flames blazing on his body, and his gaze was cold. "You still have time to concede," Lin Yun said. "Ha ha ha." Ao Feng and Yen Songming began to laugh. Ao Feng scoffed. "I didn't even use 50% of my strength earlier. Concede? You can continue to dream and treat yourself as the savior. Since we're here, we're destined to sweep through the Eastern Desolation's Dragon Pulse ranking." Lin Yun squinted his eyes and took a few more glances at Ao Feng's Netherman Saint armor. This was a Glory Saint artifact, and his flower burial sword was also a Glory Saint artifact. His sword had a glory metal spirit within it. He rarely used it because it caused huge exhaustion, and exposing that he possessed a Glory Saint artifact was unwise. So he wouldn't use it unless it was a battle he had to fight with his life on the line. It had been half a year since he last used his sword, and he already forgot that his sword was also a Glory Saint artifact. Most importantly, if he was too reliant on his sword as a Glory Saint artifact, it would greatly hinder his improvements. Recalling his gaze, Lin Yun said, "The Netherman Saint armor is powerful, but being too reliant on an external object will be the same as giving up your future for the present. It'll be meaningless even if you sweep through the Martial Dao Tea Party. In Martial Dao, it's important that you're strong, and not because of an external item." As mockery flashed in Ao Feng's pupils, he scoffed, "You're trying to teach me? What can you do to me even if I used the Netherman Saint armor? You can use a Glory Saint artifact if you want. If you don't have one, then don't be jealous." Do you really think that the Netherman Saint armor is invincible? Lin Yun asked. Is it not? At least in the Eastern Desolation, I'm invincible, Ao Feng coldly roared. As they faced off, they released their martial intents, and a terrifying gale rampaged in the sky, causing the clouds to rumble with lightning flickering. In the next moment, they both moved at the same time. When they clashed together, the Thunderblood Batlistage couldn't bear the great pressure and exploded. O raging sacred flames! Ignite my body and welcome the blood ancestor. Ao Feng activated the Netherman Saint armor, and the blood-colored radiance on the armor became even darker. Wisps of blood flames began to blaze around the armor, and each flame radiated with great power. I see. Not only does the Netherman Saint armor strengthen his cultivation, but it can also devour the surrounding energy. Even my sword intent is also being affected. Lin Yun could sense that his sword intent was gradually disappearing, and the blood flames blazed even more powerfully on Ao Feng. He now knew why Yi Feng lost so terribly. You can devour all you want. Azure Dragon Sword Intent. Azure Dragon Claw. Lin Yun poured his Azure Dragon Sword Intent into his sword and executed the Azure Dragon Sword art at the deification stage. It was different from the claw manifested by his sword ray in the past. When he swung his sword, an azure dragon descended from the sky along with the flower burial sword, causing a thunderstorm to rage in the surroundings. As sword rays and blood flames clashed, a series of dragon roars echoed, followed by countless explosions. The sacred flames were cut? Ao Feng squinted his eyes, looking at the result of their clash. The blood flames on him were the Netherman sacred flames, which came from the saint armor. Not only was it powerful, but it could even devour the enemy's energy to strengthen itself. He had only used 9 wisps of blood flames to deal with Yi Feng. But not only was Lin Yun able to block his attack, but he was also able to resolve the attack. He realized that the devour energy seemed to be ineffective against Lin Yun. Very well. You have successfully made me serious in this fight. Ao Feng soared to the sky. Lin Yun also soared to the sky with his sword and indifferently replied, Come at me then. You have no advantage before me. How arrogant. Don't look down on the Netherman Saint armor. As he spoke, blood flames ignited on Ao Feng, and the blood flames even emitted a metallic luster. His physique seemed to have broken through to a new stage, becoming pure blood flame Saint Iron, and his dragon origin also reached an astonishing height. Block this sword, and you're worthy of being my opponent. Ao Feng coldly snorted, as the blood radiance on him skyrocketed. Can Lin Xiao bear it? The aura from Ao Feng is already comparable to a Samsara Edict Realm expert, and his dragon pulses have reached 5,000 feet. Yeah, his cultivation is terrifying enough. With the Netherman Saint armor empowering him, I can't believe someone at the Dragon Pulse realm will have such a horrifying dragon origin. Everyone became worried when they saw the blood radiance Ao Feng gave off. But Lin Yun simply ignored Ao Feng and took a deep breath. With a flick of his wrist, the sword stuck to his arm, and he slowly retracted his arm. Then, a horrifying dragon roar erupted from within his body, and an unprecedented sword ray burst out from his body. In the next moment, a majestic sword intent soared to the sky. As the thunderclouds were torn apart, the layers of heaven began to shatter until the 9th layer. Boundless starlight shone down from the sky and fell onto Lin Yun, making the radiance he gave off even more dazzling. Just by relying on his sword again, Lin Yun broke through the 9 layers of heaven. When Ji Lingfeng and others raised their heads, their pupils were filled with surprise. The Autumn Mountain Lord said in a shocked voice, Quasi-heavenly dome sword intent? Wait, that's already infinitely close to the heavenly dome sword intent. Lin Yun's sword intent had broken through the limit of firmament sword intent, and he was only one small step away from the heavenly dome sword intent. If he had enough time, it was just a matter of time for him to grasp the heavenly dome sword intent. No matter what, Lin Yun's sword intent already broke through the boundaries of the firmament sword intent. To a certain degree, this was no different from the actual heavenly dome sword intent. Ao Feng was also briefly stunned for a moment before his face became eerie. He snorted, "Keep on pretending. That's not the genuine heavenly dome sword intent, no matter what you do. Now, take an attack from me." Netherman Dragon Shattering Palm. The Netherman Saint armor he wore flashed, and his speed reached a limit. On the other hand, Lin Yun's sword heart managed to accurately catch onto Ao Feng's trajectory. He lowered his center of gravity and began to start accumulating his power. Before Ao Feng even reached him, just the strong wind alone made Lin Yun's hair flutter, and his black hair was like a waterfall under the powerful gale. Lin Yun had delicate features, and he looked like a celestial wielding a sword in a painting with stars and moons within his pupils. When Ao Feng reached above him in a split second, he gently pressed his palm down, and the blood radiance from him manifested into a full moon. His palm looked like a gigantic palm extending out of the moon. Blood radiance seeped out from the gap between his fingers, like a firework stretching more than a few hundred meters. Lin Yun and Ao Feng were like two gods, forming a bizarre picture. As a majestic aura swept out, the surrounding wind and time seemed to have stopped, and the two of them were imprinted in a painting. "Die!" Ao Feng roared, and his palm descended from the sky. "Break!" Lin Yun finally moved after accumulating his sword for a long time. He executed the Azure Dragon sword art, unrivaled thunderstorm slash. Lin Yun split into two, and each swung a sword. As two sword rays intertwined and reached 100 feet, they came in contact with Ao Feng's palm. When the two ultimate moves collided, the surroundings became quiet, and everyone couldn't hear anything. They could only see the painting distorting, and a chaotic shockwave sweep out. A long time later, the boundless blood flames immediately detonated the mixture of energy. Simultaneously, for sword rays sliced the powerful air current into four like a piece of bean curd. In the next moment, the frozen world began to move, and a loud explosion echoed. In the blink of an eye, the majestic power swept out, reaching as far as 10 miles away in radius. But fortunately, there was a barrier created by the dragon spirit, or the stage would shatter on the spot. Even so, it still created a terrifying phenomenon in the sky. Ao Feng was knocked flying away and fell onto the ground once more. There were two obvious sword marks on his Netherman Saint armor, and that region on the armor had slightly collapsed. Although the flower burial sword failed to break through the Netherman Saint armor, it didn't make Ao Feng feel good. Ao Feng had rage on his face and felt that his dignity was seriously being challenged. After all, he swept through his opponents just a moment ago, so this instantly caused waves of aura to erupt from him. On the other hand, Lin Yun gently landed on the ground with the flower burial sword. He furrowed his brows while looking at Ao Feng because the Netherman Saint armor's defensive capabilities far exceeded his expectations. "I can't break through?" The power of the unrivaled thunderstorm slash was terrifying, and it was Lin Yun's strongest attack, aside from the divine firefly sword. From a certain aspect, it was even stronger because his Azure Dragon intent was at the 5th grade, and it could greatly strengthen his Azure Dragon sword art. Stomping his foot hard on the ground, Ao Feng calmed the turbulent energy within his body. He coldly said, "You're worthy of being the strongest swordsman on the Dragon Pulse ranking. You can be proud of forcing me to this step. But let's put an end to this now. The Netherman Saint armor is invincible at the Dragon Pulse realm, and I'll let you experience the true power of a Glory Saint artifact." Ji Lingfeng and the others furrowed their brows because Ao Feng was too arrogant, claiming to be invincible whenever he spoke. The three of them still have yet to make a move, and they wouldn't even bat an eye at Ao Feng and Yen Songming if they didn't have the Netherman Saint armor. But they had to admit that the Netherman Saint armor was strong. When Ao Feng finished speaking, he formed a seal with his hand. When he was done forming the seal, he roared, "First seal of the Netherman Saint armor, break!" His body suddenly tensed up, and a terrifying aura swept out from the Netherman Saint armor. When that aura erupted, the Saint runes on the armor glowed red, and his aura turned into glittering blood wisps. This made the sky change, and a moon appeared in the sky. At this moment, the sky became dark, with only the blood moon shining brightly. Dragon pulses also began to appear behind him and swiftly grew in size before reaching a heaven-defying size of 6,000 feet. The faces of Ji Lingfeng and the others changed, with surprise in their eyes. As for the others in the top 10, they were completely dumbfounded because their dragon pulses were already at the limit after reaching 3,000 feet. But Aofeng reached 6,000 feet after relying on the Netherman Saint armor, and this was nearly twice the size of everyone else's. Die! After Aofeng lifted the first seal on the Netherman Saint armor, he charged towards Lin Yun. Under the immense aura that he gave off, Lin Yun could only retreat with his sword aura constantly receiving blows, and he was barely defending against Aofeng's attacks with the flower burial sword. But the impacts were too great, not to mention the devour power became even more terrifying that he was struggling to hold on even with the blue dragon bone. Ha ha ha! Lin Xiao, weren't you arrogant earlier? Aofeng roared with his eyes turning red. But Lin Yun ignored him and used his sword heart to detect the weakness in Aofeng's attacks while barely holding his ground. 10 moves later, Lin Yun's sword aura almost crumbled, and everyone on the Thunderblood Square exclaimed. Everyone knew that once a swordsman's sword aura collapsed, they wouldn't be far from being defeated. That was especially the case for Lin Yun. The difference in their cultivation was huge, and Lin Yun would be instantly defeated if he didn't have his sword intent to bridge the gap between them. If Lin Yun wasn't careful, he might even be killed by Aofeng. Ha! The Wind Edge Lord's pupils flashed with a ruthless light, and the corner of his lips couldn't help curling up. He was naturally the happiest amongst everyone to see this scene. Champion of the Nirvana Banquet, don't you possess the Heavenly Dome Sword intent? Why don't you use it? Ha ha ha! Aofeng started mocking when he saw that victory was already in his pocket, venting all the anger he had pent up from being suppressed by Lin Yun earlier. He was confident that Lin Yun didn't grasp the Heavenly Dome Sword intent, and his pupils radiated with mockery. All right. Lin Yun nodded his head, and his gaze became sharp before Aofeng could react. Slowly raising the flower burial sword in his hand, he raised his sword to the same level as his eyes. Simultaneously, Lin Yun unleashed his dual sword souls, and they emitted a dazzling golden brilliance. When the two sword souls merged with his Heavenly Dome Sword intent, they flew out from his brows and merged with the flower burial sword. In the next second, a dazzling golden radiance shone from Lin Yun and shot to the sky. When the beam of light pierced into the sky, it formed a massive vortex that tore the sky apart, isolating the aura coming from Aofeng. At the same time, almost all the swordsmen at Thunderblood Square lost control of their swords and flew towards Lin Yun. My sword! What the hell is going on? Only the powerful swordsmen could suppress their swords from flying away. As thousands of saints' swords coiled around the beam of light, they soared to the sky and were like birds worshipping their lord. That was the Heavenly Dome Sword intent, and it was said that it was impossible to grasp the Heavenly Dome Sword intent at the Dragon Pulse realm. Yen Tai, Shifeng, and the Cloud Swordsmen were shocked as they rose to their feet. They were speculating if Lin Yun grasped the Heavenly Dome Sword intent. But when they saw this scene, they couldn't conceal their shock. As for Ji Lingfeng and others, they were completely dumbfounded because they were suffering a huge impact in their hearts. When Lin Yun thrust his sword forth, his sword sliced apart the 3,000 blood wisps, breaking through the defenses of the Netherman Saint armor and creating a hole. When sparks flew from the Netherman Saint armor, fresh blood poured out and dyed the ground red. Aofeng was sent flying away and rolled on the ground. His face was terrifyingly pale without a strand of blood. Back! Lin Yun pulled his sword back, looking exhausted with his body swaying lightly, but he still stood firmly on the ground. Everyone at Thunderblood Square suffered a huge impact on their hearts when they looked at Lin Yun, and their hearts were trembling. This was too powerful because that sword earlier gave Lin Yun an invincible demeanor. Ha ha ha! No wonder he's the strongest swordsman on the Dragon Pulse ranking. Impressive. Looks like everyone still has to rely on swordsmen like us after all. This is the grace of a swordsman. When Jian Jingtian was first on the Dragon Pulse ranking, he probably wouldn't be any stronger. It looks like swordsmen like us are still the ones who have the final say on the Dragon Pulse ranking. All the swordsmen present were so excited. It was as though they were the ones who were defeating Aofeng. First on the Nirvana banquet, first on the Dragon Pulse ranking. A burst of laughter roared, which sounded like music to their ears. Ji Lingfeng and others lightly furrowed their brows. When they looked at where the voice came from, they realized that Mei Zihua was here without anyone knowing it, sitting on a pavilion while laughing and holding a jar of wine. First on the Nirvana banquet, first on the Dragon Pulse ranking. Mei Zihua's voice was instigative, and it reverberated throughout Thunderblood Square. This naturally made Ji Lingfeng, Xiao Yuanqi, and the Autumn Mountain Lord furrow their brows. He ultimately came. Lin Yun turned to look at Mei Zihua, who raised the jar of wine in his hand and smiled. Watch out! Someone exclaimed that after Yen Songming examined Aofeng's injuries, he took advantage of where Lin Yun's attention was directed towards to charge over. The timing he chose was brilliant. It was at a tricky angle, wanting to launch a sneak attack on Lin Yun. But as soon as he stepped onto the Thunderblood stage, a strong wind swept out. The wind was so strong that it made Yen Songming squint his eyes, and it felt like there was a wall of wind hindering his footsteps. When Yen Songming squinted his eyes, he could see a dazzling sword ray enveloping boundless wind sweeping over towards him under the empowerment of the heavenly dome sword intent. The sword tip seemed to have eyes, and Yen Songming could feel a chill run down his spine the moment the sword was aimed at him. It made him feel as though he fell into ice. A sense of danger immediately spread throughout Yen Songming's heart before spreading throughout his body. In the nick of time, Yen Songming stopped his footstep with great difficulty. He tried his best to dodge, but the sword still tore through the dragon origin around him, leaving a faint blood mark on his cheek and a few strands of his hair falling to the ground. When Yen Songming raised his head, he saw that Lin Yun had already turned around, and he was using 2 fingers to manipulate the flower burial sword. His hair was like a black waterfall fluttering in the wind, and his white clothes made him look graceful. But in the next moment, the flower burial sword emitted a buzzing noise and disappeared from Yen Songming's sight. This greatly shocked Yen Songming, and he was looking at this scene with disbelief. Then, Lin Yun's body looked as light as a sword before he suddenly disappeared. This was the profundity of the heavenly dome sword intent, and the flower burial sword summoned Lin Yun over. Behind me! Yen Songming quickly turned around. It was just as he had expected. Lin Yun already held onto his sword, and indifferently swung his sword. As sparks flew around, a sinister gash appeared on Yen Songming's chest and the Netherman's Saint armor, with blood splashing out. Yen Songming was immediately sent flying away with his face distorted from the pain. The hole on the Netherman's Saint armor was slowly recovering, but Lin Yun didn't chase after him. The flower burial sword trembled in his hand, and he let go of it, allowing the flower burial sword to shoot forth like his extended arm, instantly catching up with Yen Songming. Lin Yun simply stood where he was and swiped his fingers around to control the flower burial sword, executing the Azure Dragon sword art to create more damage on the Netherman's Saint armor. By the time Yen Songming fell to the ground, his body was covered with sword marks, and the wounds were horrifying to look at. Come back! Lin Yun gently lifted his fingers up, and the flower burial sword returned to the sheath. The moment the flower burial sword entered the sheath, Yen Songming threw out a mouthful of blood from 100 meters away before he fell to his knees. Everything happened quickly, and Thunderblood Square was in dead silence with everyone dumbfounded. This was because everything happened too quickly. From Yen Songming's sneak attack to his kneeling on the ground, it only took 3 or 4 breaths max. Many people still hadn't come to their senses yet, and Mei Zihua's voice was still echoing in their ears. When they came to their senses, they cheered. That's the heavenly dome sword intent? How frightening! Unbelievable! It's really unbelievable. The complete heavenly dome sword intent is too terrifying. It's no wonder why it's not something that can be grasped at the Dragon Pulse realm. It's practically incomprehensible. Everyone's scalps went numb and were dumbfounded. It was so much so that they couldn't believe what they saw. Aofeng, who was heavily injured on the Thunderblood Batlistage, helped Yen Songming up with great difficulty before he coldly said, Let's go! Lin Yun didn't stop them from leaving. But when they tried to leave, the Autumn Mountain Lord of the Four Young Masters appeared before them. Raising his head, Ao Feng asked, "Those who lost aren't allowed to leave the Martial Dao Tea Party? Don't worry, since you two didn't take a life at the Martial Dao Tea Party, I naturally won't take your lives. But to come and go as you wish, it'll be too easy on devil spawns like you," the Autumn Mountain Lord indifferently said. "What are you trying to do?" Ao Feng's pupils radiated with fear, feeling an ill premonition. "Nothing much. You can leave, but you have to crawl back," the Autumn Mountain Lord said, and he suddenly made his move. Followed by a scream, Ao Feng and Yen Songming's wrists and knees were crushed by the Autumn Mountain Lord. The pain made Ao Feng's face distorted, and he glared at the Autumn Mountain Lord. "You! Good. You're ruthless." Ao Feng and Yen Songming trembled in anger, feeling humiliated under so many gazes. "Still not leaving?" the Autumn Mountain Lord said coldly. "Oh, I forgot. Since you guys can't walk, then crawl." When Ao Feng and Yen Songming heard that, their faces were deadly pale. "Crawl! Hurry up and crawl!" Yells echoed from Thunderblood Square. But no one felt that the Autumn Mountain Lord was ruthless because those two deserved it. The two were arrogant, claiming that they would sweep through the Dragon Pulse ranking, and were even ruthless in their attacks. No one expected that Ao Feng and Yen Songming would end up in this manner. Lin Yun had no fluctuation on his face when he saw this scene because they deserved it and no one else was to be blamed. But he never expected that the Autumn Mountain Lord would be so ruthless. Under everyone's gazes, Ao Feng and Yen Songming gritted their teeth and crawled away from the Thunderblood Batlistage. As the crowd watched them crawl from the stage, they all felt excited. Yen Tai and the others all wore weird expressions, and they could feel that something wasn't right. After all, the Autumn Mountain Lord didn't stand out when Ao Feng and Yen Songming provoked everyone. But the moment Lin Yun defeated them, Autumn Mountain Lord quickly stood out and cleaned the mess before anyone could react. Although there was nothing wrong with it, it was inevitable that it looked like the Autumn Mountain Lord was harvesting Lin Yun's fruits of labor. But Lin Yun merely looked at Ao Feng and Yen Songming crawl out of the Thunderblood Batlistage. He felt that this Martial Dao Tea Party had become a farce, and it was pointless to stay any longer. He turned to glance at the Sword Sex Party before turning around and leaving. "Brother Lin, please hold on." But when Lin Yun took a step forth, the Autumn Mountain Lord smiled. "I'm not interested in the first of the Dragon Pulse ranking, so there's no need for me to stay." Lin Yun continued to walk, having no intention of stopping. But as the wind blew out, the Autumn Mountain Lord appeared 100 meters away from Lin Yun. He said, "If fate is a river, we can only drift with the current when the wind blows. You're already standing on the highest wave, and the wind hasn't stopped yet. So how can you leave?" When he finished, Ji Lingfeng and Xiao Yuanqi flew over, gently landing on the ground. "Brother Lin, we might as well fight since you're already here," Xiao Yuanqi said, raising his head. "If you leave now, the Martial Dao Tea Party won't be able to continue any longer. No matter which of us wins, we won't be able to convince everyone even if we become first on the Dragon Pulse ranking." Ji Lingfeng smiled. Lin Yun could sense that they had no malicious intentions. At the very least, he couldn't sense any from Ji Lingfeng and Xiao Yuanqi. They purely wanted to sense the power of the Heavenly Dome Sword intent. He could understand that they wanted to try fighting him or they would have regrets in their hearts. But what has it got to do with him? He briefly pondered before he replied, "I have a reason why I can't fight. If I do, the consequences will be unimaginable." He could tell from their performances that Ji Lingfeng, Xiao Yuanqi, and the Autumn Mountain Lord were strong. If Ao Feng and Yen Songming didn't have the Netherman Saint armor, those two wouldn't be placed in their eyes at all. The reason why they didn't make their move was that they had concerns aside from the Netherman Saint armor. If they fought, it was equivalent to exposing their strength and trump cards, losing the qualifications to compete for being first on the Dragon Pulse ranking. If they were the only ones around, they wouldn't have any reservations. The Autumn Mountain Lord said, "Brother Lin, you don't have to worry. The four of us can just follow what Brother Ji suggested earlier. We'll determine the ranking with one attack. Regardless of the result, we won't make a second move. That works. Xiao Yuanqi and Ji Lingfeng nodded. They both felt that it was a good suggestion. That was their decision if the two god generals didn't barge in. This was the safest method because it wouldn't cause any irreversible consequences. Lin Yun knew that these people had misunderstood him. To determine the ranking with one fight meant they would use their strongest attacks. But Lin Yun knew that his tribulation would arrive even if it was only one move. In order for those three not to have any regrets, he would have to place his life on the line. You guys really insist on fighting? Lin Yun's pupils flashed with annoyance. We insist. The three spoke at the same time with fighting spirits blazing within their pupils. They had no intention of moving away. The surroundings fell into a deadly silence, and no one cared about Ao Feng and Yen Songming any longer. They were all nervously looking at this scene, and none of them dared to say a word because they knew that this was the final battle to determine the first on the Dragon Pulse ranking. Since they were going to compete in one move, this was bound to be a heaven-shattering clash. Everyone's breathing became hurried, and they were curious about the outcome. Lin Yun might seem invincible amongst those at the Dragon Pulse realm with the Heavenly Dome Sword intent, but since Ji Lingfeng, Xiao Yuanqi, and the Autumn Mountain Lord dared to stand out, they naturally have the confidence for doing so. Otherwise, they wouldn't be stupid to stand out and court humiliation. You guys won't regret it? Lin Yun's facial expression became grave. We won't regret it. Ji Lingfeng, Xiao Yuanqi, and the Autumn Mountain Lord shook their heads. Lin Yun briefly hesitated under Ji Lingfeng, Xiao Yuanqi, and the Autumn Mountain Lord's gazes before he said, "Then, the three of you can come at me together." His voice wasn't loud, but it was like a huge rock falling into the river, causing a huge wave within everyone's hearts and an unimaginable impact. Ji Lingfeng, Xiao Yuanqi, and the Autumn Mountain Lord wore a smile before they soon drooped the expressions on their faces. They even had a hint of anger within their pupils. The Autumn Mountain Lord coldly said, "Brother Lin, this joke isn't funny." A powerful gale swept out on the Thunderblood Batlistage. They were naturally unhappy with what Lin Yun said. Thus, this caused rage to rise within their hearts. Lin Yun indifferently faced the wind and said, "I'm not done yet. If the wind is destined to not stop, why not let the wind come more violent? If there's a fight destined between us, I'll naturally accept it. If you guys won't regret it, why will my sword leave any face for you?" Then, his words were like a rumbling thunder echoing within their ears, making them dumbfounded. They couldn't imagine that Lin Yun, who kept a low profile so far, would have such an arrogant side to him. "Ha ha ha! Well said." Mei Zihua laughed out loud from a pavilion. As he got up, he smiled. "Since the beginning of the Divine Dragon era, we don't seek longevity and only pursue our dreams. Back then, Jian Jingtian made a bloodbath at the Profound Sky sect in a rage, and he was imprisoned for 18 years now. Today, we have the champion of the Nirvana banquet, Lin Xiao, showing a demeanor not at all inferior to Jian Jingtian. Since you guys are going to fight, let me offer a war song for you guys." Mei Zihua sat with his legs crossed and started playing his zither on the pavilion. Mei Zihua's words made everyone's blood boil, and it felt as though they were seeing the rise of a great era. His zither melody was high, and it rang throughout Thunderblood Square. No one was bothered in the beginning, but they were gradually affected by the zither. Their facial expressions became nervous, and their eyes were fixed on the Thunderblood Batlistage. Ji Lingfeng, Xiao Yuanqi, and the Autumn Mountain Lord all ignored Mei Zihua. Their eyes were unhappily glued on Lin Yun. Xiao Yuanqi cupped his hands together. "Let me experience the strength of the Nirvana Banquet's champion." Then, he had the strongest cultivation amongst the three, with his 9 dragon pulses reaching 5,000 feet. Not to mention he also grasped 3 different martial daos at the same time, which were all cultivated to the 5th grade. Xiao Yuanqi circulated the 9 heavenly Saint Cauldron and charged towards Lin Yun, pushing his palm forth. Before his palm reached, flaming clouds gathered within the sky with lightning flickering on his body. There were 9 5,000-foot wide dragon pulses behind him, emitting a horrifying aura along with 3 martial intents. This made his palm reach a terrifying height. Everyone took in a cold breath. It was true that those 3 didn't use their true strength earlier. The reason why they weren't willing to fight the 2 god generals was that they wanted to keep their trump cards hidden. Facing the incoming attack, Lin Yun merely twisted his body to dodge the incoming palm. As 100,000 golden-purple dragon runes wandered on his body, he shattered the palm of lightning and flame without any hindrance. This made Xianxia lock his brows before pushing his palms forth. When he unleashed a barrage of palms, just the aftermath of his attacks alone was enough to inflict heavy injuries on any Dragon Pulse ranking geniuses. As Lin Yun moved across the squares on the stage, he relied on his sword heart to avoid the incoming attacks at the right time. Not only did he dodge his opponent's attacks, but he could even occasionally counterattack, either facing them with his palm or sweeping with the sword scabbard. On the contrary, this placed Xianxia in a passive position and had to be on guard at all times. It was as though Lin Yun could counterattack at the right time and angle. No matter how powerful his attacks were, he couldn't even touch Lin Yun's clothes. This made Xianxia furious and wanted to use his ghost spirit martial techniques. But he couldn't lower himself to use it first when Lin Yun didn't. 10 odd moves later, Lin Yun pushed his palm forth, catching Xianxia by surprise. When Lin Yun's palm fell onto Xianxia's chest, a dragon roar echoed and he poured the 100,000 dragon runes into the strike. His hand manifested into a dragon claw, and he sent Xianxia back with a gentle shove. After he landed on the ground, he took 3 steps back before regaining his footing. He felt embarrassed that he couldn't even injure Lin Yun when he had a higher cultivation. "Allow me!" Just when Xianxia wanted to make a move, a figure dashed out. It was the Autumn Mountain Lord. As a dragon roar echoed from the Autumn Mountain Lord's body, he was enveloped in a golden light while executing the Imperial Overlord physique, causing ripples to spread out through the air before he even got close. Under the immense pressure, the surrounding space became like a quagmire. If it was someone with a weaker cultivation, they would be immobilized under this aura. Disregarding the suppression from a higher cultivation, just the Imperial Overlord physique was enough to make the will of any geniuses in the same cultivation crumble. As a golden light shone on Lin Yun's body, his gaze became sharp. Because of the heavenly dome sword intent, Lin Yun's movements weren't restricted at all. When the 2 got close, they exchanged more than 10 moves in the blink of an eye. But Lin Yun only used 1 hand while the Autumn Mountain Lord used 2. His cultivation was only slightly weaker than Xianxia, and his dragon pulses were only 4,000 feet. Combining the Imperial Overlord physique and earth intent, the Autumn Mountain Lord was like a mountain standing before Lin Yun. Every move was like the breath of a mountain, majestic and powerful. Lin Yun didn't fight him head-on. He avoided the Autumn Mountain Lord's attacks with his sword heart head-on. He was like an azure dragon when he flew out, and his feet were like 2 dragon claws firmly grabbing the ground. His palms also manifested into dragon claws, and he had activated the azure dragon intent. When he occasionally raised his head, his eyes were like the eyes of a dragon, accompanied by a massive and pure dragon aura. That was the azure dragon eyes. 10 moves later, Lin Yun finally found a flaw in the Autumn Mountain Lord's attack, and he launched his attack. When the Autumn Mountain Lord saw this scene, the corner of his lip curled up because he deliberately revealed this flaw on purpose. He wasn't like Xianxia. He not only possessed the saint physique, but he cultivated the powerful body-refining technique of the Golden Dragon's lineage, the Imperial Overlord physique. In addition to earth intent, this bestowed him a physique that no one in the same generation could match. So this meant it was impossible for him to easily shove Xianxia away. He could already tell that Lin Yun had a terrifying attainment in martial Dao, and the latter was also proficient in finding the opening of his opponent's attacks. Not to mention Lin Yun also had a powerful movement technique. It was difficult for him to restrict Lin Yun's movements, but he could use himself as bait for Lin Yun to launch an attack on him. The moment Lin Yun attacked him, he could use the advantage of his physique to crush Lin Yun's wrist. Even if he couldn't crush Lin Yun's wrist, he could still drag Lin Yun over before unleashing a barrage of attacks. At that time, Lin Yun would be at his mercy. But when Lin Yun's palm was about to come in contact with his chest, he suddenly raised 2 fingers forth like a sharp sword, tapping the Autumn Mountain Lord's chest, accompanied by a loud explosion. This made Autumn Mountain Lord in pain, and the corner of his lip even twitched from the pain. As a golden light rippled from his body, it was like ice splitting apart. Lin Yun then turned his fingers into a palm and printed it on the Autumn Mountain Lord's chest. This made Lin Yun feel like his palm was landing on a mountain. Even if there were already some cracks in the Imperial Overlord physique, Lin Yun only managed to push the Autumn Mountain Lord back by 4 feet with great difficulty. You're not the only one with the Dragon Clan's body-refining technique. Flames of rage blazed within the Autumn Mountain Lord's pupils, and he slanted forth before using his palm like a blade that was being swung down. But he never expected that when Lin Yun attacked, he already thought of all the possibilities that would come next. When he pushed the Autumn Mountain Lord away, Lin Yun used the sword scabbard to stab the ground, plunging it an inch into the ground. Lin Yun followed up by soaring to the sky before stomping his foot on the Autumn Mountain Lord's chest. But he didn't stop there and spun in the air 3 times, imprinting countless footprints on the Autumn Mountain Lord's chest as he moved. Each foot was infused with 100,000 golden-purple dragon runes. After he spun in the air 3 times, the Autumn Mountain Lord was knocked back. When the latter landed on the ground and his foot fell, it caused the Thunderblood Batlistage to tremble. The tremor was so great that many people couldn't avoid it in time and were sent flying into the air. The Autumn Mountain Lord let out a groan when he landed on the ground, and his facial expression was ugly. On the other hand, Lin Yun spread his arms apart and gently landed on the flower burial sword with great agility. As his hair fluttered in the wind, this made him look dashing in his white robe. As a reverberating phoenix cry echoed, Ji Lingfeng soared to the sky with his palm directed at Lin Yun. At the same time, a phoenix tree rapidly grew from the ground as a crimson phoenix appeared. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. As the phoenix flapped its wings, a powerful wind blew with the sky covered in flames and the surrounding space trembling. But Lin Yun merely raised his head and flicked his finger. The 100,000 golden-purple dragon runes were like 100,000 swords flying from his body. When the dragon runes flew, they began to intertwine and formed into a 100-foot azure dragon before coming in contact with the phenomenon. This was a confrontation between a dragon and phoenix, creating a huge commotion with 2 terrifying shockwaves spreading out. Fine cracks began to appear on the barrier created by the dragon spirit enveloping the Thunderblood Batlistage, and this barrier that was further empowered by the dragon spirit nearly shattered. With a loud explosion, the dragon and phoenix crumbled, forming a terrifying mixture of energy that felt like an erupting volcano. When Ji Lingfeng rushed out, he raised his palm and pushed it towards Lin Yun. Lin Yun, who was standing on the flower burial sword, twisted his body to the left and faced Ji Lingfeng's palm head-on. When the 2 palms came in contact, the dragon origin ocean within their bodies rumbled, and their martial intents erupted. Ji Lingfeng wanted to inject his dragon origin into Lin Yun's body, and it was best if he could injure the latter's internal organs. But the dragon origin enveloping Lin Yun's palm was like an indestructible wall with stirring thunderstorms, completely blocking Ji Lingfeng's dragon origin. As the 2 fell into a brief stalemate, they both formed a seal with their left hand, one executing a secret technique of the Phoenix Saint Cannon, and the other activating the Nether Flower. Countless phoenix flowers flew out from Ji Lingfeng's body. They were like rosy, charming flowers emitting a sacred aura. It was as though there really was a phoenix being born within his body. Within Lin Yun's dragon origin ocean, the dragon phoenix world annihilating cauldron flew out, and a massive power fluctuated from the cauldron. His body was filled with unimaginable dragon origin at this moment, and the destructive aura filled Lin Yun's pupils with blood traces. Under a loud explosion, traces of blood dripped down from Ji Lingfeng's lip, and he was sent flying away. The phoenix flowers began to shatter before exploding like fireworks. When he landed on the ground, Ji Lingfeng took several steps back before he managed to regain his foothold. How is this possible? Ji Lingfeng looked at Lin Yun in disbelief, and his pupils were filled with shock. The entire Thunderblood Square fell into a dead silence, and only the melody of a zither could be heard, like a vibrating sword. Everyone on the Thunderblood Square could feel their scalps going numb, and they couldn't utter a word while watching the fight. Everyone could sense the unimaginable danger in the fight, and Lin Yun would be doomed if he was careless for a moment. But he ultimately held on. Not only did he fight Xiao Yuanqi, Ji Lingfeng, and the Autumn Mountain Lord in a row, he even obtained the upper hand in those fights. So it wasn't an understatement to call it 3 consecutive wins. Ji Lingfeng, Qiu Shanjun, and Xiao Yuanqi were famous, and just one of them possessed the strength to make it into the top 10 on another region's Dragon Pulse ranking. But they weren't able to get any advantage in their fight with Lin Yun. He easily knocked back Xiao Yuanqi, who wanted to suppress him with his higher cultivation, the Autumn Mountain Lord, who wanted to rely on his powerful Dragon Clan's body-refining technique, and Ji Lingfeng, who possessed the Phoenix inheritance. At this moment, everyone finally realized that Lin Yun wasn't being arrogant at all, but he had the strength to back up his words. Let's not hide our strengths any longer. Otherwise, we might suffer an even bigger loss. Ji Lingfeng wiped the blood off his lips with a fighting spirit blazing within his pupils. Xiao Yuanqi and the Autumn Mountain Lord also nodded their heads. They suffered a loss when they probed Lin Yun's strength earlier, especially Ji Lingfeng, who suffered some injuries. Divine Phoenix Mountain, Ji Lingfeng. Heavenly Dao Sect, Xiao Yuanqi. Divine Dragon Empire, Autumn Mountain Lord. Wishes to challenge the Nirvana Banquet's champion. The 3 reported their background with grave expressions, no longer daring to look down on Lin Yun. The 3 of them soared to the sky and unleashed their attacks at Lin Yun. Each of the 3 was unbelievably powerful. When the aura of their dragon pulses linked together, the power emanating from them was so terrifying that no one had the courage to look at them directly. Even before they did anything, the space around them was already trembling. As the 3 approached, fine cracks began to appear on Lin Yun's sword aura. Not good. There's no way Lin Yun's heavenly dome sword intent can resist Ji Lingfeng, Xiao Yuanqi, and Autumn Mountain Lord when they join hands together. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. The heavenly dome sword intent might be practically invincible at the Dragon Pulse realm, but that wasn't absolute. There was still a huge difference between their cultivations, not to mention that the 3 of them joining hands together was too terrifying. Under the pressure they gave off, even a Samsara Edict realm expert would have to back away. But Lin Yun could feel his blood boiling while looking at the 3 people charging over, and he was filled with fighting spirit. Ever since he grasped the heavenly dome sword intent, it had been a long time since he felt such pressure from someone of the same generation. The Divine Dragon era was where everyone would rather pursue their dreams over longevity. As for his dragon tribulation, let it come then. He was determined to fight to his content today. Nirvana Banquet's champion, Lin Xiao, accepts all your challenges. Lin Yun's laughter roared. Under his hearty laughter, Lin Yun's long hair flaunted his arrogance, and he rose to the sky before pressing his palm down on the 3 of them. As long as his blood didn't dry up, why would he fear a battle? 7 dragon pulses reaching close to 10,000 feet appeared behind Lin Yun when he threw his punch forth. As the sky changed, the dragon pulses pierced through the horizon, and the aura from Lin Yun's dragon pulses instantly surpassed Ji Lingfeng, Xiao Yuanqi, and the Autumn Mountain Lord. His dragon pulses were so massive that they nearly covered the sky, blocking the sunlight out. How is this possible? Ji Lingfeng, Xiao Yuanqi, and Autumn Mountain Lord were left dumbfounded by this scene. Lin Yun's dragon pulses, which were close to 10,000 feet, were like 7 mountain ranges, massive and boundless. Is he still human? Everyone at Thunderblood Square looked up with horror filling their pupils. They were all frightened by what they saw because it was beyond their imagination. On a pavilion, Mei Zihua's zither strings snapped. Even if he was experienced, he still couldn't help opening his mouth wide when he saw the size of Lin Yun's dragon pulses. Ha ha ha! Why do we have to fear a battle when our blood is boiling? Lin Yun laughed with his pupils full of insanity. Lin Yun rose to mid-air, and the 7 dragon pulses behind him covered the sky. This instantly made Ji Lingfeng, Xiao Yuanqi, and the Autumn Mountain Lord feel great pressure. After all, those dragon pulses were close to 10,000 feet. To be exact, they were 9,000 feet and close to 10,000. So there wasn't much difference in the eyes of those three. The size of Lin Yun's dragon pulses had far exceeded their comprehension. It was still understandable that the two god generals could possess dragon pulses that were 6,000 feet because of the Netherman Saint armor, but how could Lin Zhao's ridiculous dragon pulses be explained? Was this Lin Zhao's confidence? Ji Lingfeng, Xiao Yuanqi, and the Autumn Mountain Lord could feel their scalps go numb with disbelief filling their pupils. But before they could continue to ponder, Lin Yun already dashed over like a lightning bolt. He fought 3 enemies alone, and the pressure he gave off was so overwhelming that it made them feel suffocating. Fine cracks began to appear on the aura formed by the dragon pulses, as if the aura they formed would explode at any moment. At that time, it would be troublesome for them. With the heavenly dome sword intent and 10,000-foot wide dragon pulses, Lin Yun instantly erased the advantages of Ji Lingfeng, Xiao Yuanqi, and the Autumn Mountain Lord. But those 3 were ultimately at the top 3 of the Dragon Pulse ranking, and none of them were pushovers. In terms of their attainment in marital Tao alone, they were stronger than either of the 2 god generals. They quickly adjusted their mental states and exchanged a glance before the Autumn Mountain Lord charged over. No one could imagine how terrifying Lin Yun's dragon pulses close to 10,000 feet were. So the Autumn Mountain Lord had to step forth no matter what at this moment. This was because he had the strongest physique amongst the 3. Even if the Autumn Mountain Lord couldn't face Lin Yun head-on, at least he wouldn't immediately suffer heavy injuries. After all, both Ji Lingfeng and Xiao Yuanqi had a weaker physique than him. When Lin Yun and the Autumn Mountain Lord exchanged blows, they struck each other's chests. Their exchange created a powerful storm of dragon origin that swept out. This made the audience members hold their breath while nervously looking at the two. A crisp sound echoed that sounded like a glacier breaking, and the Autumn Mountain Lord was blown 10 meters away by this palm. When the Autumn Mountain Lord landed on the ground, his foot was firmly planted on the ground like a mountain, and this created 2-inch deep footprints on the ground. The dragon origin around him shattered, with blood dripping down from his lips. He had lost the match in the exchange, but the Autumn Mountain Lord wore a smile. Although he retreated by 10 meters, he didn't suffer any serious injuries. This meant that dragon pulses that were 10,000 meters wide were strong, but they weren't invincible. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but 10,000-foot wide dragon pulses aren't impressive at all. The Autumn Mountain Lord wiped the blood off his lip and grinned. When a ripple fluctuated, his body shot out like an arrow. In his path, the air was torn apart, blowing the Autumn Mountain Lord's hair backward. In the next moment, he appeared before Lin Yun once more. Imperial Overlord Physique, Golden Dragon Saint Armor. The Autumn Mountain Lord let out a roar with a dazzling golden radiance shining from his body. A layer of golden dragon scales appeared on the surface of his body, and this made his Imperial Overlord Physique even more powerful. When the two clashed in mid-air, Lin Yun was knocked back by a punch after 10-odd moves. On the other hand, the Autumn Mountain Lord gasped for his breath in mid-air with sweat covering his forehead. Anyone could tell that clashing with Lin Yun head-on wasn't easy for him. He started forming seals in mid-air, and his dragon aura began to accumulate. As soon as Lin Yun landed on the ground, Ji Lingfeng and Xiao Yuanqi dashed over. They naturally wouldn't give up this opportunity that the Autumn Mountain Lord created for them. On the stage, Lin Yun kept retreating as he faced Ji Lingfeng and Xiao Yuanqi's attacks. Right then, the Autumn Mountain Lord dashed over while Ji Lingfeng and Xiao Yuanqi retreated. Lin Yun had an opening, and the Autumn Mountain Lord didn't hesitate to unleash the dragon seal that had been accumulating. When Lin Yun raised his head, he knew from his Sword Heart's warning that he couldn't avoid this attack in time. Ji Lingfeng and Xiao Yuanqi had held him down, thus creating the perfect opportunity for Autumn Mountain Lord. Taking the strike head-on, Lin Yun was sent flying 100 meters away, and he even took 3 steps back after landing on the ground before he regained his foothold. Confronting 3 experts was taxing to Lin Yun, even with the Azure Dragon Saint physique. Half of the 100,000 dragon runes were shattered, and the blue dragon bone couldn't replenish the dragon runes in time. "Let's go," Ji Lingfeng, Xiao Yuanqi, and Autumn Mountain Lord dashed forth. They knew this was the opportunity for them before Lin Yun could catch his breath. After Lin Yun stabilized his footing, his hair fluttered in the wind, and his thumb pressed down on his middle finger. The sword scabbard that was plunged onto the stage trembled. When Lin Yun yanked his right hand backward, the flower burial sword flew out, emitting a reverberating sword vibration. The sword had the momentum of a dragon, flying towards the three like a lightning bolt. This instantly made Ji Lingfeng, Xiao Yuanqi, and Autumn Mountain Lord's faces change with a chill running down their spines. They could feel an extremely dangerous aura, so they quickly stopped charging forth to dodge instead. Standing where he was, Lin Yun waved his hand and the flower burial sword charged forth again. The dragon pulses around him roared, and the flower burial sword danced, forcing Ji Lingfeng, Xiao Yuanqi, and Autumn Mountain Lord to keep retreating. For a moment, the flower burial sword was like a bolt of lightning as it unleashed countless sword rays under Lin Yun's control. Ji Lingfeng was forced to draw his blade and a phoenix tree rose from the ground behind him. Xiao Yuanqi panicked a little because none of his three martial intents could block Lin Yun's heavenly dome sword intent. Only the Autumn Mountain Lord was the calmest of the three. He was calm and composed. When the sword collided with his dragon scales, sparks flew around and dragon scales fell. But the Autumn Mountain Lord was calm, and he only had to defend his vitals. All the spectators were dumbfounded and their breaths were taken by the battle because it was too exciting. Their previous act of probing Lin Yun was exciting enough. But after they brought out their full strength, everyone was so shocked that they were speechless. Their eyes were glued on the battle, and such a battle was rare, even in a century. No one wanted to miss out on any details, and they would definitely be able to gain something from this battle. But they were so immersed in the fight, they didn't notice that as the battle ensued on the stage, thunderclouds began to gather over Thunder Island. They were slow, like how it was the calm before the storm, and no one could imagine how terrifying it would be. Just when everyone was shocked by the power of the heavenly dome sword intent and how Lin Yun turned the tables around the moment he drew his sword, the Autumn Mountain Lord finally made his move. His right hand bolted through the sword rays and grabbed onto the flower burial sword's sword tip with great precision. This made the flower burial sword start to tremble, and he had to bear all the sword aura on the sword by himself. As a powerful shockwave swept out, it felt as though the Autumn Mountain Lord wasn't grabbing onto a sword but a dragon. "Quick! Attack him!" The Autumn Mountain Lord roared as he became enveloped in a golden radiance. Exclamations resounded from the surrounding area, while Ji Lingfeng and Xiao Yuanqi heaved out a breath of relief. They didn't hesitate to dash towards Lin Yun, and the situation suddenly became unfavorable to Lin Yun once more. Lin Yun's expression was calm and composed as his right hand formed a seal before his chest. His gaze was on the flower burial sword, and his sword ocean within his brows suddenly began to boil. As boundless sword intent gathered on the flower burial sword, the Autumn Mountain Lord could only hold on with great difficulty as the golden radiance erupted from his body. He wore a grimacing face, and his physique was like an immovable mountain. Under the stalemate, Ji Lingfeng and Xiao Yuanqi quickly approached while Lin Yun's sword aura was practically all on his sword. "It's over now." Everyone's hearts sank, but Lin Yun couldn't be distracted now. As long as the Autumn Mountain Lord could last till they get close to Lin Yun, they would be able to turn the tables around. So everyone's nerves were tense while watching this battle. Right then, Lin Yun pushed his right hand forth. The 10,000-foot wide dragon pulses began to rumble, and a massive aura descended onto the flower burial sword. When all of the Autumn Mountain Lord's dragon scales were peeled off by the flower burial sword like snowflakes, he threw out a mouthful of blood and took 3 steps back. This time, the ground violently trembled when he moved. It was as though he was an actual mountain. "Come back!" Lin Yun waved his hand and grabbed onto the hilt of his sword. Dazzling sword rays shone out from him, and he easily used the flower burial sword to receive Ji Lingfeng and Xiao Yuanqi's attacks. When he moved, the azure dragon sword art was perfectly executed. Even when Ji Lingfeng and Xiao Yuanqi joined hands, they could still feel a great pressure coming from Lin Yun. 10 odd moves later, Lin Yun swung his sword, executing the Azure Dragon's sword art, Azure Dragon Tail. As he unleashed the sword ray, cracks appeared in the sky and a sword mark appeared on Xiao Yuanqi's chest with blood gushing out. Wings spread phoenix. Ji Lingfeng blocked the attack with his blade. There was a phoenix behind him with a powerful radiance shining from his pupils. His attack was strong, and his attack continued to head towards Lin Yun after shattering the sword ray. When Lin Yun let go, he slammed his palm on the sword hilt. The space was like a passage as the flower burial sword streaked across the sky like a light beam towards the Autumn Mountain Lord. Just when the Autumn Mountain Lord stabilized his foothold, his face changed as the sword fell onto his chest. This made the Autumn Mountain Lord throw out another mouthful of blood. The sword was pressed against the dragon's scales on his chest, pushing him backward. A great opportunity! Ji Lingfeng rejoiced because Lin Yun didn't have his sword now, and a blade was enough to inflict severe injuries on the latter. After reaching their level, it would be hard for their opponent to continue fighting the moment they found an opening. But what happened next shocked Ji Lingfeng because Lin Yun reached out with his hand, grabbing a sword. Even if Lin Yun had poured his dragon runes into his hand, he still couldn't completely block Ji Lingfeng's attack, and blood dripped down his palm. This made Ji Lingfeng take a deep breath because they never expected Lin Yun to be so ruthless to himself. Heavenly Demonic Cauldron Seal. A roar echoed from midair, and Xiao Yuanqi flew over with his right hand grabbing onto something. When he got close to Lin Yun, the three martial intents condensed into an ancient cauldron, and he used it to slam against Lin Yun. Then Xiao Yuanqi's martial intents formed into a cauldron, and his aura began to rise and soon broke through the shackles of the Dragon Pulse realm. Lin Yun raised his left hand, then yanked it backward. When his sword flew back to him, this made Xiao Yuanqi's face change. He wanted to turn around to block this sword, but he was already in an attacking momentum, so it was too late for him to turn around. It was just like how difficult it was for an elephant to dance. When Xiao Yuanqi raised his head, he instantly felt a chill run down his spine upon seeing how calm Lin Yun was. Did this mean Lin Yun already expected this, and he exposed an opening on purpose? In the end, Xiao Yuanqi threw out a mouthful of blood and fell to his knees as the flower burial sword pierced through his chest. The ancient cauldron he held onto began to dissipate and disappear. His attack was dissolved before it could even land close to Lin Yun. Not good. Ji Lingfeng furrowed his eyebrows when the momentum behind his sword came to an end, and wanted to retreat. But the moment he had this thought, he discovered that Lin Yun also loosened the grip on his blade. This further made him confused, wondering if Lin Yun had calculated he would retreat. This made Ji Lingfeng shudder with a chill running down his spine. But Lin Yun didn't give him the time to think, and he swiftly approached after letting go of his blade. He thrust his palm like a sword towards Ji Lingfeng's chest before gathering 100,000 dragon runes on his left and slammed his palm onto the latter's chest. The dragon origin protecting Ji Lingfeng shattered, and the phoenix tree behind him crumbled. He was then sent flying out under the wail of a phoenix. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yun continued, and appeared before the Autumn Mountain Lord. He stretched his hand forth. The flower burial sword was connected to him, so it flew out of Xiao Yuanqi's body. When he reached out, he grabbed onto his sword once again. The Autumn Mountain Lord struggled back onto his feet, and quickly stopped moving when the sword tip was only an inch away from his forehead. "You lost," Lin Yun declared. The Autumn Mountain Lord's face was pale, and he felt powerless. The Thunderblood Square fell into silence because Lin Xiao won. Amongst the top three on the Dragon Pulse ranking, one was on his knees, one lying on the ground, and one couldn't move with the sword against his forehead. Just when everyone was uncontrollably excited, Lin Yun suddenly retreated, and they looked at him in shock before a wind blew Xiao Yuanqi away with a wave of his hand. With a gentle flick of his left hand, Ji Lingfeng was also blown away. "You?" Just when the Autumn Mountain Lord wanted to speak, a wind blew over, throwing him off the stage. This scene made everyone perplexed because there was no need for this. Lin Yun had already won the battle, so there was no need for him to humiliate the three of them any further. But before anyone could figure it out, a blinding bolt of lightning descended from the sky, shattering the barrier enveloping the Thunderblood Batlistage. The bolt of lightning was aiming for Lin Yun's head, containing boundless fury. Lin Yun avoided this lightning, and it fell on the stage, unleashing a horrifying explosive power that created cracks on the stage. This made everyone take in a deep breath with their faces changed because this was the Thunderblood Batlistage. It was forged with thunder metal and further fortified with saint blood. Even a Samsara Edict realm expert wouldn't be able to destroy it. But random lightning from the sky actually shattered the barrier and created cracks on the stage. Before everyone could respond, more lightning bolts fell from the sky, and the cracks around the Thunderblood Batlistage became even more terrifying. When everyone raised their heads, they were so terrified that they couldn't speak. They instantly recognized that the sky was covered with tribulation clouds, and they had never seen such terrifying tribulation clouds enveloping the entire Thunder Island before. This wasn't a tribulation on the level of Dragon Pulse Realm at all. This was the reason why everyone was speechless. When they came to their senses, they figured out that Lin Yun already knew his tribulation would descend, and this was the reason why he sent Ji Lingfeng, Xiao Yuanqi, and Autumn Mountain Lord off the stage. This was so that they wouldn't be caught in the tribulation. Otherwise, they would die. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning that was nearly 100 meters in size fell from the sky. This caught everyone by surprise, and many people threw out a mouthful of blood. Everyone on the square was affected, and some weaker geniuses fell onto their knees, trembling in fear. Under the immense pressure, they couldn't even circulate their dragon origin well. The lightning engulfed the entire stage with a series of explosions causing heaven and earth to tremble. Everyone was struggling to stand still, and they quickly fled using their hands and feet. This was because the tribulation was too terrifying, and it far surpassed their imagination. Not to mention this was just the beginning of the tribulation. When the remnant power of the tribulation spread out, those who managed to get on their feet were blasted to the ground once more. The Thunderblood Batlistage was instantly turned into ruins, with countless huge rubbles flying around. When they raised their heads, there were rocks flying around in the sky. After the shockwave settled down, Ji Lingfeng was the first to come to his senses. He anxiously yelled, "Lin Xiao! Lin Xiao! Where's Lin Xiao?" Xiao Yuanqi and the Autumn Mountain Lord's faces also changed. Their hearts were filled with guilt. After coming this far, how could they not know that Lin Yun already knew his tribulation would descend, and that this was the reason why he didn't want to fight them? When the tribulation really came, the first thing Lin Yun did was send them away, not wanting them to be caught in his tribulation. But the three of them were narrow-minded and only had first on the Dragon Pulse ranking in their eyes. "I'm a sinner." The Autumn Mountain Lord's lips trembled, with his pupils filled in pain and guilt. "Quick! Look at the sky." After the shockwaves settled down, everyone raised their heads and saw a white-robed figure standing on the countless thundermetal rocks hovering in the air. His clothes were tattered, but he stood upright like a sword with his sword in his hand, looking at the thunderclouds. "It's Lin Xiao. He's up there. He's not dead yet." An uproar broke out, and everyone's eyes became watery under the shock. Occasionally, lightning would flash across the sky, and everyone could clearly see Lin Yun being reflected under the lightning. He looked like he was fighting heaven right now. This moment was frozen for eternity, and Lin Yun raised his head while wielding his sword. There wasn't a trace of fear on his face. The three swordsmen beside Yu Weiwei were stumped when they looked at Lin Yun. Looking at the scene, they had a feeling that they could only look up to this person for the rest of their lives, and only two words pop up in their mind right now. Sword God. If there was a sword god in the world, there was no question that Lin Yun would be it. As the tribulation continued, Lin Yun finally moved from the huge rubble. His sword ray flashed like a dazzling sun, lighting the sky as if it was the day. The lightning would either be cut apart by his sword or fell on him, covering him in his own blood. He basked in his own tribulation and faced it with his sword. His sword technique, physique, and dragon origin were undergoing a transformation. This was how tribulations worked. It was dangerous, but it was also an opportunity for him. He would undergo a transformation if he could endure it, and he would die if he couldn't. If he couldn't, he would lose his life here. Tao was ruthless, but it would also leave behind a ray of life. Everyone watched as Lin Yun's sword began to slow down, forming a drastic difference with the descending lightning. The faster the lightning fell, the slower his sword would become. The sword technique he used was bizarre, as if it contained a supreme Tao seemingly profound. There was an invisible air current around the flower burial sword. The air current was weak and nearly invisible to the naked eye, but Lin Yun could clearly see it with his sword heart. That was the rhythm of the divine firefly sword, and the dazzling sword ray he released gradually became dim. As more terrifying lightning descended from the sky, he felt severe pain all over his body, but he resisted with his blue dragon Saint Physique and didn't stop swinging his sword. This was weird and incomprehensible to everyone because Lin Yun's sword technique seemed to be useless against the tribulation, and it wasn't helping at all. At the same time, all the light and sword intent was dissolved, and everyone couldn't find it. A long time later, the sword ray released by Lin Yun disappeared, and the sky became dark. Only the lightning was still ferociously flickering in the sky. But in reality, Lin Yun's sword intent hadn't become weak at all, and the sword intent contained in his sword ocean was horrifying. Before he knew it, 3/4 of Lin Yun's sword intent was exhausted. The sky became even darker, and everyone was shocked to discover that even the lightning had lost its light. It looked as though Lin Yun was the only person left in this entire world. The power of the tribulation grew even more terrifying, and it was so powerful that it made their souls tremble. There was already no one left on the Thunderblood Square, and the power accumulated in the thunderclouds had reached an unbelievable height. In the next moment, a vortex of lightning appeared, and the dazzling lightning made their eyes widen with shock. As lightning flowed in the vortex, it was flowing like magma. Shortly after, a terrifying bolt of lightning descended from the sky towards Lin Yun, but Lin Yun moved at the same time. A small firefly suddenly bloomed without warning in the darkness. In the next second, Lin Yun's gradually disappearing sword intent suddenly exploded, and the sword ray released on his sword exploded like a bright sun. Lin Yun seemed tiny in comparison to the vortex, but this sword exploded with a torrential sword aura. The space violently trembled, and countless cracks appeared in the surrounding space, as if something was collapsing. Lin Yun's sword continued to slash, scattering the tribulation before he charged into the lightning vortex. Even the light of the fireflies can compete with the sun and moon. The surrounding audience members exclaimed, and everyone couldn't help covering their mouths with shock. A brief moment later, an explosion echoed and the thunderclouds exploded. As darkness receded, there was a figure hovering in mid-air. His clothes were tattered, but he looked untainted. When he turned around, several strands of hair brushed across his face as a dashing smile appeared. Lin Yun wasn't in a hurry to come down but landed on the Dragon Pulse ranking instead. The entire Thunderblood Square was in ruins, and there wasn't any place for him to sit to recover and stabilize his cultivation. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yun sat on the Dragon Pulse ranking before closing his eyes. The danger earlier had far surpassed everyone's imagination. In the eyes of others, he charged into the thunderclouds and managed to come back alive. But they didn't know that was his only way. If the divine firefly sword couldn't destroy the tribulation, there was a chance he might lose his life. Even if he wasn't dead, he would probably be crippled. So he had no choice but to put his life on the line. He had a lot of reservations earlier because he was afraid he might suffer irreversible injuries because of that. But after he successfully made it through his tribulation, he suddenly realized that it wasn't as scary as he imagined. At the same time, his mental state also became a lot stronger than before. He really succeeded. Unbelievable. How did he manage to do it? I thought he'd die after charging into the vortex. He's definitely a genius from the Azure Dragon's lineage. There are rumors the Blue Dragon record will appear and the Golden Age will come again. In the future, more geniuses of hidden clans will also start appearing. Compared to him, the other geniuses on the Dragon Pulse ranking are a lot more inferior. Unless Jian Jingtian was still on it, the Eastern Desolation's Dragon Pulse ranking is nothing to Lin Xiao. Most importantly, He's also the Nirvana Banquets champion? A discussion broke out amongst the crowd, and their eyes were filled with admiration when they looked at Lin Yun sitting on the Dragon Pulse ranking. The Sword Sex Party was also shocked, and they immediately felt great pressure. After all, they were swordsmen and they were pale in comparison to Lin Xiao. We really made the right decision to come. We won't know how big the world is if we don't go out. Ji Shuxian sighed, with everyone nodding their heads in agreement. If Lin Xiao didn't appear, they wouldn't be so disappointed because they were still young, and they had enough time to catch up with the three swordsmen. But Lin Xiao was the Nirvana Banquets champion, and this made him seem high beyond their reach. On the other hand, Zhao Yan's eyes flickered brightly. The appearance of Lin Xiao proved the strength of a swordsman. He also pointed out a path for them, so they just had to keep walking forward. Ji Lingfeng, Xiao Yuanxi, and the Autumn Mountain Lord all let out a breath of relief when they saw that Lin Yun was fine. If Lin Yun died in the tribulation, they would be responsible for it. They were upright, not to mention Lin Yun chased away the two god generals from the Blood Moon sect. So they would feel guilty if anything happened to him. Perhaps it's time to make a breakthrough to the Samsara Edict realm. Ji Lingfeng sighed. Xiao Yuanqi and the Autumn Mountain Lord were briefly stunned upon hearing that before they smiled wryly. They finally waited for Jian Jingtian to leave the Dragon Pulse ranking, but they never expected Lin Xiao to appear out of nowhere. Becoming first on the Dragon Pulse ranking was now a dream for them. The Azure Dragon Saint Physique and Heavenly Dome Sword intent. Heh! Don't tell me that Lin Xiao is Flower Burial Lin Yun. A playful tone suddenly resounded, and this instantly made the faces of those in the top 10 change. When they looked around, the one who spoke was the Wind Edgelord, Lu Chengfeng. What do you mean? Have you gone mad after being slapped twice? Let's not mention if Lin Xiao is Lin Yun. Even if he's really Lin Yun, what has it got to do with you? Ji Lingfeng said with his brows furrowed. Xiao Yuanqi raised his head to look at the Wind Edge Lord, and said, Don't bullshit. Flower Burial possesses a supreme treasure, and his existence is taboo. What are you trying to do by slandering Lin Xiao being Lin Yun without any evidence? Everyone else looked at the Wind Edge Lord with a hint of disdain in their gazes because this person was too narrow-minded. Regardless of whether Lin Xiao really was Lin Yun, just spreading this rumor was enough for Lin Xiao to be a target for many people. There are some similarities between them, but there are more differences. There's no way Flower Burial can become the Nirvana Banquets champion in one day and disguise himself under the Heavenly Origin Mirror. The Autumn Mountain Lord said. The Heavenly Origin Mirror could see through all disguises and illusions in the world. Even a saint wouldn't be able to hide from it. The Wind Edge Lord smiled. I'm only talking about it casually, so there's no need for everyone to be so emotional. The Heavenly Origin Mirror can see through disguises and illusions, but who knows if anyone manipulated the results based on his relationship with the Profound Fairy. Let's just wait and see then. No one can hide from the Dragon Pulse ranking, and it's fairer than the Heavenly Origin Mirror. We'll soon know if he's Flower Burial. His words made everyone silent. Despite knowing that the Wind Edgelord was trying to make Lin Yun a target for everyone, what he said also did make some sense. But it was impossible after pondering about it. Firstly, Lin Xiao wouldn't be so high profile if he was Flower Burial, and that wouldn't explain his accomplishment in Music Dao either. Most importantly, his sword techniques were different from Flower Burial's. No one was willing to believe that Flower Burial could be so strong without his usual sword techniques and secret techniques. In reality, the Wind Edge Lord also didn't believe it, but that didn't trouble him from trying to make Lin Xiao a target. Even if he couldn't kill Lin Xiao, it was enough to disgust him. But if that person really was Lin Yun, it would make him a public target. After all, there were many saints in the heavenly domain's unholy sea amongst the complicated forces. Who wouldn't be tempted by the firmament's saint cloth? Right then, a radiance shone out on the Dragon Pulse ranking. It was Lin Yun who had finished digesting his harvest. When a majestic aura swept out, 8 dragon pulses appeared behind him, emitting terrifying pressure. If Lin Yun's dragon pulses were close to 10,000 feet before, they had crossed the 10,000 feet mark now. No one can stop him now. If he doesn't leave the Dragon Pulse ranking, All the Dragon Pulse Realm geniuses will be suppressed by him in the Eastern Desolation. Ji Lingfeng said softly, not to mention that Lin Yun was only at the 8th pulse. What if he reaches the 9th pulse? How terrifying would his dragon pulses become? They couldn't imagine it at all. The Wind Edgelord's gaze flickered, and he was looking forward to seeing what name would appear on the Dragon Pulse ranking later. When Lin Yun opened his eyes, he was shocked to discover that he was pulled into an illusion. When he looked around, the illusion seemed familiar, and there were many names on it. So, it's you. A voice echoed just when Lin Yun was looking around. When a blue dragon appeared, Lin Yun asked in shock, Senior, who are you? I'm the dragon spirit. The blue dragon said. When you attempted the Elysium Core ranking, my clone had seen you before. Your flower burial Lin Yun. Not Lin Xiao. Lin Yun was startled because his divine tortoise transformation was futile in front of the dragon spirit. You don't have to be surprised. Did you forget that you left a droplet of blood on the Elysium Core ranking? The blue dragon explained. When it saw Lin Yun's expression, it asked, You don't wish to reveal your identity? Yeah. Lin Yun nodded his head after a brief hesitation. Senior, can you help me conceal my identity? After he finished asking, his heart began to beat wildly. This was a bold request because the dragon spirit was an artifact spirit, and it had no reason to help him. Perhaps because he possessed the blue dragon Saint physique, Lin Yun felt a sense of intimacy when he saw the blue dragon, and he already sensed it when he was attempting the Elysium Core ranking. I can. The blue dragon said without any hesitation, agreeing to Lin Yun's request. Lin Yun was taken aback by the answer, since he couldn't believe it. The Dragon Pulse ranking and King ranking are under the jurisdiction of the Blue Dragon Record. The Blue Dragon Record is the supreme treasure of the Dragon Gate. As long as you possess the Firmament Saint Cloth, I can't refuse your offer. The Blue Dragon explained. Lin Yun was inwardly surprised, and he realized the origin of the Firmament Saint Cloth was more mysterious than he expected. But your secret as flower burial will be discovered sooner or later. When the Blue Dragon Record appears, all the Samsara Edict Realm experts from the 4 King rankings will gather on the Blue Dragon Record, and the 9 Heavenly Paths champions will also appear. The Blue Dragon said, The predicament waiting for you is greater than you can imagine, and you can't always escape. Lin Yun nodded his head because he didn't plan to hide forever. Before the Blue Dragon Record appears, he needed sufficient strength that was far stronger than he was now. Suddenly, Lin Yun was surprised and asked, Doesn't the Kunlun realm have 5 Dragon Pulse rankings? If that's the case, there should also be 5 King rankings. But why did you say only the geniuses on 4 King rankings will gather on the Blue Dragon Record? That's because the Divine Dragon Empire has been forging their own divine artifact. The Divine Dragon Empire's Dragon Pulse ranking is different from the Eastern Desolation, Western Desert, Southern Border, and Northern Ridge. You will know about it in the future, but there's no need to think so much now. The Blue Dragon said. Thank you, Senior. Lin Yun cupped his hands together and no longer asked about it. When Lin Yun reopened his eyes, there were many people standing in the ruins down below, looking at the Dragon Pulse ranking. Suddenly, an exclamation resounded because the names on the Dragon Pulse ranking began to change. The Dragon Pulse ranking is changing. It's going to be re-ranked. Haha, my ranking is higher this time. This Martial Dao Tea Party was all worth it. Look at the top 10. The top 10. Everyone's emotions became excited. Even Ji Lingfeng and the others turned their attention over, especially the Wind Edgelord. They swiftly skimmed through the names and saw 5 words at the very top. Nirvana Banquet's champion, Lin Xiao. This made everyone feel relieved because they were really scared by what the Wind Edgelord said earlier. They naturally hoped that Lin Xiao wouldn't be Lin Yun. Firstly, it would be a great blow to them. Secondly, they had a fairly good impression of Lin Xiao. On the other hand, the Wind Edgelord looked disappointed. You seem pretty disappointed. A voice resounded and everyone raised their heads to see Lin Yun descending to the ground. When the Wind Edgelord saw Lin Yun, he was scared of his guilty conscience. He said your flower burial Lin Yun earlier. Ji Lingfeng glanced at the Wind Edgelord with disdain. Ji Lingfeng immediately ratted the Wind Edge Lord out, and everyone in the top 10 immediately wore a playful expression. They were looking forward to seeing how the Wind Edgelord would end up. After all, the Wind Edgelord was pretty confident earlier. But now, the Dragon Pulse ranking revealed that Lin Xiao was Lin Xiao, not Flower Burial Lin Yun. Even an idiot could tell that Flower Burial wouldn't appear so publicly in such a high-profile manner. There were many rumors about him. Some say he was dead, some claimed to have seen him, and some said he was crippled. Then again, there was a huge possibility that he was hidden in Skysolid City. If anyone in the Kunlun realm could protect him, it would be Sword Emperor Yu Qingfeng. This was because no one dared to go after the Sword Emperor. Lin Yun raised his brow and looked at the Wind Edgelord. This person was starting to get on his nerves. Even if it was bullshitting, it might still give him some trouble. The Wind Edgelord was startled at first when Lin Yun saw him, but he quickly calmed down. He cupped his hands together with a smile. "Congratulations, Brother Lin, on becoming first on the Dragon Pulse ranking. I just had a slip of the tongue, and I hope Brother Lin doesn't mind it. It's hard for others not to connect Brother Lin with Flower Burial, and I believe you can understand me." The Wind Edgelord was narrow-minded, but he wasn't stupid, so he quickly smiled after calming down. But he was disgusting, making Xiao Yuanqi and Ji Lingfeng lightly furrow their brows with disgust filling their pupils. This sort of person was difficult to deal with because he was shameless. "It's fine," Lin Yun smiled. Heaving out a sigh of relief, the Wind Edgelord smiled. "I knew Brother Lin won't hold it against me. Not to mention the Dragon Pulse ranking already proved that you're not Flower Burial." "But I do," Lin Yun said, looking at the Wind Edgelord. The Wind Edgelord's smile froze, with Ji Lingfeng and Xiao Yuanqi briefly stunned before being unable to stop smiling. Lin Yun didn't go along with what the Wind Edgelord said, and slapped his face too quickly to be seen. The Wind Edgelord was probably dumbfounded. As the Wind Edgelord spat out a mouthful of blood, he clutched his chest and went down on one knee before he was sent flying away. The Blue Frost Lord and Snow Master Lord quickly came over to help the Wind Edgelord to his feet. When he looked at Lin Yun, his pupils were filled with fear and everything happened too quickly. They didn't even see how Lin Yun made his move. When they sensed a dragon origin fluctuation, the Wind Edgelord was sent flying away. Lin Yun now had a Grandmaster's demeanor. Lin Xiao has undergone a transformation? It feels unfathomable and somewhat similar to Jian Jingtian. But the difference is too obvious. Jian Jingtian's dragon pulses were close to 100,000 feet, and he had nourished his dragon pulses for 18 years. What exactly did he go through? The faces of Ji Lingfeng, Xiao Yuanqi, and the Autumn Mountain Lord changed. They were all feeling great pressure right now, since Lin Yun had become stronger. If they fought with Lin Yun again, he would probably have an easier time defeating them. I might just laugh it off if it came from others, but it's a whole new story when coming from you. Lin Yun coldly looked at the Wind Edgelord. This made the Wind Edgelord feel horrified, fearful, and aggrieved. No matter how he racked his mind, he could never expect that the Lin Xiao he couldn't be bothered to bat another eye at would become so strong. He was filled with hatred, furiously clenching his right fist. But he didn't even dare to look at Lin Yun. He could only clench his teeth and hope to take revenge in the future after reaching the Samsara Edict realm. The Autumn Mountain Lord quickly stepped forth to appease this matter. "Brother Lin, let me apologize on the Wind Edgelord's behalf. No matter what, this Martial Dao Tea Party has ended perfectly, and I owe you one." If Lin Yun didn't stand out earlier, he would have to take responsibility as the host. Although he didn't manage to obtain first on the Dragon Pulse ranking, the influence of the Martial Dao Tea Party would spread along with Lin Zhao's fame. The Autumn Mountain Lord was naturally willing to see the influence of the Martial Dao Tea Party increase. "You're being too polite." Lin Yun nodded. "I was a little impulsive earlier, and I apologize for that. I had no idea that Brother Lin would face your tribulation anytime," the Autumn Mountain Lord explained. But Lin Yun shook his head and said, "You've done nothing wrong, and what you said is right. I can't leave since the wind hasn't stopped." The Autumn Mountain Lord was briefly stunned upon hearing what Lin Yun said, and he smiled. "If possible, I hope Brother Lin can be the host of the next Martial Dao Tea Party. That's a good idea. At that time, my divine Phoenix Mountain will surely attend. Ji Lingfeng said. Xianxia also smiled and said, if Brother Lin is willing to be the host, the Heavenly Dao sect will also participate. The other Holy Lands echoed along because they knew Lin Yun's fame would spread throughout the Eastern Desolation. Compared to his title as Nirvana Banquet's champion, being the first on the Dragon Pulse ranking had a higher influence. But since the two titles overlapped on a single person, it was no different from being a legend. Lin Yun smiled when he heard that. These people probably wouldn't say it that way if they knew his true identity. He wanted to refuse, but he soon figured that he could let the Sword Sect hold this if there was an opportunity in the future. It could increase the Sword Sect's influence, and the Sword Sect's disciples would receive a lot of benefits. Thus, he replied, I don't mind if it's possible. That's a promise, then. Brother Lin, you can come and look for me anytime if you're interested. I'll be taking my leave for now. The Autumn Mountain Lord cupped his hands together and nodded. After everyone left, Ji Lingfeng smiled. That fellow really knows how to gold-plate himself. If Brother Lin wants to host the Martial Dao Tea Party at that time, all you need to do is say the word. His words were arrogant, but it was also the truth. Because of him, the Martial Dao Tea Party's influence would expand, and Lin Yun's current influence wasn't at all inferior to the 4 young masters added together, especially amongst swordsmen. As long as Lin Yun gave the word, a multitude of swordsmen would show up. But Lin Yun merely smiled and cupped his hands before leaving. Those people might be ferocious on the stage, but they knew well that the Martial Dao Tea Party was only a spar and not a battle with their lives on the line. So they wouldn't hold any grudges, even if they lost. Even if they fought ferociously on the stage, they would laugh it off down the stage. When Lin Yun finished chatting with the 3 swordsmen, he left with Yu Weiwei. Before leaving, he took another glance at the Sword Sect's party from afar. Anyone could foresee that not long from now, Lin Zhao's name would spread throughout the Eastern Desolation like wildfire. Big Brother Lin, you're now first on the Dragon Pulse ranking, not to mention you're also first on the Nirvana Banquet. How do you feel? Yu Weiwei asked with a smile. Yu Weiwei was happy to see Lin Yun becoming first on the Dragon Pulse ranking and even smoothly making it through his tribulation. It's just a name and fortune is invisible. But I did obtain a lot from this battle. If I didn't fight and didn't feel the pressure from Ji Lingfeng, Xiao Yuanqi, and Autumn Mountain Lord, I might not have been able to make it through my tribulations so smoothly. Lin Yun replied. The battle with those 3 made Lin Yun feel great pressure, and this also gave him a rough gauge of his current strength. Before that, he only knew he was strong and didn't have a gauge of it. Many times, he needed a gauge of his strength, and it was more important than defeating many people at once. 3 days later, when the nightscape descended, Lin Yun and Yu Weiwei stood on a rock on the sea. They both knew that it would be time for them to part when they returned to Heavenly Domain City. They didn't know when they could meet again after this parting, so they took their time on the way back. Lin Yun had to go to the Black Tortoise Void Sea, and he had to find a way to meet the Sword Sect's party before that. He couldn't disturb them, but he had to meet Zhao Yan. Zhao Yan was relatively introverted and was good at keeping secrets, so he wasn't as eye-catching as someone like Yi Xiling. He had to give the 5 remaining sword forms of the Carefree 9 swords to him. If possible, he also wanted to inquire about his master and sect master. After that, it was time for him to go to the Heavenly Dao sect. His senior brother was there and a sword saint. After all, he still needed someone to guide him in the Sword Dao. Without the Radiant Sword Saint, he would have to stay in the Heavenly Dao sect for a long time, and this meant it was unavoidable for him to part with Yu Weiwei. As waves crashed against the rock under the moonlight, Lin Yun and Yu Weiwei gave each other a hug. This was a beautiful scenery, and they both whispered to each other and couldn't maintain their composure. When night came, Lin Yun took out the thunderstorm zither while Yu Weiwei received the divine indigo jade bamboo flute. They both began to play Courting Phoenix on the sea. Yu Weiwei blew the divine indigo jade bamboo flute and looked at Lin Yun under the moonlight with gentleness in her pupils. It was great if time could stop now so that she could be together with her big brother Lin, carefully staying together. After he was done with the song, Yu Weiwei lowered the flute and smiled. Big brother Lin, am I beautiful? You are, Lin Yun said, raising his head. Then, you're not allowed to look at other women in the future. Yu Weiwei squinted her eyes, and her eyes were curved into two crescent moons. This? Lin Yun was instantly placed in a difficult position. Humph, and you still say I'm beautiful? You must be lying, Yu Weiwei pursued. Lin Yun quickly tried to explain. He wasn't even flustered when he faced Ji Lingfeng, Xiao Yuanqi, and the Autumn Mountain Lord. But facing Yu Weiwei, he was placed in a tough spot. When Yu Weiwei saw this, she laughed and leaned against Lin Yun's chest. She said, I'm just kidding. Big brother Lin, you only have to nod your head at times like this, and I'll be happy, even if it's a lie. Yu Weiwei had a soft body as she laid on Lin Yun's chest, and her fragrance naturally latched onto him. This was a bizarre feeling, and it made him want to hug her. He would feel a great sense of satisfaction just by hugging her. It felt as though they had merged into one, and everything was great. Lowering his head to look at Yu Weiwei, Lin Yun was fascinated by her for a moment and couldn't help lowering his head. Yu Weiwei's face blushed, and she closed her eyes. When Lin Yun kissed Yu Weiwei, they both embraced each other under the moonlight. There was a flame blazing within their bodies, and they both wanted to melt into each other at this moment. In the next moment, a crimson radiance that looked like a crimson flame illuminated the night sky. A carriage descended from the sky, pulled by two beasts that looked like two white stallions stopping before them. When Lin Yun and Yu Weiwei's lips parted, they were baffled when they saw the carriage. This was a phoenix carriage, an ancient and valuable glory saint artifact. This carriage was even more powerful than the two god generals' Nether Moon Saint armor. This carriage was engraved with phoenix runes, looking so noble and prestigious that no one could see what was inside the carriage. The carriage emitted a faint brilliance, causing a faint ripple to spread around in the surrounding space. Evidently, this was also a spatial treasure, and there was a world inside. But what shocked them more were the two white beasts. They were pure-blooded saint beasts, and they shared a resemblance with the ancient divine beast, Bai Zhe. Lin Yun and Yu Weiwei exchanged a glance. They could both guess who was in the carriage. It should probably be an important figure of the divine Phoenix Mountain. The night was beautiful, and anyone would be unhappy to be disrupted. But Lin Yun could roughly guess the identity of this person, since this was what they were looking forward to. So they didn't dare to be careless. I'm the Nirvana Banquets champion. Wonder which senior from the divine Phoenix Mountain is it? Lin Yun asked with his hands cupped together. There was no response from the carriage. When Lin Yun raised his head, he couldn't help being baffled and wondered if he had guessed wrongly about this being a person from the divine Phoenix Mountain. Young Master Lin must be joking. I'm not a senior. A crisp female voice came from the carriage, passing through the curtains. Just from the voice alone, anyone could guess that this person must be a beauty. Her voice was gentle and refreshing, but there was also a hint of nobility and arrogance. Lin Yun and Yu Weiwei exchanged a gaze before hesitantly they asked, You are? Young Master Lin doesn't have to care who I am. You can state your terms, and I can agree to them on behalf of Divine Phoenix Mountain. The radiance released by the carriage changed along with the woman's voice. I believe you, Lin Yun immediately said, looking at the carriage and no longer asking any questions. As expected of young Master Lin. The voice from the carriage contained a hint of appreciation, and she continued, I apologize for bothering you today, but I don't have a choice. So I'd like to apologize to young Master Lin and Lady Yu. You want Big Brother Lin to play you the Phoenix Heart Song? Yu Weiwei asked, blinking her eyes. The carriage fell into a brief silence before the woman said, Lady Yu is brilliant, and I'm ashamed to say that no one can perfectly play the perfect artistic concept at Divine Phoenix Mountain. Not even seniors who have grasped the Saint King tune could be compared to young Master Lin's performance at the Nirvana Banquet. This is why I had no choice but to come and disturb you to myself. Lin Yun wasn't surprised by this because this was part of his plan. He was personally taught by Lil Purple, and it was useless if you have the score but not Lil Purple's guidance. I understand. Lin Yun turned to look at Yu Weiwei, who gave him a smile. She understood his intentions and handed the divine indigo jade bamboo flute over. This made Lin Yun smile. This was the rapport between them, and they didn't even have to speak. I apologize if I performed badly. Lin Yun wasn't being humble, but it was mainly because the person stayed in the carriage, and he was telling her indirectly he was about to start playing. Please go ahead, the woman in the carriage said. A moment later, Lin Yun started to play the Phoenix Heart song with the divine indigo bamboo flute. He had played it with the divine indigo bamboo flute for a fairly long time. After parting with Lil Purple, he played it almost every day, and he was already familiar with it. He was calm and composed without any distractions, and his melody was like a stream flowing in the mountain. This is it? It doesn't seem any different. Rather, it even sounds a little worse in comparison. The woman in the carriage furrowed her brows with doubt in her pupils. Lin Yun's version of the Phoenix Heart song didn't have the nobility or majesty of the phoenix. If the version played by the seniors on the Divine Mountain Phoenix sounded like a noble phoenix, Lin Yun's version was ordinary with nothing special about it. Apart from being clean, there was nothing remarkable about his version. Just when her doubts were growing, she was shocked to discover that the Nirvana aura contained within the phoenix flame within her body was ignited. The Nirvana aura then soon spread throughout her body like phoenix sacred flames. The phoenix saint canon uncontrollably started circulating within her body. There was a crimson mark shining on her forehead, and she also began to emit a golden glow. This naturally shocked her with astonishment filling her eyes. How is this possible? But she didn't have time to ask it now and suppressed the doubt within her heart before immersing herself in the Phoenix Heart song. She came because she ran into a bottleneck in the Phoenix Saint canon. If she could make it through this ordeal, she would be able to grasp the Phoenix Sacred Flame, becoming the youngest one to grasp it in the history of Divine Phoenix Mountain. As Lin Yun's melody penetrated through the curtain and entered the carriage, it filled every single corner of this carriage. Each note could make one person's heart at peace, and she was unconsciously immersed in it. Under the nourishment of the melody, the Nirvana aura within her body became active and excited. The shackles that normally bound her were slowly disintegrating, and this became a miraculous feeling. This was the reaction mentioned by those who returned to Divine Phoenix Mountain from the Nirvana banquet. But when they played this song according to the score, none of them could achieve a similar effect. Thus, many people felt that they were lying, but this woman believed it now. What they said wasn't false, and it was even more unbelievable than they described. The Nirvana Banquet's champion was truly impressive. Under the nourishment of the Phoenix Heart song, the Nirvana aura coursing through her body began to transform as wisps of golden flames were swiftly being extracted from within the Violet Palace. The flames were powerful, emitting a sacred aura. As a result, the golden radiance that she emitted became even more dazzling, causing the carriage to look like a dazzling sun on the sea. As for the beasts pulling the carriage, they closed their eyes and rested peacefully on the surface of the sea. One song later, Lin Yun lowered the divine indigo bamboo flute, but the radiance shining from the carriage was still going strong. A long time later, the radiance suddenly disappeared along with a phoenix cry. The sea had finally calmed down, and the beasts slowly stood up, looking at Lin Yun curiously. Looking at those beasts, Yu Weiwei blinked her eyes and commented, "Hey, these lions are pretty adorable. These saint beasts possessed by Zay's bloodline. They had the body of a lion with horns on their heads and a goatee beard. But the beard didn't make them seem old. On the contrary, it made them look adorable instead. Bai Zay was an ancient divine beast, and these saint beasts possessed its bloodline. This meant that these saint beasts might be able to grow into divine beasts in the future. This indirectly meant that the person in the carriage must have a high status at Divine Phoenix Mountain. You have my promise on behalf of Divine Phoenix Mountain." A voice came from the carriage. "Thank you." Lin Yun's pupils shone with a gleam of light. He briefly pondered before he continued. "If you guys need any other scores of the Phoenix Inheritance, you can come and look for me any time." He was trying to catch a big fish. He knew that it was impossible for Divine Phoenix Mountain to stand on the sword sex side with just the Phoenix Heart song alone. But what if there was an endless supply of Phoenix Inheritance? If they could benefit from it, they would slowly be hooked by him. There are more? The mysterious woman was shocked upon hearing what Lin Yun said, and she replied, "Okay. Young Master Lin can pay the Divine Phoenix Mountain a visit anytime." "Okay." Lin Yun acknowledged. "Big brother Lin, give me a kiss." Right then, Yu Weiwei whispered. This made Lin Yun slightly taken aback, but he still lowered his face and gave her a kiss. He didn't know whether it was a coincidence, but the curtain was opened and revealed a delicate face. The woman in the carriage wanted to see what Lin Yun looked like, but she could only see Lin Yun and Yu Weiwei kissing each other. This made her briefly stunned before a wisp of anger flashed through her pupils. After all, it was too much for them to be so affectionate in front of her. But she soon calmed down and took a deep breath before lowering the curtain. As the carriage soared to the sky, it streaked across the horizon and swiftly disappeared. A long time later, after Lin Yun's lips parted with Yu Weiwei, he asked with a smile, "You did this on purpose?" He had seen the woman with his sword heart, and he could tell she was unhappy. It was as though Yu Weiwei had predicted the woman would take a glance at him. "What are you talking about?" Yu Weiwei put on a harmless face and innocently blinked her eyes. "You know her?" Lin Yun smiled, looking at the direction the carriage left in. "I don't, but I have heard of her. She should be the Divine Phoenix Maiden from the Divine Phoenix Mountain, the princess of the Ji clan. She's the most beautiful woman in the Eastern Desolation, and one of the 3 women every man in the Kunlun realm wants to marry." Yu Weiwei smiled. "Who are the other 2? Lin Yun asked with a smile. "One is the Pearl of the Mo clan. It is said everyone who saw her couldn't resist her charm. In addition to the Mo clan's mysterious background, she is the most mysterious lady in the Kunlun realm." Yu Weiwei then briefly paused before she smiled. "As for the last one, I won't talk about her." Lin Yun was briefly stunned and soon knew who she was talking about. He smiled. "So you're doing it on purpose?" "Of course, I'm doing this on purpose. Who does she think she is to be so aloof and not even leaving her carriage before Big Brother Lin?" It even sounded more like she was giving an order rather than a request. "Isn't it just a broken carriage? When Big Brother Lin comes to my home in the future, I'll take my father's Imperial Dragon carriage out." Yu Weiwei snorted. She clearly received benefits, but she still has no intention of leaving the carriage. "I knew she wouldn't be able to restrain her curiosity to look at you, so I let her look." Lin Yun briefly pondered before he smiled. It does make some sense. He didn't feel that Yu Weiwei did anything wrong. On the contrary, this made Yu Weiwei look even more adorable instead. "Big Brother Lin, who's more beautiful between us?" Yu Weiwei smiled. "You're the moon in the sky, and she's the phoenix on a mountain. So even if she's beautiful, she's still beneath the moon." Lin Yun smiled. "Hee hee, is that true?" Yu Weiwei's face was filled with joy when she heard that. "Of course it is," Lin Yun said seriously. Blinking her eyes, Yu Weiwei smiled. "Then who's more beautiful? The moon or me?" "That's hard to say." Lin Yun smiled wryly. Tell me. Tell me." As they walked on the sea, Yu Weiwei kept shaking Lin Yun's hand under the moonlight. "Do you remember our first meeting at the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion?" Lin Yun asked. "Of course I do. Senior sister requested that you play the Ni Chong dress song for me." "That's right. I felt that this is a heavenly song, and it needed a heavenly dance to match it. But I was really shocked to see you," Lin Yun said, and he continued, "I was happy at that time, but I didn't dare to reunite with you. I never expected that we'd meet again in this manner since our parting on the heavenly path. I don't know which is more beautiful, you or the moon. But for you, I'm willing to praise the moon in the sky for her beauty and the snow on the ground. Because the moon makes your eyes seem gentle, and the snow has your shadow reflected on it. I remember there was a moon on that night, and you looked back at me under the moonlight. My mind went blank at that moment, and I could sense everything overwhelming me," Lin Yun said, and he couldn't help smiling as he reminisced. When he lowered his head to look at Yu Weiwei, her face was red under the moonlight, and her beauty added a hint of bashfulness to the moon. Lin Yun and Yu Weiwei strolled on the sea, facing the breezy wind under the moonlight. A while later, Yu Weiwei raised her head and smiled. I can't imagine that coming from Big Brother Lin. As the breeze blew on her long hair, the bashfulness on Yu Weiwei's face faded a little, and her pupils were filled with tenderness. It was hard for her to imagine Lin Yun saying such words. Perhaps he was being truthful or perhaps he was lying. But it didn't matter to her. Tilting her head, Yu Weiwei said with a mischievous smile, Big Brother Lin, did anyone call you a scumbag before? This question left Lin Yun startled, and he naturally thought of Lil Purple. He replied, Yeah. Yu Weiwei widened her eyes, and she couldn't help laughing. Big Brother Lin, why are you so adorable? You can deny it. No matter what, I won't lie to you. As long as you ask, I will answer everything I know. Lin Yun shook his head. Yu Weiwei's heart became soft, and she finally knew why she would be so infatuated with him. Raising her head, Yu Weiwei had heartache in her heart, and she caressed Lin Yun's face. She asked, Are you close with her? If you're not, I won't allow her to say that or I'll tear her mouth apart. Holding on to Yu Weiwei's hand, he smiled. I can't tell that you're so domineering. Anyhow, no one is allowed to say anything bad about you, Yu Weiwei said seriously. Lin Yun smiled. She's an ice phoenix, a little girl who lived for 100,000 years. She likes to brag, cry, and throw tantrums. But in times of need, she's really trustable. The courting phoenix was taught to me by her. It's fine then, Yu Weiwei smiled. The two continued chatting and Lin Yun told her many stories about Lil Purple, to which Yu Weiwei listened seriously. Speaking of which, Lil Purple was pretty fond of Yu Weiwei and often spoke out for her. Lin Yun didn't hide it from Yu Weiwei and told her everything. This further piqued Yu Weiwei's curiosity, and she said, I want to meet her, if there's a chance. Speaking of which, it has been a long time since I last saw the cat. There's a chance in the future, Lin Yun said. He also missed Lil Purple and Lil Red. It had been over a year since they last met, and he had no idea how they were doing at Myriad Demon Peak. He just hoped that they wouldn't miss their appointment to meet at the Heavenly Dao sect. 3 days later, when Lin Yun and Yu Weiwei could see Heavenly Domain City from a distance away, they stopped and looked at each other. In the end, Yu Weiwei said, Let's part here. Big Brother Lin, you have to be careful. I'll wait for you in the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Okay. Lin Yun nodded. He was going to find his fellow disciples in Heavenly Domain City, and he had to be cautious because he would be in great trouble if his identity was exposed. After the Martial Dao Tea Party, Lin Yun's reputation spread far and wide. There weren't many people in Heavenly Domain City that didn't know about his name. Wait! Lin Yun called out to Yu Weiwei just when she was about to leave, and he took out the thunderstorm zither. He already made up his mind and erased his mark on the zither. I don't have any relatives in this world, but Big Brother Jiang can be considered one. This belonged to him, so I'd like you to keep it safe for me. To Lin Yun, the thunderstorm zither was equally as important as the flower burial sword. This was a companion who had been with him for a long time. This was something left behind by Jiang Ling, containing his dying wishes. I can't take this. Yu Weiwei was taken aback, but Lin Yun seriously said, Take it. The divine indigo bamboo flute is a relic from your mother. If you refuse to accept this, I'll be embarrassed to keep it with me. Besides, I believe you will also treat this zither well, just like how I cherish the flute. If Big Brother Jiang knew that I gave this zither to you, I believe he wouldn't blame me for it. Yu Weiwei looked at Lin Yun. She knew how important this was to him. A long time later, Yu Weiwei finally received the thunderstorm zither and said, I'll treat it well. The thunderstorm zither and divine indigo bamboo flute were like two love tokens being exchanged between them. After Yu Weiwei put away the thunderstorm zither, she stepped forth and gave Lin Yun a hug. She then whispered a lot in Lin Yun's ears before giving him a smile and leaving once she was done. I don't mind. Lin Yun muttered what Yu Weiwei told him. He watched till Yu Weiwei left before he disguised himself and entered Heavenly Domain City. Heavenly Domain City was complicated, and it wasn't hard for him to find the Sword Sect's residents. After knowing that they were still around, he heaved a sigh of relief. This was because it would be troublesome if they had already left and he had to catch up to them. He wasn't in a hurry to head over and decided to wait till nightfall. The sword sect stayed on an island in the White Tiger district. Perhaps because they wanted to keep a low profile, the island was pretty remote. Lin Yun spent some time before he managed to quietly sneak onto the island. This was a courtyard with the outer regions guarded by the sword sect's disciples. Lin Yun used the divine phoenix transformation to swiftly travel across the courtyard and soon found Zhao Yan's residence. Zhao Yan was a sword fanatic, and he was probably still practicing his sword at this time. When Lin Yun landed on a roof, he saw a familiar figure practicing the sword at night. She looked heroic, and gave off a faint radiance with her sword ray looking like a white dragon. This was a sword technique that Lin Yun had never seen before. It didn't seem like the sword sect's inheritance, and while this made Lin Yun surprised, he also looked relieved. It looks like the ancient saint origin she obtained at the ancient barren battlefield was a huge fortune for her. Lin Yun inwardly murmured. It was needless to say this woman was Yi Xiling. When she was done performing her sword technique, Yi Xiling sheathed her sword and looked at the white dragon, Saint's sword in her hand before falling into deep thoughts. The sword was here, but the person that gave him this sword was no longer around. Junior brother Lin, I bet this martial Dao tea party would have been even more lively if you're still around, Yi Xiling muttered. Suddenly, she frowned and turned in the direction Lin Yun was in. But when she raised her head, Lin Yun had already disappeared and couldn't be seen anymore. Lin Yun sensed her movement beforehand, so he had no choice but to leave, despite wanting to take a few more glances at her. When he left, he couldn't help feeling conflicted because the sword sect still remembered him, even after he had left for a long time. An hour later, Lin Yun finally found Zhao Yan, who was training with his sword in a separate courtyard. Each of his movements were agile and elegant, causing a great contrast to his dull appearance. His sword was sharper than anyone could imagine. Just as Zhao Yan pondered over it, he suddenly recalled Lin Zhao's sword techniques. The more he comprehended, the more it felt profound to him, and this enveloped him in fear. How can there be someone so powerful amongst those of the same generation? He doesn't have any flaws at all. Zhao Yan sheathed his sword and fell into deep thought. He was a sword fanatic, and he wouldn't forget any sword technique he saw. He could even find the flaw in Tian Xuanzi's attacks after pondering for a long time. So anyone could tell how strong Zhao Yan's research spirit was. Zhao Yan's talent might not be the strongest, but his persistence was something that no one could rival. Lin Yun was optimistic about Zhao Yan and knew he would definitely be able to become a sword saint in the future. Still the same as before. Lin Yun smiled under his mask. He turned into a streak of light that bolted towards Zhao Yan. Who's there? Zhao Yan's face changed, but what responded to him was a brilliant sword ray. His sword technique was too fast, and Zhao Yan had to bring out his full strength right from the start. He didn't even have the opportunity to call out to his companions. Several clashes later, Zhao Yan gradually became puzzled because there was no killing intent coming from this person, and yet this person even gave him a sense of familiarity. Heaven's sword form, Zhao Yan exclaimed when he saw Lin Yun executing the carefree 9 swords, and he also executed the same technique by instinct. As two heaven words clashed in midair, a massive aura swept out. But before Zhao Yan could even think, Lin Yun raised his hand and unleashed another attack of the carefree 9 swords. His attacks were slow, containing his insight in it that filled every corner of this courtyard in sword rays. The carefree 9 swords slowly bloomed within Lin Yun's hands. Like how the radiant sword saint taught him back then, Lin Yun also infused all his insight into his attacks. He swiftly executed the 5th, 6th, and 7th sword forms. When he executed the 8th sword form, boundless killing intent swept out from Lin Yun's pupils. This instantly enveloped Zhao Yan's heart in fear because he could sense himself being surrounded by killing intent. As the sword aura fluctuated in midair, Zhao Yan was isolated from the outside world, as if he was trapped in a dark abyss. Countless figures exploded from Lin Yun with sword rays intertwining, strengthening the cage around him before a bloody kill word appeared. Before his attack even descended, Zhao Yan's sword aura shattered, making the latter feel like he had taken one step into death. But Lin Yun didn't use the sword to attack Zhao Yan. He sheathed his sword at the last moment and pulled his mask down, revealing his face as Lin Xiao, the first on the Nirvana banquet. Lin Yun. Zhao Yan came to his senses. It's me. Lin Yun smiled. Zhao Yan was briefly stunned before he stepped forth and gave Lin Yun a hug. When he let go, he smiled. If everyone knew that Lin Xiao is flower burial, I wonder what they would think. It's best that no one knows about it. Lin Yun smiled. Yeah. Zhao Yan smiled. Senior brother Lin, come back with us. Everyone misses you a lot. The sect master and peak masters often talk about you. I want to go back too, but it's not the time now. My identity still has to be kept a secret. Lin Yun smiled wryly. I know. Do you have any questions about the carefree 9 swords? I can guide you tonight. Lin Yun asked after they sat down. Zhao Yan also wasn't polite and asked all the questions he had, including the sword technique Lin Yun performed at the Martial Dao Tea Party. Lin Yun would occasionally nod his head, and their topic basically revolved around swords. A long time later, Lin Yun uneasily asked, How's my master? After you left, Martial Ancestor Radiant was brought back to the Sword Sect by Sword Emperor Yu Qingfeng. He should be fine, but I don't know the exact details. Martial Ancestor never showed up in public, and there is no news about him, either. Zhao Yan said honestly. Lin Yu knew that he owed Yu Qingfeng a lot. He heaved out a breath of relief because no news was good news. But his face soon sank, and he asked, What about the Profound Sky Sect? Any news about them? None, Zhao Yan said. After what happened outside the ancient barren battlefield, the Profound Sky Sect has been laying low, especially Tian Xuanzi. The entire Profound Sky Sect has been restraining themselves a lot, and they practically only operate within their own sphere of influence now. The ancient barren domain has become fairly calm because of it. This made Lin Yun furrowed his brows and he became vigilant, wondering what Tian Xuanzi was planning, because it was so unlike him to disappear from the public eye.